And we're back.
Welcome to the road to the international playoffs. We're here in Hamburg, Germany.
There's the Hex to start things out. XM getting the brunt of the damage onto the roster. The coil comes out as well as Ame just cleans up Roche himself. Oh. 2 shots, Nightfall, goodbye.
Oh,
as
no.
Kiyotaka's BKB finally comes back online. He gets the support for his troubles.
The chrono, is it coming? Is it coming? Not quite yet, but there it is. The 2-man chrono right in the backside, catching both supports. And that'll be Fly getting asunder at the very least, taking down 33. But he's being chased by Chrysalis, who might be going a little bit too far this time around. Maybe they can punish him, but they are going to lose Fly. In the process, they do get Chrysalis, but they've got Megas up. I'm not sure how much it's going to matter anymore. Chases on to BZM. BZM should be going down. We'll go for the Tornado TP play, but can't get out. Emo will secure his life. Sucks at the last piece of the puzzle. Should eventually go down. Full team wipe.
Nisha, Coil, there, Doom, dead, gone! Lesh does have buyback. I don't know if he's going to be able to use it, though. There's nowhere to TP to. This fight feels almost impossible, and Sania is dead. And in the meantime, actually, wait, the kill off Nisha. What? Okay, this is actually kind of working. Jabs and DK pairing together with the Aphotic Shield, the Chrono. Do they have it? No, misses the spear, but the silence, the stun, the Chrono is out. And that is going to be a dead Terrorblade. Jabs could not manage to hit him. Just moving around too quick in that arena. Meanwhile, the spear does connect onto Mickey, but he has another Chrono. Hits onto 3 of them.
Holy.
What a perfect placement. Triple kill, ultra kill. Oh, give it to him. No, he went back for the building.
Weaver spotted, hexed up, the damage incoming. Oh, it's just too much to handle. Now Batrider lassoed too, but he's dead on our screens. Mac picks up the double kill. Malrini's in. He jumps forward. Black Hole's there. Catching up the Earth Spirit, and down he goes. Skinnerboard back to time lapse in, but he's dropping so quickly, being pummeled to the ground. And we will do it. Nemesis nearly have him, but he escapes. Marcy gives chase. Snaking will be there to heal the Weaver back up. They buy back on Eris. 2 dead on Falcons, no buybacks for them. They're leaving Snaking to die. While Monkey King jumps in, but Weaver gone for 2 minutes now. Monkey King in trouble as well. And Nemesis, they've saved Mac with his Marcy. Oh my. Just incredible scenes. Mail comes in, big echo, and pure. Oh my god, he gets the time walk off. The Earthsplit is huge though. The ET claps it down on them. BB team getting slept up and held in place. The Bear's coming in, round 2. Again. Round 2. Ghost is coming in. The throne exposed. The glyph is available. They have to spend it. The Bear is in the throne. He's in a Chrono now as well. Oh, he's gonna deal with it. BB team holding on and defending their base. Oh my god!
Jumps all over the place. Oh, they spot him at the last moment. The cookie hits. They have the lasso. Try to counteract this completely. Snapfire's going to stay alive, getting healed to a high degree, but the Wukong's command is going to seal his fate. Yuma, though, extremely low. The dodge on the balance strike, so can't heal up. The phase shift keeping no one alive, trying to take out the Monkey King. Turns into a statue again. The last moment, trying to dodge with the mischief again. The laser and the grab ally, keeping the Monkey King alive inside this Wukong's command. Finally drops to the deck. And now the barrage continuing onto the Bristleback, making him less and less tanky with each instance of damage. Attempted Nightfall, successful.
Fizzle blade into a stun, into a spear with the arena. Laurel looks like he's going to be okay, but they had to use the global silence. There's going to be the Fiend's grip, but it was pretty useless.
Yatoro in. Not enough damage.
Oh, and he immediately got charged up by Jin Q. That is going to be most of his BKB held at ransom. Jin Q, he needs to try and get some hits off, but he's getting bashed up by both the Alchemist and the Spirit Breaker.
That's it.
No shot. GG is called Extreme. We'll take game 1. But they can try and take away the Aegis. Collapse going to make his initiation. Arena Spear goes out, but the Roshan's still not dead. In fact, the XX is right in the middle of it and gets the Aegis away from Yatoro. He's got the extra life, and now it's all falling apart for Spirit as XM hits the Requiem, double Requiem, knock him inside the pin. You're locked down here.
Decrepify up. Now he's having to get up towards Chris, but Chris is having to get the BKB off. He has been doomed, but the rupture was down onto Maureen. Maureen, he's gone. Roar from BZM over towards Amar. Amar, he falls as BZM takes down another, now ready to maybe even turn towards Skidder. Skidder's trying to chase to finish off the Bloodseeker, but he cannot do so. Avalanche is in into the toss. More than enough burst to deal with the Carry Weaver, and now ready to go for more again, Tundra. Attempted TP, put to a stop there by the bird, comes crashing down onto Snake King. Is 4 of them dead. Crit's going to try for a TP, but he can't get out. Avalanche in play from Saxa. Tundra, they get the team wipe.
Saberlight looking for the Shaker.
It's a nice arena. Got 2. With nothing to say, locked down in the Spear, can't even get off any spells, despite the global silence trying to stall things, and this is where things get nasty. When Liquid run you over, they're the ones with the Disruptor. They can get the bonus kill. It's 3. 2 kills going to the carry Mika.
What a day 1 we had there. Fantastic recap for all of the wild Dota we got to experience. But right now, it's day number 2 of the road to the international playoffs here in Hamburg, Germany. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me, none other than Rhea, Fear, and Fly. Fly, how was your day number 1? How did you enjoy it and all the games that happened?
Oh, it was awesome. There were so many good games. A lot of games went late as well, which is always fun and exciting to see. I feel like we saw a lot of different things that we weren't expecting. There were Alchemist supports, Tinker carries, all sorts of random stuff that makes it very exciting to see how it's going to develop over the coming days. So it's been an awesome day 1, and I'm really excited for this day. Yeah, I mean, it started off 40 games, just everything kind of unraveling there. But Fear, for yourself, day 1, did it live up to the expectations? Did it exceed them?
I think it's been very interesting. I like how there's been a lot of new heroes coming out, especially from support roles. I think the Helm of Dominators, we'll see how that develops as well. But the games have been going long, as he mentioned, which is very nice to see that they're not very stompy games and we get a lot of action.
Yeah. And did you have a favorite game at all, Rhea, when you looked at them yesterday? I just know because
what?
Out of the
That's
40
so much
games?
pressure. There were so many
serious,
games.
right? But the thing is, I remember when we were sitting here, you
Pick
were
one.
like, I loved the way that Wildcard was playing that early game in Spirit. So I feel like you were
No, that was me giving credit to Wildcard.
Yeah, but I feel
as an underdog. That wasn't me saying it was my favorite game of the day.
No, I know, but that's what I mean. You were looking across all those games. I feel like if anyone's justified in giving a favorite game, it's you.
It was so hard because we're in our green room and there's 4 TVs with every stream on, and I'm like, I don't want to watch the game we're meant to be watching. There's like so much other stuff going on.
That was a lot.
I mean, if I had to say, if there was one game that generated the most hype, it felt like that Nigma game with the bear.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Yeah.
Even in the recap when I was watching it, seeing it go down and having to chrono the bear too.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch it in hard detail, but every time I kind of glimpsed it, I was just like, what the hell's happening over there?
Well, look, I'm sure there's a lot of people at home that are kind of questioning the same thing because like we said, 40 games, that is a lot, right? But we can have a look at our Swiss stage bracket, just how it shaped up. We had 2 rounds played yesterday. It started off in that round 1 where all the teams were on that neutral score. And if we can take a closer look of how it played out, a lot of those games going the distance, so those series, going the distance of 3 games. And for you had the bold claim that if any teams on the right-hand side were to win, you would be shocked.
I would say it was an upset.
Okay.
And not that I would be shocked. So I do believe Extreme beating Aurora at the beginning was a little bit of an upset for me, but I'm not even sure like how true that is anymore. Xtreme looks incredibly good, and I think, you know, Nigma Galaxy as well, beating BB Team, I consider that an upset as well. So yeah, I think that is still true. Yep. But this is still the road to international. This is when most upsets do happen, and some teams will break out that are relatively quiet throughout the year.
Yeah. And that round 1 did dictate where exactly the teams are going to face off in that round 2. We had our 1-0 teams. The winners from that first round go up against each other. And do you think it's as clear-cut, Fly, when you look at these matchups, if there was a favorite side or not?
I mean, coming in, definitely. You would think that Team Spirit's gonna 2-0 Xtreme. That was what most people thought. So that was a big upset, in my opinion. A huge one, almost. And Liquid Tidebound. I think Tidebound's been looking pretty good, but people would still rate Liquid over them. So them getting the 2-0 over Liquid is also kind of an upset. I think the rest were pretty close. Team Falcons versus Tundra, I think it could go either way, I would say. And PVISION versus NGX was also actually quite a close series where NGX definitely had a chance to win, but people also expected PVISION to go, so it actually kind of went in a split, you know? Pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, it is good. And also, it's tough to look at that scoreline and, you know, have it just written out. Some of the games were what felt like stumps. Other games were very close. They went down to the wire. They went that 60+ minutes. But our 0-1 teams, the teams that unfortunately did lose that first round for themselves, had to play again later that day. And it was a different side of the story, don't you feel, Rhea, where, you know, you could have just looked at any of these teams. Anything could have happened, but only one of the series actually went to a game 3.
Yeah, I will say I didn't think this TI would be as close as it has been, especially due to the lack of DPC. I thought that we would see a lot more stomps because the regions haven't been able to interact as heavily as they have in the past. And yet they come in, I don't know if it's because there's like hidden strats or just because everyone feels really motivated for like, this is the chance, this is TI. But everyone has been playing so well. I think so many series have been super close. So many games, like you said, have been going so long. I'm genuinely so happy with the level of Dota that's being played this tournament. And even though there are teams that are losing, I don't think it reflects the skill level that we are seeing across the entire board.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of like unexpectedness that comes to playing against teams that aren't regions you're normally screwing against. You know, we have a lot of Eastern European or Western European teams, and you might be like, okay, close proximity, it's quite easy to screw each other. But you get an SEA team in that Fly, and you're like, hold on, we haven't scrimmed these guys or played these guys in quite a number of months now.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some sort of difference in meta when it comes to regions. I think over the years, everybody has been looking at Western Europe and CIS to kind of try and emulate that meta. But it's still different when you're at home and you're playing pubs. It is different. It's different players, different heroes that you're getting used to. And then coming here, I'm sure most of them got to practice a little bit around the area. At least that's what I would do if I were coming from overseas. But it is definitely originally different.
There's something to be said about trying to predict these series, these games, where teams are going to place themselves. And at home, okay? You guys are able to go in the Dota client, do your predictions on where you think the teams are going to place. And well, 70.87% of us, and I say us because I was one of them as well, put Team Spirit as our 4-0 prediction team. Yeah, unfortunately now with their loss against Xtreme Gaming, that is out of the way. Those who also had Liquid as your 4-0, unfortunately they lost to Tidebound. Yep, sorry, Rhea. Na'Vi also unfortunately not going to be, but those who have PVISION, Falcons, Xtreme Gaming, yeah, you're all still within a chance. So that's massive.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So what did you two?
Well, that's what I was leaving. What do you guys want?
9% of the people still in the running there.
We reviewed our predictions. What were your predictions?
You didn't do them.
Just the top 3.
You didn't?
Yeah, of course.
I think I did Spirit and Falcons for the 4-0, and then...
Wait, no, you have to do it's only one. It's either Spirit or Falcons.
It is? I thought it was 2.
No, it's only one team that's 4.
Well, one of them.
Maybe you put the other one that's 0-4
Maybe. I don't know. I thought it was 2 teams. One of those 2 teams, and I think I put Liquid as a 4-1 as well as Tundra. And I think I put Tidebound pretty high up there. I don't remember exactly, but Xtreme is definitely the biggest outlier for me.
Yeah. We hadn't seen them in over a month, so it was one of those big question marks around it. But we also haven't seen Dota action for a little bit, right? We got to be blessed with 40 games yesterday, and I think it's only fair we give you guys a bit of a quick update of how these 40 games have been affected by heroes, okay? The most contested right now, this is what we're seeing in picks and bans. Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet, Naga Siren, massive, all, you know, in the high 30 games of being banned with FEA.
Yeah, there's a lot of these heroes not getting in, but when they do get in, they're not even doing super well. Like, we saw Nature's Prophet lose a little bit the other day. And I think as well, like this Marcy, it looks good in the carry role with the Helm Dom, but I think a big trend between most of these heroes is like pacing, like Helm Dom on Beast and as well as Marcy. Monkey King, I'm keeping a close eye on the Monkey King still. It's looked good some games, but since it nerfed the Shard, I don't know if you can just throw it in as early as you used to be able to.
Maybe with the win rate, there's something to be said that the games it's getting through is where the enemy is like, yeah, we know that they're not very good at it. You know, we saw a game yesterday where we were like, Nature's Prophet, there's no way that goes on carry. They don't ever play this hero carry, and then they lost.
I 100% agree. I think some teams, especially when it comes to heroes like Nature's Prophet, even Marcy as a carry, it's a very specific type of hero. It's not as obvious as how you're going to finish out a game.
Right.
Like you have, let's just say, a Morphling carry. That's very traditional. You know how you're going to end the game. You're going to get Butterfly. You're going to start hitting things. But with Marcy, Nature's Prophet, you have to keep up the pace. You have to be aggressive. And it doesn't fit some teams. And if you know that about a team, you can let it in and you can play against it, or at least taunt them like, hey, go ahead and pick it. And that's what we saw what happened with Aurora. I didn't think they would pick it. They ended up picking it and they ended up losing. So it's going to be interesting to see how it develops from here.
Yeah. And we could also take a look then at our most picked heroes, right? Because there's most contested ones that aren't really getting let through, and when they do, maybe not the best, but most picked here, all right? Yeah. Disruptor is a massive one. That feels like that support has been cropping up everywhere. And Snapfire too. They're the two biggest ones that... What is it about these supports that are offering more? Is it something that's being played in the core role that just makes this support better, or have they had some slight buffs in recent times?
I think for Snapfire, she definitely got some small buffs, which were pretty significant. And also, it's a bit of a forgotten hero. Like, when people don't play it, everybody forgets about it. But Snapfire, with a small additional damage to her ultimate, as well as the little shredder, I think people realized how strong she can be. And she's this amazing follow-up when you pair her with heroes like Mars, which we saw was highly picked hero, as well as Faceless Void. That's kind of back in the meta, not as much, but she makes sense with the meta heroes, which is what I like. And Disruptor is just an all-around great hero. Gives you team fight, okay laning, overall gives you the catch in the game. So I think these supports are going to be here to stay. I think they're definitely, it makes sense for them to be contested. And the other thing to mention was Dawnbreaker's win rate has been abysmal.
Yeah. She was most picked there, but then we're just wondering, like, what's going on with her, you know?
Yeah, like you can see that she's been picked 11 times. She's been banned like 13 as well, but overall, the hero's not been looking good. In pubs, this hero's contested every single game, so maybe that's what people also think coming in here, that the hero's OP, but so far it's not looking good. I'm not sure if it's because the weaker teams are playing it or not, but I think the hero's also been a little figured out. People are picking carries that make more sense against Dawnbreaker, not giving her a complete free lane, as well as picking these evasive mid heroes where she cannot just ulti in and kill them very easily.
Yeah. And also supports, right? We said the Disruptor, it's also more popular, and Fear yesterday when it came out, it was an immediate response to Aurora picking up the Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a lot of these games that we've seen from the Dawn, I think it's still might be viable. It's definitely pickable. It's only day one, right? But I think we saw a lot of games where Dawn went into the fights and just felt very uncomfortable to be into the fights, right? Would just go into a static storm or whatever, some ET ult. It can be very difficult, so you have to have a team that really knows how the hero works, because once you get in professional setting, sure, in pubs, like, oh, Dawn hit 6, you make a play and all of a sudden you get punished for it, right? When you're playing for teams that know exactly how all these timings work, you have to play much better.
Well, I don't want to dwell on, heroes that aren't doing that well. It's nice to know some of the reasons why, figured out, other things coming into the meta. But let's have a look at our most successful, because they're the ones I'm sure a lot of teams are going to want to get their hands on today. And maybe you in your pubs, you also want to get your hands on them. But the Earthshaker, with 10 picks, has a win rate of 90%. All of these heroes, by the way, we went for the most successful with games over 10. There's a couple of heroes that have 4 or 5 games with 100% win rate, but not enough of a sample size. But yeah, right, these heroes having great win rates for themselves with above 10 games played.
Yeah, I mean, Shaker's obnoxious. I mean, you've sent him mid, and he is able to deal so well with like other melee heroes or what have you. I mean, his damage output is crazy, especially with the facet where I think your aftershock radius increases. It's like you think you're not in the like near enough to the fissure, but you're still taking damage, and he just keeps chipping you down from so much range. And then these slams are like so game changing as well. And it feels like I've seen the people playing him mid as well be quite mobile on the map, like really getting involved in a lot of early skirmishes, and he has so much impact through doing it. I don't know. This hero seems so obnoxious.
Well, we'll see where he lands, if more teams are going to look towards him or if he's just going to be flat out banned, because yeah, the obnoxiousness is definitely there. Everyone very proficient in playing him, but we've got more games we played out, all right? It's only been one day of the road to the international playoffs, but here our day 2 continues. Over on the B stream, they're going to be starting off with Team Spirit up against Tundra, 2 teams with a 1-1 record, followed by NGX up against Liquid, and then the teams that will be a 1-2 record. The C stream is going to be a similar sort of story over there, where we'll have Aurora up against Yakutou Brothers, Navi against BB Team, and then the final series still to be decided. Our 4th stream, our stream D there, is Nemesis against Wildcard, Boom Esports against Heroic, and then here on the mainstream, it's a little bit of, a change of pace, I would say, because we're going to be having our XG Falcon series to start us off. Then we're going to have PVISION against Tidebound, 2 teams with 2-0 scoreline. But our final series is looking to be the teams with an 0-3 scoreline. So that's going to be the elimination match. We're going to be saying goodbye to our very first team at the road to the international playoffs today as our final series. It's going to be a big one. There's a lot on the lines for all of those teams that are playing right now with that 0-2 record. You don't want to be sitting there. You don't want to be playing that series afterwards and looking at it. But yeah, starting off with a nice note. Teams that have been doing well for themselves. We're going to start off with Falcons up against Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, I think this matchup it's very interesting because I think the playstyles are very different between the 2 teams. I think Falcons is one of the teams that have a very clear team identity as to what they like to do, how they strategize. And Xtreme is more, I still call them more like traditional Chinese Dota, where it's a lot of team fight, like a heavy carry and Ame usually. And it's a very completely different playstyle that I'm curious to see how they're going to match up against each other. And yeah, I mean, I'm a huge Falcons fan as well in terms of how they play. I think it's very cool that they've developed sort of strategies that revolve around their hero pool, especially Amar, playing more carry heavy heroes in the offlane, and Skitter kind of taking that more of an initiator role for that team. So I really like their playstyle and how they've developed it over the years, and I want to see how it's gonna.
It feels like every series we work, I know you've played with a lot of players, you've been a player for a really long time, Fly, but it's like every time we work in a series, I'm like, oh yeah, you're on this person's team, and you also were coached by this person. Crit ex-teammate for you as well, so I'm sure that's a little bit of like, you'd love to see Falcons do well too there.
Oh, for sure. Crit, obviously, a friend, and I hope to see him do well, and he's been playing amazing Dota. His team's been amazing, and it's been fun to watch him play on like heroes like Ringmaster in this tournament, which I think we haven't really seen much of. And yeah, I'm curious to see what he's going to bring out today. Maybe some more Hoodwink is going to come out as we see his heroes right here.
Yep. I mean, I wanted to kind of just highlight like some of the players on Falcons. And we just see Crit. We'll talk about him for a little bit. Yeah, Ringmaster comes out. We talked about the Snapfire and, of course, Hoodwink. But he's playing kind of like, I would say these are probably like the strongest laning phosphors right now. So like he's definitely focusing a lot on like these team fight abilities and laning, and that's how Falcons was always very successful in the past, is where I feel like Crit just enables Amar to have a free game, and then Amar just takes over the game because he has high net worth, and that has worked for them for a long time. And I feel like when they were not successful, they were struggling a bit with like Crit's hero pool, Amar not really popping off, finding that balance was difficult. But I felt like they finally found it, and Amar is back to like being able to just pop off every game.
I feel like one of the other players, we talked about like the Earthshaker hero, how obnoxious it is. Someone who loves to play it is definitely Malrine. I feel like he's trying to get it every game as well. That's a hero he loves to play for himself.
Yeah, seeing him play the Sand mid and the Shaker mid, especially, is super cool. Especially because of the way that they play around their triangle. Like, you see a lot of stacks are made for them. If you ever watch Shaker mid and you see a team that will stack for him, you can just go in there with Echo Slam. You echo these two stacks together and they die so fast. Like, your ability to clear the Ancients is insane, which boosts his net worth so much, especially if he did end up struggling in his mid lane. It feels like it just doesn't matter due to how quickly he can take these stacks. And same with Sand King. Like you'll watch the supports on this team play. They'll ward around their triangle. They'll defend it. They'll de-ward it. They'll make sure that these are very protected, so that Malrine can get that first item that he needs to then go and play the game.
Yeah, and I think the heroes I wanted to show there as well is like they have so much synergy. Like Malrine and Crit, you can see Malrine's always playing that initiator. He's just the first one to stun, and Crit is just the damage, whether it's Ringmaster or Snapfire or Hoodwink. They're just running around the map together and just like killing everything.
And I believe there was also one other player in their hero pool that you wanted to look at, Fear is Snaking,
yeah,
right?
Snaking, the supports. That's pretty much like the core of the team, I think, right now. It's just going to be like Snaking with Crit and then Malrine. Like, they all have a very similar theme of how they're playing the game. Like, Malrine is just the initiator, the stun almost every single game. Then you have Crit being like the lane winner, that damage that brings in. And then you have Snaking, who's playing more of like that sustain, support, healing type of role that also plays around the map.
We're also looking at this, right? So these stats below those heroes are from the last month. I want to have a look at how these teams have placed themselves across tournaments in the last year, right? Because I think it's easy to have good stats when you're doing well in tournaments, okay? So the way that they started off their year, we can see it there. Quite a variety, or discrepancy, sorry, between Xtreme Gaming's placements compared to Team Falcons. It gets a little bit tougher for them towards the later half there in that list that we can see. But leading into the road to the international playoffs here, it is really good for Falcons. They get that second at Blast Slam 3, second at EWC, and then first at the Fissure Universe Episode 6. So that falls within that last month, and that's why those percentages are also looking so fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's probably looking at Falcons as like the team to beat right now. They're the most recent LAN winning team, and usually that's the team you're studying, especially because that was on the most recent patch, this patch, that we're playing here at the Road to International.
Well, that's their roster. You know, the only two players you didn't mention is Skitter and Amar as well. But Falcons having a tough first series yesterday against Nemesis. It went all 3 games. That third game went to just over 70 minutes, and it felt like they weren't ready for SEA. Then the second series against Tundra, they didn't end up winning that one. The second series against Tundra, it also went to that 3 games. But would you say, Fly, looking at it, that it felt as tough of a fight for them, or were they more familiar with that opponent, and how would that then prepare them for coming up against Xtreme Gaming?
Yeah, I think the cool thing about Falcons is just because they know who they are as a team, that it doesn't really matter who they play against. They're going to make some adjustments depending on the opponent, but in the end they're going to stick to their guns. They're going to have 2 backline supports, 2 initiators, and 1 carry every single game. They're going to do this formula in different ways, and I think it's very respectable, and I don't think it matters who they're going to play. They're going to stick to that, and we'll see how they're going to prioritize it against, Xtreme coming in this series, but it's going to be the same thing.
Extra Gaming roster there coming up as well. Apart from yesterday, it had been quite a long time since we'd seen them. No one knew what exactly they were going to be bringing to the table, and Raya, they just came out swinging. Right now, they won 2 series for themselves, and in both series, just clean team fights. Great drafts, clean team fights, I feel like is the overarching era of what Xtreme Gaming is.
I'm so impressed by Xtreme this tournament. Like, I really hope that they're able to bring the same quality to today, because obviously, you take a break, you go to bed. Who knows what's going to happen?
Maybe they didn't go to bed. Maybe they didn't go to sleep.
Yeah, you're like, what happens to the momentum? No, I think they have looked so good, and I think as well, you can see it in comparison of like the offlaners, for example. Falcons, you have Amar, someone who's so greedy and wants to be a core. But yesterday, the first game we saw of Xtreme, there's a Mars, and he's building first item pipe, right? And they're going so all in like 4P1ing, it feels like Arme, Ursa. You have a Disruptor and a Shadow Demon and a Mars with a pipe, and you guys are just making sure that Arme can kill everyone. And it seems that you have so much respect on this player who's so decorated. It's like, look at him go. Look at his KDA. I mean, this, like, the talk on Reddit is the talk, like, a talk between us. This guy
I was going to say, definitely something we're going to talk about.
So hard, yeah. And it just feels like they understand exactly what their win condition is every single game, and they're executing it perfectly.
Yeah. Well, look at that. We can see right now, across every carry in the road to the international, their KDAs, Arme is sitting there at the top.
Yeah, I think he had some insane scoreline yesterday. I think he only had one death across.
I was about to say, you might be questioning whether that is a mistake, whether you think, oh, surely that's actually 9 and he's only just first. No, that's not a mistake. There is no error. You had to crunch the numbers a couple of times, but no, that is his genuine KDA, 90. That is not a typing error.
Well, I think that'll change today, though. I think obviously he had a great day yesterday, but I say that with like just looking at how he was picked yesterday and how Falcons will probably respond to this. He was 24 pick every single game yesterday. So they were second pick every single game. And I think going into this next series here, that may not be the case. Maybe it will be. We'll see. But the other thing that I think might be very difficult for Ame going into the series as well, as they discussed before, is Crit is playing some very strong position 4s right now that are lane winning heroes, and he's against Amar, which is also one of the stronger offlane laning players. So I'd be very surprised if Ame doesn't have more of a shaky start in this particular, because having a 90 KDA, if you can do that through the entire tournament, would be absolutely insane. But I think he's on the radar for Falcons to shut down.
But I think we kind of discussed this yesterday, right? Like Xingqiu really prioritizes Ame in lane. Like XSS is fine with being left. He's fine with tanking. He's fine with building more supporting items and not having to have that kind of core role the way that Amar does. So in that case, maybe Ame is going to be fine because they're going to place more emphasis on that.
This is interesting to note that Falcons are first pick, and they actually decided to ban Naga as opposed to picking it because they were given the choice. Xtreme is like, here you go, you can choose Naga, you can choose Nature's Prophet, you can choose Beastmaster, have it, you know, take your choice. And Falcons decided to ban Naga and pick Beastmaster. And this is kind of an interesting thing because we think Naga is going to be an insta first pick for almost any team here, and I think Snaking plays a great Naga Siren. He's played it before. Even Skitter can play it.
I was about to say, that's the debate. I wonder if it's going there, because when Naga, it was very popular right at the start of EWC. Everyone was surprised when it got let through, and Skeeter ended up playing it on Falcons, and they lost with it. So I feel like that's the bait for Falcons. If they let it through, Skeeter will want to play it, and it might end up in a loss for them.
A mental victory. You're not gonna give this guy the chance. So yeah, I think we're gonna see Storm Spirit as a response to Beastmaster, because Storm lanes very well into Beast mid, in case it is, because as we know, Falcons likes to flex heroes. Amar can play this hero, as well as Malrine. Storm is a good answer. Doesn't need too many bans. I think the hero is almost gonna get a good lane no matter what these days against most matchups. So curious to see what Falcons is gonna end up doing with this Beast, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely open. It's not unplayable though. I've seen this matchup a lot, Storm versus Beast. Seems like Beast still does fine. I don't know if you can actually shut down Beast in the lane. Seems very difficult, why the hero is very strong. And most likely Malrine will play it. Technically Amar can play it, but he doesn't like it too much. And I was asking where Warlock went, because I feel like this hero used to be in every single game, but the priority has changed, and like these disruptors, like I guess there's a lot of bans right now for supports right now. So I guess when 5 or 7 supports are banned, you gotta just go for the next best.
I thought that maybe Xtreme would pick Silencer here to help cover their Storm Spirit, but now I'm looking at Falcons, and it looks like it might be nice if they took like Silencer plus Snapfire or something to be able to help deal with this Storm Spirit, to give your Beast a really strong lane if they do want to put it in the off lane. I mean, you have a lot open.
I definitely see something like you mentioned, Snapfire, Silencer, any combination of these two range supports. As for Warlock, it's sort of a response to Beastmaster, because you're good against him in lane. If he gets boars out, you can fatal bounce them, and you're gonna eventually kill the boars, as well as healing your carry in case he goes axes. So you have an answer to both. And I think the reason why we don't see Warlock as much is because the other supports are just a little bit better, a little higher impact. And when you play Warlock now, it's hard to get that level 6 early, which was his biggest strength, because the tome used to give him more XP, now it gives a little bit less. And you actually don't get 6 that early unless some crazy fights happen in the early game, which is kind of rare. So I think that is why his priority went down a little bit, but I think it's still a solid hero, and it definitely helps cover the Beastmaster, especially since Chen is already banned, and there are not that many good supports in the Beast.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Nyx, when it came out yesterday, it was on this panel as well. All three of you guys were surprised. Now seeing Nyx again after it having lost yesterday, is the surprise still there?
It was a surprise because they picked it into Lycan, which just
yeah, but it was
terrible.
also Fly going, I never seen Nyx assassin in my past.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit different from Crit. Like, he can play the Nyx. He's always been good at roaming, but the issue with Nyx is always going to be you kind of forfeit the lane. This hero does absolutely nothing in the laning stage. They're going to pair it with another strong support at least, but later on in the game, Nyx has always been a good hero versus like Storm Spirit. You can also just Carapace the Warlock while he's upheavaling too. So you have some good options when it comes to that. So they expect to be good in the game.
And something about Warlock specifically is that Warlock is very good against range supports in lane, because the range support wants to sit in the lane, the position 4, and hit the enemy carry or cast his abilities, but then Warlock gets a double fatal bond on 2 heroes, and you're slowly going to win that lane. You're going to keep pushing the lane, you're going to leave the hard cap open. So traditionally, melee heroes from position 4 are better against Warlock than range ones. So maybe that's the thinking, like we don't want to just sacrifice this lane. Because it is a Warlock, it's very easy to wave pull and just get the lane in a good position, and then just have the melee hero kind of snipe couriers and block camps. So from a laning point of view, a melee hero makes sense. Nyx Assassin just seems to be more of a response to Storm specifically. Otherwise, maybe they could have went with a Tusk. But Nyx is better at catching Storm than some of these other melee heroes. So I can see the logic.
Yeah, I agree. I also... Something that I like a lot about the 2 supports they picked on Falcons is in response to Storm. I don't think either of them are easy, quick picks for him. Like Nyx with his ult is never really supposed to be showing on the map. Enchantress is just, you know, she has untouchable, and she usually ends up building into this core with like Pike and stuff, and she gets quite tanky and hard to kill. And I think she also synergizes nicely with Beastmaster, you know, in terms of pushing towers and being able to group together. I think the 2 picks just seem nice with their opener and make Storm's life hard.
I'm curious what route they're going to go here, because I think it's mentioned before, like Warlock is a hero, he's always going to be shoving the lane out, so you can kind of just leave your offlaner alone there, whatever they choose to pick there. And I think Beast would be pretty good in that situation. Like, you can just do Beast if you want with the Nyx, and that'll leave up a lot of space for Crit to just focus on Skeeter's lane, maybe Mallory's lane.
I think this Pango is going to end up going off lane, because Pango lanes very well 1v2. It's a hard hero to pressure, and I think this lane they're designing is specifically good against Warlock. So no matter what Ame is going to last pick, I think they're going to be okay versus that Warlock lane. They'll probably go even, if not slightly lose. And this, again, this fits into the Falcons formula. They have 2 of these cores that can initiate with Beastmaster and Pango. The only difference is they don't have as much follow-up damage compared to like having a Hoodwink or a Snapfire. The Nyx Assassin can deal damage, but he relies on getting that Vendetta hit in, and Enchantress only deals damage later on. So their follow-up damage is a bit worse than their usual ones, but they're designing this to deal with the Warlock. So I see the logic. And on the side of Xtreme, I think they have a very stable lineup. They have a lot of team fight, a lot of damage. In fact, it looks almost like a Falcons lineup minus the Storm Spirit. Very classy, and it makes it so it's very easy for Ame to last pick any hero he wants, because he already has everything else. He has the team fight, he has the stuns, he has the heals in the lane, he has every condition set up for him to get the perfect last pick in this game.
I mean, he's gonna have a free lane pretty much with whatever he picks, right? There's gonna be no laning pressure. I mentioned it'll probably be a game where he doesn't get a free lane, but I think he will this game. So he can
Already
actually
backtracking.
pick whatever carry he wants here. I'm very curious on like what he's thinking might be the best, because sure, he wants carry to carry matchup, he'll see that too. He's going to see absolutely everything, so they're sticking to the same formula where Ame just gets absolute last pick, and this is where he really shines, because he has a very deep hero pool, and he likes playing these very hard carries, and if you can get the right hero into the right game on that last pick, it can have a lot of impact.
Do you guys have any carries in mind that you're thinking about?
I don't know why I'm thinking Spectre, but I'm thinking Spectre.
Spectre?
No, please. Don't do it. What if he buys Dom, though? Let's think about that.
You might pick any mage Dom.
Yesterday there was the like coverage gyro ban, I think, before Beastmaster was picked, and we didn't see that this game, so it seems they didn't care. I thought the Sven might be nice for Ame, but then obviously Falcons have left it in the pool so that they could just pick it themselves.
What about Juggernaut?
Juggernaut. Yeah.
Dude, when Fid did say he could pick anything, I was like, yeah, it's gonna be the Jug game, isn't it?
I can see the Juggernaut. It's actually good against Pango, though.
Yeah, no, it is. It's good versus
Against
Sven.
Beast, though?
I mean, it's not bad versus Beast, actually, because you get a hard dispel after your spin now, which can surprise people, but they'll pick TA. Very standard counter to Sven, just because Refraction is very nice to have against like the slow burst damage of Sven.
Yeah.
And then, of course, versus Pango as well. Very difficult lane for Pango to lane into.
It's also kind of good against Nyx because you have these traps everywhere, and whenever you place a sentry, you're gonna be able to see the Nyx move around.
Yeah,
so in terms of vision,
too, right?
yeah. So the TM makes sense. It is a good matchup against Sven. Beastmaster is okay against Tia because you have BKB lockdown, but that goes to almost any carry in the game. So I think it's a solid pick, and I think both teams ended up with something that they're kind of happy with, honestly. So everyone just kind of playing their own game, which is what I expected here. Honestly, I'm kind of feeling extreme looking at this last pick, TA.
Yeah. I mean, there's something off-putting about Nyx Assassin right now for me.
It really is. I think so too.
There's nothing else. It's just the Nyx.
Yeah.
If it was a Hoodwink or a Snapfire,
Yeah.
I might be leaning the other way, but this Nyx Assassin is really... Like, Crit's an amazing player, so he's probably going to be able to do some magic with it, but I'm leaning extreme this game.
That's fair. And still Fid, it's literally just that Nyx, like not memeing.
I mean, it's... Extreme's lineup just is really good. So, like, one problem I do have is the Nyx, and I think you can overcome it with gameplay. I want to see the strategy they have in mind, but I have to lean Extreme's way because I'm not sure how they're going to make this Nyx work, but, you know, they can prove me wrong here. I'd love to see it. It's just such a weird hero to try and make work right now that I'm not a believer yet.
Sure, and I mean, Extreme Gaming, you're favoring that draft. They've had great execution as well yesterday. But yourself, Rhea, you love to give the viewers hope for the underdog in the draft.
I don't think either of these teams are an underdog.
I said in the draft.
I mean, I'm just
underdog
saying,
in the draft.
well, I'd say both drafts have like a lot of strengths and a lot of ways to play around them. So I think we're looking at a good even game. I'll bat for Falcons just because these guys are jumping on the bandwagon. It was pathetic. It's like, okay, yesterday it's like, oh, I don't think Extreme can win this game. Oh no, I still don't think Extreme can win this game. Oh, Extreme are good now. I think they're gonna win. I think they're gonna win this game. Like, come on.
All right, I love it. Even though, you know, might not have any logical sense, the passion's definitely there. We're going to be getting into it. Both these teams undefeated at the moment, but Falcons up against Extreme Gaming with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. I cannot tell you how excited I am for this game, Trent. It's going to be freaking awesome. One of these teams I had going through undefeated. The other one I said was going to be out. I'll let you decide who those people were. But I'm on the bandwagon now, too. Let's go.
Yeah, you're hopping in there. I mean, did you hear what Fly said? He said, classy.
Yeah,
they're very classy draft.
That's nice.
I like that. All right, that's what he thought about
that
XG.
Panel was looking classy.
Mission kill Ame, says Skeeter. Ame replies, come.
Oh my God. Oh, that's good. I like that. Dude, he really does just think he's in an anime, doesn't he?
I know. Look, I tell you, I'm looking at the replays this morning from the games that we didn't see because we were over on the B stream, and I see this Yadoro PL versus Ame Anti-Mage. Come on.
Yes.
Give me a break.
It's really unbelievable.
What is it with those two?
They need to get
star-crossed lovers is what they are, I tell you.
You know what it is? It's the problem, too, is they can never be together because they both play carry. That's the real problem here.
Oh man, wouldn't that be something, huh?
I know.
We throw them on a team together.
Make it happen. Somebody. They'll just trade off playing mid, you know. It'll be like Emo. He does that sometimes.
Okay, I like this idea actually.
All right, Ame.
Wait, what if we put them in a lane together?
Oh yeah.
And they trade off going support.
That's a terrible
idea.
No,
but once you lose the game, you swap.
Okay.
As long as you're winning, the carry, like you get to keep playing carry.
Yeah, they're just gonna throw us that way. They get to play carry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I threw the lane, man. It's too bad.
Well, Bounty Rune situation right there. You can see 3 of them going the direction of Falcons right out of the gate. So what you would hope to have happen. Namar going to try and body block this wave out. As Panel was talking about, Pango, one of those heroes that can survive a little bit more when there's a little bit more of an unorthodox position for kind of an old school one, but the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, and likewise, same thing with there being a Warlock, right? Like the panel pointing out that we've had these Banes, we've had these Shadow Demons. These are heroes that are really good at stopping you from doing the annoying skip the laning stage pulls. Walking away with the creep wave. Warlock, he just got to watch it go. Like, he can try and harass you a little bit, but Nyx still has pretty decent HP regen, and he can just tank his way through it, you know?
It does look like for now, though, they're willing to play this a little bit more straight up. We'll see if that changes on the next round of creeps coming in, but feeling somewhat okay with how things are set up, at least down here on the bottom side of the map. We'll keep our eye on mid, too, see if there's anything to write home about, but it's, you know, Storm versus Beastmaster, some possibilities. Not a ton, though.
Yeah, Storm is, you know, I don't know why he got Walking Remnants and still has all this armor. I'll just say it, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. The whole excuse for the armor used to be Remnants. Now his Remnants walk away from him, still has the armor. Explain that to me.
I mean, you can't. It's an impossibility.
Apparently so.
And then again, up top, we've got our first creep sent out on a mission. Skeeter is going to have to back away from XXS and XinQ here together, as the pressure might be mounted a little bit there. We'll keep and see if there's anything that comes their way. But you would anticipate there might be some early pressure being mounted if Snake King can manage to find himself a pretty nice creep.
Yeah, what was the streak he had?
Oh, yeah, there was that long streak of him.
Oh, sorry, 27 wins.
Yeah, that's
before
crazy.
He lost his streak on Snake King's Enchantress. Pretty disgusting.
One of the more crazy ones. That's like going back to freaking KP Newbie Doom.
Oh my god, exactly, yeah. On the lead up to TI, they won a bunch of games in a row too. That was a good one.
You can see already these fatal bonds. It starts to become a bit of an issue.
Never forget the Zai Wraith King as well. Support Wraith King, you know, that was another fantastic streak.
Mar just chunked. And it's going to be forced all the way back. Does have stick charges at the very least. Crit's going to have to pass over some of these tangos, though, if he wants to stay in this lane.
Yeah, Amara long on the Pango grind. Gotten to the point where he's very comfortable on the hero, which, of course, fits the idea of Falcons, where they're just trying to get these heroes that they like, that they can flex around, and really open up their draft options.
Right. Is a little bit different than what you see where Amar's farming a ton, though. So that is going to be... I'm curious if he does anything sort of unique with the Pango in that regard. Couple of denies there on XM. 20-2 so far for him versus the 16-17-2. So far, nothing really to write home about except a slight lead for XXS up top against the Sven, and then of course down bottom side, Pango's a little bit behind as well.
Yeah, and I imagine as we get into like 10-15 minutes, this game's going to turn into a lot of Nyx Assassin hunting paired up between the Pango, the Beastmaster, and then trying to turn those kills into objectives, right? That's a pretty good goal to have when you've got an Ench on your lineup with a Beastmaster. You can sort of bully your way.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's
the
cool.
The neutrals killed his courier.
I mean, think about it. You know, you think of all the heroes, they leave the couriers alone, but Enchantress,
yeah,
like, what's she's taking your bud? Yeah. You know, you're all just hanging out in your creep camp, suddenly your friend hates you, starts hitting your buds.
That's not good.
I'd be killing her courier too.
It's a fair thing. It doesn't stop the pain, though. Crit comes in, takes away that water rune. Malrine able to get the other one, so no rune for XM. But he should be perfectly fine, still full resources. Yeah, you know, we were talking about it when we were looking at the draft. It was like the first 3 picks from each team, and it was just like Beastmaster, Nyx, Enchantress versus Storm, Mars, Warlock, and it's like team fight versus pick-off. Like, they solved some of the issues, I feel like, on the Falcons draft as it went on in terms of providing more team fight potential with that Pango, but it definitely feels like if they get into sort of a 5-on-5 match, it's just pressing R a lot for Xtreme. It's pretty good.
I will say it's also not very surprising that we don't have a kill yet.
Yeah.
Nothing too aggressive, really, in any of these lanes.
No, there's not much of an option there to make any moves. I guess a rotation later from... well, Crit's backing down, and actually might be first blood. Oh, is it going to be enough damage? The blood grenade! The last tick of the blood grenade takes him down. X-Nova still doesn't have boots.
Oh, very good. I mean, look at that damage. It took a while, but eventually he got him, you know?
Yeah.
All right, that's pretty sweet. What's he bringing out with his first blood gold anyways? We get a policy. He is bringing out boots and a Sage's Mask.
Oh, he actually did get it? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So they're on the way. Oh, look at that nice graphic, too.
Love to see that. Yeah, so I think that this is, again, one of those games where I feel like that slow starting pace is solid, but there should be some type of move later on from Enchantress, surely. Like, these are heroes between, you know, the Ench and the Nyx that can make stuff happen as the game goes on. I mean, Nyx isn't great for rotating, but does have a stun. You know, you can bring in a creep towards mid or something like that with Ench.
Problem is Storm's already hit 6.
Yeah.
So does make it a bit tougher. But if you go for like an aggressive play on the Beastmaster and then you get that zip behind the tower and Ench is there waiting, that's a bit of a classic. The Ench players love that one.
Taking over one of those creeps. And you can see already Malrine queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, which has definitely come in and out of favor over time, but I feel like it's really nice, particularly against like the TA can start to burn through those stacks.
Another interesting Storm game here as well, where we get Rune gameplay. You know, he's got a Soul Ring coming, but he's got that bottle, and every Storm player, it's what they love. You got to try and secure those runes, but you look at his 2 supports, right? He's got the Hoodwink and the Warlock, so I'm probably playing towards the Hoodwink if I'm hoping to get a rune.
Yeah.
Problem is there's an Ench as well, so the battle is beginning. We're already seeing the scouting coming from Snaking. Xinq's here, and now holding the Roar and Malrine, like, they're bringing everybody.
Looking for this rune. Are they going to get it? The Roar is there. Gets the haste stolen away by XM. Drops down a tree. Does some good damage. It's not going to be enough to kill Malrine. And in fact, they're just going to have to walk away on XG.
All right, there you go. 1 rune denied from the Storm Spirit.
Oh my god. Crit just comes in at level 2 to start mana burning. It's a little bit of hate there, excuse me, mana flare. But it does have the mana burn facet. So do like to see that when you are playing up against the Storm Spirit.
That's true, we didn't bring that up. I mean, Scuttle was like one of my favorite facets, I think, when facets launched. It just feels so good on Nyx Assassin.
Right. But you can see the value in this game.
Yeah, no doubt. It's it feels risky though, because it is much harder to make good use of your ultimate, I feel.
Yeah.
That being said, you know, we played Nyx Assassin for however long until facets existed and there was no such thing as Scuttle. And you still got plenty of good opportunities, but maybe versus this Templar Assassin, it could have been a good opportunity to avoid some of those more common paths where you see the Traps with Sentry combos, you know?
Yeah.
Could have been going over like high grounds and stuff, but yeah, as you mentioned, there is definite value to the mana burn, so he's opting for it.
Crit comes on over. It's going to try and recover some of his experience woes, has left all of that for the Pengo, who also hits level 6 now there in the off lane. XM just farming, finishing off his treads. He's going to be able to kill off that camp, head on back to base.
Pretty much the last time he can do this, right?
Yeah.
When Nyx is 6, you're probably not going to see him playing that greedy. Well, then again, you kind of have to play greedy anyway, I suppose, eh? Top lane, we get a stun into the ulti here, but do they have the follow-up?
The body blocks, they're pretty good. The body blocks are insane, actually. And that gets enough time to find XXS. Oh, Snaking, that streak is looking pretty, but look at the Fatal Bonds. It's a lot of damage out. Skidder is still low, but not low enough to die yet. Stunned, and just walks away all the heals in the world. At the same time, Crit died, I believe.
Yeah, from the Fatal Bonds.
Oh, okay, that's what that was as well. Okay.
Yeah, they saw him kind of like lurching away there, so XM knew if he just targeted down Sven, he'd get the kill. Or at least, you know, give the kill to his Warlock, rather.
You can see the nice moves coming in with the body blocks on that creep, though. Ensuring they get the kill on the Mars.
Unfortunately, no Galvanized.
That is too bad.
Yeah.
So stun to farm. Skidder, this is going to be his happy zone for a while. And thankfully, like you're talking about, does not have the same worries of the Nyx Assassin as XG do. So he can play a little bit more greedy with this.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult for XG to get onto that side of the map here. But maybe we'll see some smokes when Xinq's 6. You know, obviously likes to play pretty aggressive. And you can see XXS just making some stacks and farming them up.
Still only 3 kills here at this 9-minute mark. This XXS is looking for a Soul Ring himself. Crit soaking up all of that experience in the mid lane along with the Hoodwink here.
But look at this gap opening up for Ame.
Yeah.
Ame is pretty huge right now. 8 camp stack to 7, but he just finished out an Ancient stack down bottom. And they've already got 2 stack waiting for him up in the top, so I'm sure it'll be 3 or maybe even 4 by the time he gets there.
Sims have been back home again. Yeah, Ame just going to have to leave and head over there. XXS still hanging on to this area. I mean, there's really nowhere for him to go at this point. These guys just kind of
see the Warpine Raider checking things out here. Like,
yeah.
what kind of stacks you guys got in here? Very good aspect of having the Ench on your team.
They're going to have a lot of weird vision things going on. They'll have to try and do their best to...
Oh, they're trying to fight for this rune here. Crit going for the stun. He's going in. Nope.
Oh, and a regen. Ooh. Yeah, that's one it's hard to give up, but I feel like you kind of have to, although now, level 5, there's no way. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of getting the feeling from XG that they might not even try and necessarily fight with this regen, because I feel like Falcons are just going to dodge.
Yeah, I would just be farming it up. I mean, pushing in feels really good here, but they're very happy to just passively play this for a little bit, right? They're going to try and strike that timing with Ame. There is a fear, of course, that, oh, we're letting Sven free farm. Like, he's doing his thing, but I'm sure they know that Ame is just feeling great right now. He's probably telling them, like, guys, I am unharassed. I'm getting everything in the lane. I'm getting my Ancients down bottom. Give me an Ancient stack up top, and we've got a free game here, you know?
Thankfully for Falcons, Skitter also can clear through his own, so those aren't being stolen anytime soon. And, well, XM decides he's going to take some for himself.
Of course.
That
benefit
works.
of the regen rune here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, maybe a fight happening up top. Snake King shows up.
I mean, they could start this. He still has half a regen rune left, you know? Like, he could still make his way to this engagement if they want XM to show.
Yeah, no, he's going back mid, and they're not actually going to contest this.
Sorry, guys, there's a wave coming, so you know, if there's a fight, I am not there.
Dodge away again. Call it good.
Now on to Snake King.
Oh, just the hate dropped. Everything dropped in Snake King. Finally goes down there. I was wondering if he was actually just going to survive through it. But all the ultimates drop to take down the little Enchantress.
I mean, it really helps the push.
Yeah.
You know, just drop the golem in here. It just does not feel worth contesting at this point. And so far, we've yet to see any action, right? 0-0-0 Beastmaster. Crit is now starting some vendettas here. Again, no scuttle, so a little bit more difficult to have success with it.
Now, Crit did show top and now is running mid. And XM picks up the Invis rune.
A little bit off there, maybe. You know, not that he'd have any help to get a secured kill anyway.
I mean, maybe he runs down here for Ame next. I don't know if you're going to be able to connect onto this. They're trying to anticipate his moves, maybe, as Crit is running through the jungle, and instead,
okay, this is pretty good.
Finding XM.
Looks like he's going to take too long to kill this. We'll get a vendetta into a roar here.
Finds him. Roar. Couple more punches. Yes, it's enough.
Okay. Didn't want to risk the vendetta damage. Good choice. Just able to clutch it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's important to do, I think. If you're going to pair this Beastmaster with the Nyx, just make sure you get the roar. And if you can do that, all's well. And, you know, maybe something to be said for what the panel was talking about. You know, they had mentioned that usually you pair together this Storm Spirit with something like a Silencer. That's what Ray was talking about there, and no defensive options really to keep him alive means it's a pick-off with Nyx.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of needed assistance from a blinking, hopefully, Mars. I mean, he's going Yules first, so it's going to be a while to kind of jump in with you, and then just the Golem, really, right, to kind of cover you when you go in for these plays. And even worse, he's starting now at 0 galvanized.
Right.
So he really needs a little bit of help here on XM.
All right, let's be real, though. It's all about Ame.
I mean, we know that.
There are 4 players that names start with X. They are not a high priority in this game. It's all Ame.
Just wants the alphabetical superiority, I understand. Oh, I didn't realize how busted Vanquisher is this game, actually. There's going to be so much chain stun when you think about it. Like Pango roll, roar, Nyx stuns. Vanquisher from the Sven's going to go kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just 30% bonus damage all the time. Going in for the Echo Saber after the Mask of Madness, the classic Sven build. But still not willing to make any real aggressive movements, as Ame is still top of the net worth chart.
Yeah, again, just satisfied with what's happening here. SyncQ, XNova, and XM maybe thinking about something. I mean,
they're finally bringing out smokes, yeah.
Their Mars has a Yules, so he probably just wants to like try and stay in the lane a little bit, act aggressive, and hope to kind of draw them in as his allies smoke towards him.
They also have a Spirit Vessel done for the Hoodwink. So that helps to make these kills onto the Enchantress that much easier.
That feels really hateful.
Yeah.
To pick up this game. And you're certainly getting the most hate from that
XXS trying to hunt, finds him. Ooh.
What? That's crazy.
It didn't push him
in
far
the
enough.
forest. I mean, I don't think he dies anyway, but I still can't believe that didn't latch.
The trees keep him safe. Snaking still living.
All right, that is a 15-minute Ags here on Malrine. So despite Helm being one of the most busted items in Dota right now, this mid Beastmaster still opting towards the Ags. It's obviously still pretty solid, especially when you're just going for these big combo plays.
That's a good point. This is a game without a Helm of the Dominator. Can you believe it?
I think our first series on our stream was also like that yesterday, and we were like, oh, okay, no Helms. Then we're just hearing from everyone else, there's Helms everywhere. As expected, I suppose, coming to this tournament.
XXS just a little bit off from finding Skeeter there. And now, crit. Hello.
Oh, you know, you always get one. I don't know what it is about Invis Heroes. It can be Herald. It can be the International, the road to the International even. You get one, you know, where the dust just isn't quite there in time. All right, 5 heroes bottom now, lining up for XG. Crit probably doesn't want to come in here, assuming that there might be some sentry coverage, and also, you know, not nearly enough friends to help out with anything. And Ame's just going to Dragonlance this down with a death, so it's pretty simple. God, it's just the carry player's dream, 0-0-0, 200 CS.
It's really nice. 16 minutes, no problem. And that's the whole Hurricane Pike coming out now. Pango is bottom, and they see him on those wards, but will manage to get the TP away.
You were an RTS gamer. What was he called? No Rush 20? Isn't that what it was?
No Rush 20, that's the one.
Is that what we're playing here?
I think so.
It kind of feels that way.
5 kills so far. That's it. Oh, 5 matches with 100% win rate when they get the Dragonlance.
It's over, dude. That's it.
Got everything they need.
Oh, it's in all 5 matches. It only has 2 wins.
Oh, I see. My bad.
Yeah.
Understandable. They find Snaking. Spirit Vessel onto him. Damage out. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it will be.
It better be when you're buying a vessel. Like, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Got to get that one.
Okay. Again, nothing like super impactful, no like huge decapitations across the map.
Pardon me?
Well, you know, there's some moves that people make where it's just like, okay, the game's over now. You know what I mean?
And we call those decapitations now?
Now we do.
Can we get it like a voice line? Decapitation.
We should do that next time around. That'd be a good voice line. But no, so far it's been very much tit for tat, back and forth, little skirmishes.
All right, well, we all know that Storm players get a little antsy here, okay? He wants more galvanized.
Stolen immediately gets obliterated. Did manage to steal the Arcane Rune, though.
So what's the plan here? Are we thinking about a Roche? Is it a little early for a Roche? I mean, does it open up an opportunity?
They definitely have an ability to. There's no Pango for 30 seconds.
It's a spicy Roche, I'd say.
Snaking, Spirit Vessel already onto him. Do they have enough to bring down this little Enchantress a second time?
Okay, look at this movement by Sven and Beastmaster right now. It's like, do we want this?
This is a crazy play to go for this. If they move in right now, I mean, it's still 10 seconds till Pango. Do they have enough time to contest?
I mean, it's really just that pickoff that really kind of, you know, because they probably were thinking, okay, we can delay things. Amar comes back, we get a Pango play. I mean, you know, it's taking a while. Oh, they're coming in.
They're still sticking around this area, trying to run in with the boar. Roche is low. Roche is low. Crit's there immediately. The jump forward stun. Aegis down. Ame snatches it. They get the kill, but not the big prize. And now the roar. The hit Skinner goes down as well. Malrine is going to be obliterated. Trent, that's what they call a decapitation. As the silence comes out, Amar tries to get out, but he can't roll away. Now manages to get some separation. Xingqiu on the hunt. Can he find the right bushwhack? It's a little bit tough. He TP'd into this. So yeah, Amar's in trouble. He's stuck over here.
Ooh, 50-50 guess.
Still chase. Oh, they don't realize that he's... Okay, they can't get there.
You've been driven around Hamburg by now. The streets are very narrow.
That's
okay,
right.
I don't blame them. It's really difficult here.
Whew.
Well,
at least they get the gold from the Roche.
I suppose that is a positive there. But man, XG, what a great play. Just knowing, because everyone knows that TA wants Aegis at this point, right? It is ideal because it gives you this Aegis, this safety to farm towards your BKB. You want to get your Blink, you have your Aegis, then you can go for your defensive item. Because right now you just want to be the glass cannon that you're designed to be. And it's perfect timing here. It was noble. Crit jumps in here, doesn't find a Carapace play.
Yeah.
So not able to really assist, but provides the vision, gets Skitter in there. They're hoping to maybe grab that Aegis away, but just doesn't happen.
I mean, I'm not sure if it would have made enough of a difference. Maybe Amar can get like some good roll-off or something then, but whatever the case, it falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, they just got put off balance by the pickoffs, and the confidence by XG just to commit for that Roche is really good from them. Oh, and now spotted crit here.
Spear latches, big zip from far away, and they kill off the pesky Nyx Assassin.
Man, barely on the edge of that sentry, too.
So,
and the Yule's working out well here for XXS.
Roche into Tormentor timing, into another pickoff. And as Falcons, I mean, there really isn't much of a game plan besides just like dodge, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is literally how you draw up a TA game.
Yeah.
Every single box that you could hope for has been checked right now. We got the Roche, we got the Tormentor, we're picking things off. I'm going to take this Aegis towards my first defensive item. That's really all you need to do. And now trying to find a way back into this game on the side of Falcons, it's got to be that big BKB here for the Sven.
All right. And again, it's like the panel sort of talked about, you know, both sides are trying to just execute their draft, right?
Yeah.
And XG are the ones that were able to exert their will over the game more effectively than Falcons have been able to so far. You can see Dota Plus still puts it relatively even. This game is far from over, but XG definitely the ones with the upper hand at this point.
Right now, Zincu has a crazy amount of bursts for this point in the game, too, right? Level 13 at the moment. So you got 2 points in the Sharpshooter, has the Spirit Vessel, has the Boomerang. Even, like, Snaking will just get obliterated.
Smokes on smokes, breaking, jumps in. XXS finds a weird target. This is getting a little bit discombobulated here. And it looks like Amar is just going to reset. Nothing else happening.
Oh, TP out there.
Yeah, I think
on
that's
Malrain.
wise. Snake King is gonna have to TP away from this too.
And they did get both of the Wisdom Shrines as well, Zincu and XM.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So
And look at Ame.
yeah, I know.
A minute and a half left on the Aegis. No worries.
I mean, he knows his team can get to him.
He's going for the Daedalus, too.
Yeah.
That defensive item. We're ahead. I got some coverage.
Have an
My
Aegis
Mars
all
went
game.
Yule's Lotus. It's fine.
Does he not even have a blink? Oh, no, he does. Okay. Oh, no, he doesn't.
Not the
Yeah.
Mars. No.
That's Ame's.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And XM, Invisrune spots out. The Pango, the Bushwhack connects. Woo! Zincu comes in for the finish. Yeah, I mean, the not a thing has worked in the direction of Falcons over the last 5-6 minutes.
23 minutes, I might say even.
Yeah. Stun there. Follow up. Vanquisher hits. Is it enough? Is it enough? No! XM zips away. He actually zips forward knowing that there could have been a follow-up the other direction.
Now the chase down here.
Team forced to blink to get away. Ame finds Crit. Crit realizes this is not going to work. Dies. And now Skeeter trying to run.
Nah, surely.
He does have a TP, but not feeling like he has to use it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they're trying to find their way back into this game. Unsuccessfully. But Malrain has BKB. Sven is really close to BKB.
I mean, some of this has obviously been trying to dodge out the worst of the damage from the Aegis, and then they've been losing a couple heroes here and there.
Yeah.
Now that Aegis is down, do you feel like Falcons might be more comfortable trying to group together for some type of a play, or are they waiting on another timing here?
I mean, they're definitely waiting for the BKB, but other than that, there's not much else to wait for, is there? It's, you know?
Yeah.
I think you'll continue to do a little bit of split pushing and stuff. Maybe try and get some good vision down aggressively. They kind of left a few in behind. but it's really hard to take a fight into XG when they're set up at a tower like this, because you know X-Nova's just covering in the back, and how do you get to the Warlock? It's pretty unlikely that the Nyx Assassin can do much to him.
Well, look at this. They drew it up. They're wrapping around the back. At least that's what they want to do. Amar ready, thinking about the jump forward. Ame caught. Mission, kill Ame. That's what they said. But is it going to be mission impossible? They do manage to bring him down. Skitter now turned upon. Is it going to cost them everything? Slowed. The Fatal Bond still doing some good damage, and the spear throw onto 2. Sven staying alive no longer. Mars up on the high ground trying to find this kill into X-Nova. They've only lost Ame so far. As X-Nova backs out, they cannot keep him alive. XinQ also trying to run. XM runs back forward, starts to hit into the Pango, a double for XXS.
That was really interesting. They basically kind of sacked Ame. Like, they throw down the Golem, but they know they just have to wait with the BKBs. Like, at that point, they realize that the jump's too much. So you can see that XXS just holds the arena until they run out, and that way he's able to actually secure the kill onto the Sven in exchange. So it actually still ends up being a gold win for the Radiant, even though they're losing that big TA bounty. 18,300 net worth. Oh my god.
Yeah, she is enormous. I mean, that is the thing. At the end of the day, they got the kill on the carry that is completely getting out of control. It cost them a lot, but they did manage to bring her down.
Yeah, you can see the BKBs are up, so XS like, well, I mean, I can't really, you know,
Yeah.
what am I going to do, bud? Sorry.
And nowhere else really to stop this action from happening, but they did at least, like you're talking about, get that kill.
I mean, look at XM too, though. I mean, now he's up to, what, 15 galvanized. My guy was at 0.
Yeah. Level up some kills.
Yeah, he's up to level 8 there, level 19 now, so get a couple more points in there. Which is good for them, because they really need him to kind of start contributing more, and now he's way up on the net worth as well. As, you know, he was really sacking a lot of his game to kind of boost up Ame earlier. Now things are looking a lot better, even holding onto a regen route. So, game firmly in their hands. It does mean that we're going to have our BKBs back for the potential Roche. So that is the good news for Falcons. I would say that's what, like, your last thing that you really want to contest at.
Right, and last time around, the fight went so poorly because there had been that pickoff on Amar at that very important moment. We'll see if XG can replicate that again, find another key pickoff, and then just make an easy waltz into the pit. That's what they're trying to do with this smoke up as 5. Will Falcons give it to them?
Roche about a minute and a little bit ahead, away.
Oh yeah, has that gem there too. Ready for a jump on a crit.
That would be a massive pickoff if Falcons could get a hold of that, because that would just help them get rid of these traps.
Enchantress instead goes all in.
Okay.
Brings him down.
Tries to save him from the arrow.
Is that enough to go Roche though? It doesn't feel like it.
Well, it's not up yet anyway, so.
That's a good point.
It does make it difficult. Okay, they're lurking here. XM.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mar forced to run away. The hits keep on coming.
They're kind of late taking them back to Skeeter, but he was on a TA trap.
Yeah, and has to go for the TP out. So no rolling thunder now.
No, and he goes straight bottom too, to like try and push out the wave, and also go for the Wisdom Shrine.
There is an amp damage bottom, which XM is going to go for now. So nice to be able to just keep those traps on
oh yeah,
on the wards. It's really good.
Call that synergy,
yes,
folks.
And found again.
Oh look, a pick off before Roche. Get him again.
They're waiting. The third eye.
This game could really not be going much better for XG.
Yeah. I think that they've done everything that they need to.
I mean, when you're like, it's not often at 28 minutes that you'll just sit in Roche.
Yeah.
But they're just so confident, and it's just exactly what they need. Because again, Ame refusing to buy a defensive item. I mean, you can call Satanic a bit defensive, I suppose, but you know, not committing for a BKB. Then again, you know, it's actually it is still pretty decent BKB game, despite there being a Beastmaster Sven.
So second Aegis goes into the hands of Ame. And while Falcons have some ways to take the fight, they just feel like they're not really able to get everything working together in perfect concert. It's been a, I'm sure, frustrating game for this Falcons lineup. The Nyx Assassin not working out the way they hoped it would.
At this point, I do like their ability to actually like break into the fight though. Like the Pango Blink rolling in with the big eggs. Maybe if you could get to Basher, that would be really stellar as the next item.
Everything for Ame, going for the AC next. And ready to drop down the banner. Plant their flag, say, we are coming up to high ground. Deal with us. Will they decide to jump? Now, Nyx is looking towards Storm Spirit in the mid. You can't walk up to Ame at this point. They will kill off the banner.
He's trying to deny off the banner to snipe snaking.
That's pretty cool.
Does that work? Will it spill off the banner? I mean, it
I
looks like
have no
he's
idea.
trying, so I don't know.
I mean, it works on traps.
Yeah. Just don't know if it works on buildings.
Under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
So they actually don't even, with that banner, manage to get that much damage onto the tower. They're instead going to head back for the Tormentor.
That was easy.
XXS.
Slap down on XXS.
Very happy with that. And at 31 minutes, an 11k gold lead.
All right.
Ame completely out of control.
Here's what they have. They got a sneaky ward down by this bottom Rosh. You know, that's nice. The side of the Dire. That gives you some vision as to what's happening. That's all I got. That's that's what Falcons have going for them
they
right
have
now.
an ward.
They have an individual ward scouting the bottom rune, and you
Okay.
need to turn an 11k lead around with that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the one thing that you could also say about this game so far is that we haven't seen a real fight coming from Falcons yet. Like, almost all of these engagements, they haven't been able to get into position for a good
You're making that
jump.
sound like a positive.
Exactly, because now maybe they'll have a good fight, Trent.
Okay.
There's a chance.
Right.
Things could be better.
The absence of a good fight as the game gets worse and worse
Yes.
means that there will be
We can
one.
hope for a better world, okay?
Okay.
Hope for a better world for Falcons. There's a chance.
What about +8 Warcry armor?
Oh, there you go.
Does that change everything for you?
I mean, no, but every little bit helps.
Not even a little bit? He's
got a little mini crit.
know?
That little Crystallis right there, that's their hope. They just keep stacking crits. That's the only way it'll work.
Mar.
A smoke up.
Will he get the roll up in time? Doesn't need
Okay.
any blinks down.
Dodge. Dodge, dodge, dodge. That is what they're playing right now. And Ame, he's going to step all the way up to the tier 3 again. And kind of going to take a couple pot shots at it. A smoke up now. Crit.
Do you think that Vince Vaughn could dodge ball lightning?
No.
No,
definitely not.
just dodge balls.
He wasn't even actually that good at dodgeball in that movie.
That's true, man.
Jump forward,
right,
stun. 1, 2. The follow-up is there. He's down
right.
one time. They have enough for a second round.
Where's the
Malrine looking, trying to find a target. A big crit hit eliminates ZQ. It's starting to actually look okay. They're starting to believe. Oh, the Fatal Bond's hurt. The Fatal Bond's hurt. But do they have enough damage? Ame is low. Roar, no. The Lotus. XXS, you god. He saves his life. Ame now turned upon. Is going to live. Crit throws out the stun, but there is no damage.
They're buying back?
To follow that up. They got to. There's nothing else left in the tank right now.
I mean, but
You gotta get
there's no
something
god
out of
strength.
this.
Like, the buyback is just such a sad state.
Oh man, Ame stands alive.
This XXS guy's pretty smart, you know. That's some good itemization right there.
That was so clutch.
He was satanic too. Like Ame was, that was it. You know, if they get the roar, they can actually get that spend just freewheeling on top of them, but not gonna happen. And they're just leaving the base. He's down hitting neutrals.
Amar is up farming ancients.
Yeah, so Skeeter, like they know.
Yeah.
They're certainly not going to be defending right now. 20 seconds until God Strength's back.
A second set of racks here at 34 minutes, and just everything going XG's way this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, take notes. Like, if you want to play these heroes, these lineups, it does not get much better than this.
Oh, man. Somehow they're still only 17k down. It feels like it's should be more than that, but it is very much all XG's game at this stage.
It feels like Aura gameplay with no auras.
Yeah.
You know, like auras are like easy mode because you don't have to actually do anything.
Oh, it's great.
But instead, this is just like, well, we'll buy all the right items and use them at the right time.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to give us the win.
Simply do that. They're waiting. Dude, they're freaking marking out the pool timings. What is happening? Who are these people?
Lotuses are crazy.
What is going on?
I feel like there have been so many moments where I'm watching these games and suddenly a hero just heals 900 health, and I'm like, oh yeah.
That's a thing.
That's a lot of HP. It's the Willows that get me.
Yeah.
They Shadow Realm, they use it, and you're just like, huh?
Ooh, okay, wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. We got a Revenant's Brooch.
Hold on. Wait one gosh darn minute. Yeah, nice AC, fool. I got a Revenant's Brooch.
Can they burn through the refraction, though?
All right, here we go.
Golem's about to be back up in 10 seconds.
This is the swing, the Storm Gem.
They see the real Storm. Jump forward, stun, onto him. X-Nova ready with the counter initiation. He didn't drop the rock.
The gem?
It wasn't back up again. They take him out.
Get the gem. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There it is. All right, we got something.
That action, okay. I thought he was going to be able to get it off, but it must just have been like a second away from being available.
It might have been a case of just like, I don't know if this is going to save you anyway.
Yeah.
But maybe. Ooh, another defensive item, though. At least feels defensive in this case. The E-Blade done for XinQ.
You see, Trent, the fact that it never worked, now it can work.
that wasn't a fight either.
It was. Remember? It's Nyx Assassin. Finds these pickoffs. It's great.
Oh, Crit trying to stay alive a little longer there. He's opting for an Aeon Disc next. Not an item we get to see too often anymore, but useful in the right circumstances. See if we can get off multiple spiked carapaces. The most impressive skill shot in the game, of course, as we all know, is Nyx Assassin players.
That's very nice.
Yep. I do love these Aether Lens / E-Blades hoodwinks.
Yeah.
The cast range is just disgusting. He's got plus 135 on the neutral as well.
The bushwhack.
And that's before he scurries.
Yeah, it's really
just
crazy.
Dumb. Get an extra 300 cast range on top of that for your bushwhacks. It is absolutely ridiculous. It's actually so stupid.
For very, very, very cheap. So, Skater also going to go for the Magnifying Monocle. Okay. Interesting. Everybody's doing it nowadays.
It is the hype thing to do, it's true. I mean, 300 bonus night vision is pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, we've seen all of these next round of neutrals come up. They cut the lead down.
That's an interesting Warlock choice.
6,000. I mean, he's kind of beefy, you know?
1,700 HP.
Every little bit counts.
It's true.
But yeah, the lead now cut down to 10K. This is one of those things that is kind of nuts about Falcons. If they can get some time just to farm, they do it very efficiently.
But TA does have a butterfly.
X-Nova breaks the smoke, jump forward. Finds Snake King. Immediately dead.
Now crit.
Crit also in some trouble. Maureen roar, turn, stun, waiting for the timing. Yes, they get it. Warlock Golem down, but BKB's abound.
Wait a minute.
They keep on coming. Ame is dead too. And XM, you gotta get the hell out of there, buddy. You do not have anything in the tank. None of these heroes have buyback.
And Roche is up.
Not a single one of them. XG, what have you done?
You know what it was? It's the panel came back upstairs. And the second they go and sit down, game starts turning around.
They were getting ready. They thought it was all over.
I mean, I don't blame them. It was looking that way.
They're not wrong. And it still could be. I mean, just for clarity's sake, you lose one fight at this point, and the game is over for Falcons pretty much.
Scooter's going to grab the Aegis. The Aeon Disc is now done for crit.
They have to be perfect. And Maureen just got a huge injection by having that refresher shard available to him. Double roar now ready.
That nullifier as well there from Amar. You know, very tempting to go for something like the Basher, you know, but he recognized, like, we got to just get this kill. Probably, you know, knowing there's an E-Blade as well from XinQ, nullifying that in terms of a saving grace to try and bail people out from the Sven.
Listen, you get comfortable in this game for a second. All the fights go wrong, and suddenly they go well.
Okay,
and
Lyrical,
XM,
is he dead?
XM, the gem, the gem, the gem. Oh, he wanted it. He wanted it bad.
Not even close.
Yeah, you're right. Look at his attack range.
It's big.
Okay. Am I crazy?
Is this, you know, there are some bad feelings when you play Dota, but I think this is the worst one. When you're like an XG team, where you're dominating the whole game. Everything feels so easy. The team chat is all jovial and happy and everyone's having a good time, and then suddenly it's just like silence.
I just keep looking at the numbers going down. I feel like I'm losing my mind because they were up 17,000 and now it's down to 2.
It's like when you finally decide to invest.
Dude, listen, that hit too real for a lot of our viewers out there, okay? Somebody is just like having an existential crisis right now because of you, Trent. It's not cool.
Well, it works for everyone else.
All right, 40 minutes, 21-13, and XG shell-shocked, but it's definitely not out of their hands either. Ame is, as we've heard from him before, so farmed.
I need to see some faces here. Ame's talking. All right. I saw XM making some calls as well. CQ, silence. Vibing. Looks like he's jamming to something.
Yeah.
I would say. Oh yeah, XM's making some calls here. He's doing a lot of chatting. He's in charge of the defense, it would seem.
They see Sven. That vision just off to the side, but Falcons not able to spot Ame. He's melded. They're ready. Smoke breaking.
Another
still seeing him.
Anime moment here, perhaps.
I know. Thinks about a jump. XM finds him onto Skitter. Backs away. Roar onto Ame. He's very far forward. Ame in trouble now. The roar. The second salvo. He didn't have anything. No more buyback yet again. The stun now onto XM. He's gone too. XXS stands alone amongst the cores, and Falcons
Lincoln one here. Oh, he's gonna get back.
ready to run up high ground.
Crit was ready to go for another one there, but yeah, they are coming up here, and I don't think we're taking any buybacks. Nope.
Like sand through an hourglass, the hopes of an XG win is just falling through it here, as they are gonna step up to high ground. And I mean, if no buyback comes, is there any chance that they just think that they're super duper conservative, or are they going to go for it?
Just go 2.
Yeah, I think that's the right play, because they don't know. It's for gold that they don't have buyback. If they knew this game was over.
Grabbing a couple waves here, pulling them over. All right, Skeeter down to the bottom tower. Everyone else lurking way behind. Obviously, no real chance of a fight here if you're on XG.
No.
They're going to be down very likely 2 full sets of Raxiers to even out the game, as their creeps are attacking the tier 4s on the dire side.
Yeah, that's a good point. There could be some shenanigans that come out later. That's something to be concerned about if you're Falcons. Have to keep an eye on that mini-map. They'll use the second glyph and actually back out for a moment. Falcons, 10 seconds until he's back up. Gonna pop God Strength, and yeah, just retreat.
Oh, this TI just continues to deliver.
Honestly.
All right, level 25 now for the Pango. The 8-second cooldown swashbuckle. Oh,
BKB on Ench now. And look at his win probability.
Enemy support, BKB. My carry, go BKB.
Wait, is that current? Is that real? Oh my god, it is.
Makes sense. You know, the gold's whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not too crazy.
And I guess it is double racks, so makes the difference. Double racks apiece. Whew, XG. What do you do now, buddies?
Well, our Aegis is expiring in a moment. What is happening? Our TA is getting stunned and dying and not pressing any buttons or getting to swing at all.
Yeah.
That is what's consistently happening in these fights. So we might see Ame maybe take a backseat. Also, what happened at the start of that fight was XM jumped in with an Ags pull, and he only hit Sven.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of heroes, but they kind of did a very nice delta split. And then it was just like, oh, it's only one guy we got. And that kind of ruined their attack, because the idea is you jump in with a TA, she's really close, right? You get that pull in, and they might have, she could have blown up 2 heroes. That whole fight could have just been a total XG wipe or something.
I mean, this is the problem with having just like this one giant carry in Ame, is that no other hero is a legitimate threat to kill Sven.
No.
So when XM jumps, kind of doesn't matter. They can wait. Ame has to show himself to find that kill, and that's when the counter initiation comes in.
Maybe there's like a shared 25 play from the Storm as well. Try and boost that damage a little bit.
Just buy Dagons, you know?
Just buy Dagons. Okay, yeah, sure.
Start blasting.
I mean, Malrine just bought a refresher, and he's already at 3,500 gold. I don't even know what he's going to buy next. I don't think he knows either.
Dude, Hex sounds pretty hype.
That sounds pretty good, I'm not going to lie. Because they know the problem. They know how to win the game.
Yeah.
But Templar Assassin has done it. The 45-minute BKB. There it is.
Better late than never.
They never
absolutely.
see it coming.
I mean, I think it's the right call to do what she was been doing.
Yeah.
But it always is a little funny to see.
Eventually it runs out, you know? Amara now down to the 6-second swashbuckle with the finished Octarine core as well.
She needs to get that status resistance neutral.
Do you think we'll make it to tier 5s? I feel like it's one more fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing is that I also don't think that we're going to get mega creeps this game. That's the feel of it. Like, this is a win a fight, end the game type of dynamic. And so I kind of feel like we're not going to get mega creeps. Or, excuse me, not tier 5 items.
I mean, Ame's really far away from buyback. He's 2,200 gold away from buyback. It's probably, you know.
Just don't die.
All right, that's good advice, actually. Sven was close, but Skeeter's buying out. He was only 200 gold away.
Nyx has block of cheese in his inventory.
All right, nice, nice.
They were able to get the whole thing done up.
It's scrumptious, as they say. We got a heart done on the Sven, too, so that's what he bought out for.
A heart?
Did I not just see a heart? Am I crazy? I must have missed. It was probably the satanic.
Okay.
Okay, I thought I saw a heart. Bobby. That would have been pretty crazy.
I would have been hyped.
I was wondering.
You know, I'm not gonna. I feel like we might not see a heart at TI.
Oh, come on.
I feel like there's
PLs. Come on.
Maybe. I guess there's a chance. There's been one PL.
Yeah.
And he didn't buy a heart.
I didn't see it. Probably not, though.
21-15. And again, everybody very concerned about taking any step too far out of position.
Oh, Rush with an insta-spawn.
Oh, yeah. Now, XG do know about this because of TA's innate ability.
Yes, of course. Gotta remember that one.
So they're aware that this could be happening. I think actually they know before Falcons do. I don't think Falcons had checked it.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about that earlier when I was like, oh, they're just gonna wait in the pit. Wow, 28 minutes. Classic.
Skitter.
Gets me every time.
Skitter. Do they know? He's a little ways away. They're actually walking up to high ground now. Malrine, this would be a good point of contact for them to find.
Dude, this is a dangerous
Snaking, and he gets the roar off, finds him, Warlock. He bladed again, down low, but not dead, and they get the golem drop. Mamar rolling back and forth. They're all lined up together, but Ame, he got his stuff off. The BKB, the walk away, the right clicks coming in. The control is still there, though, and XM dead. Ame, does he have what it takes to take him down? Skinner, low, Skinner dead. They kill him too. Ame gets lifted, but I don't know if they have the damage that they need as the blink run away. Crit controlling, stun is there, nullify. The supports combining together to start to kill off Ame. He is in trouble. Stuns are there. Malrine, he's back. Starts hitting in the storm, finds that kill, and Ame finally is going to fall.
And they tip their dead carry to say, we can do it without you.
The nullify not enough for the kill, but Falcons, they take them all down. X-Nova left alone on a cliff and running right down into the pit. They do not have buyback on the storm. They should know this for time. And they are going to try and end this game here if possible.
Yeah, take this Roshan as fast as they can. Help with the drums. Don't have their big lad to give them the assistance. And again, I mean, he's only got 470 for the buyback, actually. There's some bounties. At least one bounty. But they won't be getting that. Boots of bearing for snaking. They're trying to rush this down.
Oh, yeah. Gotta finish it off here.
I mean, I don't think you can. Can you?
Well, I mean,
there's a tier 2 top. Like, they can't even get
tier 4s. Just go tier 4s.
Yeah, but what if there's a buyback?
Well, they know that Storm doesn't have one because he bought back earlier.
But TA might.
Yeah, that's true.
And she can just eviscerate you.
I mean, it seems like they're willing to take that chance, at least try and force her to use it, but they're going to see that she does not have it. Maureen steps forward, starts to punch.
Okay, Amar's crazy.
Amar going into the fountain for no reason, but now is fine. Broken. Steps away, Xingqiu trying to slow this down. I mean, again, like you're talking about, without Sven, they do not hit this very hard. Now, Roar, not dead yet. Xingqiu low, Xingqiu goes into another world, nullified, but dead. And now TA is back. Xingqiu is back. They're actually starting to turn this. XXS is alive. Ame hits. Good blink.
Oh, that was sick.
By Amar.
That was actually so cool.
That was very cool. And they have to go back because tier 4s ended up dying in the base. They actually lived to fight another day.
Yeah, and they got, what, 1 tier 4? They lost both of theirs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not what they wanted.
Great work by the Creeps. I mean, shout out to Radiant Creeps. Putting the team on their back right now.
Oh, man.
All right, we got Refresher Shard on a Penguin. We got Cheese on the Nyx. We got an Aegis on the Beastmaster. It is an uphill battle for XG, one could say, when you're down 30K. How many buybacks we got? Big old goose egg on the Radiant, I believe. Meanwhile, we got 4 on the Dire, including Skitter.
I mean, Ame still has an 8-second BKB in this late game scenario, which is kind of hype. And we saw that he was able to bring down Skitter, well, like fully surrounded by Falcon heroes. Oh, are they going to be able to do this? Falcons have an insane lead right now.
Gem is on Xingqiu.
It's got to be thinking about it rapier time soon here. Instead, eyeing up the Swift Blink for Ame.
I don't know if he needs more damage. I think the damage is okay. You know.
I'm over here.
And so 51 minutes in, 22 to 22.
I mean, unless he goes for the Ancient.
Oh.
That could be something. I mean, they're pushing that bottom wave.
The waves are fully pushed out on the other side, but jump in, roared, dead. X-Nova gone. There will not be a golem in this fight. Now they pull in Skitter. Ame tries to hit him. Doing good damage right there. Amar blinking away from the hits, though, so Ame's not really able to hit anything.
He can't get in.
And in the meantime, everybody else has fallen. Falcons taking care of business. They leave Ame for last.
There's the Basher, too.
The Yule
Amar.
Scepter is lift up. The hits, they go. Ame is going to die. GG is called. Falcons pull it back from the brink, manage to close out this game.
Whew, all right. I mean, all right, remember earlier I said take notes if you want to play a TA draft. Just make sure you end the replay at like 28 minutes or something.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah. Now, if you want to know how to get a comeback, watch this replay and start taking notes on the Falcon lineup.
Snake King does the double thumbs up as we head on back to the panel. They like what they see there. Did the panel like it?
I gotta say, what felt like a last effort double buyback high ground defense from Falcons ended in a fantastic victory. Xtreme Gaming, everything was going their way. It felt like this should have been something very easy to close out for themselves. But on that flip side, Fly, you could sit here and say amazing from Falcons to just keep going through it, to be able to still find the target prioritization in a team fight that was 4 protect 1.
Yeah, I think Falcons is very commendable for kind of keeping their head in the game because, you know, this is tier 1 Dota. You can always come back into the game if you find that opening. They had what it takes to take down this TA. TA didn't have a BKB, which we're going to get to later, but they found the opening multiple times to clutch up a bunch of team fights when they were severely down, and, you know, that's the sign of a winning team, of a championship team, which Falcons are.
Yeah. It was in certain replays here, but Fear, what was it exactly? What certain timing allowed Falcons to be able to take these team fights, to not get picked off the way that they were in the first 20 minutes?
Well, I think they just took the fights that were just in front of their base, essentially, and they just got the chain stun, and it really just came down to could they burst the TA within 1 stun or not. And every single time that they were able to do so, they won the fight. So I think, as Fly mentioned, like the difference between like a championship team and a good team is can you win the games that are hard to win? And Falcons have the confidence to just, like for these fights, just even if you're behind, you have to make a play on the map. And yes, they're losing. They could just sit in their base, split push, do nothing, and slowly lose, which I think a lot of teams would have done in this case. But they're like, okay, we're really far behind. The only chance we have of winning is if they make a mistake. Is Ame overextended? Can we jump him? And sometimes you will be overextended and overconfident because you are winning the game. And I think Falcons just really capitalized on that, the mistakes that XG made.
Yeah, we sort of hinted it there that, I mean, obviously Trent and Lyrical said it in the cast as well, but the BKB for Ame on the TA coming out quite late in the game. Do you see, Ray, the reason why it wasn't built earlier, if it felt like at that point it was even still worth getting that BKB?
I don't see it. Like, I thought about it a lot, and I think it was just a massive mistake because you're not playing with save supports. Like, Warlock obviously has his teamfight ult, but there's no Shadow Demon to disrupt. There's no banishment, there's no Ringmaster type thing. Like, there's nothing that protects you when you get gone on, and we saw it in a bunch of these teamfight replays where you get stunned by Sven, you get rolled by Beastmaster, you get Pango rolled like multiple times, you have Nick stunned. These playing get so many stuns. And I think XSS, the way he plays, is that sometimes he plays a lot for trying to make sure Ame is safe. And like, for the example, this game, you know, he goes the Yules into the Lotus Orb, and we saw a couple of like Beastmaster Roar Flex, which were nice, but at the end of the day, it isn't enough. Maybe you needed to buy a Lincoln Sphere or something to put on Ame. He also probably should have bought a BKB, but it came out way too late, and you saw in that fight where he finally did have a BKB, it was probably best case scenario where Beastmaster rolled a Warlock who survived, who then still got his ult off, and it still wasn't enough for Ame to carry that fight.
Yeah, I will say the Lotus did come in clutch. One of the team fights where Malrine went to go raw, the Lotus went down on the TA, reflected back on him, but he's still going to be our standout player. He did an amazing job on this Beastmaster, 7-1 and 14 on a game that really felt like an uphill battle for the first 20-25 minutes, Fly. And yeah, there was a lot of initiation coming out from him onto this TA, a lot of great target prioritization.
Yeah, I think both Malrine and ATF are, the ones to mention this game because they were able to control the fights very well. They jumped on different targets when they had to, or like the Pango's rolling the back line while the Beast is rolling the TA or somebody else in front. So I think those two together, they were able to completely control the later portions of the fight and find these clutch initiations that they needed to in order to win. So yeah, very well played by them.
We do still want to give the props to Xtreme Gaming, and we want to have a look at a little bit of an earlier team fight when they were still very much in control of this game, and it was around this Roshan fight.
Yeah, so this was the first rush of the game, and Xtreme were already in control of the game, and I think Falcons kind of made a pretty big mistake by even attempting to contest this, because any moment you're spending not farming on a hero like Beastmaster, who does not really have his timing yet, he doesn't have his BKB, he only has this Ogre Axe. This was a very costly mistake by them, because this propels the game much more towards Xtreme Gaming side, where they can just take over Tormentor, take over tier 2s, and I think Falcons were better off in this moment to just split push. But, well done by Xtreme Gaming that they were in position to take that fight as well. But this was one of those critical mistakes from Falcons that I think they could have avoided completely.
Yeah, it went from that first Roche fight really just being not a Hail Mary, right? Because the game was like nowhere near out of control, but it definitely felt like this desperate play compared to the most recent Roche fight in that game, Fear, where it was amazing, or at least the fight leading up to that Roche, was amazing for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, it was, and it just really came down to initiations as usual and itemization. Like, I think going Satanic on Templar Assassin is criminal. Like, I don't see what this item does on this hero, and you're going to see in this team fight as well. Like, if you have a BKB here, you can continue to hit, and you don't care about this roll. And you have to know when you're playing versus a Pango that you are, unless you're targeting the Pango directly, which is never going to happen, the time you're going to have is going to be under a BKB. Otherwise, he's going to chain stun you. And you can buy the Satanic all you want, but it doesn't really come into play on this hero because you often aren't very low and then go to full. You're playing off of refraction. You want to get as much damage done in the small duration. You do have to do damage here. And that fight really kind of just showed and why we're talking about why did he need a BKB. It's not that I wanted him to conjure the gold to get him one. Buying Satanic instead of BKB was a big reason why these fights felt so hard.
Yeah. There's also, like, on top of this, is you're playing mostly 4v1, and Storm cannot, like, pick up the slack if Ame dies. There was one team fight where I think he was able to slightly clean up, but otherwise you're playing into an end who's got like a pipe or something, and she's like getting really tanky and hard to kill. You're playing into a BKB Sven, that's just not going to happen. You're playing into a Nyx who has an Eon disc, that's not going to happen. Like, he can't kill anyone. Storm can't do anything. Like, Ame had so much on him to do this, to buy a BKB, and he just didn't want to do it.
Well, there's, criticism towards his itemization, whether you want to say that cost the game, whether you can have your takes on it. Obviously, it was a tough one, but it was an amazing start for Xtreme Gaming. It was space for Arme through and through. And it's interesting how exactly each carry differs when it does come to farming and getting the gold for themselves. And someone who loves to break down some numbers for us and looking at carries is, of course, Purge.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, Xtreme Gaming had an amazing start to this game, and the way that they got this was on the back of Ame's farm and net worth. So I'd love to show you exactly how he got that much net worth. Now, in a normal game, what you're going to end up doing is you're going to do the fastest possible farming that you can, but Ame really got to take advantage of this. So there's basically 3 places where you get resources here. There's the lane, and then there's these 2 camps. And what you're basically going to do is a circle like this as many times as possible, as fast as possible, so that you can increase your net worth. So we're 6 minutes into the game. He's laning against a Pangolier who isn't really the most typical off-laner. It doesn't really pressure very much. So Ame is basically just going to hit this triangle multiple times. And the only time he doesn't do this basically is when the camps aren't respawned. Then sometimes he'll go to other places to hit creeps. But that's going to take time, and he's got to walk there. That isn't exactly the best way for him to get farmed. So he's just going to keep doing this circle. He's got a small advantage right here. But what gets kind of crazy is that 9 minutes into the game, he's still doing the exact same circle. It's not normal for carries to do it for this long, because at some point your opponents come to gank you. You sometimes leave the map to go gank somewhere else, for example, but because he has got such good map reads and he's got these traps circling his tower really effectively, this helps provide him vision and make sure that when he does get ganked, if he gets ganked, he's going to be safe. So he's occasionally going to be careful. Like, for example, there's a couple of heroes on the map that are missing right now, so if he doesn't know where these 3 heroes are at the map and he hasn't seen them at all, they could be smoke ganking him. They don't end up actually doing that, so he ends up continuing the circle. 16 minutes into the game, this guy's level 14, and he hasn't left his safe lane yet. He's hit so many creeps. He's hit 200 creeps, and that's what's making up for this big net worth advantage that we're seeing over here. He's got 2,000 more gold than the nearest carry, which is kind of crazy at this point. And eventually, he finally decides to cross the no man's land and hit the enemy tower. And the only reason he's doing this is because his whole team is here, hiding in darkness, backing him up. If he gets gone on, he's going to be covered by his teammates. So he ends up taking the tier 1 tower here at 16 minutes. He doesn't end up leaving his lane until 17:30. He TPs to the Ancients. He's never going to stop farming while he's about to do something, by the way. So he cleans that up. They smoke. They move all the way to the bot rune. And this is the first time that he participates in a kill. It's 18 minutes into the game. They get this really nice Pango kill. He clears the mid wave, and then he goes to work on Roshan. So that's the big fight that the Falcons end up taking. But he's got such a nice gold advantage with this Hurricane Pike, with their nice team fight, that it just cascades into an Aegis. And that's what really starts their snowball. So incredible farming by Ame to get themselves in that huge advantage, but also incredible by Falcons to be able to turn this around and take the win.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Purge. Thanks, Purge.
Thanks, Purge.
Yeah?
Yep. Sorry, I didn't get the memo.
You have to thank him.
I did. Thanks, Purge.
Thanks. Look, it's every carry's dream there to be able to just keep running around in that circle, farming up as much as you can. And it does beg the question, this is a best of 3, right? Yes, you won that game number 1, but you have to win 2 here to be able to take it, to still claim that stake of being an undefeated team here in the road to the international playoffs. So how do you stop such a snowbally Xtreme Gaming? The macro felt great. It felt like they were always kind of on the map where Falcons wanted to go. They were preemptive in a lot of ways, and it almost felt that they were running as a 4 earlier than what we see most other teams start running as a group of 4.
Yeah, I mean, they were. How do you stop it? Well, I think you just did what they did in this game. You have to just take the fights that are good, but I think going to this next game, they're going to think a bit earlier into the game on how they can stop this. Maybe not give Ame last pick. As much as Falcons did win this game, they're probably not happy on how they won this game. It didn't go very smoothly, so probably finding a way to crack Xtreme in the early game might be the better strategy going into this next game.
Yeah, I think one thing to look at for sure is possibly contesting the second pick, because Xtreme has only played second pick so far, and Ame keeps getting the last pick. Gets a great carry for the game, just like Purge was showing. He was having a fantastic game on the TA. So I would like to see Falcons at least consider it. I don't know who had choice the first game, but if Falcons have choice the second game, maybe contest second pick, try a different approach. But if they don't, if they still have first pick, maybe they should rethink the opener a little bit, because the Beastmaster did look great in the end, but they were also in a position where they probably should have lost. At least if I were, on that team, I'm sure they feel the same way, that, you know, we probably should not win this game. We were able to clutch it, but I don't want the replay the same thing.
Okay. So you feel like, yeah, forcing the hand to see, okay, what do Extreme Gaming want to open with? How are they going to be able to draft for themselves if they don't have that overall last pick? Is there anything that we can look at, the Ray, for that Falcons draft a little bit more on some things that you would also like to see potentially changed when you saw the playstyle and execution?
I think we all kind of hated the Knicks.
All the way through from draft till end?
I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I thought they tried to do nice stuff with it. I think there was a time where they invaded the jungle and killed Malrine. Oh, not Malrine, sorry. They killed XM Storm. And I remember seeing Extreme like instantly come by with like a ward and a sentry. Like, all right, let's not have that happen again. And like, it didn't then happen again. They didn't get any more ganks off because of that, because it's so awkward playing with this like Nyx Edge. I don't know. I felt awkward.
Okay. All right. Well, before we do get into this game number 2, and before we get a draft, I mean, we had the chance, or at least Pyrian did, to catch up with XM before the road to the international playoffs started.
Hello, I'm here with XM from Extreme Gaming. XM, how are you doing today?
感觉很棒。
How would you describe Extreme Gaming's season, let's say from the start of the year till now, the start to Road to TI?
年初其实就是我们人员就经历了几次变动吧，然后到现在就那个阵容稳定下来，就是感觉还挺好的，都有在进步。
So you say you've got a more stable roster, which is obviously good, but you are also playing without Poloson. You have Xnova standing in. So how is the team adapting to that at the sort of last minute change?
我觉得 Poloson 的打法比较偏进攻吧，会让我们那个队伍进攻性比较强，然后那个 Xnova 就是偏防守，然后就是我们的防守会做得更好一点。
And what are your expectations at this TI, and how far is the team hoping that they can go?
其实我觉得就是不用抱就是那个没什么期望，就是享受每一场比赛就行。
What do you think in terms of the heroes that we're going to see at this tournament? Which heroes do you think are going to be the most contested at the top of the meta?
我觉得是那个最热门的应该是那个牛头人。
Do you ever feel like there's extra pressure on Chinese teams to win a TI because it's been so long and you guys have come so close? Do you feel that pressure from the fans and that sort of demand that you should come home with the Aegis?
其实就是会有的，就是跟我上个问题说的一样，就是我觉得就是我们选手就不要抱期望，享受比赛就行了。其实这样就是对我们来说没有压力，会打得更好一些。
So you finished third in PVISION. You lost out to Tidebound. You guys seemed to have met them a lot this year. It feels like a real battle between you two. If you do meet them, are you out for revenge, or are you just hoping to avoid bumping into them altogether?
就是如果遇到他们，肯定就是很想赢他们了。最好还是不要遇到。
Fair enough. XM, thank you so much for talking to me, and best of luck in the tournament.
谢谢。
Well, we heard it there from XM himself saying that Extreme Gaming, or at least a lot of the players, they just want to play without expectations, no pressure. It's hard in a situation like this, why you come to the international, you're on the road to the international, and you just kind of got to realize you're really 2 series away from making it to that playoffs. So the pressure does start to build a little bit.
For sure. It's definitely somewhere in the back of your mind. I think the teams that are able to put that away or maybe use it. You know, you could also be a person that uses that pressure to play even better. It depends on the kind of person, the kind of team you are. But when I look at Extreme Gaming, I do feel like these guys are very comfortable to play on, you know, a TI in general. Like, I think the first thing I said about this team is that these guys are TI players. ZinQ, XXS, Ahmed, they've been here. They've had amazing performances. They've had top finishes. So Xnova as well, all the X's. So I'm not surprised to see that composure from when all their games so far, even the last game we just watched, fantastic Dota. So I don't think they're the type of team to get pressured that easily.
Okay. Do you think that they're a type of team that's able to bounce back for you? That this game 1 and the fashion in which they lost it won't be rolling over too much into this game 2 of a series?
I think that really is on Ame and what type of person he is. Like, if that game ends and he's like, my bad guys, I should have bought BKB, go next, you know, no hard feelings. But if someone says, maybe you should have bought a BKB, it's like, no, that wasn't the issue, and it snowballs into something else, that could be a problem. So I'm just hoping it's just like simple as that, like bad. I should have bought BKB, whatever, go next. And then this team looks really good. Like they should have won that game. Just a couple adjustments here and there shouldn't really affect their playstyle. I'm hoping it doesn't. But oftentimes these teams that aren't doing super well throughout the year end up having a good streak on day one, and then one bad thing happens to them, and then they start performing badly. Can happen, and I just hope it doesn't.
I thought you were going to add something to that, because you ummed along, you're like, wise fear, always sharing very
I was
good words.
appreciating him. I'm just like, it feels good to soak in the knowledge that he's radiating all the times. You know, I'm just lucky to be here with him.
Look, I appreciate that as well. And we can be lucky that a Game 2 draft is on our screen, giving us a little bit more to talk about. In that Game 1, the bans were... It felt so curated to the two teams that were coming up against each other. Sand King, it's going to stay there. It's going to be remaining as a ban. Chen as well, right? These are two ones that it feels like when you're coming up against Falcons, they're going to pick it if it is still left in the pool. So they're taking it out along with the Dawn, Bane, Disruptor, and Naga Siren from Falcons. And this is what you wanted, Fly. You wanted to see how it's going to change up if Xtreme Gaming aren't going to be the ones with overall last pick.
Yeah, I imagine Falcons probably took second pick. I'm not sure, but I think it's a good idea. But they do leave the Shaker, which is, as we saw this year, has a 90% win rate, at least at the start of the day. I don't know if the other matches had a Shaker in there. So that's a big one to leave. I wonder what kind of plan they have against this hero. I'm not sure. And I don't know if I've seen Xtreme play it, or specifically XM. I don't think it's really his kind of hero. So I would not be surprised if Xtreme is going to flex this hero and potentially put it on XinQ, or even as an offlaner, which I think I've seen Collapse play before. So we'll see what they do with this Shaker, but as we know, this hero is completely OP right now. And they go with the Beast again, which did end up working well for them in the end in the first game. And on second pick, I think it's even stronger because it is easier to keep that flex going till the very end.
Is Shaker just OP, or OP is a core?
As a core, because you need levels to get your facet.
Yeah, so going. Like I know XinQ loves this hero from stream, but yeah, as you mentioned, not really an XM hero.
So you don't think even playing the Shaker with an active core or an active mid is enough to give it as a support the levels to gain that power?
It's definitely different, because right now we're looking at Shaker. They're all kind of doing the same build where they buy this Yashakaya, they do this thing where you just push waves from Fog, where you Fisher and you enchant Totem. And as a support, you're not going to have that same amount of gold, you're not going to have the same amount of levels. It doesn't mean the hero is bad as a support, but the reason why the hero has been successful is because of the items and the levels that he gets. Maybe we'll be surprised, maybe XM busts it out and he plays it amazing, but this goes back to what we were talking about, especially yesterday, where comfort matters, especially when you come here, and there is that added pressure. We'll see what they do with it. I don't know yet. I'm definitely curious to see what happens, but I feel like Falcons, we're going to see something more normal from them in terms of supports. I think we're just going to get the follow-up here on the 13th pick. It's going to be probably a Pugna that I'm expecting, or a Snapfire, something like this. We're going to get standard Falcons, which is great. That's what I want to see from them.
That's probably why Falcons just left the Shaker too, right? Just they're not super afraid of Xtreme having it. Sure, maybe it's the OP hero, as we saw before in previous series. NP might be OP with some teams, but they're probably not afraid of Xtreme playing it in this position.
Yeah, I think just for reference, in their last tournament, I think they had PYW playing support for them, and he played Shaker as a support on the team. So, I mean, if XinQ, who loves it, is now here, that definitely could be flex. Lyrical just walked into a wall.
I can't believe you're going to call him out like that.
He's good.
That made me laugh, and they need to know why.
That crazy Pugna suck though on the screen every time. It goes crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, Shaker, definitely flexible, but I completely agree with everything Fly said about why it's so strong as a core. I totally believe in it more in that position in this patch.
Alright, so we do get Pugna, which I think Snaking's been playing almost exclusively like Chen and Pugna. And you might as well stick to the formula that's working. I don't see a single issue with it. When Liquid won TI last year, it was kind of the same for Insania's hero pool. He played like 3 heroes. But we get the Shadow Demon, which is usually XinQ's hero, which makes me think that this Shaker is going to be a core, either mid or offlane, I don't know yet. Shadow Demon, great answer, right? It's Purge against the Decrepify, it's a save against Roar. He's played fantastic on it. It's easy to stack Ancients for the Shaker, so I really like this synergy. I think this is a good response, and we'll probably get the position 5 here. Not sure what's left from the normal heroes. Okay, Murano. Cool.
Not a normal hero. It's been a while.
I think I saw it yesterday being played.
Oh, what's...
By Eris?
So...
Yeah, you're right. He did play it.
Xtreme also played this a while back.
Okay.
I think at Wallachia, they had this exact combo, but they had like Polison on the team.
Mhm.
And they're just roaming around with Shadow Demon Mirana. Like it was 2015 or something.
It's a throwback. It's actually a throwback.
It really is. And they were just like roaming around and like getting kills and stuff. So this is something they've done before in the past. It's just like
oldest combo I've seen.
yeah, and they won with it too. So this does confirm that Shaker's going to be a core. Still don't know what position entirely, but yeah, very classic support duo that goes back a very, very long time.
Yeah.
It kind of went away for a reason because dual roaming with support isn't as popular anymore.
I was gonna say, doesn't that make Shaker seem more like a mid? I don't know how Shaker off lane looks exactly right now, but I don't think you want to just leave him alone because he's kind of a bullyable solo laner.
I think it probably should go mid. Yeah, I think right now it just is more stable in that position, and it's there's always a couple mid heroes that are just like they're banned for a reason because you just can't really counter them. Even if you have a good matchup, they can still find a way to have a game.
Well, look, even more standard coming out from Falcons that you guys were hoping for. The Snapfire, they're going to be a little bit more of a standard support for them. And then the Mag as well, something that they do really enjoy and love going back for. Before we talk about them, though, do want to make note, right now, Nature's Prophet, completely ignored by both teams. In both bands, not even looking to potentially pick it up.
Trash hero.
Confirmed.
We're sick of it.
Heard it here first from Fia. Trash hero. Stop picking it.
I think Falcons do play a good Nature's Prophet because they play it both on Skitter and Marine, but they prioritize things differently, and also depends on the team you're playing, because we know Xtreme is not a team that's going to rate Prophet very high. You can also shift your priorities and be like, okay, let's not contest this hero unless it makes perfect sense. And I like what they're doing. I think they have a very good formula to play the Falcons Dota, where they have, you know, crit plus one hero, either Beast or Magnus. They can kill anything on the map together. Snaking's on his like healer / pseudo pusher. So I like what Falcons are doing. And now we get this SF, which is kind of interesting because SF can get a very good lane, mid lane this game if he wants to, because he's going to go up against the melee most likely. But at the same time, I think in the game, they have 2 BKB disables with Magnus and Beastmaster, which is good against SF, right? Because this hero wants to BKB, ulti in, especially as a mid laner. As a carry, it's a little bit different, but I'm curious to see what happens. Right now, I'm thinking it is more of a Shadow Fiend mid and an offlane Shaker with a last pick Ame, but it's still open.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, because like usually from a carry perspective, playing versus Magnus, range carries aren't really fun to play against Magnus. Being skewered in as a squishy Shadow Fiend is not ideal whatsoever. So I think it's better to be a mid and you just kind of wait, right, with Aghanim's build and then blink in after the fight has started. So I agree with Fly on that one. And so I do want to see Ame play something that can frontline. Like, he might not want to play it, but a hero like Abaddon would be perfect for him in this game. Something that could just sit in the front line and not really care about these heroes like Beast and Magnus.
Yeah, even looking just at the side lane strength, I'm terrified for SF. I mean, he's pretty squishy, as is Shadow Demon, and you're playing into a Snapfire lane. I mean, that's like, there's a lot of kill threat there. There's a lot of ability to get on top of you, not let you just have 3 raises off. It looks very volatile, I guess.
Yeah. I just hope he doesn't pick Slark. That's my request.
Why would he do that to you?
That's what Ame does. He does these things. He picks this weird out of the box hero that might look good for the game, but it's just like really. So I guess to answer your question from day one, what hero do I think is trash as a carry? It's Slark. Yep. Forgot about him.
That's how bad he was. You just forgot about him.
Deleted him.
We're in this final phase of those bans, and while you guys are talking about where exactly you'd like Xtreme Gaming to put their heroes, what their last pick could be, Falcons have decided they're going to take out this Conquer and this Centaur. So, you know, it does ring true a little bit to what you guys are talking about. They want someone to stand in the front line, but not so much necessarily coming from that Ame.
They think SF's carry. Well, clearly.
Yeah.
So.
I want to see
Thanks, Fear.
I want to see the Shaker go mid. I want to see them pick an offlaner that can sit by himself, and I want to see Shadow Demon and Mirana spending a lot of time top lane with Arme SF killing this offlane. I think the longer you can delay Magnus being able to just get like a blink or make sure that they're not able to win that lane, I think that sets Xtreme up the best.
I'm a bit worried if they decide to put like a Shadow Fiend Mirana lane. I think that lane sounds completely garbage. Okay, thank goodness they didn't do that. I think
tanky frontline guy.
Sven fits exactly what they needed. They needed another carry that goes in. This makes a lot of sense with the heroes. They have a lot of synergy between their heroes. You know, Sven with Mirana follow-up, Shaker with Mirana follow-up, SD with the save, Shadow Fiend that's going to have a good mid lane matchup. I think overall it's another solid lineup from Xtreme. It's less aura heavy compared to what they've been doing with this Mars sort of, where the Shaker, I think he's still going to go this greedy build, where the same build you would go as a mid lane Shaker. So it's going to be a bit slower, and we'll see what Falcons responds with. I think they just need a skitter hero, right?
Likely. Unless they do some really weird stuff and put like Snap mid and Mag carry or something. But why would... Only reason I mentioned that was like, do they want to win this SF mid matchup? I know Maureen did play Snap mid. Just playing devil's advocate here, but most likely a skitter hero. And it'll be Lifestealer.
I don't think we've seen XXS play a greedy offlane.
Oh, that's
so
a really
far,
good
though.
Lifestealer pick.
Also, that animation's sick again.
Yeah, I couldn't see anything. The gore storm on my screen.
Him and SF both jump scare you. They just like jump at the front of the screen.
It's one of my favorites. I think this is definitely, like, Lifestealer is traditionally good against Sven, because at some point in the game, like, Sven doesn't kill you and you're just going to slowly munch away at his high HP pool. So it is a good Lifestealer. Like, he has a good win condition this game. He should have a free lane. Yeah.
Right? Like, he doesn't... Shadow Fiend wants to kill you, but only met through magic damage. You're magic immune.
Well, if you can get Hex, it's not the worst.
Oh, well, yeah, if you get Hex, obviously at that point, he's very farmed. And then
I don't know.
There's other issues at play, you know, if he's already gone down that route.
Any hero's going to die in that situation.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just a warrior, but I'm looking at this Sven and I'm like, okay, he wants to sit there and hit people, but there's 2 BKB piercing abilities, and when Lifestealer gets Ags and he can then just be in Arme, it's like, what are you hitting? Life seems so hard, and hopefully snaking his positioning is going to be so important in this game as well, to just not be getting killed by Sven. That's going to be quite key.
I definitely like the Falcons lineup more in this one for sure. I feel like the Xtreme lineup has potential, but it's really all in on like one identity, and I think this Lifestealer pick and just all the tools they have with the Beastmaster, Magnus are going to create big problems in the team fights.
Yeah. I mean, what we've seen Xtreme Gaming do so well, what's given them wins, is having good lanes, being able to group up so much quicker than every other team, maybe even faster than what they're ready for. Is this a lineup that can do that, Fly? Do you feel like that's something that can be executed well?
I think it's a slower lineup.
Okay.
I definitely want to go with Falcons on this one. I think they have something that fits them very well on Falcons side. A great Lifestealer pick. They have all the conditions to win the game. I think for Xtreme Gaming, it's a very high execution game. They really have to be able to hit all their spells properly, combo properly, make sure they don't get destroyed in the early game. I think it's a difficult game. It's not impossible.
That's good.
It's definitely not impossible. Anything can happen. It's Dota. But yeah, I'm going to go Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw it before. Anything can happen. It happened in game number 1. But right now, we're going to focus on game 2. We've got our draft. So one thing left to do is get in it with our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. I'm excited for this one. The panel's all in agreement. It's all going to be Falcons. So you know we're going to a game number 3. I'm ready for it. How you feeling, man?
The classic you're going with, the curse.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. No, feeling good about it. I'm a bit of a Pugna hater,
okay.
as I've said. I feel like I do think he's good, but I think he's hard to win with. But snaking, I think, is probably the best Pugna. So he gets the pass for me. A loud Pugna picker.
Allowed.
APP.
Not loud, but a loud.
Yes,
that's
correct.
What you're saying.
Yes.
Cool. All right, got to pause here right at the beginning. Ame tipping Skeeter. Any other words going on at the beginning? They didn't say mode kill Ame. They killed him enough last game, apparently. 5 times.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, they really hurt his KDA.
Yeah, the KDA, like 90 day 1 to stay. A little bit of a different situation. Just decide to go for the last pick, Lifestealer, which feels like, as Fear was saying, the perfect pick, has an answer to everything. Even this sort of dreaded Shadow Demon Mirana combo that's been around as long as everybody's been playing Dota.
That's right. It's an ancient tactic. written down on forums before there was anywhere else to write. Strange websites with cool taglines at the end of everything that you typed.
Is that what's going on?
On forums? Yeah, come on, you know, like the little nameplates they'd have, it would have like the date of when you did it. And all that,
yeah,
you know.
See, I only got into it basically when Reddit was around. I'm not
I
old
just
school
mean, you know,
enough.
the whole internet.
Oh,
was
I
just
see.
Forums,
Yeah.
you know.
God, I can see
and you
what
had your
mean
little
now.
icon, and you had your little thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. All right, smoke on smoke.
Or you had really cringe music lyrics on your messaging.
I think you're just talking about MySpace now.
Which would have been an app, we'd call it now, but back then they were just programs.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, that makes sense. Dude, I think somebody's going to die. I think it's going to happen. It might be XM if he's not careful.
That's a
Coming
dangerous
up the river.
walk-up.
XXS looking for the block. No, they're not going to get it.
Wasn't Shaker 9-1 this morning when we were showing the stats?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Absolutely gross.
Wow. I mean, the panel going against the Shaker.
Which is kind of crazy. Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. And XXS, well known for his prowess on this hero.
That being said, I have not seen an offlane Shaker personally. I don't know how many there were. I've only seen the mid Shaker.
Didn't we see Collapse play one? Am I crazy?
I don't think so.
Maybe not. Regardless, they go through the gate. Won't be any early prison into Eros shenanigans coming in at this point, although they are sending 3 up top right now, so Falcons, yeah, there's no way that they look for anything. He's just going to TP out of there, so that's fine. Crit blocks off the camp, and they're off to the races.
Yeah, we were talking about the potential for these like really dangerous lanes you heard the panel talking about, because like, oh, the Shadow Fiend looks so vulnerable, what if it's like the Mirana support and everything? And then we wind up with some pretty chill lanes overall, I'd argue. If anything, it's more hazardous for the offlaner. In the Shaker is probably the one who's most likely to have a bit of a bad time, perhaps, between like decrep plays and just getting poisoned a bunch. But overall, I feel like we're just going to be farming a lot, which is very similar to last game. Last game was super quiet in the early parts.
Yes. Yeah, it's, I don't know, we didn't really, I think we had 10 kills or something by like 15 minutes. Or maybe even more than that, probably.
Yeah.
But it's been a bit of a slower pace, and like we're sort of thinking that this is probably going to be a little bit quicker around the map, you would imagine, for Falcons, at least once they start getting their things underneath them. I'm not sure if Malrine would switch up the build to go away from the Aghanim Scepter. It feels like he's still pretty well set in that position. But
it could definitely be interesting, though. I feel like there would be a line where you go Helm and you connect towards like the Magnus lane and stuff. I think that could be really strong, but yeah, I could equally just see him going Ags again.
Here, top crit, forcing back Ame for a second. And Amar set to be the playmaker in this game, playing on that Magnus.
I'm also, of my hero opinions, I'm a Snapfire truther.
Okay.
I always love this hero. I think she's very cool. I think she's always been pretty solid, generally well underrated, and consistently just extremely good when you get the ulti. It's just, I think it's probably the easiest support in the game to get a kill once you hit 6.
Well, it does also, though, mean that that sort of value of the Wisdom Rune goes up massively. We saw them put some pretty big emphasis on that for Falcons to make sure that Crit could get a little bit of a better timing on his Nyx Assassin that he was playing on. This time around, be surprised if he ends up leaving that often to sort of sack away his experience as Snake King.
This is the Pugna danger, I call it, because you're so fast that you get cocky. It's like when your ally dies because they have a haste rune. Pugnas are just like that all the time because they have no boots and they run at 330 and they feel invincible.
Right, that makes sense.
You know, like Shadow Demon buys boots and he's 5 MS faster than Pugna. That just doesn't seem fair.
That is a little bit insane. X-Nova takes some hits from Crit in contention for that Lotus. And gets off to the races again, trying to get some separation before the damage comes in all the way.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But yeah, steady state to this one. Can see in the mid lane, at least so far, Shadow Fiend with a slight edge. And XM a little bit lower on the HP pool because of it. Does have his bottle currently backpacked, and
they're trying to whittle X-Nova down for a kill here. I can see it. I see it in their eyes. You know, he's throwing some little shredders at him. They're just waiting for the cookie. He's only got one leak right now, but another coming soon. Pretty dangerous.
And in the meantime, you can see over in the dire triangle, they are already beginning to build up the stacks. Now, they are going to have to deward that hard camp, but do already have one of the ancient stacks. Is going to be pretty pivotal for the acceleration of farm in the later stages of this one.
Yeah, you got to think that goes to the Shaker as well, particularly in the off lane, right?
Yeah.
Like, needs some help. I'm sorry. Does that say 5 already for Beastmaster?
Yeah, that's crazy. He's just doing it.
Damn, that boar is crazy.
It's really nice. Stacked up the medium camp, now is heading on over to the triangle for himself. Malrine building up a piggy bank.
What a hero. That's absurd that he's even on last hits and has 5 camps stacked.
I know.
This might be a good strategy.
Pretty crazy.
There he
can
goes.
just go and take it down. Now Amar will get hit a few times. You can talk about it. Can see how it's getting close on Xnova. He's no regen.
It's that buckshot, eh?
Well, also having the Empower on him.
Jeez,
he's having that passed over.
That hurts.
Wait a minute, XM actually playing over here, wanted to soak some of that XP, and actually steals a last hit too from the Beastmaster. So taking away the stacks.
Okay, nice ward. This is very good.
Very cool.
Adjusting as to the previous Beastmaster plays. There we go. They're going for Ame. I thought it would be Xnova, but
I mean, nice if they could manage to bring him down, and they will. Crit gets that first blood.
No glancing below.
Can even turn into more if they want to. Xnova still taking some punches, but a third stack, it's not quite enough to bring down Amar.
Nice pawn there, helping out. Now gonna bring out the salve. And there's no more mana here. I mean, they've got arrow back up. They'd have more poisons, but they're out of resources, so Crit might get away with this one. Although Xnova's thinking about trying a big play. Maybe stun into arrow here potentially, but I can't find a line.
Yeah, hard to make that work. So Xnova able to keep them back off the creep wave. You can see Malrine making the move in to mess with the stacks that XG were building up as some of his were stolen away.
Wise. Get some revenge here. Yeah. Now rotating down with Roar towards XXS and an Arcane Rune here.
XXS is just walking away, though. He understands what's coming.
Any of this, no.
Now maybe going to try and block them off over to the side. Malrine goes back down
mid players,
through the river.
They're just anywhere but mid.
Yeah, like what the hell? I mean, you've missed a whole wave on Malrine, so that's not insignificant.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Seems
attack.
not good. I will say that.
Radiant are scanning.
XXS going to stack while going over for the Wisdom. Crit and Xnova nearby each other. And they're just going to have to leave on that Mirana as there is no opportunity for a steal away. Yeah, XXS will return to his own little piggy bank. So far, so good for both of these teams. A little bit of economic damage. Still only 1 kill. Maybe a second one could be claimed up here on the top side. But no, Ame eats a Lotus. Back not to full, but to a decent HP level. The wraparound coming. XM is here. They want to find Crit. Crit needs to make a cookie jump. Gets hit by that raise, trying to stay close, realizing it's not really going to work that well. Turns for a courier, not going to happen. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I thought maybe go for the Roche Pit, perhaps, but maybe figured that he wasn't getting out of that one anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, he had no TP also. Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh, and look. In for the stacks.
Yeah, with the Pugna too. Pugna very good at doing this.
This is a triple also on the Ancients. They're probably just going to go for the hard camp, though, yeah.
That would have been interesting. It would be a big commitment. It takes so long. But with the Nether Ward, it is kind of an interesting idea to control space when you're stealing stacks.
The economic advantage.
All right, 3 points Aftershock. He's going to go for it.
It always is so nice to see, you know?
It's all right. I don't know how I feel about it quite yet. It seems a little busted.
Would have been nice if he could have just stacked it up a little bit more.
It is the only thing making the hero viable, it feels like. If you couldn't do that, I don't think we get offlane Shaker anymore.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are
Well,
at least not without a lot of help.
Malrine trying to keep his tower alive. Xnova is nearby here.
Man, mid Beastmaster losing the tower.
Does have Roar. Either not deciding to go on Xnova or not quite getting vision in time. While XXS is going to back away off the lane. I mean, losing the tier 1 tower top, it feels like Falcons is getting a little bit of the better around the map than XG is. Except for these little plays that XM does.
Yeah.
This kind of changes things a little bit.
Sneak his way there. I mean, the confidence of this ward, just letting him sneak his way in here is very nice.
This is a really cool adaptation against Falcons in particular.
Yeah, they love this. Snaking level 6. You better run.
Arrow, arrow, arrow. Oh, connects the rays. 1, 2. Is it enough? Not quite.
Back up to full, almost. Just go stand in the water for a little bit here.
Mar aiming for Helm of the Dominator. Roar, Malrine onto 1. Arrow connects, now pulls him in. RP onto 2. A couple more hits. The cookie.
Okay.
Symphony of skills played together by Falcons as they take down the Shadow Fiend and Shadow Demon.
Oh man, Snapfire getting involved pre-level 6 as well. So they still have the threat of that. When Roar comes back up, he'll probably be 6 by then. They can go for another hunt onto the Shadow Fiend, you would imagine, because you know Sven's getting the safe farm. So yeah. XM's going to be in those more vulnerable spots. They already have a pretty good ward planted by Crit inside the Dire jungle up top. I'd like to see just more vision for these hunts for the Beastmaster and the Snap. But there's the counterplay. The blink is done for XXS. Top of the board on net worth.
Maybe a chance to do something here. XM just TP's in, Requiem out to try and keep his buddy alive. They don't have the blink delivered yet by the Shaker. It's coming right now, just a little bit away. Oh, that's the difference between getting those kills and not.
Well, I think he might get Snay. Oh, wrong
just
side of the
wrong
Fisher.
side.
I don't know if he runs in there anyway.
And then while this is happening, they're also taking out the stack for Malrine, as you can see.
Ooh, very nice. What's he at now? 1,000 gold, 4,800 net worth, 15 total stacks, man.
And the other thing is that like some of those stacks were stolen too, you know?
That is true. That's a good point. Those have not all gone into Falcons. Likewise, stolen as well the other way too, yeah.
It's true. Well, an interesting smoke move coming from XG now with the blink reveal on XXS. Is Crit worth using it all on? Well, it looks like yes. As they blow up that Snapfire, shutting down his pathway towards 6.
Yeah, it's Snaking just getting out of that one. And it does look indeed like Shaker is still sitting at that 9-1, according to the stats. And Amar, he's got his helm, he's doing his modern day Dota thing, and then off for the blink.
It's empowered bird.
Terrifying.
So this is the next level of Helm of the Dominator farm, as you're empowering your little creep as you run around. That's
Give me
awesome.
the empowered golem. Give me that guy.
What's going to be funny about that is at the end of this game, Amar will have empowered his creep more than he's going to have empowered his life stealer.
Another bird.
Okay, it's this.
Let me see this bird swing.
The bubbles on the wings.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's nice. I like that.
Damn, undefeated Magnus. Wow. Ignore the sample size, but undefeated Magnus.
Still not level 6 yet on Crit.
All right, that's surprising. My guy must be doing a lot of roaming. It's also because the Beastmaster stacks for himself, so you're not getting the the free XP.
Full bore hits onto Xnova, but there is no extra follow-up. So Xnova gets away. And Falcons and XG very even in this game number 2. Again, winner a chance to move on directly to the International with one more best of 3 they'd have to play. But have to make it through this series first.
I think we both predicted Falcons.
Yeah.
Is that right?
They did.
I had Spirit. I swapped at the last minute.
Yeah, you convinced me to, too.
That worked out well. But now, you know, I don't know.
Well, they find Skitter, follow-up stun, stack them together a little bit, but it does not matter. Ame finds a clutch kill in an important moment in this game.
Yeah, and you heard the panel talking about like the life stealer and why it does do well later in the game. This idea of just like, you know, Sven gets really big, but eventually you don't get burst down by him, you munch on his HP. Well known that in the early game the matchup isn't quite so great. You know, if you get stunned, you do get chunked down pretty fast by this Sven because he tends to be allied with a lot of additional stuns for follow-up and stuff. So very important that you manage to either dodge with the infest or find your way out with a rage.
They run away as there was the Moonlight Shadow coming in. XM manages to kill off the creep. And back to the farm race as they go. And Falcons, they will stack up some more and finish off the Aghanim Scepter on Malrine. Still has raindrops in hand, a Blink Dagger done on Mag. This is a big timing for them.
Yeah, it's definitely go time.
Although Skitter, oh, he's very close to a Radiance. If he hadn't gotten killed right there, this would have been everything working together in perfect concert.
Oh, look, they're not going to bring Malrine. He's going to stay at the Ancients, it looks like, and not join this smoke.
XM shows.
XM, that's a big one.
Amar finds him, pulls him in. X-Nova, any way to stop it. They think about the RP, drop it now, and it's enough to find the kill.
And X-Nova can just sit there and watch, no way to help. Could not find a play, and of course, early game Shadow Demon, not a very reliable save. Later, Aether, Blink, sure, you might get a little bit of help there, but not there. 15 minutes because this Beastmaster Aghanim, we are heading into the Roche Pit.
They don't have RP, but no Shadow Fiend makes this a pretty hard contest. And also, XXS didn't have mana, so had to go back to base. Does not have a TP to get out there in time, so it will just be a Roche going the way of Falcons, which signals probably going their direction for the next 5 minutes.
I'd be very happy about that. Amar, look at his creep. His empowered Satyr holding the high ground and batting down those units as he farms.
It's nice. Ame running away from the Lifestealer, who is getting close, but not quite there. You can see Skitter still just playing it safe, even though they've got that Aegis. Does not want to get caught out and have his farm shut down anymore.
Do you think we'll get any Radiance shenanigans from the Shadow Demon?
Ooh, that's an interesting idea.
It's pretty good. Doesn't hurt too much to steal that. Of course, you kind of have to play defensively, so
right.
Not necessarily capable of using that as a great tool in these cases, helping keep someone else alive. Oh, nice, the Pugna.
And there it is. And now Malrine finds Ame. The roar is out. The kisses. And Ame will be brought down.
I will say, there was dust on crit, and there was dust on snaking, so the coverage was there just in case. That's good.
Yeah.
They're going to try and use this invis to maybe get a bit aggressive, but can't find anything.
I mean, the flip side here, though, is now you know kisses are down. There's no RP because Mag is dead. So this is an easy
Mr.
opportunity.
Positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can go right on into the tower. XM also has Blink done. So on top of the Yashikaya...
So swag.
It's going to be... if you can get any type of a disable on, like, the Beastmaster or...
There's also a TP bottom by XXS. He wants the game.
Okay.
He's not willing to let this one go to these pesky supports that are both pretty good at just chunking down towers.
Success runs into some boars, blinks away before any hits come in. And it is just going to be the tower taken in the end. So all of the tier 1s gone across the map for XG. Falcons have lost theirs as well.
I mean, they just have 3 more minutes where, like, you just can't fight them.
Yeah.
There's just no point as XG trying to engage them at all. You just got to try and farm it up. And, because like, you want to bring Sven at this point. He's got his Blink, he's got Mask and Echo Saber, but he does not want the Aegis fight, you know?
Totally.
And XM's using his Blink as a farming item. Let him farm a couple more dangerous waves, blinking his way out of there. So they're willing to wait this out.
I mean, you can see there the win probability was up, and it's still slightly into the favor of XG. The big deciding fights have not happened yet, but there is something to be said for having executed cleanly so far on XG, they have a couple of strong windows here. You know, Shaker can do a lot. And an early timing there on the Kaya. Even though he's not the most farmed core, even on his team, XXS hitting his timings.
And it looks like they're thinking about Tormentor stuff at this point, right? I mean, they would do it really quickly as Falcons. Of course, Dire would also do it very fast as well, so there would be a minute left on the Aegis, though. Do you want to try and contest that as XG? Maybe try and find a pickoff?
Yeah.
They have Moonlight. That could be good.
It's hard to slow down the push in, too.
Maybe Moonlight after that wave?
Oh my god, the Gore Storm just running around the BSJ Classic.
He's back.
In the creep. Mar also eyeing up a BKB. For now, just Helm Blink.
Oh, they're on him. That was pretty close. 100 HP left on the creep as it runs away. Ob Sentry combo to see if they're following.
Now, Mirana is smoked. The rest of the team is not. What is this going to look like? Takes down a Sentry Ward. And Amar running to join the rest of the squad, but Sven has already left, so it looks like they're just trying to make Falcons feel a little uncomfortable and stuck in this area, not taking the Tormentor. And in the meantime, you're farming on Ame.
I think that Shadow Poison is going to send them in to do it, though.
Yeah.
All right, they see the Shadow Demons back there. They're like, yeah, we can get this fast enough. No real concerns. And Shard goes to the Lifestealer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a little surprising, eh?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
They'd already picked it up on Snap, and the other two cores are ahead of him, so Snake King losing the old 50-50.
He gets the open wounds on everybody, 50% of it at least. Arrow goes out now, not going to connect. Crit on, immediately gets obliterated.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little greedy.
It was a little greedy. But yeah, you can see that Shard. 50% open wounds to enemies in the damage radius, which kind of makes everybody just heal a little bit more off of it.
Yeah.
Could be a difference maker, maybe. Skitter trying to get to the armlet. That radiance effect is so cool looking. You see that?
I do, yeah. Let's just say what Phoenix should just be doing all the time.
Yeah. Now Reen heads through the gate, and Ame is there. Realizes quickly they can't do much. And honestly, the Aegis basically just securing Tormentor, but not that much else.
No, the net worth hasn't moved really at all. It's been pretty stable this whole time. And again, even though you think Blink, you think aggressive on the SF, it's been working well for XM to just keep his farm up.
And this is the thing, right? Falcons is always known as this team that will like out-efficiency you, but it has very much been the case that Xtreme have kept up with them, whether it's via stacking up cants, stealing away the stacks as they're stealing your stacks. Like, they feels like XG have their number. Can they out-execute when these fights actually start happening, though, is a question.
I mean, they only have BKB coming out on the Sven as well, right? So, because XS is gone for the Kayasha and the Blink. He's thinking about an Aether Lens next, which would be really interesting. We have the Aghanim Scepter done on the Shadow Fiend. No BKB for him, despite the Blink. And Ame, you know, he is the BKB gamer, as opposed to last game.
Right.
We have flipped the script here a little bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, on the Radiant, we're going to have BKB. We already have BKB on Magnus, BKB on Beast, and then, of course, a Lifestealer.
Yeah, Magic community is very good when the enemy team is going almost exclusively magic damage.
Of course, it is only 60% on a BKB, and these are some pretty big spells.
Yeah, the other thing is that, you know, you've got Shaker, the anti-BKB hero. If you can catch them all in a Echo, then why not? Arrow not going to connect. That looks like that's the extent of it. They will back away again. Maybe they're waiting again for Skitter like to get a Sanjin Yasha for himself before they really want to fight. Oh, okay. Crit. Again found and killed. The ward down, catching him as soon as he showed up there.
Whew. Both teams very much on the wavelength of just, we want to know everything before we start a fight.
Yeah.
Like, we'll do our little pickoffs and stuff, but if this fight does not look like it's favoring us, we're not going to take it.
They're starting to outfarm them. Like, between SF and Sven, they're just getting everything. Lifestealer on the hunt. The dragon making people sad. And in the meantime, everybody else kind of farming. Ame shows up. So
it's kind of a confusing passive on the dragon, you know? It says his dreaded presence grants nearby allies additional armor.
That is weird. What are these creeps? Okay, they find the Pugna, but don't have detection, can't kill him. And in the meantime, Lifestealer, if you want to even start punching this guy, you have to cut through like 2,000 to 3,000 HP.
All right, well, you just lost 1k of your lead because you tried to kill someone, failed, and Malrine farmed 3 camps, so it's...
Okay, Blink Dagger now done on the snap. They're getting one on Malrine.
Okay, can we just, like, it's 25 minutes in. Okay, if we look at the last hits, there's 300 last hits on 2 heroes on the Dire. Okay? Like, this seems like a crazy amount of last hits for a 25-minute game. This is what we have reached in Dota 2. Isn't that wild? Think about this, like, when TI started. Like, early, like, TI 3, TI 4. This is wild.
What's the number? What was the old numbers that you wanted to hit? It was like 50 CS by like
10 minutes or something.
It was always 20 for me, but
yeah, we're past that now, I think.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
the numbers have gone up, and now, maybe now, ready for a smoke.
They do not have their Lifestealer. It's pretty far away. He's gonna have to make his way over, grab a creep perhaps. Oh yeah, he's bringing with the Prowler.
Last time they did this, they were able to pick off that Shadow Fiend. XG are together here in the mid lane.
492 move speed.
They do buy a smoke. It's gonna take a sec before it gets here, it looks like. And smoke breaks now. Mag decides to go back to farming. They're like, all right, the smoke didn't work out. I'm gonna start hitting creeps again.
Malrine is gonna start hitting Roche. That's his
Really?
plan. Yep.
Okay.
Are the Dire gonna do anything? Well, I mean, Roche is gonna let him know.
Yeah.
And now they instantly go high ground. Ooh, tricky.
Okay. What? So they think that they could be over there. They're scanning, seeing they're not in the pit, but there is some vision over here. Take away that Watcher. Pump faking Requiem. Can you burst through the big Prowler?
I mean, he's losing his health, so.
That's true. Bit by bit. Just wait for it to run out eventually. XM is there. Backs away on XXS. The fissure block, the control. Starting to fall, and eventually he dies. So they're thinking about this now. Arrow goes out. Is it going to land on Malrine? No, it hits Roche instead. Dude, this is the weirdest Roche fight ever. It's like nobody wants to be
on the word fight.
Nobody wants to be the second person to initiate. Gets the Vampiric Whisper of the Dead, actually. So a nice little amplification there. 10% spell amp.
Well, better hope this fight doesn't go to daytime. They're not going to be able to see a thing.
It's true. Force staff done for Pugna in the meantime. Cutting waves. Hoping to catch somebody on it. This is the type of moment where everything could turn around.
Xnova just sending in the arrows. I am Xnova arrow number 3000. You know? They're all just flying through.
All right, Roche is going to move in 1 minute and 20 seconds. So now the question becomes, do you try and set up for bottom side if you're XG? Or Falcons? I mean, if this moves...
Amar just blinking in there.
Oh, he got the
Aghanims
done.
eggs. Yeah, he had to blink into the secret shop.
I think this is going to come back to hurt Falcons now. Because if they are not willing to initiate, Roche moves down, and then that's in favor of XG.
I mean, no one's farming, though. It's just... I see what you're saying. I don't even know which one it favors you, necessarily. I guess if they... Like, do they have enough resources to get similar vision on the other side?
Yeah, they're realizing now that they're going to have to move. So Falcons start to head down south. This is going to be, I think, through the vision of Dire, but Amar steps up, catches two. It's the supports. Oh, but there's the echo. Is it good enough? No, not even a little bit. Both supports dead. Now they try and back away. Crit stepped forward, and they're going to reclaim this area.
I mean, the ability to just run in there with the creep is really nice from the Lifestealer.
Okay.
Get the vision, make it easy for Amar.
They used Echo. XXS blinks away. Stepped forward, realized that it was going down, and yeah, you can see this jump in here, which ends up being perfect.
I mean, good choice on the eggs, and XXS tries his best, but there's just no way for his allies to also get in there. Ame would have been very close and needed if you want to try that. They're not done with this, though.
Oh, Roche threw him. He didn't wait for it to get inside. And that allows them to get up here. Crits up on the high ground. They do a vision. Need to be careful. Arrow, not quite going to connect. There's the leap back. Now trying to storm high ground. Amar, jump forward. Finds one again. It's another dead Mirana, potentially. XM immediately going to pop the ulti, but Ame starts to hit. He's stunned. He's controlled. Do they have enough to keep him alive to turn the hit? The punches. He's strong. He's strong enough. They take down Skidder. He does lose his life for it, but everybody else has to run away now.
All right, they're buying back, though.
XS hits onto Snake King. XM finds him. Force staff to try and get away. Ethereal form, a couple more punches. Malrine jumps in, disrupted immediately by XingQ, and now the arrow is not going to connect, and instead they kill off the Shadow Fade.
Oh, there goes the chance to Roche.
Oh, wow. Good block. The arrow blocked by a boar. And that kept alive Malrine. That could have been tragic.
I think that's it. I mean, that's enough, eh? Like, Malrine goes down, but I mean, they can't Roche on the Dire.
You can't Roche on the Dire, can't Roche on the Radiant. Roche isn't dying here. This has been a, 4 to 5 minute Roche fight.
It's very torturous for poor Roche, because he knows it's coming eventually.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
just delaying the inevitable.
Making him think about it more. And still, less than 1,000 gold separating the two teams.
I just noticed here on the buyback, he has plus 2,539. He has 4,000 gold on Shadow Fiend. Buddy, make a choice.
I mean, he doesn't know what he needs. It's tough. I think Lincoln's is a pretty good bet, though, because like that fight would have gone so much better for XG if he could have just popped a Lincoln's onto Ame.
Yeah, because he got disabled for the vast majority of that. Otherwise, he probably survives, yeah. Ame just trying to help his own mobility, go for the Echo Saber and upgrade into the Harpoon.
Yeah. Well, back we go again. Playing a little footsie around the pit.
Okay. Shield Rune for XM. That's pretty helpful. Lets him blink in a bit more aggressively. All right, we got Force Staffs on the Pugna for around the pit. We got Force Staff on the Snapfire. We've got our blinking and horn tossing. I gotta say, I think Falcons look like they have way more options in this fight around the Roche pit. That being said, there's a Shaker. So XXS, he is like the X factor, one could say, for XG.
We'll see if he makes the difference. 90% win rate on this Shaker coming into this game at this tournament. And like you said, it's for a reason, not for nothing. Basher, gonna be the next one on the docket for Skeeter. And like you talked about, this is where, you know, probably things start to feel a little bit weirder for Sven.
Yeah, you even saw in that last fight.
Yeah.
You know, Sven is like peaking right now, and he was just going toe-to-toe with the Lifestealer. And part of that's also, I'm sure, the Empower helping out.
Whew. I mean, Ame does still hit hard, though. He's, what, 3,000 gold ahead of the Lifestealer right now?
Yeah, with the Daedalus. Like, he is going to chunk.
By the way, we just saw Ame leave an ancient camp to join this smoke, so this better work out, XG.
Or someone's going to hear about it. Okay, skewer used by Amar. Might not have it as it starts.
They're going to find somebody waiting for that rune, and it's right there. Onto him. Damage out. Done. Obliterated.
Was it worth it?
Well, when they're right, they're right. They're like, they're going to come down here for this rune.
It's just crazy how such a little thing can just, like, that's it.
Yeah.
I think there's no Roche fight now because you want. Okay, great.
Trying to steal the Roche? Oh, he made it roar. Oh, and Ame pops BKB now because of that. That was really smart by Crit.
Oh, here comes the Gore Storm. The Croaker.
He disabled all of them, and now Ame's in trouble.
Bro, the bash.
Ame down.
Team?
That little slowdown forcing a BKB opened up an opportunity.
I don't have anything to help me in that situation. I got 4 allies around me, and the Lifestealer just munches me and walks away.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Well, they have Roche's banner, Trent.
All that for an Aegis that disappears in like 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
That was our 10-minute Roche.
X-Nova dropping down a ward pretty deep there by the gate and is in the area where all the rest of the Radiant is. I do not believe that she knows this. Going for the Wisdom, sees a courier, and yeah, it's just going to be a dead Mirana. And the gem as well, yeah, that's a big one.
Oh yeah, that hurts. Another kill for Malrine as he 1 death last game, still just 1 in this one. Snaking also 0-0-10, that's kind of hype, but we got the hype shaker item, speaking of which there.
And Shadow Fiend, they both got it.
Big areas effects. The refresher race was won here by XXS, but actually it's Amar. I thought he was going to refresher too, but he changed his mind. He's going for the Aether Lens.
So a very big Requiem of Souls.
Tormentor going down very quickly here.
And it's worth noting too, like in that last game, I felt like we never really saw the full strength of the Storm Spirit. Like he wasn't doing, I feel like, as much damage. He was kind of just that one to set everything else up for Ame. In this game, it really feels like, you know, SF and Earthshaker are these big core heroes that are dealing massive damage.
Yes.
And so it's not that 4 Protect 1 anymore.
Yeah, way more damage potential, and also just like additional stuns and stuff too, even from the Sven. Like they all 3 of them have a good combo of disable and damage, which helps because their support duo is a little lacking in that regard, right?
Yeah.
You got the 1 arrow, pretty weak damage heading to the late game from the Mirana, and then Shadow Demon just going for the save, but very much lacking in the team fight. So the fact that all 3 of their cores have control and damage in an AoE is really nice.
All of these map movements coming in, realizing there could be some danger heading their way, and the immediately back out by Falcons, grouped together. Just no freebies is what it feels like is going on. And it's always awkward too when like you get a Roche but nobody holds the Aegis, because it's this like weird middle ground where you're not dominating the map. They could potentially still take a fight, but you're still you know, not wanting to just get randomly picked off around the map.
Yeah, you don't have enough to confidently take an engagement because you don't have this blessing of an extra number of the Aegis, so we just chill.
And it's for a long time too. 4.5 minutes before it's even capable of respawning. Level 25 on Ame.
And Amar has changed his mind. He's gone back for the refresher now. There is a refresher also done on Malrine. So the refresher nearly done for XM.
Dude, that's crazy. He's got 920 XPM on Sven.
That's a lot. So we're about to have 4 refreshers in this next fight. So don't bother keeping track of spells.
Splitting the map, getting the extra echo damage. You know, one thing that could be a little bit weird here is that you do have Earthshaker with the Aeon Disc. So if that pops as he's going in...
Oh yeah, that's a bad feeling. That's a backpack.
Yeah, like suddenly all of his damage is gone if they can pop it on him.
You gotta do the backpack, put it in as you're blinking, you know?
Oh,
so
okay.
it's then resetting in.
Yeah.
That's the strat.
So 15 minutes faster than average. Deciding refresher is that important on the mag.
I like it.
But a 4K gold lead for Falcons, not really making the difference here. It's going to be all about buybacks and how they use them, as well as, of course, those big refresher and teamfight ultis coming in.
And there's no sizable lead this time like XG had previously, which kind of, it almost baited them into this like going high ground and playing aggressive and being a little loose. This time, I think both teams recognize that the game feels pretty even, and you certainly don't want a repeat of game one where the team that was ahead just sort of gets a little out of position and suddenly you're just back in the game for their opponents.
Right. Well, the thing that's weird too this time around is that like because there isn't that Aegis, you haven't been able to make like concerted efforts to shut down the rest of the tier 2s. XG have lost their 2 side lane tier 2s, but they still hold on to mid. And now, Moonlight Shadow in. Crit, is he going to die again?
In the same spot.
Yeah. Realizes that's not meant to be, and no, they're just going to get away.
All right, another rune for Shadow Fiend, perhaps?
Dude, I think we're getting 60-minute items. I think it's happening.
With 20 minutes to go, you think?
Like, just... Because they're
vibe?
just...
Are you vibe checking this game?
A little bit. Because it's hard to go high ground with these guys.
Yeah, we got Rosh coming, though.
Like, even Lifestealer, how are you going to hit high ground with him? Because you could potentially get, like, fissure blocked. You can't do a safe, like, step up the high ground.
Whoa, princess. Careful, I think.
Thank you, Nat. All right, 11-10. And they don't have the Shaker here, but do have the rest of the heroes, and Crit.
He's been getting away with a lot of these little cookie pushes.
It's valuable, right? Like that little bit gets him into a nice position. Are any of them greedy, by the way, right now? No, it's quickened over there. Yeah, Brawny. No greedy ones, at least for now. Was that a BKB I just heard?
Don't think so. I think it's XM just tapping his ulti every once in a while.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
Yeah, that.
He's getting into it.
Skitter with the pure cloak, helping his 1v1.
And he takes the Croaker down bottom. I love this guy.
God.
He's the coolest.
He is the coolest.
Also, it's one of the most insane abilities, I feel like, that it has the passive on it that just gives you 14% outgoing damage if you're in the water.
Yeah, that is pretty wild.
It's like, what the? Look at that. A little mini Ravage. He's the coolest guy.
I mean, the accuracy of the Croaker just knows no bounds.
Yeah.
Like, the NPC Croaker is crazy.
I love that, dude. Perfect reaction time, too. Can we just look at the Croaker again real quick, please? Because this is about to be the death of him as he runs into all of XG. The Croaker stops the gank. They jump forward, though. Find the stun. Requiem out. BKB. There it is. The RP and the getaway. Oh, man. Can they fight now? There it is. Get croaked. Get croaked. But the save. Xingqiu is there from range. Still, Ame in some trouble. Pops the Satanic, trying to survive. Sure. Jump in, Echo. XXS says no. Takes down 2 of them. Maureen in more trouble. And XG on the hunt, finds a couple more. Now, there are buybacks. If they go too far, it could be punished. They're inside the base, though, and they're not wanting to. Another Echo Slam lands. Snake King is gone.
If you're not buying back there, you're not buying back. That is a Satanic hero. That's a little better than TA Satanic right there. Big saves from XXS.
Oh, my goodness. Just nothing done.
Oh, and all of that tension and build-up explode. Oh, they're going to force the buybacks.
Oh, my God, they are. They're forcing them. They got to buy back right now.
Because last game, there were so many moments when they had no buyback, so they're like, maybe they don't have buyback like we didn't.
All right, they got Amara to use the buyback. Now, keep in mind, he did use that RP, but it's back up again post-refresher. If XG stick too close together, there's still an opportunity here to pull them pretty far back. XG, they want the rest of these buybacks. They want the real ones. XXS is blocking them off. They're actually going here for the tier 4s. Gets the banish, the precast, and now the Requiem out. Amar forced to use it again. Pulls him back into the fountain. Isn't enough damage though. Oh, with the horn toss, it's looking good. XM, he's down.
Crit chasing.
On XinQ finds that Shadow Demon, and they get a little bit of retribution, but it comes at a cost, my God.
Losing the full lane mid plus your tier 4s. That gives a lot back. A little bit of a rebate there for Falcons after that disastrous fight mid.
And no buybacks are going to be available now because they had to use 4 of them. Only the Lifestealer held on. So XG, you have a win condition because there's no tier 4s either.
That's true.
Oh, man. Okay, they have to get... Oh, no. Oh. There's nobody else to help out.
No, you got to get out of there. Your XXS. All right, so they will get the Roche.
Yeah, you can't contest.
And that'll be Aegis Cheese Refresher. I mean, it was an expensive defense.
Dude, this series is hype.
It's a pretty good price, though.
I love this. This is awesome. Top teams facing off against each other. Back and forth they go. Don't leave the cheese in the pit. Might be smelly, but it's helpful.
Crit looking at perhaps another block of cheese here. You know, he's already got one saved up. You got any more around? Oh, yeah, we got one on Snay. Pretty close.
Yeah, as these games get later and later, it starts to just happen more, I feel.
All right, well,
valuable.
They've returned those panelists, so that I don't know which way that'll swing us.
That's a good point.
Yeah, things were looking close.
It's back down to 5K. I mean, again, one fight over and that could be it. Look at that swing.
Or one fight for Falcons and we go another 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's true too. You're not wrong.
It's okay, the panel's very comfortable. They got nice chairs.
If Falcons win a fight, do you think they try and force like buybacks? Or do you just get like, do you just take it?
It depends. It depends if XSS is up.
Yeah.
I'd be too scared, you know? Depending on what his spells have, because Refresher Shaker is very spooky.
And this really, like, if XG managed to take this, this just solidifies in me, don't give people Shaker. Like, he's too good. The hero's insane.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. That big save on Ame there when it was looking like maybe they were turning around that attempt onto Omar.
And I couldn't believe that Amar was able to survive, and it looked like, okay, we're good, we're able to get out. But no luck.
Yeah, I feel like he was just insta out of the stun, which will happen again this time because he does have an Aeon ready to assemble.
Okay.
Wow, the eggs and backpack is a strat.
Yeah, that feels a little bad. He's got too many items to deal with, man.
That's way
he wants
too
dust,
much.
too.
He's got to put the helm back away.
So despite the triumphant win in that last engagement, not an easy fight for XG to take. They still have to play this one very safe, particularly into an Aegis on this Beastmaster.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Are there any nullifiers that are coming out yet?
Ooh, I don't think. I haven't seen one, at least.
With like all the Pugna saves and everything else, it feels like that's a...
At least not for the Dire. There is one on Malrine, but
I mean,
yeah.
I guess you still have Demonic Purge, so that kind of is an option too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just make sure.
And also, XinQ has the gold for Aghanims right now. Obviously wanting to save for buyback. But when those start getting spammed out, Demonic Purge will cause some serious issues. So 48 minutes.
2 minutes left on the Aegis.
Crit. Does he get caught here?
Gonna try another cookie clear.
It's a little bit scary. Skitter pops Rage. They take the Tormentor. Get it on Amar.
They're gonna try and tap this top tower at all. X-Men's gonna grab the wave. No, he's not. Never mind. He lets it go.
It's really hard to feel safe in this one at all.
Wow, they're just gonna back it up. Yeah, they're not feeling it. They will Moonlight after getting the talent for the cooldown.
Oh, jeez.
Sit back and relax, everybody.
It's going to be another one of those where, like, honestly, all of that stuff kind of doesn't matter that much. It's just going to come down to the fight. It's like, I think for Falcons, you need 2 fights to win the game, and I think for XG, you just need 1.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate, I would say.
But they're like 3 minutes away from XG needing to win 2 fights because of buybacks.
We also have gems on both sides, so it's hard to get these like aggressive wards down that gives you the advantage where you're going into these like attempts to move into enemy territory and try and start a good fight. So that's what also just delays things. They are scanning for the shrines now. Shrines at this point, I mean, it would be nice because we give them R25.
Oh,
but it's one of the few things that causes a fight.
Is he gonna get baited into this?
Is this how the fight starts?
Skitter.
Oh, 25.
He's on it. They see him. Arrow goes out, not gonna land. Okay.
25.
So rage duration. We'll gladly take it.
Other shrine still up.
Yeah. They back away. God, the skewer range too now actually does also present another issue.
Oh yeah, it must be huge by now, eh?
For XG.
It's pretty big. I mean, you're going in the well.
Oh yeah, no, you're out of there.
Yeah, if Amar grabs you,
you're gonzo.
It's just 2 scoops of pain.
Chant Totem cooldown now for XXS. Other 25s online. Amar keeps that creep out there. Of course, that's the other thing that's still really nice about this is you can keep that helm in the backpack. And your creep's still running around, which is so gross.
Thing. All right, they're back to the outpost. Everyone TPing in here. Oh, snaking. Oh, XS is gonna try something here.
Finds him. Fissure. Chant Totem.
Team doesn't like it. Not even an arrow.
It shows how much respect they have for how this could completely turn around again. And now, they're not. The advantage of buybacks is not there anymore, because you've got what 30 seconds and they're back up again. It's basically done. Dude, we're gonna have some crazy like 10v10 fight again.
I can't imagine the comms over these past 10 minutes. It's just been like they're just doing the same thing over and over. Both teams. Like, let's go stand here. Let's go stand here. Go clear that wave. So let's go stand here. Everybody just waiting. I mean, it is XG in control because they are the ones who are holding the line in between the Radiant base and Roche. They just need to hold it for potentially another 4 minutes or so.
They did end up getting that nullifier, by the way, on Maureen. So, do you have an answer to some of these defensive options?
XXS. Oh, Amar scouts this. He knows. He pops here, he knows. Oh, he doesn't know. I cursed him. I thought he knew.
He went right.
Oh, he would have had him too. He's mid TP.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had too much faith in you, Amar. I apologize.
I think that's a good thing. If you have too much faith in him, right?
I really believed.
All right, counter smoke. Amar is no longer smoked, and Amar is no longer with his team, except for his lifestealer, who's with them, and they're going to walk up to high ground, run right into Ame, the stun right there, but the Fissure block, no! He can't get onto him!
Are you kidding me?
Oh, XXS!
10 minutes for this!
That's not what was supposed to happen! Oh, looking a little sheepish.
9-1.
Oh, jeez, guys.
Oh, now insta smoke. They're going back in. They know.
Yeah, yep, that was BKB. That was God's strength. You gotta run. You gotta hide. You can't stay here anymore. Go to your well. Just go hide in your well.
Thank you.
That is not your well, but that is a sick-ass blink. Thank you.
Excuse me?
My man. Oh, he's like, where'd he go? What happened?
My guy's got 4 ankles, and they're all broken. All right, well, they do find a shrine.
That's good. Necessary.
They won't stay for it, though.
Jeez. 52. Where are we going? What are we doing? You're running into a Shadow Demon that just blinked halfway across the map because his cast range is insane.
It's like a 2.5-minute Roche.
Yeah. Well, I said I thought we'd get tier 5s.
I
wasn't so sure after I hit the tier 4s.
No, I think you sniped it. It is certainly looking that way.
I'm gonna take a look at this real quickly. Look at this guy. Dun 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 dun. Whoa! Caught sight of him barely and then just blinked out. Back in the world of the living as Amar is... Did he pop refresher for that too? He did.
He did, yeah.
Jump in, mid lane, onto him, dead. And still have more of those demonic purges ready.
And they're going to start retreating off to the east in case Roche spawns. They want to have some control over the area. There's a little Xingqiu illusion here.
They know that that's the real one. They know it's him.
Uh-oh, that's stun.
Good stun, but the roar, now the turn disruption. They can't hit in the midst of it, and the demonic purge doing good work. That is a problem, though, as they get the big RP. Does not have refresher, though. Will it matter? Skinner right on top. XM gonna be bashed, gonna be killed, and Ame stuck up on the cliff. XXS tries to do something here, anything at all, to salvage this fight. Will get a kill on to the snap, goes for the TP out.
That's a crazy set of plays from XXS to try and salvage it, but it's not enough damage. Just gets a die back onto crit.
Ancients being hit by the creeps. Oh, don't let it end like this.
Nah, they got glyph. They're fine. There's no TPs or anything. Not gonna do anything too wild here. The good news is the Roche isn't immediately up, so if they check it, they can't just quickly do it. They might just plant snaking in there, I imagine. Might as well.
What else is he gonna do right now?
Man, that was close. I thought they were gonna turn that back around for a second there. I thought there was gonna be like a satanic and Sven was gonna start going, but...
And saved. A chance, a bash, an opportunity. XXS backs away and they're gonna disrupt Skitter and then just retreat.
I mean, that's pretty much your only chance to maybe get the Aegis, you know? Is trying as this trio to shut down one of these cores inside of Falcons. But now the Roche is going to spawn up top. It's spawning in a second. Malrine's there. He's got it. That's our fourth Roche, as you can see there. So plenty of goodies.
Dude, what is it with this TI? This is just like insane. All of these games, like they're not all hitting 60, but 50 minutes still makes mayhem.
It really does. And, I mean, and just like the patience too. Yeah, it's kind of a classic, right? And no one wants to take a bad fight.
Yeah.
So you're just waiting and waiting. You don't want to feel like you're throwing. And you
each one of these games matters so much too for placement.
Yeah. I mean, you're trying to get straight into the international here. Get off of this road. The road it's full of bumps and scary other cars, and you don't know how they're driving.
And as has been pointed out a couple of different times, incredibly competitive tournament across the board. A rebuild in Radiance there? Okay. Oh, did he try and do the trick and then lose his talisman? His inventory was full? No, there's no way. Okay.
Got a BKB now for crit, so comes back after a couple of deaths, wants to be a little more survivable, as he's close to 25.
Ooh.
Doesn't have, you know...
I mean, the Mortimer Kisses launched, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not bad, I guess. It is like pop, 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 pop. I don't know, it always feels kind of bad late game just standing there, though, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
It feels
true.
like you have so much to do that, like, max channeling is just like... That being said, you're also just doing more in a shorter time frame, so there's an argument there. But it feels bad to go multi, you know, when you haven't gotten into
AC
talent score.
completed, Amar found, blinks away. Puts on a highlight reel of his own.
I can do it too, all right?
Thankfully, he did not blink. But that also means no God Strength.
That's crazy.
Which means...
Yeah, which means we're smoking and running at them probably with this Aegis, I imagine.
And XG are going to run away themselves.
The
Farm out this entire area, head on back to the base. Yeah, there's no way that they're going to get a jump during the duration of this Aegis. And yeah, buying the 57-minute minus.
Yep.
Let's go, X-Nova. You know what's up.
Getting that bundle of Madstone for free.
Has the greater healing lotuses the whole way through, too. Yeah, gonna get the D ward there. My God. Just drops the Lotus.
I mean, we're at that point too where the item is like XXS, like the Aeon disc is gone. He's got like this Blink, BKB, Refresher, Octarine, bots too, and 8,000 gold nearly.
40,000 net worth on Sven. Ame is topped out. Doesn't have a Moon Shard yet.
Well, and he also needs that 60-minute item for some movement speed. He is a slug.
Yeah, Ags also is another
outside
option.
of the Swift Blink, it's just he's just trudging along the map at 325.
I think we are just waiting for those newts. Can see down bottom they're gonna go for a Tormentor here. Yeah, last hit 764. Let me tell you, if any of you guys took any of these heroes in fantasy,
can they do this?
You are living large. No, they cannot. They realize now that is not gonna work. You need more people.
All right, noble effort.
All right, they're coming down bottom to help out and take it. So now they'll go for it together. As friends, Snaking, don't die.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
That's scary, man.
Yeah.
All right, gets Malrina's shard.
That signals to XG. We can hang out for a little while. Not too scary to be on this side of the map. They scan the gate too, just to make sure. Marana, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, saving the 2 charges on X-Nova. So as soon as 60-minute comes around, you can immediately just go bang, bang. Probably on the hard camp, or on the small camp, I mean. Would be the most value.
All right. 60 minutes coming up.
So does any of the tier 5s change stuff? Like how much will it change stuff, do you think?
Not as much as they used. At least I feel like they don't change as much as they used to, but they're still all like I like the movement speed enchantment. I think is pretty big, right?
They're going right before it. Moonlight Shadow. Malrine is showing. Now jumps away. Blink out. Blink out. Blink out.
Ame, dude. Ame's dying.
He went for.
Ame's dead.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Yeah, Xingqiu now also in trouble. Nullified. Right-clicked. Finished.
Yeah, my guy just got RP'd, and it was Jover. The whole horn toss on the RP. Good grab, good find.
Goodness. Okay, so they might be able to get a buyback out here?
I mean, they can just insta-go for their items, right?
Yeah.
You can see they're just cleaving through the neutrals. X-Nova also doing his best to try and get some for the Dire team. I mean, I guess he did use his BKB. He didn't use his God Strength. So not that it really matters because he's going to need both.
Book of the Dead, attack speed, and magic attack damage for Malrine.
All right.
Amar, what are you finding? The horn tosses. We'll see what he decides to pick up here. In the meantime, Falcons is still set up near high ground. They drop down the banner. Steeler has access to his as well.
Oh, it's the Helm and the Undying. All right.
The Audacious also, the attack speed and magic damage. So they're doubling up on this.
Yeah, they're trying to get through the Sven. You know, the dead guy.
They're still saving for the moment, not having to use any buybacks. XXS can go for a fissure play. Immediately you can see the infest and run out.
I mean, they know they're not buying back on this one, right? So they're feeling pretty confident here in their 8 seconds. Melee racks soon to go down here in the mid lane. Get him, creep.
Kills all of that. And they do get the melee. So now melee racks for both teams down. Has not chosen an item yet for Amar. It's got Unrelenting Eyes pretty good. Book of the Dead still pretty good. He has attack speed and damage if he wants to. Or you could do the spell debuff. Spell amp and debuff could be pretty good. It's like, does he want to be a carry? Does he want to set up his carries?
I kind of like the Unrelenting Eye to get like turnaround RPs. That sounds kind of sick. But he also already has an Aeon Disc.
Oh, X-Nova gets the XP gain on top of a Minotaur Horn. So 1,000 experience per minute.
Try and get to 25.
Boundless, Fallen Sky, Wise, Book of the Dead for crit. So another one of these heroes that's going for the XP talent.
Snake King's looking to get involved, man. When you picked up the Fallen Sky. All right, we have the other Helm of the Undying, though.
Primary attribute, 4,800 HP on Sven.
Look at it regenning up as he... That's crazy.
Dude, and actually, now with God Strength, that is gross. Yeah. Holy.
Yeah, that is the Sven dream for sure.
That is so much damage. Okay, 62 minutes. Let's get a pause. Everybody stretch. If you're back at home, Probably don't leave because it could end in like a moment.
It's a good idea, actually.
And yeah, we get the spell lamp there on XM. 52 to 48. I mean, it's about right. That's what you can say.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff right there.
The question you're asking yourself is who's going to get the better initiation? You know, who's going to find the easier fight? I think XG have an easier path to end the game with tier 4s already being down, but
it doesn't matter at this point.
It doesn't really. I mean, maybe you could go for some like backdoor play if you push in the lane all the way, and that's something that you do need to be careful of. I mean, Ame, if he manages to just hit the throne, it's going to be close. Obviously, you still have Glyph, but, you know, break some TPs, do some of that shenanigans. There's a possibility there at the very least. Teams needing to make sure all of their settings are absolutely correct. You cannot have any missed inputs or anything at this moment in time.
And, you know, 62 minutes into the game is the best time to check to make sure your settings are right.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you know.
Shaker still has the tier 4, so they need to farm a little bit more to get the tier 5 neutrals for both him and the Shadow Demon.
I mean, we're at the point now, I mean, there's so many nullifiers, there's so many Aeon discs, there's so many refreshers and everything. The one thing that is, like, solid is just disruption, which is one really nice thing about this hero. Of course, he's not 25, so he doesn't have the second. But that is the big save, you know?
Take a sip of water myself, why don't I? And 2,000, all that's separating it. 10 buybacks. Shaker currently is 6,000 gold above buyback. Has 10K gold on Shaker. When do you think you buy Rapier for him?
For who?
For Shaker. Go the spell lamp route. Come on, make it happen.
I mean, that is kind of hype.
Dude, you get a Shaker with Rapier, get Divine Regalia. I'm looking over at the panel. They're just deadpan. They're like, we came up here 20 minutes ago, thought this game was going to be over.
I mean, Crit has some ideas of his own here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's thinking, well, you know, I didn't get the talents on the first way through.
Okay.
But if we win one fight...
Oh, look, he's looking at the camera.
Exactly. He knows I'm talking about him. If he gets one fight and he hits 30, which obviously comes from one single engagement, he's thinking about heading up that alternate route there.
I mean, at the pace of the game, he will get level 30 before there's a fight, based upon how stuff has been going so far.
Roche is up in 50 seconds. Are we waiting for that? Oh, well, potentially up in 50 seconds, I should say. Are we waiting for that? Also, where is Malreen's courier? What is going on here?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's back in the base, because he is an empty slot.
It looks like there's maybe some weird bug going on. I wonder if that... Wait, is there any way that that's the issue?
No, there's not a bug happening, is there?
Okay, no.
Go.
Apparently not.
I think he's just, you know, spent.
I just like to build some drama.
Yeah. It would appear that there's a massive flaw and the game is void.
Yeah, remake. Just remake real quick. No problem.
Right, well, we had some conversations on XG during this pause, and Ame decided he needs an Abyssal.
All right.
So that could be a little surprise. Lincoln Sphere on the Radiant. We don't have any, right?
Ooh, wait. Is that Disseminate on all of them as well? That could also be nasty.
All right. Okay. Now, there's nothing worse in Dota than when the pause... Oh, he goes in!
They got him. Pulls him in. There's the disruption, though. The long range. So insane. And there's the stun. He gets the blink away. Ame onto Snake King. But Aeon Disc keeps him alive. Big initiate. He died to the crit. The cleave. It was way too much. And now the turn. Oh, he jumped inside of Malreen. What a save. They needed that badly. XXS still on the hunt. Second refresher wanted to go for it. The bash. He finds it. And there's the arrow. They're in trouble now. Disruption to keep him alive. Skinner starts hitting away. But there's the heal that comes out. It's too strong. Skinner trying to stay alive against Ame. It is not going to happen. Dead on 3. He just doesn't know it yet as Amar tries to skewer out. XXS on the hunt, TP away, and there will be no bash this time. 3 dead for 1.
It's always the team that goes in first, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it feels... that was a beautiful attempt from Amar, but that disruption, it was the blink out after as well. Like, I thought they could get him.
Yeah.
But it just wasn't there.
And, like, you look at what he has queued up right now, realizing this Lifestealer trying to get to the Aghanim Scepter. it's been an issue. You see this jump. What a save. XinQ waiting for that last moment for them to really commit.
That is wild. And just blinks his way out. Holy.
XinQ doing everything right there, saving the game. And the just blow up that happened. But yeah, they managed to get him away there for the moment.
Malrine, did he have refresher there? Yeah, he refreshed, but then he doesn't blink. He tries to go for the roar.
Yeah.
But he doesn't blink, so then he gets bashed. Maybe could have been an escape.
Pretty unbelievable.
And that commits them for the fight, so.
So the other thing to watch for here is, I mean, again, backdoor plays. It is possible, but right now all of the waves are shoving in to the Radiant team.
Are they going to go back and check Roche as well?
Ends up getting the evolved Helm of the Undying for the Shaker. So now another hero with 4,700 HP this time around.
Perfect. Oh,
pulls him in. This is a good target to get. The cookie forward, finds the stun. Another cookie used. Pulls Ame into the base. Can they get him again? Now Kisses coming out, hitting on to this Sven. It's not going to be enough damage as he does pop the BKB, and now the Fallen Sky, the pullback. Is it going to be enough damage? It looks like it. Disruption for XinQ, but it's only going to keep him alive for a moment. Ame is gone. They will take down, it looks like, wait, they force out the glyph? Oh, that's huge.
I mean, they're about to lose their last building.
That's true. But that glyph means backdoor is in contention here.
Why does it feel like Amar has a bajillion spells? He just keeps finding these scoops.
They ninja moved Kez into the patch.
Yeah.
It's just
really
Amar.
All right, so they didn't back for the Roche. They left it. They tried to play a bit aggressive. They get some buys.
What's the way that you go here now?
Oh, wait, they didn't get a buy, did they? I actually thought they got a buy. That was so long.
Is there any way Falcons can win this game here? I mean, Aghanim's on Lifestealer makes a big difference. They were able to sneak one away and steal it last time around. This is now going to be the 5th Roche. And the roar starts to do more and more damage. But they will be able to take this down. Bottom lane is shoving in. If Falcons don't deal with that, by the time they push, that is going to reach their base, and you could go for some backdoor TP in with no glyph on Radiant. Gem?
You know what hero it feels awful being in a game like this is Mirana.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you have to offer? A YOLO arrow that you can't even really follow up on at this point?
He has level 25 now, so it's, you know, 3 YOLO arrows.
3 YOLO arrows, yeah, to be precise.
Fissure hits on the Skeeter, and that is going to be another Rax down. Bottom not pushing all the way in yet. The Force Staff from Snake King means he gets out of there.
Right,
and look at them. Look at the creeps. They're going down. They're going to try and push that out. So they do keep their base safe.
Keeping an eye on things.
This actually can work now.
Is Amara going to try it again, though?
Yeah.
How fast will XinQ be?
Oh, they got to be so quick on this. He's going to just be spam clicking.
He didn't get the cast range enchantment either. So he just has to rely on his Aether Lens and his blink.
Arrow? Arrow?
Oh, he's ulting.
Big arrow! Oh! The stun in the midst of his jump! Ame! You're a god and you didn't even know it was coming! Unbelievable! Skinner comes back to life now. XM, he's roared. Do they have enough? The damage coming in from Crit, it is! They managed to find that kill. So they do get the bring down, but they come back to life in a buyback from Amar. Another potential win condition here.
And he still has 2 RPs.
Oh, you know that the SF has buyback.
Yeah, I think everyone knows everyone's buyback for sure. I think you're right.
And they're just, look at this. The freaking, the Necro books.
I mean, Skeeter also has buyback. Like, there's a point where you're just going to send him in here, you know?
And the Roche banner actually being valuable means these creeps are not dying. They show up for a moment. XXS loses some HP. They don't have to commit almost anything. You saw in that one, by the way, the stun as Amar blinked in. Could have just been a tragic moment there if they would have been able to find the RP onto Sven. But you said it. What does Mirana get you? And then he finds like a clutch arrow. So nuts.
Tactical from Xnova, of course.
Oh yeah.
Knew it was gonna hit. All right, they've gotten forward enough that if Pugna tries it again, XSS is gonna attempt something here.
Just realized that Skitter has 709 feast stacks. There it is.
Yep.
Punch, punch, punch. Echo out. Not gonna do anything. He is in his Undying form, still stunned. Throws a fissure, but to no avail. A ton of gold going to crit this time, and they're going to clean this up, finish off the Megas. Now the jump stun. Ame decides he wants to hit him. There's the follow-up stun onto him immediately. XM wrecking the souls, but the RP disruption came in, which means Ame is not hit. Now starting to beat into Skitter, and Skitter gets obliterated.
No, he's back. He's still in. He
jumped inside of him. Okay.
But now he's probably dead.
Live for a moment, but yeah, only a moment as the hits, they come in. But the damage coming out from crit from the full artillery downtown hits away, but another disruption and the save. They're keeping Ame alive somehow, some way. They get it. Ame lives. He shouldn't be alive, but he is.
Oh, crit the cheese.
He eats it, and 4 dead as it all falls apart there.
But it is Megas.
Okay.
The buildings are down. There are buybacks. They tried to make the big defense to ensure the building would survive, but it wasn't enough. It does fall 19,400 damage from Ame.
Dude, I love Natus so much. He's just so sick.
He's just cleaving into everyone. I mean, that's gross. That is absolutely disgusting that a hero can take 18,000 damage.
What in the hell? Dude, XG are doing it. Total damage done, 77k by Sven.
Okay, but you're now moving into the base of a Magnus. Now, he does not have Refresher.
And he also doesn't have buyback. So if Amar goes in and anything goes wrong, it's game over. Oh, God. Man, can they delay it out long enough and then go for some push? They also have got their glyph back again now on Falcons.
I think we're just going for Megas. Okay.
We're getting Megas on Megas. It's been a long time since I feel like I've seen a Mega creep game on both sides.
20 seconds, no
Wait,
RP.
Look at these creeps.
They've backed away. They've gone. They're not even going to try it.
But they don't feel comfortable hitting them yet. That's something else to keep in mind. That glyph is so important. And you can see win probability now favoring XG.
Nice.
Because of the lack of towers on Falcon's side. And of course, because tier 4s don't regenerate, you could start just spamming, sending in those Necrobook creeps too.
Yeah, we got a few, that's true.
How big is crit now?
He's got the talents, but not the items.
Yeah, 29. It's hard to get there.
His dreams were not realized. He bought a Refresher.
That's fair.
He is not YOLOing damage rolls and spamming his...
Have there been any other switch-ups at all? I'm really surprised there's been no Rapiers yet.
I mean, there are a lot of dyings, rather. So
it's 13,000 gold now on Shaker. Like, buy a Moonshard for somebody on XXS. I don't know if there's a better item than what he has right now, so I think that does make sense, but...
I mean, the best item is buyback.
Oh, and also we're at the point where we can get another tier 5.
Ah, true, if you want to make some changes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That would be very good.
I mean, at this point, you could maybe ditch the Necrobooks. You know?
Yeah.
So it's like I feel like they're most useful for spamming into the racks. It's not very often that they decide tier 4s and throne.
That's true.
They are good for pushing waves, though, which is fair. But, you know, maybe there's something that's going to help in these like massive team fights a little bit.
Timeless Helm of the Undying for the Shadow Fiend. Okay, so he will get his ulti off almost no matter what.
Hey, most last hits this tournament now for Ame. Okay.
Oh, jeez. Somebody's fantasy points are going insane.
I think a lot of people. Yeah, it's Ame, you know. He's probably like the second most picked carry after Yadaro, probably.
Yeah. And Moonshard bought at an hour and 15 minutes.
That's a 2, sir.
Dude, I'm gonna have to take another hit of my inhaler. Gets the shard on the Shadow Fiend now. Rarely seen, but does have the cooldown reduction on raises per the enemy hero hit.
When you just got a swag, you know?
But that is where we're at. That's where we're sitting. And another battle around the Roche Fit, which honestly doesn't even really matter that much anymore. I'm looking down bottom where there's more Necrobook creeps being sent to push out the bottom wave, which was also pushed out by Necro creeps. So
I mean, we've got both Malrine and Amar kind of eyeing up their neutrals, trying to decide if there's any value here swapping.
Dude, you know what the actual item is that they should be buying? Is Helm. Helm of the Overlord. Because it stays alive in their backpack too.
Oh yeah, and just upgrade it?
Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't really have enough gold for it. He's only got 4,600.
Well, I guess not for Amar, but like Earthshaker, for instance.
Oh,
you know?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, just grab a dragon, chuck it.
Yeah.
Can they handle megas?
I don't think they can, but if you send them behind a wave...
Yeah, that's true.
It literally is just becoming an RTS. I think that's what's happening in this game. A smoke bot late game, and no way at this point to easily break the stalemate. Crit is almost at level 30, and given enough time, he can transition to that other core, but it's going to be a while. Amar pulls in, catches one, roar used, Ame disrupted and saved. Now XM, Ame turns and hits, and the satanic turnaround is insane, but the damage is still out, coming in, it's not going to be enough. That is a dead Skitter. The control now onto Snake King. Oh, Amar does not have a buyback. He will actually in 3 seconds.
Yeah, his is coming back.
So they will be able to come back to defend this. TP away, not going to happen.
I feel like Amar thought about it. He thought about doing another RP to pull him further away from the Shadow Demon, but he didn't want to risk it. And then the bandage came out just at that
Cookie
moment.
off to the side, Crit trying to do what he can, but will eventually be stunned and killed.
Those are the
now
buybacks.
in the base, Ame! What?
Brother.
They pulled him all the way in. Amar with the buyback.
Brother Bear.
He's back there, and he is dead now. Does not want to have to use the buyback. There's shit happening up above, and suddenly Ame's in the fountain.
Get out of the well.
What?
What happened?
I mean, Amar just popped back, and Ame,
we know what happened, but
why is what you're looking for? Oh, that should have been game right there. A late game flub. And a moment now where, you know, anything can happen. XM, if you manage to step down here, they find Xingqiu instead. They're trying to TP in on the Shaker. There's the RP connects onto two, but they didn't get the Shadow Demon. They didn't get him. Pulls him in and RP back. Oh, Omar, you're so sick. Skitter gonna get stunned for a moment. Can they find XM? Ame on top of him, hits immediately, but the save comes in from Skitter. It's not gonna be enough.
He's getting low though.
Skitter's in trouble, and Xingqiu, he has done so much in this game for his team, and another time where he does it again. Heals coming out for Skitter, trying to back out, but the arrow connects. He's gone. GG. We're going to a game number 3.
Oh, finally they have done it. After a mere 78 minutes, a GG is called in this one. And after all that, we still get one more match. Isn't that lovely?
Unbelievable.
How is he so relaxed looking at Xingqiu?
I think it's all of a fake. Nobody's relaxed, Snaking. Nobody feels good at the end of that one.
No,
but we are going to be seeing a game number 3 as we head on back to the panel.
I would say we feel pretty good. I feel like the viewers as well feel pretty good having to see these two teams. Look, 78 minutes. Everyone loves it. A good game of Dota. Good. How would you describe it, though, Fear, exactly for this one? Because we ended up getting mega creeps on both sides, which has felt like a rarity in a very long time. You got to re-roll a couple of tier 5 neutrals, but there were a lot of stalemates as well when it came to these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you play these high-stakes games, you're going to be in a position where there's a lot of team fight on both sides, a lot of refresh orbs, so you have to play very patient. Obviously, when you're in that situation, anyone who shows first is going to get some big team fight ult on them. Either it's getting echoed in the face or skewered backwards, so it's going to make these games very difficult to play, and initiation's going to become very key. And yeah, so if you end up showing, things can happen. You can die. It's going to be really reliant on who initiates, who has buybacks. All these small macro details come into play.
Yeah, so I'm just rewatching the team fight here because this was the one where Skeeter took 18,000 damage, I believe it was, and still lived for as long as he did. Like, this Pugna does so much, and overall, I would say this Earthshaker was very impactful in the final fight that we saw. The fissures were really important to kind of stop this Pugna wanting to sit as far back and having that freedom to just continually have the Pugna suck.
There was so much patience on both sides. Like, everyone had a very clear view of like, okay, this is our win condition for the fight. Let's look for this very specific thing. This Magnus having to catch these Horn Toss skewers backs all the time. Shadow Demon knowing that he has to react to that with disruptions. Like, everyone had to play so specifically perfect, and then even then you can't account for everything, right? Like, there's some Horn Tosses back into like a skewer into, okay, we're blinking in to go fight now, but oh, here's a fissure out of nowhere. Dude, there's no way to really explain just how hype and cool it was. Like, they were thinking a million things at once, and it's still, you get chaos everywhere.
Yeah, and also the way Xtreme Gaming used, or I guess didn't use their buybacks to Fly, because it's so easy. You die, okay, immediately buy back. Let's just keep this going. Let's have the numbers. But it felt like they actually didn't really buy back in quote-unquote important moments until that very end. There was one on the Earthshaker earlier, but yeah, they were very patient, holding them since the 40-minute mark.
Yeah, I think keeping your composure in a game this long and this stressful it's key for sure. And I kind of like having this rule where you wait at least 3 seconds before you press buyback at any given moment. Because yeah, the worst thing that can happen is you die, you insta buyback, enemies just back off, or the fight just disengages. And we didn't really see that. I think both teams they definitely had some kind of conversation about this at some point, that you shouldn't just rush to do it, and it showed.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch there. Was there a standout player, though, for you guys? It was for me, but how about you guys?
Zinq, easy.
Yeah, pretty obvious there. He did so much this game, whether he was just saving with disruption, but the fact he had Ags as well. We saw many fights where he just used it on Lifestealer, and Sven was just out-man fighting the Lifestealer because he no longer had passives to Lifesteal anymore. So those two things just pretty much won every single team fight for them.
Anything else about the Shadow Demon? Yeah.
I just was mostly impressed with his positioning and ability to save. Like, even I think towards the very end of the game, there was a fight where he got caught in like an RP refresher, but like the reason he's even moving back into that range is because he's like desperately trying to get his disruption off onto one of his cores and like saves their life and allows them to continue the fight even as the loss of his own. He was just so on top of it.
And there's something I was wondering, because I play a lot of save heroes myself, and there are situations where it's very hard to actually click the target, especially when he's moving. So when the target gets skewered back, for example, or tiny tossed in the air. So what you can do is you can actually click the portrait of the hero up top to save them, and that will always guarantee click them. So I wonder if that's something he did, because he got like mid-skewer disruptions, which is super clutch. So I wonder if he did that, or he's just that good. But it was awesome to see. You're
going to have to go back in to the TV and look at his mouse movement, you know? He's just hovering over the hero portrait, just spamming his disruption to save them. It was so good. Well-deserved MVP. I feel like one of the biggest reasons why this game went the distance it did. Obviously, both teams playing so well there. But we want to break it down. Maybe be a little bit more analytical here to that earlier part of the game. And for you, Fear, it was...
I don't even remember.
Yeah, you remember it? Like, what?
Yeah, well, okay. Well, we have a visual clip to show you as well. Yes. So in case, no one else remembers it, we've got the graphic and then the clip for you.
All right, this is one of the clips where I kind of wanted to showcase like this Magnus versus Shadow Demon and how important it is to actually catch the Shadow Demon in your initiations, as we saw when they didn't catch the Shadow Demon, on how much work he could do. So yeah, Amar in this particular clip here was able to catch two heroes, the supports, and this is where the game really kind of felt like, all right, Falcons have got things going on here. It's looking really good. And it really just did turn out to be, you need to get Shin Q in your initiations, because if you don't, he's going to save whoever you go on. And after that fight, it really felt like Shin Q was like, okay, I can't let that happen again. And his positioning was immaculate, therefore, after.
Okay. And then for you, Fly, it was do you even want... Does it feel like it plays a part into this when you have a 78-minute
I mean, it feels
game?
Like eons ago.
Yeah, right?
This game, I mean, the game kept stalling out because people got Aegises and they lost them immediately. So it happened earlier in the game.
Or stalling out Roche fights, 3 minutes. And then this magnificent moment here that you wanted to talk about was using
I think it was just cool by Crit specifically to make sure the Roshan roars, which means the Sven took extra damage. It took a little bit longer to actually kill the Rosh, and then Sven ends up losing the Aegis right afterwards. So I think it was just a cool mechanic to abuse because Falcons took the first Rosh. I thought it was like, giga
No,
brain.
it definitely is. Just a different way to look at like how to use how to stall things out when it's like, okay, our team can't get it, but there is a way for us to be able to slow them down, make us in a better position to be able to counter that. And later on as well, something maybe slightly more relevant or slightly more fresh in people's minds was after the 40-minute mark.
Yeah, I remember there was a clutch team fight. I think it was almost like a 5-for-0 with constant like re-engagements. You're gonna see this fight where Sven gets a good jump onto the Magnus, even though he gets the RP off and doesn't die through the BKB. The fight still looks good, and there's gonna be a re-engagement here soon where the Sven gets gone on. You're gonna see the clutch disruption by Xingqiu throughout this entire game, and it buys that extra bit of time for the BKBs to wear off, the rage to wear off, where Shaker comes in and cleans up the fight, and then after that it's just hunting all around. There's some beautiful teamfight execution, and this kind of showcases what happens for the next 20-30 minutes. Wherever Xtreme took a good fight, it was off the back of the Shadow Demon and the clutch initiations from Shaker and Sven. So beautiful Dota.
It does also bring the question around of the confidence they had. I don't know if confidence is the right word, but just leaving this Shaker in the pool to be picked up. They didn't look at banning it out in that first phase rare, and even we were questioning where exactly is it going to go, who really does feel comfortable on it, and where can it excel.
I was really impressed with XXS, mostly because throughout this tournament so far, I feel like I've only seen him playing heroes in a very defensive way, where we're talking about the 4P1 on Arme, but this game he really stepped up. We talked about how Shaker can take Ancients. He was taking the Ancients even as an offlane Shaker. They stacked for him, he took that, he built his Kaya, he built up to be a core, and then he took part in all of the mini fights that they attempted to have. When we were stuck at like 6-6 kills. I really think it just shows that he's leveled up for this tournament, playing different versatile playstyles every single game. I do think, other than that one Fisher that split Arme off from their opponent, is pretty on point. Yeah.
No, it is nice because it was always this, rushing for a Yules, rushing for a pipe, something that is there to help them. So I like it, just something different that they're displaying. They're able to win on it. This lineup was also something that was, you said, Fly, a slow lineup. You said it was a slow build-up. Do you think now in hindsight, Falcons could have been a lot faster, could have gotten that high ground and potentially a win before a 70-minute mark?
Yeah, I think it was an interesting game because it felt like Falcons were trying to kind of progress the map and try to get a small advantage by, buying Dominator, taking the early towers, but they were never able to really push it after getting that first Aegis. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe it's because there is so much off-map threat by the side of Xtreme. Like whenever you don't see the Shaker, if you show on a wave, he might just pop you instantly with a Mirana backup. So I do think Falcons should have tried to somehow get ahead on the map, but I'm not even sure how. It was not a simple game by any means. So well played by Xtreme, really.
Yeah. And what do you feel that game 3 could entail for a Sphere, with your wise words?
It's really hard to say. Like, these games are very hectic and crazy. I guess the only thing I can say for almost certainty, it'll be a long one. It seems these two teams like to take it to the late game. And after watching that last game, I think you're just going to up the stakes a little bit and try to either play a little more for that late game, whether it's the drafting, getting more heroes so I can do that. Because seems like winning games early is not really an option. So finding a way to get to that late game and having that better scale is probably what you're most likely thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, this game is now the longest game of this Road to the International, but also beats all of the games that were played at last TI when it comes to game length. So already, and we're only on day 2, so there's a chance for them to go even longer. Who even knows exactly what these two teams are going to be bringing to game number 3. Before we get to it though, let's have a little bit of a look back between Nomad and Crit before when they got to catch up for the Road to the International playoffs.
Team Falcons have been a force throughout the year, and I'm now joined by Crit to have a conversation about that. But firstly, Crit, you are now currently the player with the most consecutive TIs in a row.
Oh,
so
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. No, at the moment you are number 1. How's that feel?
Like I said, I didn't even know that. But I mean, yeah, it's been a few. So yeah.
So I mean, what do you think the difference is between TI6 OG Crit versus TI14 Falcons Crit? How much have things changed?
That's a hard question. That's like half a lifetime pretty much. I was very young. I don't even really remember that time, you know, it was so long ago. But a lot of experience, I guess. I guess the funny thing is back then I was kind of like a favorite going into TI, and then I had like a big period in the middle when I was not favorite at all. And then now we're kind of back to being a good team. So some things are just similar to back then, and some things have changed. So.
All right, well, let's talk about this year on Falcons. It's been a really interesting year. I think, you know, a bit quiet from you guys compared to last year especially, but now things have really started to pick up for you guys. So what do you think you've figured out recently that's put you in this really good shape?
Just, we kind of found a format for us that we have had before, but we kind of lost. I think we're in pretty good individual shape as well in terms of like we're playing a lot of pubs, like everyone's playing well, and I think throughout the year we had like a lot of individual poor performances, which kind of hurt us. And we're a team that relies a lot on that. Like we need our good players to perform well. Like that's part of how we play as a team and how we draft and everything. So we kind of got that back as well. I think that's probably the biggest thing. Like we just kind of stepped it up, and I think the confidence is there again because when we lost a lot, then we're like not really sure why. Just winning kind of helps you regain that trust in each other and just gain confidence. So I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're a team that wasn't really used to losing before this year, to be honest. You just started winning everything. You know, what was it like being in that position, and what kind of conversations did you have about mentality and dealing with those emotions at the time?
I wouldn't say it's more like an individual thing, to be honest, like, because like we're a new team, but we have like a mix of old players and young players and like a very different level of experience on the team. Like me and Snay obviously have a lot of years of playing, and then Skitter's like a little bit more than the rest, but then it was Malreen's first year of like playing professionally really, and then Amar was kind of in and out and had only really ever played on one good team. So it was a very mixed bag in terms of like who has experience and like what are we kind of helping each other with, and like what can we do to help each other. And like we also I can't go in there and tell them, oh, this is how it works, because that's how it works for me. You know, they kind of have to learn for themselves, like how to go through the motions and like what do you learn from each experience. And I think just sometimes you just kind of have to lose and just accept that everyone's like, you got to trust that your teammates are working on it. And I think we just had to go through that, and I think it helped us.
So what about your position? I mean, how are you enjoying playing position 4 at the moment, and how open is it? You know, what can you do on that role?
It's not that open. It's not been that open for a while, to be honest. It's a pretty limited role. Pretty much ever since I joined this team, I feel like it's not been that explorative. But I think it fits me pretty well. Like I understand the role. Yeah, it's nothing crazy, but like I'm still enjoying it. It's by far the role I enjoy the most.
Across all roles, do you think there's any hero which is going to be like kind of popping off at this international?
I think there's a few decent heroes. I mean, there's the obvious ones like Naga and Nature's Prophet, which have been like just ridiculous for a long time now, and I think those are just strong for every team. And then there's some, I mean, we have some heroes, other teams have their heroes. It's just, there's a decent mix. I think it's a lot up to each team, like how do they want to approach it.
Excellent stuff. And finally, how motivated do you feel coming into this international? How badly do you want to get up on that stage and you know, show the world that Falcons are still the best?
I mean, I would say last year when I was in Denmark was very big for me, and I think that's probably the hardest loss I've had, so I'm determined to bounce back here.
Excellent, Crit. Thank you so much for coming and talk to me, and good luck at this international.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There you have it. Crit himself at least definitely wants to bounce back after last year. They obviously went in favorites after having such a dominating year. This time around, though, it's a little bit back and forth. Some people still think they're going to hit that form, other people not so much. But right now, XG and Falcons, it feels like they're very evenly matched. Our best of 3 is 1 apiece, and our most recent game sphere going all the way to both Mega Creep on Mega Creep, 78 minutes. And yeah, the only thing you said you could say for certain is this third game is also going to go the distance?
High probability. Yeah. I mean, just looking at all the games in general so far at this Road to the International, they all have been very long and very close. And this one I'm expecting to be another great game, especially because these are some of the best teams so far we've seen, obviously, with the Swiss format going in 2-0. They both want to get that third win very badly, and they're both pretty neck and neck. So that's kind of like what you expect from Swiss format. Both the teams, every match is going to be very close.
Do they have the stamina though to go for another long game? Because I was really
whether they have it or not, it's probably going to happen.
I mean, yeah, but I was looking at last game and I'm thinking like, okay, you have a Sven that has to play against like 2 E-Blades on the supports, like Decrep, 2 BKB piercing stuns, blah blah blah. Like anytime we watch the replays of these team fights, the positioning of everyone was so like tight and clean. There's like Lincoln's is being put out onto Arme and like the microseconds between like stuns coming out, all of these different like Satanics having to purge stuff, Lotus is having to be put on, so on and so on. Like this guy's constantly having to like fight through everything, and it feels like the mental drain to keep on top of that for 70+ minutes. Like how do you even get to a third game and go long and have to do that again? Do they have it? Like this seems hard. How do you guys do it?
Professional e-athletes.
Okay, you say that.
Not anymore. You're a dad now.
So they are.
You're tired.
No, for sure, these games are very draining. You have to stay focused, and if you lose focus, you know, you might just ruin the game, basically, right? You be out of position, and Shadow Demon, the entire game crumbles. So for sure, it is very taxing. But you know, it is what these guys do, right?
Yeah.
Like we play Dota all day, come here and show the best gameplay you can possibly have.
I do see what you mean though, where it's like, yeah, the games could go long, but do we try and draft? Do we try and play in a style that is going to give us that opportunity to close out by the 20 to 30 minute mark? Do we try and have that lineup so we're not waiting for things like refreshes? We're able to take control of more of the map.
I think Dota is not really in that state anymore. It's very hard to finish games. There's so many glyphs. There's always the map is too large, where it's very hard to close off all the entire map. That means like everybody's still gonna get farm somewhere, and they're gonna get their items somewhere, and they're gonna be able to take a fight at some point, which is great because, you know, everybody gets to have more fun, more items, more levels. But it does mean that the games take longer to finish. Unless you stomp 3 lanes, I would say every game is going to go average 35 minimum. You know, that's the bare minimum.
Yeah. Unless it's a severe outdraft and outplay, like winning in 25 minutes is pretty unheard of.
Unless you're Tundra and you buy 3 Helm of the Dominator.
Yeah, if you win 3 lanes and you have like push heroes,
sure,
maybe.
Yeah, the 2 evenly matched in this series for us to feel like that is that potential. And with our game number 3 draft, there is a change up. Naga Siren had been banned in game 1 by Falcons themselves, even though they had that first pick. In game number 2, it was banned by Xtreme Gaming, and now Falcons decide, let's take out the Beastmaster, all right? Let's start with a different opening, and there it is. We finally get to see her.
I think they also put Dawn into first phase as well. Because I think because again, we're seeing Xtreme with last pick, just like game 1. But I think in game 1, Dawnbreaker was banned in the second phase of ban. So yeah, she's been pushed up in priority. And Xtreme, I think they did the same bans as game 1, where they took out the Sand King and Shaker. And then the, Monkey Chen. Yeah, I think that's the same.
Yeah, they're exactly the same.
I think we should mention Naga is part of the reason why this hero is perma-banned is because it's one of those heroes that just warps the game. It adds elements that you're not used to. And what I mean by that is that the Naga player, if they're good, and a lot of these guys, they probably play good Naga, you can deny every rune from 2 minutes, 4 minutes, like it changes the mid lane already. You use it to scout the entire map, you use it to push waves. So it gives you so many play options, as well as a save later on with Song. It's a game warping hero. There's not too many of those that completely change the way you're gonna have to play, and you're gonna have to address her. And it's not that simple, which is why she's just getting banned. She's plainly annoying. It's an annoying hero. So I want to see, you know, Snaking how well he plays this hero. I think it is something that he's good at because he plays micro heroes in general. And I want to see what they do to address, especially the pressure that she can add by sending illusions to the mid lane.
There is still that, you know, special thing about Falcons picking up the Naga is that Skeeter loves it. I'm not saying that it is good on carry. I'm not saying it's going to go there, but it is still just at least some percentage of you fear that has to think about it when you're on the side of Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, you can keep in the back of your mind, but you should probably stay there because I think this hero, unless you see all 5 heroes and they have no way of dealing with it, maybe. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Core Naga. I think it just does way more on a support. And I think if we're looking at, you know, team fighting and stuff like that. This hero's like a combo breaker. So if you go like all in for a big team fight type of lineup, this hero will bail you out. And there's also other heroes you can pair with it that can just add a team fight. I mean, Nigma comes to mind. Nigma and Naga, I've seen so many of these like matchups where it's just crazy easy team fight execution. But there's a couple others you can pair with it. But what I'm getting to is most games I've seen with Naga, they go pretty late just because you can't find that clean initiation, as we saw in like the last game as well. So both teams are probably thinking about how they can deal with the issues presented already. They both have already shown a lot of team fight, already even more here. And I kind of like this one against Naga as well, because the sleep doesn't help if you're outside of the range, right? And if you're shooting the kisses from afar with an arena, Song's not going to help too much in that situation.
The only nerf that Naga got was on the slow, right, for Deluge?
I believe so. The sleep radius, I think, might have been either cooldown or radius. I think something got hit again.
She's so strong. I think I watched a bunch of replays with her, and I think that the most offensive thing, genuinely, was like you can play this hero as a support, and Deluge does so much damage, like later on, that you're just killing range creeps like from full, and melee creeps are losing like 50% of their HP. To have the power to send illusions out and have that much effect on the creep waves and how the map looks is criminal.
Hey, look. Crit in the interview said Naga and NP are the most broken heroes in Dota. They got both.
Dude, like, we just had to remind them of what they said before Road to the International by playing that, and they're like, oh yeah, we forgot about that. We should play them.
It's like so much vision to have on the map when you can have these illusions out. Not only can they push waves into the enemy to force them to have to push them out and show heroes, but you're also able to give your natures money or find heroes with your illusions and then have the natures all on that on top. It's just horrible amounts of map play they have right now in Falcons.
I like the idea behind Xtreme just kind of taunting the enemy, like, here, you can have all these amazing heroes and we're still gonna beat you. I think it takes some confidence, you know, because it's very easy to come here and be like, we're just gonna perma-ban these OP heroes and, you know, whatever, like, we'll deal with something else. But they take a different approach. They decide to ban the Chen, and I think this is actually turning out to be a pretty good Mars game. Maybe unintentionally, but I think Mars is fantastic against Hoodwink because he cut down the trees. She cannot scurry away if you ever catch her. I think Prophet gets a good lane against Mars, but in the game, Mars is decent because Arena is good against range carries. Yeah. So it's turning out to be a pretty good Mars game, and now they have the Shadow Fiend and the Snapfire, so they have everything set up for another Ame last pick here, I'll be honest.
There's a very fine line between confidence and stupidity, I think. So we'll have to see at the end of this game, but there's a lot of good heroes that Falcons are getting. But as you mentioned, you still have a lot of great tools for Xtreme Gaming. It's how do you team fight into this? Very difficult, and I think that's where Falcons could shine here, is just by kind of avoiding the team fights, playing with the Naga, just getting catches with Hoodwink. You have NP who can always go in as well. You're probably not wanting to match this team fight head on, most likely. So we'll see what they end up choosing here.
Yeah. By the way, with the Beast being put in the first phase bans for Falcons, like that, them banning it out, it does mean that they let through the Bane, something that they had banned out in that game 1 and game 2. XG obviously see it, they like it, they pick it up. And so I feel like we should talk about Bane a little bit here and like why it is favored and what it can add to the other 3 heroes that have been picked up.
Yeah, Rhea.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I do think it's pretty rough that they're letting Bane through, but banning Disruptor, because usually that's the hero you pick against Bane, right? You want a long-range way to disrupt the ult. I mean, the hero's strong, and right now I don't think Falcons on Primal, they're gonna have to get Blink, because then you have your BKB. I mean, it's not like Bane's gonna buy BKB, but you have your like ult stun. You can start with a Blink on that. You buy a BKB. I feel like.
I think you just buy Ags nowadays, right, instead of BKB.
Yeah, you can get the Ags.
Yeah, it's like a BKB.
It's basically, yeah. Like early game, it's gonna be on Primal to find this Bane, but it's annoying. I don't know why they let it through with the Disruptor ban.
And this Primal Beast felt like almost the last stunner hero that these guys play because everything else is just banned out.
That's Malreen's third most played after Sanking Earthshaker, right?
Yeah, there's Sanking Shaker, Monkey, Pango, Beast are all banned, and these are very like standard Falcon go-in heroes. So I feel like from Xtreme side, it's very targeted, right? It's a very Falcon-specific bans, all of these. And Primal, yeah, this guy plays probably the best Primal out of anyone.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Like his wave, the way he deals with the mid-wave pulling is crazy. Like, it's very high skill, what he does.
And I think that's one of the reasons why he picked it, because Shadow Fiend's just like, you don't try to beat this hero in lane. It's too difficult. So he picked a hero that doesn't have to. You can just wave cut, right? And he's very good at it. And then later on in the game, it's very easy to gank the Shadow Fiend. So I think if he can get enough out of the lane here, and Crit just makes a couple rotations, very easy to kind of just kill the Shadow Fiend at that level, or anywhere between like 5 and 7 minutes probably.
I mean, we've seen Xtreme Gaming respond to heavy mid lane pressure though as well, like bringing more and more heroes. Like Maz is not shy to just come mid too, because I can see that happening, right? Quick rotations. You have a Nature's Prophet TP in as well. If Falcons bring a lot of heroes to mid, we've seen that Xtreme do not care, and they will also bring a lot of heroes to mid.
Yeah.
So we may see a lot of that happening early game.
All right, on my last pick, what do you got?
All right.
Ursa?
Yeah, Ursa's
looks
good.
like a pretty good Ursa game. It's a good carry matchup against Prophet. Should have a good lane this game. Roshan is great against
Ame anti-mage, let's go.
Anti-mage can be good against Doom. Some lanes you can really punish him, but I think this is a hard AM lane, right? Because Hoodwinks can deal too much damage.
And then there's your classic
What about
Medusa.
PL? What about Cats?
Medusa is banned.
Oh, yeah, good guy there.
Yeah.
I mean, Ursa does sound like the most logical. Good
Wraith
hero in the
King.
middle. Wraith. Is that hero playable?
I don't know. Hey, he doesn't have his Sven. You know, that's another stunner for his Shadow Fiend.
Just buy Helm with the Dominator.
Hey, it kind of has to just be Ursa at this point. Anti-mage would be way
He has
too
spoken.
greedy.
Yeah. This was the obvious call. It should have been Juggernaut, but you know.
Yeah. We can dream.
We can't dream. And for Xtreme Gaming fans, are they dreaming of a win for Xtreme Gaming here?
Yes, they are.
Why? Because you favor Falcons?
I mean, you called them Extreme Gaming fans, so of course they're dreaming for the win.
That's not what I was trying to imply. I was trying to say that they're going to be an undefeated 3-0 team. Our first one.
I'm not sure. I think looking at their draft, it looks promising. It's both these lineups look good, and I think both teams got exactly what they wanted. I can't really like predict who's going to win this one because I don't see any like big holes in either draft. I think Falcons has a really fast draft, and this is how they love to play, and it fits them really well. And Extreme, same thing. Ame got his last pick carry. They've got a lot of team fight that can back him. So I like both lineups here.
Okay, well then outside of maybe predicting the game win, Fly, maybe you can just give me some insight on how you expect the lanes to go out when you see these teams, knowing how equally matched they are.
I mean, I think Prophet will get off to a good start. And if he gets off to a good start, he can probably help the other lanes a little bit. So that's what I want to see. I want to see Prophet getting off to a good start, helping his offlane specifically. I want Malrine to be rotating around and maybe attacking more this Extreme Gaming safe lane and not let Hame have like a completely free game. I think that is their best way to win this game.
Okay. And what about VCF for you?
I feel like we'll see Extreme do the same thing where they just try and hold their tier 1 towers as much as possible and let Ame do that circle thing for like
16 minutes.
Yeah, until he's ready to go fight.
It did work out for them. They had some really good leads when he was able to do that. But yeah, so they want to hold their towers. We're favoring maybe just this slight potential aggression coming out from Falcons. But either way, I'm sure we're going to be in for a very great game number 3. Do you guys still want to just anyway put it out there where you think the series is going to go?
2-1 Falcons.
I'm going to go with Extreme on this one.
Okay.
And I'm here for the fans. We're all winners.
Okay, of course. You're gonna take that one out there. I'm here for the Dota, but I'm also here to listen to our commentary duo. It is Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. We're just getting stretched and ready here to get everything underway. Got to do some toe touches. Whoa. You know, that's how that stuff goes.
I would do that too, but I'm wearing Crocs. Because I'm not trying to impress anyone anymore. I have 3 children.
I knew this was going to happen, so there we're going. Yeah, do it. Go ahead. What? Come on, you got it. That almost kicked me in the face. We're going to have to get Owen up here. He was going to have to take over, but we're good to go. Game number 3. It's going to be madness.
I was egged on by production.
That's right. They told you to do it.
They made me do it.
So we're looking for some crazy stuff. KDA Ruin Day successful. That's all Skitter cares about.
That actually is true.
They're in here for the memes.
They brought him back down to earth.
And they did it again by taking the Doom, but Xtreme, they have the answer to that. One of the few heroes that actually can kind of deal with the Doom. You can outplay him if you get that enrage off in time.
Simply outplay your opponents. That's actually the name of the game here. Not too many surprises, I would say, as you heard the panel saying. You know, we got the Bear at the end. The Ursa's been looking pretty good this tournament. We got Malrine on the Primal Beast, and I got to agree with the panel. I think he is the best Primal Beast, and certainly a great player-hero combo to watch. If you're interested in Primal Beast, he's a newer hero. I'm sure a lot of you haven't played too much of him. It's Malrine who I would go to if you're looking for replays.
I think Primal Beast got added like 4 years ago at this point,
buddy,
man.
we don't add that many. He's still new.
Like, I know we're old, but that's fair. That's a good point. And Primal Beast can also do this, which is nice to see. It's like the ultimate in you don't have to lane anymore.
Yep.
He takes his bottom wave.
They don't use it anyway.
Oh, that is gross.
Honestly, that was a bold play versus Bane, because often teams they look for this, eh?
Dude, and then Amar takes over mid, and then Malrine's just gonna grab the next wave.
This is good. This is shenanigans right here.
That is sick.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they were talking about on the panel, right? Like, just we don't lane. We've talked a lot about dishonest lanes.
Yeah.
In a lot of our casts, we haven't gotten any. We've had very boring lanes, but Malrine does this all the time with the Primal Beast. He'll grab it. He'll often drag it to the camp, right? Because he'll just farm the camp at the same time. He's not going to wait for it this time. But he's already got his clarity running, so we can go for the next one. We're just going to ignore that the other core's dying.
Yeah, see, this is what you get when you lane normally, okay? You just die. Nobody wants to do that. Instead, they now have the Doom running back bottom. XM lets one creep through. And then immediately gonna run through, pull that one out.
And there's no counterplay. You can't just run and chase this guy down. There's nothing to gain.
That's so frustrating to play against, I swear. Okay, well, that's what's going on mid. Let's check out these other lanes and see what's going on. Crit, in the meantime, was able to just get not really that much wave experience, but tried to find a couple of denies here and there. Wasn't able to get any, obviously. And Amar comes into the lane level 2, but we'll eventually need that help from the Prophet, like the panel was talking about.
Yeah, the Prophet and Naga Siren. You know, that's a combo. Those are two heroes who have been very highly contested and not often seen throughout these games, particularly the Naga Siren. This is only the second game of the entire tournament because she's just banned every single time. So very surprising to see it slip through, but you know, that's what tends to happen. Get to game 3, certain heroes really annoying you, and maybe you're willing to roll the dice on something that appears to be a little bit more broken, but they haven't necessarily proven themselves on yet.
And also X-Nova getting the Bane through. So a couple of heroes that we have not seen a lot of, and this, like you were talking about earlier, stops any lane pull shenanigans from happening. So bottom has to be a straight up sort of normal laning scenario.
Which is okay for the duo. I mean, they've got Doom and Hoodwink, you know?
Yeah.
Hoodwink's totally fine playing like this.
In the meantime, up top, it is going to be Xingqiu and XXS paired together.
Malrine just runs through the tower. Tanks like 4 shots to grab the wave.
Yeah. I mean, what else are you going to do? Try and lane against a Shadow Fiend? Sounds terrible.
It's true. I mean, the downside, Shadow Fiend's getting a lot of CS.
That's true.
You know, Shadow Fiend, good at also farming stacks. So you are putting the XM into a position where he can certainly get off to a very good start. But Primal Beast much better at flexing a good start into like this lane bleed, going to the lanes, having good activities and actions. But Shadow Fiend has some help, right? It has some pretty decent stuns on the side lanes that can actually set up for rotations.
Malrine actually, after pulling the wave all the way over to that camp, does manage to take it down, but now has to walk back because he's missing a whole wave mid, which is pressuring into his tower, force out the glyph. Not exactly what he wanted there.
A couple denies. Nice little pump fake from XM.
Yeah.
That is 4 denies, I believe, on that wave.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I mean, he's going to have a good time, but you're not stopping
To be clear,
Primal.
it's deserved.
Yes.
Okay, let's just make that very, very clear.
Look at this, still bringing 3 heroes mid.
He looks like a Huskar right now. The way his opponent is playing, you know, like guy's never in lane. He's running away. He's just standing on the high ground, all swag-like.
And also, they make the move over, so Xingqiu takes the bounty rune away, and then obviously the other water rune taken as well. Now they're going to try and find a punish here. Xingqiu just tangos through, and he will be perfectly okay. Have not seen as many of the stacks being built in this one, though. At least not as of yet.
Yeah, we'll come later, I'm sure, with the Naga Siren and the need for the Primal Beast to probably catch up a little bit here. Because he's already starting to fall behind. And painful to have a, you know, very expensive couple of charges that came out of this bottle, because it is not looking like it's getting filled anytime soon.
No, they're taking away all the runes. Super frustrating to play against. XXX clears through that camp, pulls it in. It is, you know, Trent, I hate to say it this early, but I feel like we're going to 60 minutes.
It's just the one kill in 5 minutes for the 3rd game in a row. Yeah.
I don't know. I just have this feeling. To be fair, it could like really speed up in this one with the primal Nature's Prophet. I feel like that fast tempo is something that's very much there.
Well, we often say that it's game 3 where you often get like one side, and then the game 3 is really slow and everyone takes their time. But we've had 2 games of slow and takes their time. So I don't know if that means that somehow we get even slower, or maybe that flips the script and we get a real quick one.
A little bit of a connection there onto Ame. Xingqiu made the move over towards mid. They're not going to be able to keep that catapult alive there any longer, as Amar is getting his last hit and heading away. You can see they've done a lot of damage to this tower, now finding the level 6, but the cookie is there, and instead Requiem. Ooh, Maureen realizing that could have been bad very quickly, and so will back away. Xnova steals a haste and is actually going on the hunt right now, kind of, but can't do anything to Maureen there.
Hunt for a Watcher.
Yeah.
They're pretty hard to miss. And immediately sentries down, thinking, oh, that Bane definitely warded, but he did block your camp and he did not notice, so maybe a misstack opportunity here. And right now it's going to be a missing tier 1 tower. It's again the Shadow Fiend is crushing down that middle lane much earlier this time. XM kind of failed to finish it early last time as they charged through on Ame.
Before level 6, this is a nice one. Oh my god, Xnova? No, okay, couldn't do it.
Is he going to be an extra kill here?
They're hoping for it. Immediately, Tang goes through. Maureen pulverized, moving into range. Oh, and gets him right there.
Dedication right there.
But that's what you want to see if you are a Falcons fan. Getting active, getting involved. They don't get the SF kill, but do manage to take down the bear.
A big old wave coming in as Skitter returns to the top lane as well here as XX tries to hunt him down a little bit, but he's close to 6, but not quite there. So he's going to drag the wave way back, and we could see a rotation here though, right? Xingqiu, he's got 2 points. He's got lots of damage to add to this arena that's going to be ready in a second. Assuming he doesn't leech too much of this XP.
Right.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
It looks like, understanding that that is the case, Skitter immediately runs out of the lane and is going to head off to jungle a little bit.
So they got 2 empty lanes at this point. It's 7-8 minutes.
Yeah.
We got Prophet can't lane top. Primal never laned mid. But he takes the bottom tier 1 tower, so
and they're still vengeance. Like even on net worth though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that seems reasonable. Xnova stacking up camps. That one is blocked out. They threw on a sentry.
Well, they're stealing a stack here as well. Block it and take it. So XM gets some gold.
And that tier 1 tower getting close to falling.
Yeah, XM doesn't even just walk to the tower to like worry about a play. He's just going into the jungle. He's got his Bane to cover him, and
I mean, this is what he did last time too. It was a kind of cool move. That time around, he was stealing stacks from the Beastmaster. As Maureen wants to clean up these Ancients here. And an odd position for XG to be in. Ame is bottom of the cores right now in terms of net worth. And still looking eyes towards a Battle Fury, but it's going to be a ways away.
having lost their
he's off
tier
to the to the Ancients here. And he's going to realize, oh, I've been blocked. Phooey.
Yeah, that should signal that those need to be opened back up again. Doesn't feel good hitting these as an Ursa.
I mean, that's what happens when your Shadow Fiend steals them, you know?
That's right. Skitter still underneath his tower. And in terms of abilities to make plays around the map, you kind of need 6s on these supports, you know? X-Nova only level 4. Snapfire is close. Xingqiu maybe could make some type of a play with Mars, but going for the Yules, XXS is still pretty far away from that to happen.
Oh, he swapped over. He's going blink.
Yeah, that makes sense. My god, Ame is low, almost dead to those Ancients there.
Yeah, I liked the Yules last time because he at least had like a little bit of help with the initiations, but I think you got to go blink this time.
Yeah.
Especially with a Prophet, you know, some extra benefit there because you know he's going to be a little bit greedier in some of his movements. Maybe catch a mid-charge Primal as well.
Amar's just running around with the speed aura too on him, so it's very hard to get any kills there. And more farm denied out whenever they can, but it is feeling very much like the type of game where if they could get Amar here, things would be nice. He did this little pull action. They're setting up on him. Not an easy
I don't think
go.
they can get him. I mean, they have kisses here too. So, oh, there we go.
Yeah, got the Nightmare. And that's enough to set up for it. Spear, kisses, Amar, down.
I didn't think they needed Arena, but really want to ensure they got it. His Crit's in trouble. Psych?
No. Moves in, kills Ame.
Okay. I thought that was going to get turned around on, but the net into ulti was more than enough to help with Deluge.
Dude, poor Ame. He's been bullied down this game so far. Really not able to do what he wanted. X-Nova does find himself one. Snake King misses the second raise.
I mean, Snap's
on
coming.
XM.
Radiant's middle tower.
Cookie maybe, but the creep's getting in the way. X-Nova can't catch up. I think there was something there. But I think the creep block meant there was no Cookie into a stun.
Snake King's still hunting this a little bit.
I mean, he still has ulti as well, and here comes Doom.
Crit has ult too. XM needs to get out. Yeah, they realize what's happening, so they'll retreat.
They are so pumped right now in XG, though. They got 4 heroes within a screen right now at 11 minutes.
And this is what you love as a Nature's Prophet. This is why this hero can feel so good at times, because while all this action is happening, posturing around the map, potential for fights, Skitter is just away and can show up at any time if he needs to. He's just farming.
I will say they don't have any wards to help the ulti, which I always like a lot with the Prophet plays.
Oh, yeah. Could be nice. And that play right there is going to start adding up over time. Oh my god, XM is getting the creeps low so that way Ame can farm just a little bit faster. One raise, but not enough to finish him.
Average Ame fan with him in their pubs. Here, sir, here.
Well, no Doom skilled yet for Amar.
He's still holding the point, though, isn't he? Yeah.
Yep. And is going to run into some trouble. Now Primal's behind him. Arena down. Spear connects. Big damage, big kisses, and Amar has Doom ready. Oh, he jukes it. Xingqiu can't find the angle.
Oh, my God.
Oh, but the spear. Does he have it? It takes. Looking for the angle, and he misses. He's too quick.
He had blink.
Oh, XXS jumps in, but there's the turnaround, the hit and the Doom. They find their man. If they need to, they can reset this afterwards with the Song of the Siren.
There it is.
Oh, run back into it.
I think this is get out.
Yeah, I don't think you can do this. You've got to go.
I see the logic. He was like, I'm going to throw the spear. If I miss, I'm going to blink stun. Fair enough. Unfortunately for him, he needed to blink spear because Malrine was too close.
Right. Whew. What a battle.
And now jumping in.
Oh my god.
Ah! Retreat.
I was joking, just kidding.
Malrine passed his bottle over to Amar, so he could bottle up a little bit first too. Pulverize, of course, a very low cooldown spell.
Yeah.
So he's already back in it with a smoke. hunting for someone to grab.
Are they getting enough done with this Primal right now? I mean, he's starting to drop off the face. Okay, well.
I mean, that's canceled.
Yep.
XXS coming in. Doesn't have Blink, though. He gets hit by a Deluge. So
Yeah,
no ability to grab him.
But as we see, Ame still working on that Battle Fury.
I mean, they're probably going to smoke again in a second for XG just because they have the grip. Like, when the kisses come back. Although, are they out of smokes? I think they are, actually. Oh, they got one. No, they don't.
Success working towards a Glimmer next, interestingly. And Malrine not quite quick enough there to find the connection. Did not have Pulverize up. There is that smoke for XG now. Everywhere you look, it's just Naga Siren Illusions getting spammed around. And in the later stages of this game, eventually, there will also be some Nature's Calls being spammed around by Skitter, but probably a little while before that happens.
Oh, Battle Fury done. No more help needed for Ame. No Helm before his Battle Fury this time, as I heard from his Animage game.
That's right. At the very least, has not happened yet. So, 15 minutes, and Midas bought for Doom.
Oh, Snake's gonna walk right into X-Nova.
The drums. X-Nova spots him. Meanwhile, bottom, they find Malrine. Does have an amp damage. Could have maybe got a little bit sketch, and Arena! Does he have the damage to kill him in time? Spear out, find him, dead.
Yeah, they're gripping Snake, he's dead too.
Ooh.
Almost slithered his way away in the nighttime, but does get spotted out there as he tries to farm one more camp and dies.
I don't know, man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The way this is going, I feel like XG, they might have the juice here to get it done.
I feel like they haven't gotten much of their stuff online yet, though, for Falcons. You know, like the Prophet's kind of been...
That's true.
Inconsequential.
AFK? Can we take a look at damage done real quick?
He's throwing out ultis, you know.
I don't know if he was. Yeah, he's...
At 1.8, it's not bad.
Yeah, that's true. Shadow Fiend is less.
Shadow Fiend.
That might change right here.
Yep.
Oh, that's a big one. XM tries to walk away. Malrine's still on the hunt. No more Pulverize.
Ambitious.
And gets himself out of trouble.
The 20-minute timing or so of like going for Roche, going for Tormentor, that looks like it's gonna be a little bit difficult for Falcons to fight. They're gonna have really good vision from their Naga Siren, and the Song is gonna be clutch.
Yeah, Song can turn things around a lot, though. Speaking of which, Snaking in a bit of a tricky spot there as XM cleans him up. And XM has really stepped up on these past two games. I really like his Shadow Fiend.
He's been doing very well. Same as Zinq as well, right? Like,
yeah.
All over the map right now with the Snapfire. Kiss is coming back up at 20. Can get aggressive again. Has so many good combos this game. Stealing some farm from his mid.
As you do.
The usual. Now, do they want to Roche before Tormy, or they can wait it out? X-Nova's prepping. He drops a ward on a sentry that's hidden in the trees from the Dire here.
And that is there early, and now they show up. X-Nova's in the area, but everybody on Falcons was there too.
X-Nova, he's making the play. He's gonna lurk. He's trying to cut a hole that he can hide in.
Zinq is now in trouble too. All right, things getting very weird. Zinq is dropping and going to die.
X-Nova's still stuck in behind.
Yeah.
Gets spotted on the op sentry combo here from the Dire.
And now they know when they're going to get him. Wow. Yeah, he's Nightmare walking away. It'll work. Don't worry, buddy.
Maelstrom couldn't bring the creeps over in time for the kill. Are you ready to flip-flop the Falcon side now, or no? You're still feeling it?
Well, yeah, they want to fight, so maybe Falcons are going to win, you know? Who knows?
Well, with how it's been going, we only get one fight every 10 minutes, so that might have been really important.
I like
Fastest BKB this tournament?
That's pretty sick.
18 minutes?
Dude, that'd be a good bit. You just have a caster that every time something bad happens, you just like, you switch sides. You're like, oh,
they can't win.
Now.
It's impossible.
Malrine down bottom, runs into XM. And then they realize they don't want to fight each other, and so they back out. It does look like with Amar and Crit kind of playing together here, this could be a just gank squad beatdown moment. If Ame's not careful. Oh, they get him with the bushwhack into the Doom.
That's wild.
And now the cookie, but it won't matter. BKB out and maybe can find a follow-up kill here.
It's funny because you said that and I was like, yeah, it's going to be kind of hard though because they don't have Blink on Doom. There's no stomp. Like, you got to hit the
Naga illusions. It makes the difference. And now you go too far more and you die to XinQ.
Oh man, you know, the arena saved as well because it killed the trees which stopped the bushwhack from killing XinQ there.
That was big.
Which is exactly what Fly said on the panel.
Another smoke claimed, and 20-minute mark, you know where they're going.
You know what? They look like they're going right for that Tormentor.
Can they kill it in time? It's dropping low. They're going to be too late to come up and contest this. Oh my god, they are so low though. And it's Malrine who picks it up.
I mean, I hope they're getting out of there because they're coming.
I think Crit might die. Yeah, he's gone.
How squirrely can this squirrel? Not very squirrely.
Yeah, he's stuck around just a second too long. 2K gold lead for Falcons, and Malrine the one that gets the shard. He too is working on a BKB, and their timing is going to hit pretty hard. Ame trying to work towards a basher. But that's such a sneaky play by them in retrospect. Thinking back to the high ground move that they made. They send the snaking illusion up so it sees Ame, and then they just bushwhack right away out of fog.
Yeah, very nice. That's what you gotta do for sure. And it's so innocuous, these Naga illusions, right? You never know if it's just one that's like scouting for something important or it's just slithering by because it's trying to catch waves.
Yeah.
So you can't treat everyone as like, oh, I have to run away now or else you'll never farm anything.
Yeah. I think in the later stages of the game, probably you can do that. Ame, there's many heroes here. They find him again. Bushwhack in trouble,
Woo!
Dead.
Hoodwink, still got it.
Yeah, I don't even know what you do against that, man. That's pretty brutal.
It's the boomerang.
I guess the main thing is just like sort of play with your team to try and find objectives and maybe they can help cover it, but I think it's too early for that.
It feels bad to think you have to be farming behind towers the entire match right now.
Yeah.
And there's that big BKB for Malrine. The usual for the old Primal Beast, huh?
But you know the one thing about this too, though?
Tell
is
me.
that in spite of those like very important kills that they're taking on to Ame, the separation between him and the highest core in the game is only like 2,500 gold.
Yeah.
It's still very, very close here.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
And their BKB timings will also matter a lot. As a smoke now coming.
As it arrives right now, as you just said that, XMs. So he's going for an earlier BKB this time, grabbing it before the Agnums, knowing that he kind of needs it. And we're going to have triple BKB? No, we're not going to have triple BKB because he's going to go for the Basher first on Ame, which is fair enough, right? They're trying to play for an Aegis. They want Aegis and Basher. He's playing with a winning mindset.
Looks like Crit maybe is going to be the one that they have to spend everything on. So another death for the squirrel.
Did you go to the closest bathroom near our setup here?
I didn't.
Well, there's a mirror in there, and on it says you're looking at a winning mindset.
Wow.
Yeah, while you're looking. It's very
really
motivational.
nice.
So I think that, you know,
they need
if
to go to the
players
bathroom?
go to that,
Okay, I
more
see.
likely they're going to win their matches, I think.
Do you feel excited, like you have a winning mindset afterwards?
No.
Okay.
No, it just made me think of like live, laugh, love.
Yeah, okay. You weren't feeling it as much.
I was not so much.
Those are the types of things you have to buy into them a little bit, you know? Like, if you really believe live, laugh, love, that hits hard.
That's true.
Well, see more illusions coming in, spamming out the side waves. And Ame, Basher done. Queuing up Shard and then going afterwards for BKB.
Oh my god, we got like 8 impactful items right now. Every timing is being hit across the board right now.
And nobody is fighting. All of the items
so
to fight.
unusual for the rest of the series.
Everything you could want, and they're just like, no, I'm good, I'm okay.
Naga Siren is so annoying because she presents that exact same scenario of the 60-minute game, but it's just the whole game.
Yes.
Where it feels like there's always like, oh, there's the buybacks, and there's this spell, and that spell. But she is just a constant of just like, well, there's song.
Yeah.
And like, what if the song happens? Then
Right, you can't fight into the song.
Jover.
You can't do it. They keep sending out these illusions, scouting this area, and last time that happened, Ame died. Although they are heading down bottom now. Okay. XXS realizes, I don't want to be here.
I mean, at what point are they about to just go do Roche's Falcons, right? Because you know you want to deny this from the Ursa.
Yeah. I'm going to be real with you. I don't think they're going to do it.
They're just going to leave it like dangling?
Yeah, I think
come and get it.
Because, like, again, it's like first move disadvantage, you know?
Famously.
If you're set up there, it's easier to play defense.
Well, he's setting up in his new home.
And
it looks so dreary. Why does he leave the summer home down bottom?
Yeah.
You know?
You got to go back to work, you know?
I think as the game goes on and maybe as he respawns, there should be more decorations inside.
Okay,
Like little portraits hanging on the wall. Like a picture of his old Roche pit.
Like maybe an espresso bar or something.
Oh,
I like
a little machine in there. And then while he's idling, he just kind of turns around and makes coffee.
I like this. Yes.
These
He
are
should
good
be
ideas.
doing things. He can spruce up a little bit.
Oh, and then he wears like a little chef hat while he's doing it.
Yep.
Yeah, he cooks a little bit.
Maybe an apron. An apron would be better, I think.
How about both?
Okay.
Why
I
are we
like that.
stopping?
Yeah.
You know?
Dare to dream. I love this.
He'd be looking good.
Oh, if he's an actual barista, which our production just said, he could have a mustache too. Like a really long wax tip mustache.
Yeah, okay.
This is what we need.
I mean, these are the ideas we can come up with when nothing's happening.
We can come up with even more. It's not a problem. Who would be the hero that Roche would invite over to his new shindig for the espresso bar?
I mean, definitely not Ursa. They are not.
No.
They are not chill.
No, it's somebody. You know what it'd be? It'd probably be Naga Siren. She like chills
that's
everything
true.
out a little bit.
She is the one that most stops Roche from dying.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a friend. Oh my God, they're going in. X-Nova, look out! The battle is commencing. Okay, it's over. And oh no!
Whoa!
Yeah, you wanted to stop it, but ends up in
this game's too serious.
spot.
How are we not voice lining after that?
That's a good point.
Come on, guys. Chuck a couple out there.
So this is the thing too, right? Like this is the moment where one of these teams has a clear path to getting all the way to TI itself.
Oh, the bear. The bear.
The bear. They got him. Oh no. Doomed. Dead 70 seconds, and now you go Roche.
Oh, imagine he gets a big bearskin Ursa rug. That would go hard in the pit.
And snaking on this Naga Siren, just betraying the only friend of Roche.
Hey, he's not there.
That's right.
You know, Roche doesn't
just
know.
looking on, not stopping it either. You could stop this snaking. You could stop this manhandling that's happening. Unbelievable.
Too busy farming it up.
They are smoking. Are they going to try and come and contest this?
I mean, you can chuck some kisses in here. Oh, they
Dude,
know.
They're leaving.
Yeah, they got the read.
Oh, wow. Okay, there's still no Ursa.
Okay, Malrine has Blink BKB, though.
Yeah, they also have Blink BKB for XM, and with no Doom, that's a free setup. Like 80 seconds, no Doom, but
Now,
they will have Arena.
For all the times you complain, Aditi did not just spawn there.
X-Nova caught. Oh, they can't do anything again.
Arena back in 7.
Arena.
How badly do you want to go for this, though?
They got to think about it. The buyback from the Bane. Roche very, very low.
We have Shadow Fiend Ursa. This is our Roche.
Yeah. Don't give up nothing.
But there's still Song.
That is the problem. And don't have Oh, Ame's just going for it.
I mean, they have vision.
Yeah, they see this. Ame takes it. He just walked in and took it in the arena. It's all over. Oh, supports go down. Thank you for getting Roche so ready for us.
Yeah, so kind of. I mean, popping the BKB as well, just be like, there's just no way. I'm not letting this go wrong for us. Guaranteeing there's no song shenanigans. Oh, jump mid though. Ooh, trying to get some revenge, and
This
he's all alone.
would be
The
nice,
classic.
and look at that.
Oh, he went out alone because your team got roasted, and you think we own the map, and then you just get blown up by 2 cores and tipped by Mallory.
Man.
Oh, sorry, that was actually to his ally. My bad. I thought it was a Shadow Fiend off to the right.
Well,
Just a nice friendly tip.
That's right.
Man, they've changed.
They have. They've grown. So a chance here as you see this replay. Even with vision, even with all of that, Ame says we can do this, and Snake King not able to get a song out in time that would have made a difference. Just requiemed, takes him down.
But then spotting this vulnerability of no BKB, of course, he will die immediately after.
Oh, not feeling great. That
was a
one,
grip on
meanwhile,
Malrine.
is it enough? Oh, yes it is.
Oh, he even popped
Wait,
BKB.
Skinner shows up? Oh, I don't know if that's, well, actually it will work, although he has the Aegis.
I mean,
okay, they get the kill on the Zinkyo. Nightmare onto one, hits there to the side, punch, pummeled, dead. Now Skidder, do you have a way out of this one at the moment? Success is backing out.
Almay's thinking about it. He's got
Popping
BKB.
the BKB, ready for a jump, jumps in, finds him, bash, caught, and gonna be killed. As the Song of the Siren, never mind, keeps him alive for now, gonna eat his way through the trees and dead. There is no salvation for you here, Skidder, as they find that kill, and now Snake King further in trouble. Crit throws out the ulti, Spear somehow misses, but still the bear persists and chases.
I've never seen the attack range plus stuff have so much impact as it's had over the past like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
You know, every single melee core always gets it, and it's the moments like that where kills that never used to happen because of it.
Man, the Aegis providing an opportunity there to punish the Falcons' extension.
There's some pretty greedy maneuvers.
Oh yeah.
Trying to go back in on that one, I gotta say.
Snake gets regen. Ame wasn't quite able to catch him there. But back again to even in this game. The main heroes with a lot of gold right now are the Naga Siren as far as the supports go, and the Snapfire here for Xingqiu. Both with a lot of defensive-oriented spells and items.
Well, speaking of defensive, I mean, look at that. Ame going for that Lincoln Sphere this time. Sick of being doomed.
He needs it. It makes sense.
Decent versus Primal as well, of course. Try and make his game just a little bit easier.
And it's going to be fully completed. Ooh, in the meantime, that is a big pickup for Crit.
Yeah.
E-Blade done. So a way to save if the Ursa gets onto somebody. It will.
How long until we have a nullifier?
Right. It will still be an issue, though, if they catch somebody in arena, because they've, you know, obviously no vision.
Yeah. Though he does have the tree.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I feel like that shouldn't go through.
Yeah.
You know?
Right?
I feel like it just doesn't make sense to me. Ame, Lincoln's reveal. Grabs, realizes that's not going to work. E-Blade out, though, and now Arena hits onto 4. Is this too many, though? I mean,
he's still
maybe with the kisses. The kisses going out, trying to take the kills. Onto Crit, onto Snake King, running away. They're so survivable with that mech, but they do manage to get a kill.
Yeah, that was something that Fear pointed out during the panel. And just like, you know, the song goes off, you start throwing these kisses.
Yeah.
Still pretty nice as they're able to scoop up Snake King, trying to TP out, but it's not a lot of hope on that one. And that's going to put them in Tormentor time.
Going to be a second Lincoln Sphere here. And that creates some issues for Falcons.
Yeah, the communication, with how chaotic the fights have been this whole series, trying to communicate like, Lincoln's down, and go for these big dooms is really scary. Because it is make or break on the fight.
Yeah. Does have Refresher on Malrine, though.
Radiant's middle tower.
Some more avenues to break it if you want. would love to not have to break a pulverize on a Lincoln's and then refresh to do it again, but if you gotta, you gotta.
And now, not only are they worried about Lincoln's, yeah, the big scythe pickup here. So we got triple BKB on the Dire cores, and they have to watch for that scythe pick off.
Yeah, dude, XG are looking good. This is a really scary timing. I mean, you still have a lot of ways to take this fight for Falcons, but I don't know. I'm starting to lose a little bit of hope here for him.
And Snaking, he went for the pipe and the glimmer, or sorry, the pipe and the greaves, which are great, but it means no blink for a while.
Yeah.
So the limits of the song become pretty apparent. Level 24 Ursa coming in. That's a big bear.
I mean, if they can free hit, if they can get their dooms off, if they can reset the fight when things start to go bad, those are the ways that Falcons can win these engagements. But if Ame kills a hero in the first 4 seconds of a fight, that's how it's all going to fall apart.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be seeing them dodging most of these engagements.
Malrine.
Oh, that was greedy.
That is exactly
to be fair,
what they needed.
Yeah, we see the entirety of them moving.
Yeah.
We you know, they obviously have no idea on Falcons that the entire team was smoking heading that way.
Crit.
So
Oh, the blink in, and now the grip. Can everybody else get here in time? Oh, yes, they will. Dude, they brought numbers. Taking away that wisdom.
That's 2 down now, so yeah. Wisdom, and then Skeeter finishes the Daedalus, is working towards level 25. But it's just going to be so difficult to actually stand in these engagements for him. He's going to try and get a Satanic to try and stay survivable.
Okay.
But he's going to be looking for high ground defenses.
Yeah, there is still a definite issue in this game of Skitter being able to stay incredibly farmed. He's not like miles ahead of the other cores, and as a matter of fact, Ame just passes him right now. But it is still something to be concerned about, is him showing up to a fight and being able to freely hit.
I mean, there's 3 Lincolns. At what point do we actually see Doomags? Am I crazy? You know? Like, I feel like at a certain point, it's so impossible to cast your spell that surely that seems like it might be worth it. He's thinking more like, well, I'll just try twice.
Yeah, that's true too.
So either I'm going to get 2 good Dooms, or it's going to be a bad time.
I mean, one of the issues that you're still going to run into there a little bit is that if Doom does, you know, get Ags, you might end up getting, like, gripped by the Bane, and then you're essentially useless anyways, or something else, you know?
Hey, it's still an AoE while you're gripped.
That's true.
But, like, I mean, you can't even use Refresher on this hero very easily, right? Like,
Doom's the Bane. That's a solution.
There. Got him. Oh, he left the gem, though.
Oh.
So that gets picked up by XXS.
Another interesting item there, Primal. Picking up the Aeon Disc.
It's making a bit of a resurgence in this series, it would appear.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
On course as well, quite a bit.
Which is not fully what you'd expect, but it can make a difference. Another reason, I mean, we just also haven't been seeing that many nullifiers, which could be part of it.
Okay, there's a Lotus coming up on the Sapphire. We gotta go Ags. Or else we were either reworking it or he's buying an Ags.
Yeah, I mean, he can still do the cell stuff if he needs to. If he sees that, like, yeah, you gotta imagine that it'll be on the mind. Roche goes into the pit, starts to hit. Illusions out. Ready to move. They see it out. Skitter is there.
They got XM?
Oh, finds him to the side. XXS, big arena. Not enough, though, and they get the control if they need it, but XM jumps forward, finds Crit, gets that kill. Now Malrine, soon to be in trouble. Channeled bash. Do they find it? No. He gets no bashes in 5 hits.
Oh, they moved over. They got Xingqiu.
Xingqiu starting to die. Maybe an opportunity here for Falcons.
He lives?
Chasing. Do they feel confident going all the way forward? No.
That little slug is some fast.
Wow.
Snail, sorry. That sounds insulting.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He was so low.
They're in the pit. Skeeter, I mean, he hits like a bear at this point, you know? He loves anything that just stands still. He's having some issues actually right-clicking stuff this game, but Roche, no problem.
They're going down with the illusions, trying to stop any extra action from coming. They got to be careful. Skidder moves in, finishes it. Ame is there, though. Now Ame in the pit alone. Success jumps in. The sleep is there onto Doom. Now Maureen gets the channel to pulverize. Hits onto all three, but interrupted. Oh, Xingqiu, what a player. Now the song, I think you have to just get out.
Yeah, I mean, they came into this fight with no BKBs,
really
knowing the song is up.
this fight?
No.
They jump it, they miss it completely, but the Doom on XM! Oh, they do! Skidder shows up and he has enough in the tank. Now Ame seeing a target, wants to find him. There's the bash. Now they back away, waiting for the reset, hitting on the Snake King. Ame can't find the target, but jump forward, XM! He blows up Skidder! XM so showed back up out of nowhere. Now the reset. There's a spear on to Amar, but the control is there. Skidder brings down XM. That's a dieback. Falcons find something here out of nothing. The level 25 on Skidder, it's not enough to take down XXS. And now Ame, he turns, he finds Skidder again, the bushwhack, saved by Crit. Can he stay on target? Stay on target, one more hit, it's all he needs and he gets it. Skidder is going to fall.
Malreen's back in.
The battle, it just keeps on going. They can buy back if they need to on Nature's Prophet. Can they chase this one down? Can they turn it again? Hex is there. He is dead. Ame stands tall. Triple kill. Find him a third. Woohoo! Ame is back, baby. Way too strong.
We're just deciding that when the fight starts, we're just full committing. That's pretty much what's happening. I can't believe that XG went back in with no BKBs into Nagasong.
Oh, yeah.
And then they got the Roche, they get the song off, and they're like, we can get this. It should be fine. I don't mind Falcons continuing the fight, but the continuous chase and then really well played on the buybacks and getting back to that engagement for sure. I mean, it certainly costs a lot on XM, the dieback coming back into it, but he's essentially funneling all his gold into Ame, who has now surpassed Skidder.
Ooh, and a tier 2 tower to boot. They realized they could have bought back on that Nature's Prophet if they wanted to, but it would have put him so far behind. He's even right now with Ame, but
I mean,
they're losing a lot.
Yeah, I don't think they win that fight if he comes back in there.
It's true, honestly. The bear don't care.
Yeah. It was a little bit too much at that point. All the items were coming back up, like they're getting their BKBs and everything, and they're just gonna swing this into a couple of objectives. Oh. There is that big Aghanim Scepter for the Bane, which makes it really hard to deal with.
Yeah, that really causes some issues. Who breaks that? I guess you have to song, maybe? Oh, let's take a look at this again.
This is after the Aegis. Like, they've got it on the Nature's Prophet. Things aren't looking great, but you know there's no BKBs, and like they could leave here. But they think, hey, we got damage. You know, we still have Doom. He wants to fight. That makes sense.
Oh,
but it's kind of awkward when he jumps back in.
Yeah. I mean, again, getting the kill onto XM, things were looking sort of okay.
Dude, the instant buyback from XM, too.
Yeah, he knew. He was ready for it. I mean, they had a long time to talk about it with the song going.
Look how close Ame was.
Oh,
he
yeah.
almost died.
And
That's crazy. And he had no buy.
He makes it all the way back to base.
That's it, right there.
Yeah.
Him not dying right there is the only reason things turned out decently well there. I mean, they had a 4K lead before all this.
And XM dies. Like, he had to TP back out after this fight.
This is really the problem. This play.
Yeah.
The jump in after.
Oh, and then just the punish.
Just a bit of an overextension.
Oh, and the Lincolns means he couldn't get the sprout down either. He could have maybe sprouted the ground, but it's a tough call either direction. Oh.
A wee bit too much.
I mean, that ended up being a full, what, like 3-4 minute fight?
Meanwhile, Tormentor's about to arise again, I believe, here.
In the world of the living. Blink Dagger done now for Snake King. Okay. And I think upon seeing the Ags on Bane, you probably just have to wait until you see a Fiend script out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just need to stay all the way back, wait for a Fiend script to come out, and then you saw.
I mean, unless you had Doom Ags, you could just walk through them all.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I see what you're saying.
But clearly it's unplayable.
Yeah. 8,000 gold lead. And you can see still very much anybody's game.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, we knew this was going to happen.
Oh yeah, there was no doubt.
43 minutes. We're going to 50
We're just getting
at least.
started.
Yeah.
You know, this is just the appetizer.
I mean, honestly.
And our first series of the day.
Yeah. This was about the halfway mark of last game, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere in that neighborhood.
This is about when we finished yesterday.
Yes.
On Stream B.
You're not wrong.
I think we finished at 3:30, which is in an hour.
That's pretty nuts.
We managed to get through 2 entire series over there.
But don't worry, everybody. It's 3 series today, so you're going to get these long, awesome games.
That's a good point. Yeah, we got 1 less series, so we need these long games.
Exactly. You're still going to get all the action that you do out of a normal day of Dota.
Phew. What a relief.
That's what you want to see. You can see Dota Plus win probability 58%. It's going to come down to execution. I gotta say, it's like everybody talks all the time about the efficiency of Falcons and how well they're doing stuff. XG are putting on a solid display of it right here as well. This team has really impressed me, this TI so far, all along the road.
I think, yeah, a lot of people had them coming in the lower half of the bracket.
Yes.
You know, thinking like, they're probably not going to do it, including me.
They could be the first ones through. It's possible. All right, refresher.
Oh, wow. 4 seconds slower than the average? Yikes. That's cringe.
Very,
how disappointing for him. Yeah, wow. I hope no one shows Amara that later.
Hunting through the trees. Nobody is home over here.
They see XM.
Oh!
Easy.
Yep, and there it is. Doomed, pulverized, and nowhere left to go. Is slowly going to get whittled down.
Doom has so much damage.
He will have buyback. Actually, he's not going to for gold once the timer wears out. But I don't think it's going to matter that much. How much can you do without the Shadow Fiend here?
I mean, it's long, right? It's
well,
90 seconds.
Well, Abyssal, grip,
no way.
damage, out snaking, wants to song. Is he going to get it out in time? No! No, he is not. As a matter of fact, Snaking is likely going to die next as he tries to get away. Jump forward, blink, done. Can they get anything more? There's the Hex out, finding themselves a Doom.
Whoa.
All of the best things have happened as XM is dead without buyback this game. Like that's been the good moments for XG.
Malraine's struggling to like really progress his net worth a lot. You know, he's fallen down on the chart. He's almost down to Snaking's level. He's just kind of, he doesn't have a save, you know? Even with an Aether Lens, he's still going down. Or an Aeon Disc, rather, still going down. That is a different item.
It's pretty crazy. And you can see there the value of that Fiend script.
Part of it is just there's no Force Staffs versus an Ursa, you know?
Yeah.
I guess it's partially because like nullifiers and stuff, so it feels kind of bad, but like all they have is the Hurricane Pike, and if Skeeter manages to get there in the right positioning perhaps, but you could just see if it was just like a little further, you know? Maybe he gets out of there.
Right. Ame, in the meantime, is queuing up a refresher, checking out the Roche, realizing it's possible it's up, and is just waiting here. A little bit unfortunate there on the timing. And Amar could go for a pickoff here onto XXS if he wanted. It's a lot of damage to burn through is the only thing. So it's just going to keep the farming going instead. Are there any other big items that might be coming up to change this?
Jeez.
I mean, Naga Siren does have the shard now. So the extra HP regen.
It is a almost max spawn Roche too, though, so it's going to be a question of just like who burns what spells before those items come up.
Leading up to it, yeah.
I mean, there it is. There's the Lincoln, so a little bit more help from Malrine. So he can swap that in after his Aeon Disc pops, or more likely, you know, take out his bottle.
Yeah.
Skeeter's a little isolated down here. Friends are coming though. He's trying to play. He's trying to dangle a bit, as they say.
Malrine smokes brakes, realizes what's happening.
Oh, he's
saying Q found. Things got weird. He hasn't broken the pulverize yet. Now the jump forward. Xnova in some trouble. Xnova dead. Gone.
Instant buyback though. He's coming back in. So
there's the Doom that they needed. But XM second salvo. Doom ×2. Not bad at all. Amar doing everything right now for his squad, and Zincu trying to keep his buddy alive. Does manage to get some separation. I don't know if it's going to be enough to kill the Shadow Fiend. He should be able to run it out. And there it is, the Fiend's Grip onto Amar, who went into the base to try and punish, but couldn't get a kill on either.
I mean, I gotta give him credit though. He did hit 2 Dooms versus the Lincolns.
Yeah, he did that.
But it didn't really matter, did it?
I mean, to be fair, also, the rest of his team was not there.
That makes it harder.
It would have probably worked had that happened.
All right, what do though? You know, Roche coming back up. They know it's spawning soon. Max times in 20 seconds. It's gonna be about 6. Dire not contesting. Malraine's just chilling bottom, maybe trying to put some pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you really can do at this stage. I don't think you're going to get any Naga, like, steals here. Instead, they're going to try and pressure bottom tier 3 tower, or rather take the racks if they can.
Yeah, they'll get the tower. Oh no, he's backing away. He's not risking it.
Okay.
Too worried about someone TPing back early.
Radiant structures are fortified.
All right, well, that gives Ame a refresher shard, as he was queuing up the refresher orb. That allows him to buy the bots level 2. Okay, so this is a guy who already has no slots.
Yeah.
And is buying bots 2 here.
Oh, he's swapping out the BKB. That makes sense.
Yeah, sell his treads.
Also has a refresher.
So what he wants now, though, is that this means that Xnova can roam a bit more.
Yeah. And if he finds anybody out and about.
Oh, we're just all botsing? Okay, they're doing a strat here.
It's a nice strat.
A little bit of global. The don't draft global, simply buy it. I like it.
Ame has to take out these illusions. And smoke up. Okay, so this is the thing. Ame pushes bottom. Now they smoke up with 4, and we'll try and hunt. And he can be Nature's Prophet too.
Perfect. XXS leading the charge here with his scythe.
Oh my god, they are running right at him over there. If they realize it, oh my god, they're going to catch Skitter.
I mean, he is forced to the high ground.
He's just alone. They get him. The Hex. Dude, everybody knows where Nature's Prophet's going to be. The safe place is not safe anymore. They blink forward, grip, but the channel pulverized to break it.
That was crazy.
Nice play. Can they get a good Doom off, or are they just going to try and reset? It looks like it's a reset.
I mean, it's into the Aegis too, so they don't want to necessarily force this fight, having the buyback available, but not wanting to use it on Skitter.
But these deaths are so important for the Nature's Prophet, right? Because normally this like setup that they're doing right now would be impossible because the other lanes are pushing from NP. Now they can actually make this go of it and force something out of Falcons.
And if he gets an arena in the back here, even with the song, these kisses are going to do a lot of damage. He's got the 25.
They will dismantle this team if they're not careful here.
Snaking, looking for a side angle with his blink.
Trying to hunt, wrap around, catch somebody.
There's the smoke.
2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Big arena. Well, only hits onto crit actually with the Requiem too. They're hoping for a little more. And now the buyback. There's the Doom. But the pass over of the Lincolns. What a play. And he dooms himself. Oh, that was nice. They do have a song, but it's not going to turn into anything afterwards. They just have to run the hell away. Now, they do have a buyback with refresher on Doom if they need to use it. And honestly, they might need to. The way this is going, you're going to lose all of your base otherwise. Nature's Prophet back up in 10.
I mean, they have top lane and the tier 2, so they can at least force them to commit for the tier 4s, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it looks like they're going to call it for there. Do they keep going for more? This is where you're probably going to need to buy back. 60 seconds, 50 seconds on respawn. Can they do it here? Can XG end this game, or Falcon's going to push us further forward? There it is, Skinner in the trees. Now he's in the trees with the bear, but he hits pretty hard against the bear. Not getting bashed. Finally there with the Abyssal Blade. E-Blade out. Now XXS has control over on the Doom, trying to kill him. They're isolating and taking down Amar. Amar starts to fall, but will he finally fall enough? No, he lives. Skinner's hitting so damn hard. He jumps out though. Ethereal Blade saves himself. Skinner, no, is starting to die, and that is a death, but he does have buyback. Ame, the big bad bear
He
that
still has
could.
BKB.
He's turning, he's hitting really hard.
Give him a bash.
You gotta get out of there, Song, anything. Just stop the damage.
He can't bash him.
He can't do it.
It's impossible.
He can't bash him, he can't hit him, he can't get anything. And eventually, they take down the monstrosity of the Ursa.
How many hits was that? I mean, he always got a butterfly, but goodness gracious. I mean, the Abyssal, he's just waiting. Like, come on, help him out here. Well,
and they hold.
They hold a little bit longer here. You know, I have suggested, and I've sort of joshed about this Doom Eggs, but realistically, you see what happens?
Yeah.
And I don't think the Doom Eggs works, because I understand it. Because you simply, like, even if you get into these fights, they're gone so fast. And he managed to get some big Dooms off again here, and what a play. Somehow finding a survival here. This was terrifying. When the bear jumps in with you inside the Sprout.
Yeah.
Not the best. And look how close Amara is to death here. He doesn't BKB right away, so he gets pinned, he gets hexed. He drops down this low, and then it's like, oh, BKB. What heals him here?
It was, well, one thing was that Snake King kept him alive with the E-Blade, too, before he got his BKB out.
Someone must have hit him with a Lotus.
Yeah. And in the end, just...
Oh, I guess it was probably the Greaves, eh? It was probably Snake King's Greaves. But that was a big heal.
He knew that there was nowhere else he could go, but potentially could have been destruction.
Finally gets bashed after all that.
And will be able to get the pulverize at the end there. God, I don't know. I mean, that was a huge chunk. I mean, look at that. Skidder got 1,300 gold.
Can I just point out, I'm just saying.
Yeah?
Right before that defense, the panel walked in.
Yes.
I'm just saying. That's 3 in a row.
That's true.
I'm just saying.
They're just trying to be good panelists, you know? If there's even a hint that it's possible the game could end, they're over here. And Skidder.
That's not ideal.
Oh, not good, not good. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. The Ags, if he was ever going to be going back for that, does have 10,000 net worth right now.
Oh, well, speaking of which, actually, Amara is going for it.
Really?
He's had enough.
Oh, I was talking about Ame with the Ags.
Yeah, no, I realized that. And then I clicked over on Doom thinking, could it be? But, I mean, I do get it.
Yeah.
Because I'm watching these fights thinking, like, what if he did have the eggs? And it's still so hard to actually stick and glue on people.
Right. 8,000 gold. All that stands between them. You've got this massive carry in both the Nature's Prophet and the Ursa. I think in a 1-to-1 matchup, Ursa is really messing up Skidder right now.
Okay, so
the butterfly does make a difference.
Here's the play. Are you ready?
Tell me.
I've got this. Okay. Naga Siren, Songs, Blinks.
Okay.
Okay. Doom, self-dooms layered over top of the Songed heroes.
Good.
GG. Like, what's a bear gonna do?
Just run away. the Delta split.
No. It's over.
Okay.
That's it.
Right,
He's got nothing.
Yeah, I gotcha. That makes sense.
You know, someone's on X Nova at the same time.
Okay. I do think that there is more in the tank here for Falcons in a couple of ways. I don't feel like they've been able to really get as much out of like Maureen in some of these fights in terms of the damage that he's doing. And then it's like you've got sort of a no damage support in the Snapfire, and then you kind of got to get like a ton, it feels like, out of Crit. And he's been doing a lot of save-oriented stuff too. So the damage really feels like very similar to game number 1, like it's all coming out of the position 1.
The supports are struggling though versus like the SF and the Snapfire damage, I feel like.
Yeah.
You know, that part is a little bit tough. But yeah, when it comes to Skidder, yeah, it's kind of all on Ame. And obviously he's not going to get an MKB at any point, so...
Well, I was reversing that. I was saying that it's Skidder that's the only one that's doing the damage in this one for
I'm
Falcons.
sorry. I thought you were...
That's all good.
Understood. I was not hearing what you were saying.
You know, it's not like you've been distracted by anything. 3 60-minute games or anything.
No, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, we are going to hit it again. It's true.
I told you at minute 5.
You did. I mean, it was looking that way. Far more kills than this one, though. This has been our most bloodthirsty match so far in this series.
Oh, this has been hype. I'm loving it. a couple minutes of downtime in there, but it's been a lot of back and forth action. And several of those fights were like, when it's multiple buybacks coming in, and then everybody's just like in this period saying, okay, we're not gonna do anything. Just leave us alone.
Yep.
Don't come near us. It's what, 3 minutes until the longest buyback on the Nature's Prophet and Snapfire?
It's also about 1 minute and 5 seconds till Roche is gonna spawn.
Okay. Still hoovering and gobbling up all of the farm across the map. I am sort of interested in what the Naga's item progression looks like next, because he went for a refresher.
Have you noticed where the lanes have been though this whole time?
Yeah, it's very shoved out.
Yeah, they're pushing into the Radiant despite them being up 2 racks. And that's because of, you watch Crit, he can just walk over, he can throw Bushwhack, Boomerang, Acorn Shot, and these waves still die despite being super creeps.
Oh my god. He summons and starts it. Oh my god, I played with Jenkins. I know what's gonna happen. Oh no. Say it ain't so. This is...
Are you saying the treants are back?
Oh, the big trees. He's got the big trees.
They're back, baby.
Dude, if the XG lose the game like that...
To the big trees?
To the big trees, I am going to lose my mind.
Call it the Miami Heat, the big tree. Am I right?
That is... Do you know how old that reference is?
Chris Bosch was a name.
You could have done, you know what, if you want to go really old, you could have done like the Boston, you know?
Boston.
Yeah. Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett,
that's not
Ray
even,
Allen.
Dude, that's not even that.
That was that was the original big three.
I thought you were gonna go like a Bird era or something.
Okay, guys. Yeah, gotcha.
When you said Boston.
All right. 60-minute items. Let's go.
That's the end of this game.
Run it back.
Snaking's gonna stand up if they win that. Anything is possible.
Yeah, exactly. All right. We need every single Book of the Dead. Just all of them. Give me every Book of the Dead.
XXS? God, he's a lot of health, huh?
Yeah.
It's a lot of little pips.
Wait a minute. Are they? Okay, no. They're not going to find anybody here, I don't think. Prince TPing away.
Pretty close.
Yeah, that was getting slightly scary for him.
You just keep on taunting there, Mallory. All right, he has made a Helm of the Undying.
Fleet-footed. It's pretty good.
That's very nice. Can I get another Helm of the Undying?
I'm not sure what the best one would be. I think probably for Falcons, like Book of the Dead just does seem very good. We do get the Minotaur Horn, which is nice.
So they gave it over.
Yeah.
To Snake King.
Stygian, Spider Legs. Oh, he didn't get great items there for Mar. I guess he could turn into the right-click one if you wanted.
I feel like Spider Legs is okay.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, get rid of the phase boots.
Another
but he's thinking about bots, so that's what's messing him up, is that he wants to be there for the engagements, or he wants to join in with Skeeter.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
All right, they do get a Timeless Book of the Dead for XM. Boundless Stygian for crit.
Yeah, he's thinking. He wants to gain. Of course, you know, he can place debuffs on multiple people, like an Ember style, so it's really nice to have on Hoodwink.
And the attack range and cast range is what he gets for that. So his
so his Bushwhacks go nuts.
Yeah, it's like Dude, ridiculous range.
It is actually a full screen with Scurry.
All right, smoke up now with their items. I don't know what's going to happen in
Why
this
is it
fight.
always the rune?
It is always the rune. They jump in. Malrine tries to get away. E-Blade, Ethereal caught for the moment. Snaking in trouble, tries to walk away. Not going to happen. Dude, those kisses. They go hard. Amar looking, hunting.
Thinking about a TP. Dude, why is it that we have all these objectives? All these roaches, everything else. Wisdom shrines. It's just the runes.
Because they're so low. They're very high impact, but they're also like kind of low commit, so it's an area where you know there's not going to be a fight around
get away with it.
Yeah. They got to push in these waves. All right, Book of the Dead there too, and still waiting on X Nova.
Yeah, one each. Okay.
God. Yeah, they're going to need to send out all of these along the way there. And xNova does go for the timeless Helm of the Undying.
Three Book of the Dead seems a little excessive.
Yeah. Yeah, they just want to keep those waves out because they know that there's going to be like spamming in constantly.
Yeah, I mean, they know they're struggling enough as it is, and they're up 2, so makes sense. And now it looks like we're heading towards a Wind Waker here from Alreen as he picks up a Yules. Trying to mess with the bear some. Pop Lincolns, all kinds of reasons to have it.
So Roche will roar, and I do not think that they're going to contest this.
No, XXS is very confident that's not happening. He's taking the outpost while they take it.
They really need to be concerned about creeps getting in their base, though. Because I do really think that, like, with the bots 2 coming in, these giant treants, like, look at how much damage they do. They're big guys. And they're not easy to kill, either.
It's actually... that's great. This is good stuff. It's good to be back. Where, you know, no more of this Ironwood treant thing.
Yeah.
You know,
just the little ones.
Get the whole crew.
Another game with a hero that has 10,000 gold in his inventory.
Inflation's real, you know?
Yeah,
it's just
right.
10K is just not what it used to be. It just can't buy as much as it used to.
You know what it is? It's hoarding wealth that's going on right there. You got to distribute that out amongst the team a little bit more. Get xNova something.
Well, careful now.
Can he do it? The Bear Man, I feel like, is going to still be able to carry this if they can just get on top of targets. The problem is I don't see a situation where they're ever going to show on Skitter.
Look at Amar invested in the infuse, so he has a Windlace.
Yeah.
The old 65-minute Windlace and the old... That's just a good luck Windlace, what that is.
Oh, yeah. Maybe some punches here. XXS shows, jump, finds him, dooms himself, and now the rundown.
There's the struggle, though. You can see it.
Oh, xNova ended up a weird placement there, and they're both in some trouble, but Amar... Ooh, Ame has to run away. Dude, this Ags is looking so good. Immediately, dude, they're all gone. Does he have a second one, though? He does. Jumps onto all 3. Who's he going to stay on to? And it's going to be, of course, Ame. Ame down.
That's Aegis.
They're bringing him once. XM, a second salvo, a hit there onto Amar, and Amar is gone.
It's not enough.
TP's away, wants to escape, but just barely gets out. But look at this. Creeps in the base for both teams.
All right, still buybacks as well. Can't hard commit. They are now going to be that tier 2, though, so this does open up the finish.
All right, Skitter, he's immediately sending that over to the range creeps. Or onto the range racks. They have buyback on both. Buyback now onto crit. Creeps are doing their work.
Picture in picture. Thank you very much, production.
Tier 3 goes down. Alreen, Ame, caught there in the Sprout, jumps out of it. Now the Hex out from XXS and getting obliterated.
He's going back from
Alreen.
Alreen.
Is not a safe place for you at all. Now the hits. Ame controlled by the Sprout. They already bring down 1. They have a buyback if they need it on Skitter. How much more can they do? That's Mega Creeps. XXS throws out a spear, not going to land. Minotaur Horn used. They don't have creeps out, though. They can't do any backdoor shenanigans. They have to win a fight.
Ame's still holding this BKB. It's keeping him safe.
Can they even manage to win a fight here?
They're not sure if the Doom's back up, so they're going to bail out of there.
And now, in an incredibly dominant position, XG get Mega Creeps. Very large gold advantage. It could still go south, but they're in a good spot.
Well, Ame with 14,000 gold is considering a Moonshard.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah.
He's like, you know, maybe I can afford it now.
Being brought out. 67 minutes. This series, we started playing Dota in this best of 3 at 10 o'clock, and it is almost 3 in the afternoon. That is how long this series has gone.
Only 15 minutes to go or so, yeah.
And it could all be over in a second with XG moving on, only having to win 1 more best of 3 to make it to the international. Jump forward, Doom, caught him. Do they have enough damage? There's the grip. That's what you need. They need to break it immediately if they can, and it looks like they will. Still control, X-Nova found. There's the spear. Where is Ame? He doesn't have the damage that he needs. The Song of the Siren to reset this fight.
Oh, Malrine, he's getting out.
Malrine is living. Ame hits on him though, and no longer. Rapier bot. They've got it on the Nature's Prophet.
Okay.
The damage is there.
Malrine's dead.
Malrine does have buyback.
Finally dies in the Helm the Undying. But yeah, he's ready to come back in.
They have one more Doom, no BKB. Ame, can he stand up to the damage that's going to be coming his way? They're looking and hunting. And XG, after taking that tier 4.
Are they going to go for it all here? They got to watch for the song.
I mean, they're sending in the creeps too. They're saying everything. This is an impossible hold right now. But they jump forward, they hex, they find him. The Doom right on top, trying to keep him alive. And it is not quite. No, Skinner turns. He hits on Ame. The Song of the Siren. Okay, now they need to cancel that one. They need to find a way to kill this guy very quickly. But there it is. The grip. Keep him alive. Try and survive. He jumps him away.
Refresher.
Somehow the Ancient is still alive to start punching the Ancient. It's not going to happen. XM, Requiem of Souls out. He's finding kills while he's already dead. Skinner is going to be gone at this point in time, but maybe he did enough.
TP to the throne, Ame!
He's got it,
He's on
Ame!
it!
He goes for the throne. Ame starts to hit. And with nothing left in the tank, no more Nature's Prophet. They are going to end this game. GG, XG, come away with the victory.
Oh, it was a long time coming, it felt like. Could Falcons turn it around again? Not quite. Many GGs and smiles dropped in the chat after that one. A grueling 3-game series ends pretty much exactly how it went the whole time.
Oh, I can't believe it. XG, they were in it at so many different points and times and just looking on there, thinking about what could have been as we head back to the panel.
Yeah, at any point in these games, in this series, we could have been seeing Xtreme Gaming with the win. We could have been seeing Falcons win with the win. All I know, though, and all that really matters is Xtreme Gaming take game number 3. They are still the only undefeated team, well, the first team, I should say, to be able to take 3 series, not lose or drop a single one. And they're only one best of 3 away from qualifying to the international. It was a total game time played, by the way, for these 2 teams of 3 hours and 19 minutes.
What's wrong with them?
Yep.
Do they hate us?
This one best of 3. It was 3 hours and 19 minutes. So they were really in it for the long haul here.
Yes. You go ahead.
Hype though, it was great though.
I'm just saying yes.
It was great. It was great, Dota.
I mean, absolutely. These games were very high skill, and that's why they went so long, because both these teams knew exactly what their win conditions were and how they could prolong the game so they could stay in games where it wasn't really advantageous for them. Like this game, Skeeter did a good job getting that level 20 talent, 25 talent, where he could split push much longer, allowing this game to continuously go on. But at the end of the day, like, the team fight is just too strong from Xtreme in this late game situation. You're playing versus Mars, Shadow Fiend, Snapfire. How do you fight into this? It seems very difficult. They itemized in ways which made Amar feel like he couldn't really doom anyone, so he had to doom himself and just kind of run in. But then like one cookie, one force staff kind of counters that idea. It was really tough to play the late game.
Yeah, as well as the Mars Arena, it was doing so well to keep everything together there. It felt like team fighting Fly was just the standout for Xtreme Gaming across all games. That was what was constantly putting them back into games or pushing them further ahead with the lead.
Yeah, I think throughout this entire series, they've been on point when it comes to team fighting, spellcasting. I think XXS, in particular, this game has done a fantastic job on the Mars, and he also shows how versatile he is, where the previous Mars games he goes for a different build, like buying Yules, buying Pipe first item. This game he goes for Blink Dagger early, he makes the plays happen, his spellcasting's on point through, for like 60 some minutes. It's really cool to see, and this is Chinese Dota at its finest, really.
Yeah, you said they were playing that old school Chinese Dota, like it's back and they're doing it, they're executing it so well. And for Rhea, I mean, I know you love some late game Dota because it's chaotic. There's just fights after fights, and you finally get to see supports at full power too.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting to see because it's kind of chaotic when the fight starts, I think, because there's so many like spells and items and things at play that have to be accounted for, but like the actual like leading up to it or how the fights break out in the first place or not at all. Like that's why these games are going like so long. I actually liked the early game more than the late game a little bit. Okay. Well, it was slow again, right? But I really liked how Xtreme held their mid tower, for example, till like 23 minutes. Things like that, I think, allowed them to reach this point where they can start playing with Arme and going for Roches and using the smokes together. I think that it was also interesting, like, crit on his Hoodwink when like E-Blade first item, and then they were playing the fights like that where they're like, oh, I'm going to E-Blade someone who Arme then goes on, but I'm kind of like losing the train of thought because so much happened.
There was a lot because you also have to factor in, it's just like at what point were certain items for which fights, and you know, at any point it felt like so you know, you'd have Falcons ahead and you're just like, great, this E-Blade's working, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, not really working because now you're just going to be taking more magic damage when the sports get a little bit more.
That's the thing. It's like it's really cool to see how the teams meet each other's timings. Like, okay, we've done this play, we've got us to a point. Oh, but there's an E-Blade in play. How are we going to play around that? And then so on and so on. And seeing these guys just keep trying to like match each other and figure each other out and how to deal with each part of the game for 60 minutes straight.
Yeah,
very cool.
Yeah, you know, totaling over 3 hours of playing here. Roche was also something, I mean, objectives are just important, whether we talk about towers, tormentors, and Roches as well. But I think because so many were taken in the previous game, they're kind of toying with who's going to engage, who's going to have the better fight leading up to it, or when you're in the pit, that the first Roche for this game came a lot later than you would expect, especially with Xtreme Gaming having an Ursa on their lineup. But the way that it was handled, Fly, I think, was so interesting, of Falcons entering and then Xtreme showing that they still want to contest.
Yeah, there was this early, well, not that early, it was I think 20 some minutes, Roche fight where Falcons kept attacking Roche, then disengaging when Snapfire ulti came out, and then suddenly this Ursa just jumps in and takes the Aegis, and this is kind of a key moment because Falcons are leading at this point, but as soon as Ursa gets this Aegis, you know, they get the jump on the 2 supports with the Mars Arena, and again, like, momentum shifts. That's just Dota is. When there's a fight over a big objective, especially Roche, momentum shift. And it was really cool to see how Xtreme Gaming played that, and Ame having the confidence to just go for that, because it's not something you get to discuss in the moment. It's sort of like, you just go for it. You're not like, oh, well, if the Roche gets low, maybe we'll jump. No, you just go for it. He goes all bare on that big Roshan and gets the Aegis.
And his team, you know, having faith in him there. Were you a little bit more happy with the itemization that happened for Ame as the series progressed? Because our biggest issue was, of course, him not going for an earlier BKB when he was playing TA, what feels like, you know, 3 hours ago now. It actually was more than 3 hours ago now.
I mean, yeah, I think Ursa's a hero, though, that has a very strict item build. But then again, I thought TA was a
yeah, I was going to say,
but he stuck to the script here, and it was a good thing. I don't know if there was any deviations here that would have been any better. So, yeah, I mean, he had the Lincolns for the Doom. Other than that, your Blink Abyssal Blade Battle Fury build is exactly what he needed, and of course with the BKB. So yeah, I was very happy with his item build this game. He does what he needs to do in these games. He's the last pick. He needs to be high net worth. They're buying a lot of items, a lot of Lincoln Spheres for him to make sure he does have a good game and he can carry the game. So he's a very integral part of this team of being successful. So his itemization is very important.
Yeah. Now you guys have to make the tough decision. Are you guys full on XG are going to be our one last remaining undefeated team before we even know their matchup? Do you have that much faith in how good this series was?
Don't know.
Okay.
I think they've looked incredible.
I mean, they're good, but I'm not going to be like they're for sure going to not lose the next round.
I don't know. I think it's likely that they could go all the way. I think it's, at least the chance is very high. Yeah. Especially since we talked about, oh, game one, they should have won it. Like, they were in position to win it. Their itemization caused them to lose.
Yeah, I think they have like a 50% chance of winning.
That's just...
Well, you're just saying numbers.
I think we have to wait and see who they play.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna have two teams that are gonna play each other, and then we're gonna know
who do you think has a play style that would beat them, though?
The other team that wins.
Well, I mean, Falcons.
But only by 50%.
But Falcons is one of Falcons just won a tournament, right? Falcons is one of the top teams that's been consistent throughout the whole year of being really good, and they just beat them, right?
They beat
Spirit. who's like the favorite to win TI.
Yeah.
So who's there that could possibly stop them at this point?
Tidebound, the other.
I was about to say there is only one other team that we know of in the recent history that has been able to take a series off of Xtreme Gaming, but we don't know if it is going to be Tidebound. We actually don't know who Xtreme Gaming's opponent's going to be. It is going to be decided in our next best of 3. It's Tidebound up against PVISION. And before we get into it, let's wind back a couple days and see how Shiro felt coming into the road to the international playoffs.
I'm here with Shiro from Team Tidebound, and we're going to talk a little bit about this international. Shiro, you recently won your first LAN with Tidebound. How was that experience?
当时的感受比较开心嘛，然后因为也打了很久的职业了，这也是算是第一个冠军嘛。
And what did you figure out at that event which allowed you to be better than every other team there?
可能是在当时改变了自己的心态吧。 就是有一种找回了初心的感觉。
And you're going to be carrying that attitude into the international.
是的，我觉得这次可以击败所有的对手。
I want to talk a little bit about you and Planet because you two have been playing together for a really long time, pretty much your entire careers. How well do you guys know each other now?
是挺熟悉的吧？就是我一直都很信任他，然后确实打了很久了，一起。
And how does that affect the way in which you play the game? How do you communicate?
这个我也说不太清，但是就是我们各自的交流会更直接、更信任一点吧，就是执行的也比较高效的。
Okay. Are you friends outside of the game then?
是关系很好的朋友。
Excellent. What kind of things do you do together?
有时候会一起出去旅游吧。
Good stuff. All right. So how do you feel about playing carry in this meta? What do you have to do to be successful?
我觉得现在的1号位属于那种比较多变一些的吧，就没有很固定的玩法。就其实现在各种强队的1号位其实玩法都挺不一样的。
And who do you think has been at the front of this sort of more aggressive way of playing carry? Who have you been looking at personally?
个人肯定会更关注亚特尔一些，因为他一直以来都是最好的carry。
Excellent stuff. And I know the answer, but what placement would you be happy with?
肯定是冠军，因为只有冠军才会不留遗憾吧。
Jared, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at the international.
Thank you.
Well, right now, luckily for Shiro, they are in a position that they could be inching ever so closer to taking home that TI Aegis, winning this championship right now undefeated. They're coming up against PVISION, but we've seen them a couple of times on the main stream or here on A stream, and we haven't really gotten to talk too much about Tidebound, so I think it's only fair that we start with them, give them a little bit more time, and how we expect them to evolve through the next few days and throughout the tournament here.
Yeah, I think Tidebound, first of all, they look fantastic right now. I watched a little bit of their games, and it feels like everything's clicking together for, I guess, all the Chinese teams here, right? Like, it seems like the meta is fitting them in terms of the heroes that they get to play. I think individually they've stepped it up. I don't know how long they've been here, like, screaming the other Western and CIS teams, but I think they've been here for a while, and you can see how they bring their own playstyle, and then they mix it together with some of the things from the West.
Yesterday, I think the series that really stood out was their second one. They went up against Liquid, and I know in that game too, it was just really dominating from them. They were commanding the game from start to end, it felt, Raya.
I didn't see it.
What? You did what? And you were like, my predictions! Liquid lost!
I heard that Liquid lost, but I didn't watch the game. I don't know. Hey, I'm looking at it though. They faked Earthshaker 3 out of their games today, or games yesterday, and they're doing the exact. I mean, they're winning with that hero. They're probably the ones contributing to the 90% winner of this damn hero.
They are the reason for the 90%.
They're the reason. It's OP.
It's actually all just Chinese Dota is loving Earthshaker right now, Fia.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my criticisms of Tidebound in the past.
Oh, I didn't ask. Oh, in the past. Okay, sorry. No. I'll let you continue.
Go ahead.
No. I did ask now. Yes, in the past, Fia, would you have had any criticisms for them?
Oh, since you asked. I think... But before, I really thought that Nothing to Say had a weird playstyle on the team. He oftentimes would get like this not last pick hero, but this early pick hero. And he'd be fed to the wolves, essentially. And he wouldn't really have a big purpose on this hero either. And they would last pick like some Bach hero that would try to win the lane. It would fail miserably. And they wouldn't win games off of that. So over time, they've kind of got over that, they're giving nothing to say more of these heroes like these Earthshakers and Sand Kings, which are much more meta now. And I think that's working incredibly good for them. And they are getting these last pick carries for Shiro, which is an incredibly versatile player too. So I feel like throughout this year, they have struggled, but they finally figured out within the draft on how to all make it all work. And it's really coming together now. And kind of what makes them very scary now, because they always had the potential. They just didn't have the correct draft order, I feel.
Yeah, well, both of our teams that we're seeing right now, Tidebound and PVISION, finding success with those drafts, with their games, but it feels like for opposite reasons. You're saying Tidebound now, their order in which they're picking for their players, but also going back into meta heroes is working for them. PVISION, though, on the other side, yeah, they've got some unique ones. The biggest one that stands out for me, well, I guess both of them, is that Alk and that Tinker, and also more predominantly the positions they're being played in. That is 3 games of Alk position 4 and 2 games of Tinker carry.
Yeah, it's just OP, unbeatable.
They just swapped positions.
They did. They actually did.
The Alk, I don't think this panel was very impressed when we saw it, but they keep picking it. Like, even after the first game where we watched it, he kind of fed a lot. I think he went Blink Rush and then Ags to start giving that to his team, and there were a lot of fights where he'd just like blink in, get 2-shot, die because he has no other net worth, and it looked really lackluster. And yet they then picked it the next game, and then they picked it in their next series, and there's something that they really highly value about this hero that I don't think we are on a high enough plane to understand yet.
Yeah, we're just not seeing it the same way. Like I always say from that I got from Fear is sure, the Alk might have won, but did he win the game?
This is what it was all for. Fly was the biggest hater here for the Alk. Look at that. They have now forced Tidebound into a first phase Alk ban situation.
Forced them.
That makes me sad, actually. I really wanted him to pick Alk and for it to not work, just so I can prove my point.
Yeah, now we'll never get to know. If people keep banning it out from them, we'll never know if it actually works or not, you know?
I'm sure 9 classes is having a good laugh off of this. I can't believe they banned
those idiots. They've fallen for my
They really fell for it.
I mean, it's either genius and the fact that he is baiting people to ban bad heroes, but it also might be a situation where they actually think it's good. And 9 class, every time I see him play, he looks completely different when he's on like a normal hero. He's not scary. When he's on a weird like hero that you don't really understand, that's when 9 class is in his element. But if he's on a hero that you understand, it's like, whatever, he's a Snapfire, who cares? So I wonder how many Alchemist type heroes he has, because yeah, he played it 3 games, and the one game he didn't, he reverted back to his Slark, which has been heavily nerfed.
Yeah. Well, we got our Beastmaster out. They left Sand King in the pool. They're picking Conquer. Okay. There were so many heroes in the pool there. There's like Sand King, Conquer, Mossy's still in, which I like a lot. They've been picking Enigma as well. That's bad, actually. I missed that ban. That's my bad.
That's all right. Sometimes you just gotta think out loud.
Yeah, it's my bad. There's also a lot of like first pick mids. We've seen like Storm Spirit, and I think Pucks usually comes out in the second phase if they're gonna take it.
I imagine now they're just gonna try to match up the Kunkka versus the Beast, so they're gonna PVISION's gonna look to pick their offlaner, I would say, on the 16-17, and kind of following Kunkka against Beast. Even though Kunkka carry hasn't been done in a while, they are one of the teams that used to enjoy it on Satanic, and he would scale like crazy buying Radiance, like basically the same build as you would go from mid, really. So yeah, I'm wondering what Astini has cooking this time. I think this is where it gets kind of exotic. We're gonna see in the second phase. I will say Slark is a great save against Beastmaster in the game. Every time he roars and you use your shard, you basically save the guy. So maybe the return of the Slark. I know they played it one game. The one game they didn't pick Alchemist, which was in the pool, by the way. I'll let you know.
Yeah. Whoa, how big of him to ignore it. Very proud of him.
You're big haters, but also guess who has a save against nice old Aurora? Dawnbreaker. Still in the pool.
Are we doing haters?
She's making up a narrative right
They
now.
were, okay, they were talking about her low win rate.
That's just a stat.
That is a stat.
That's not an emotional state.
But that's not true. We had a whole conversation where we were like, oh, Dawnbreaker doesn't seem to be that good. She's not having very much impact.
Well, I specifically said the Dawnbreaker players were not playing very well.
Okay, so you're a hater. That's
of the players.
very negative.
Yeah, of the players,
yeah.
not the hero.
Oh, okay. My bad then.
We're getting
Sorry.
very specific now.
Well, in that case, do we feel like PVISION
Is Dawnbreaker good versus Beast? Yes, I agree with you there.
Oh, very good.
I'm looking at something maybe like a Bristol back type hero. I think when you have Kunkka, you want more carry-ish type of heroes on the other roles. Like Dawn is sort of in this weird in-between where she's not really a carry, but she's not really a support. She's a little weird. She scales weird into the game. So I'm thinking Bristol, which is a DM hero. Maybe if there's an excuse to pick Lycan, I could see a Lycan on 16-17 if the supports don't look good against it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Those all sound good to me. Those are some strong DM heroes. But I'm more curious about what 9 class is going to play.
You can't let it go. You gotta go back to 9 class.
I mean, he's a very important part of this team.
Yeah.
I
Don't
think
disagree.
What he plays does have a lot of... That's a very interesting pick. Why do you think they picked AA?
I don't know.
Without seeing really anything that it hard counters.
Well,
Isn't Beast good versus AA?
Yeah, but you have a Kunkka to protect him.
Yeah, there was this one meta where Kunkka was very popular, and they used to run this combo a lot because Kunkka needs follow-up damage, and A is one of the best follow-up damages you have in the game. So normally I agree with you, picking A into Beast is complete grief, but because they have Kunkka who can literally, he can win the lane alone, he doesn't need A there, then I'm fine with it. I think Marcy is just a good response in general. The hero seems very strong right now. They can still choose to put it as a carry, or even they can just put it as a position 4, because if the A is ever out of position, then Marcy's just gonna destroy you in 2 seconds.
I mean, I guess that's what I'm not understanding is like, since Kunkka can literally get any hero out of the lane, what value does picking AA have over any hero, like a Disruptor, for example, on your pos 5? They must be afraid of some type of healing that they could block pick.
I'm just thinking of damage, because Snapfire is banned. So
yeah,
what support do you get that deals a lot of damage when your 9 class is asking for a Slark right now, you know? He's not asking for damage.
There's a chance they're also block picking, or not block picking. There's a chance that they are anticipating a Morphling. I just want to pick AA, dissuade it.
Yeah, definitely A block picks a lot of heroes for sure.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, Astini is definitely cooking. Yep, he's cooking.
I actually don't know about this Marcy pick. I swear there's a team that would pick Kunkka against Marcy because, or at least as a core, it could easily be a support and then it's okay. But as a core, Marcy needs to kill people in the space of her BKB and her ult, and then she just becomes useless afterwards. So Kunkka's ROM specifically makes your team able to outlast that period of time, and she becomes much worse as a hero as a result. So,
I mean, it definitely helps, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And you can also have the X against the potential jump from Marcy.
All right, somebody help me here.
I mean, it has to be a 9 class Magnus, I imagine, and a DM Necrophos.
I mean, I think the DM Necrophos was almost a for sure.
Let's just carry Kunkka into Beast.
Because, I mean, I think no one can play Necro, but
yeah,
I think when you pick Beast like this and Marcy, I don't think a lot of other teams are playing Marcy in the offlane. Most of them have been carry.
Ooh.
Hey.
A taste of your own medicine.
Ooh.
But this would be mid, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, that's an NTS special.
Yeah.
It is a good Tinker game. It's good against Necrophos. It is good against Kunkka in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think PVISION is sort of just looking at their own heroes and how to enable them. So they're thinking Magnus can empower the Kunkka, so he can scale better into the game as a carry. The A follow-up for Kunkka, so you have damage on his combo. The Necrophos, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's specifically against Marcy carry, because it should be good against Marcy carry in the lane, where you're going to push her out of the lane. But that one is a bit more of a unique DM thing. So yeah, again, Astini's cooking. See what ends up here.
I think that one's purely theoretical, though, because yeah, you can press W and walk away from Marcy. I think that's the idea, right? But heroes like Ursa, I know I personally really enjoy playing versus like heroes like Necro, because first of all, you're not skilling that early because you need your other abilities to lane pressure, and you can just walk with them. So I guess he's gonna have to go for the Facet that slows move speed. Otherwise, you can just he Ghost Shrouds and you just walk with him and kill him when it ends. It's very low duration at low levels, so that is a very volatile lane. If it starts to do really poorly, I could see Necro feeding really hard. I'm not sure what a Magnus is gonna add to that lane either.
The ability to drag creeps. That's all I can think of.
But why are you picking a Necrophos if you want to creep drag, you know? Necro's the type of hero that when I see him, I think you kind of want to pressure with this hero. You don't want to just like trade farm.
Yeah. Maybe they're just thinking more of like mid-late game.
Yeah, I think they just believe this will work, and it might.
Yeah.
I can see Tidebound just sticking to Marcy carry here because you have a Tinker mid who's going to eventually win the game for you anyways.
Yeah.
Right.
So their cores synergize well, which means they would probably just pick a new support, either pos 5 or pos 4. I think they can both work. Alternatively, they get a range carry against Necrophos. Those are traditionally better. And we get a beautiful egg. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This is actually a very good Phoenix game. I didn't really think about it, but Phoenix is very good against Necrophos and Kunkka because they cannot touch your egg at all.
Mm-hmm.
No, I definitely really like the Marcy carry. I think you can exploit this Necrophos, especially if you have one rotation as well.
Yeah.
Phoenix just take the gate, and then heroes like these Necros and Vipers, if they don't work, they become a liability because all they need to do is win the lane and farm. They don't really buy a dagger or have some useful abilities. So putting a lot of pressure on Necro this game I think is really important. But I'm very curious on where they're going to put these heroes because I have no idea right now. It could be anything. Like this, they have Mag, Necro, and Kunkka. We think Kunkka most likely will be carry. So yeah, I guess it's support Mag and offlane Necro then.
I think this is a solid Pango pick to finish it up because it's a very good hero with Empower. It's a hero that can get on top of Tinker in the fights with the magic immunity. Overall, I mean, the PVISION lineup is definitely a little more out there.
So it's very reminiscent of our comments on their first outdraft yesterday.
Yeah, but I feel like yesterday when I saw 4 heroes from PVISION and I saw Heroics heroes, I felt like PVISION was in a good situation already. But here, I'm not quite as confident in their heroes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely, it can work. I can see what they're trying to do, but I'm kind of leaning Tidebound.
Yeah, nothing to say. He's playing Tinker. I feel like this is a crazy hard Necrophos game. Still don't see the purpose of the AA really in the draft. Support Magnus, like there's a lot of like strange stuff going on here. I think Tidebound has a really standard good draft where, PVISION, they just have like a very unique draft. I don't know if it's good or bad. I'll have to see through their gameplay because no one else is doing this.
I like how neutral you're being by being like, yeah, it's really unique with the Necro and the...
I can't call it bad if I've never seen it before, you know? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense yet. They'll have to show with their gameplay.
Alrighty, can you make a little bit more sense of it, Rayo?
No.
All right, perfect. Well, then it's time that we just get a little bit more data, a little bit more knowledge and information about exactly what they're cooking, if it's going to work. Because right now, we've got PVISION up against Tidebound with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. And yes, indeed, we're trying to figure out what the heck is this funky Necrophos about.
Yes.
I thought it was going to be 9 class at a second. I was like, I know, there's no way.
It's gotta hand it over to the master, as it were, here.
I will say one thing that stands out to me. There's a Tinker.
There is.
There are a few high ground hitters. We might be going late game, Trent. There is a chance.
I mean, why not?
I think the only hope that I really see is if Bach pops off and gets like a, Helm of the Overlord, and then they just start ending the game around that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because even if you have a lead, as you're saying with Tidebound, it is still, you're taking your time with Tinker.
Yes.
So yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, it is very much a PVISION draft on the Radiant. There is no doubt about that. You could pop this up, not tell me the team. Little doubt as to who it would be.
Oh, big jump from no one. 9 class right there, and Skewer, come on back over here, Planet. We want to tell you something.
Alrighty, first blood heading for no one's Pango in the mid lane. That's a good way to start.
But we got the Admiral, the Kunkka. You excited?
We do, and I love this combo with the AA as well because, you know, AA always been a very hard hero to make work because Bach considers contesting, but then runs away. He's always struggled because, you know, his laning isn't always great unless he is a great friend, you know? And it used to be the Sven, it used to be the CK, it used to be the Wraith King, but Kunkka, someone who back in AA's heyday wasn't really someone you would throw in the safe lane, but nowadays we're a little bit more willing to do so. Pairs up really nicely with the AA.
It's true. Yeah, you can do some X Torrent, then the Cold Feet combo if you want to.
Yeah.
Also just a big body that you can stand behind and throw
Just
out those touches.
Amping that magic damage from the Kunkka too. Like it just so much synergy.
Yeah, it is. It's very synergistic. Something that might not be synergistic is Magnus Necrophos. As 9 class is going to take a couple tower shots on his way out. What the hell is going to happen up here in this lane?
This is, you look to your, it's like EQ. There's 2 people on your team, and they immediately mark off lane.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're laning together. And you're like, okay, all right, well, I have high hopes. They're party together. Then they pick these 2 heroes, and you're just like, oh.
Yeah.
Yikes. Yikes, guys.
I mean, the one thing that is kind of cool is the combo of, like, Ducalis with the Necro later on. You know, some Ice Blasts on top of a Reaper Scythe. There could be some cool things going on there.
I'm going to throw it out there. Ice Blast and Scythe should probably be 2 separate kills. I feel like I'm really hoping to not have to kill one person with those 2 ultis.
I mean, it depends on the rate of the game. Like, if the game is really slowed down.
If the game's bad, maybe you need to, you know?
Yeah.
That too.
But
that class, he's trying to get a little play, but no, not going to find it there. Yeah, we do get the matchup, of course, of the Kunkka into the Beastmaster, like the panel was mentioning, and just nothing good for the Beastmaster, right? Can't really make use of your summons versus Kunkka, so we might see some stacks being necessary for Bach.
That actually does sound pretty nice. You obviously also have to be concerned about the potential of stealing those away, as Kunkka, one of the better stack-taking heroes in the game. Does take a couple rounds, though. Most definitely. Mid, we haven't really talked about that much, although actually, hold on, 9 class forced to skewer away. Another little bit of a swing and a miss in this one. But it is going to be a mid of the Tinker facing off against the Pango, pulling waves to make sure that they get the bottled up rune, and then back to the races of just farming away. I've got to see a little bit of Tinker so far at this TI. Where do you feel like the hero's at right now? Do you like it?
Surprisingly in the safe lane, of course.
Yeah, right.
For PVISION, which is straight. I'm not sure who else is playing it, but
you don't have
a couple of lag spikes, they're saying.
Spikes, unplayable. Listen, man. We could do like the status command, see what it's actually at.
You know what? I'm gonna trust them.
Okay.
I'm choosing to believe.
What is spikes? Lag? Maybe they're just like sitting on spikes and a little bit uncomfortable.
You don't have the sand.
Plus.
That seems less likely. Yeah, this is not, the translations are not, you know.
What are spikes? Lag. Plus. What does plus mean? It's okay. I'll get there. As reconnecting back into the game. And should be underway shortly. So yeah, that's the thing that I want to see is how this Tinker does in this game. And it does look like DM actually already has the Helm queued up. So we're going to have Helm Necro and then Helm Beastmaster. I don't think there will be any more of them, though.
That's pretty gross. Not going to lie.
How good is that on Necro?
I mean, back to Tinker. I was expecting support, if anything.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the core Tinkers, at least certainly not the safe lane, but, you know, the hero, he's still got some sauce. He's got a lot of damage, man.
It's nothing to say classic, you know?
Of course, yes. He is one of the, you know, back in the day, one of the most well-known ones for sure. And DM, one of the few players that seems to really like Necrophos.
Yeah.
You know, he plays Veno, so naturally he plays Necrophos. It's just, you know, birds of a feather kind of deal here.
Viper too. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all just one hero to these people.
I will say it's pretty bold to take the mag away from DM. He's one of the guys that I like to see on mag on those big, like, it's like him and JT, you know, big game changing oriented heroes. opting to take this one this time around, and Shiro getting somewhat low. So is DM, but Necrophos always has that ability to just pop back up to full and has a Lotus in hand this time as well.
Yeah, trying to secure those, always helpful for him.
No. Pulls him around, skewers away, 9 class. Now the glimpse back, DM in some trouble there, and, well, didn't have enough from the pop of the Lotus. And with the Ghost Shroud used earlier, that gives them an opportunity for the kill.
Well, that's happening. I'm keeping an eye on bottom lane. No stacks yet made for Bach. Instead, he's using the board to just run with Planet to help ensure they can keep body blocking the small camp.
Okay.
So that combined with, you know, potential harassment of Tidebringer, I suppose, pushing the lane out here, but Satanic being relatively cautious to make sure that he's going to control that. And now they'll grab the pull here too, so good plays there.
Yep. Up top after the death, a little bit of a reset. We'll see if anything comes of that, as they do hit some good damage.
You know what?
To the AA.
This comes back to him not worrying about stacks so much, right?
Yeah.
He's staying focused on the lane. He's ensuring that there's going to be the block. They're getting the pull off. He's staying really tight with Planet the whole time, and that gets them a kill onto an Ancient Apparition.
Important to still play that lane from time to time if you can find those little bits of punishment. I do wonder how much gold he would got if he like stacked 4 times versus, you know, taking down the AA once, but
yeah, you know,
it's nice to try and shut other people down too.
Mental warfare.
True. Very important. No one queuing up and immediately going in for that diffusal blade. Satanic is rushing a Radiance, it looks like. 1 bracer and the phase boots. It's always a weird decision on Kunkka. Do you want to go straight for a Radiance? Do you want to get something like that Blade Mail first? Particularly in a game like this, you've got a lot of sort of uncontrollable damage you can turn back towards people. But we'll allow him to farm much more quickly if he can finish that off.
Yeah, I think he's got the heroes to maybe buy him a bit of time too.
Yeah.
You know, the Pango mid.
So at 6-minute mark, Shiro will take that one. It looks like they do not rotate over, and no one picks up a Haystrom. Ooh, wants to get a little bit up close and personal here with the level 6 online. A little bit of a roll. Can he find him? Actually hits onto Planet now too. Decides he doesn't want to go any further, and the glimpse pulls him back in. Ducalis in some trouble. No one thinking about a chase, but they get the kill on the Ancient Apparition.
All right, a little bit of a bad idea there, it seems, from no one.
Yeah.
Sacrifices A. It does draw some attention to the mid lane. Forces Tinker to keen home and then TP back in, so maybe could try it again on the next one, but gonna need a little bit more to turn that play into something good. Is they're gonna catch Bach with a Torrent, but it's not while Ducalis is there, unfortunately, because of the death.
Has the X marks, the cold feet ends up rocking. Another hit, and ooh, that was so well played.
Yeah, he tried.
It all started with like the Torrent on the double back, and if he doesn't hit that, that kill doesn't happen because he has the stun, and then he can come back for the X. That was so impressive.
Well, meanwhile, up top, 9 class does secure the Shrine of Wisdom. Very important when you're playing a pretty greedy position 4. He's actually even on XP with DM right now, which DM's really going to need the effects of this Helm of the Dominator here, that little mini Midas of just grabbing these creeps, because not really having the best time.
Shiro can maybe make some type of a play here.
Of course, I say that. He's you know, he's third on net worth, or on his team, so still ahead of plenty of Dire heroes.
Satanic, somewhat low. X Torrent hits. Low, 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 low. Dude, those axes would have killed him. He still might die to it. Barely kept alive. And the boar hunts, but it won't catch up. Hard to kill a Kunkka.
Yeah, that guy got... It's a really annoying passive.
Yeah, speaking of that, that's kind of crazy. I don't know how PVISION are ending up in such a good spot right now. as the Skewer will not be able to push Y away, and instead 9 Class is going to end up falling there. Shiro gets stunned, Reaper Scythe. Oh, didn't quite get it off in time, and Shiro throws him to the low ground.
What?
That was an insane toss back. Now making a move on over, DM, he's getting body blocked by the creep, and well, Shiro turns now onto Ducalis, wants to find that kill, not gonna happen. As it's eventually...
Oh, that would have been crazy. He tries using the helm on the bird to maybe push him back in for the kill.
Oh, is gonna break Sal, but can't get anything else past that.
All right, something else going the way of PVISION right now. Nine Class just kind of lurking in the fog. As DM comes back up here, still didn't use that scythe, so ready to give it a go if they get a little bit more damage. Meanwhile, there is a Tinker, of course, in this game, who is still 0-0-0. We're not going to see the involvement for him too often in the early game, as 9 Class just 100-0 really fast once Marcy's back.
It's way too much damage. In this Helm build, there's a reason this hero has been first phase banned so many times. It's just incredibly strong.
I wonder if Marcy will be the baby thrown out with the bathwater. Like if they nerf Fleeting Fury and Helm at the same time, it's gonna crush this hero.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
Because the Fleeting Fury's not that crazy.
No.
Without the Helm.
Yeah,
but if they both get obliterated, she's gonna be in for a bad time.
Right, because part of the reason is the Helm like works because it's good as an item, and then on top of that, it like doubles down good with Marcy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point. But then again, you can imagine, like, if you see Marcy just dominating all these games, it's like, well, you gotta shut down that hero some. I guess the Helm nerf would do that enough.
I would think so.
We're talking like it's gonna get nerfed. Maybe just buff other stuff. That'd be hype.
Or they just buff it anyway.
Yeah.
You know, why not?
Can't
Probably
stop
because it'd
them.
be a bad idea. Scan disconnect here. It's going to spot Ducalis and no one rotating down towards that bottom lane, trying to link up with Satanic. He's got, what, 1 point, presumably, in the X? Yeah, so not the best chance of initiation, and really Bach just, the Spidey senses they're tingling. He's way out of there.
Maybe they can make a wraparound play if they go through that gate. Something to watch for. Tower starts to fall. DM gonna get jumped upon. Does get pulled back in. Static Storm still not dead, but should die soon. They do manage to find that kill.
That
9 Class Skewer. RP not available because only level 5, but a big hit on the Ice Blast. Turns into a dead Shiro. Will be a TP away from the Disruptor, but with X on cooldown, was never gonna be a chance.
Man, he was so close to level 6. Nearly having a really spectacular one there for 9 Class, but he'll take it anyway. Trades back, still a good gold exchange in favor of PVISION here. Shiro does remain top of the board though, until he gets passed by the still living Satanics. He clears some camps, so nothing to say, now joining the fray.
Has options if they want to do it. Glimpses available, pulls him back in, gonna X himself, nice. The answer already there. Satanic taunts his way out of trouble.
The rarely picked Tinker into Kunkka.
Yeah. Man.
I said, goodness gracious.
6-7.
They used to be the best of friends, those guys, you know?
Oh, yeah.
The old Tinker Kunkka.
No longer.
No. But lots of Kunkka, lots of Disruptor. This tournament, as we know, Disruptor one of the most picked heroes, so you're going to see plenty of these X's, I'm sure, versus these Glimpses.
And DM spots Bach there. They take over his board. Okay, all right, sure. Now the roar to stop the roll, and pulls him back in. The RP makes him hit no one again. Then they get out of trouble. There's all sorts of shenanigans happening here.
Helms.
Meanwhile, Shiro got to get a nice little interview with him as well. With Nomad, talking about his mentality at this point.
His aspiration is back.
Yeah. It
Whoa.
was big. This guy was deep and feeling very much like he can beat anybody, he said, and it would be a great win for them to move forward in this one. So we're getting close to the next round of Wisdom Runes. Maybe a chance as the Tinker heads out. Smoke up into 4. There is an AA and a Kunkka right here. Will they break the smoke? Will they lose both? Will it just be one? Ducalis definitely dead. And, oh, Torrent, that stops any glimpse play that could have happened for Satanic.
Yeah, 3 points. There was definitely a chance for some reach there from Y. So he will lose his Courier, but it did not have the Talisman on it.
Okay.
So he's going to be okay. 9 class, wrong neighborhood here. The lurking Bach
puts him on the cliff.
A noble effort.
Hey, let's go.
You know what? That's not bad. It keeps him from the Wisdom Shrine for a while.
Maybe somebody could go and steal it while it's happening. That'd be hype.
That will be impressive. Oh, he's going to get tossed by Shiro. That's nice.
Dude, I'm going to tell you, based upon where that skewer went, I think he's done that before.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he was too ready for that.
Knew exactly what was going to happen. Satanic, Radiance, done. 14 minutes. Not bad for a Kunkka. And immediately queuing up the Sanj and Yasha. So we'll get that much tankier.
Yeah, a little bit of evasion chance there. And just trying to be a body in these fights. I mean, that is kind of the weird part about their draft, is that they have these 3, like, we have weird ways of being tanky cores, but their damage isn't necessarily that easy to execute with, I would say.
15 minutes. Planet will run into 9 class position 4s facing off against each other. Planet hopes to escape. Does have eggs still, but they won't be able to force it out of him.
That doesn't feel great.
For PVISION?
Yeah, the support just dives away like that. And now 9 class trying to get real wild.
Ooh, he wanted it. And instead they're going to jump on him. Now a turn, no RP, not out, but X boat combo, Shiro, Dunzo. DM chasing Y. He's going to get brought down here in just a moment, as there is no way out for him. They run in with Planet. Box still looking for a moment here, like they could do something. DM, oh, the Croaker, but he doesn't do it. He jumped in for the kill, and it's not going to happen. No one gets caught by the bird, and the Pangolier.
You thought you were Croaker, but you were just Choker.
Oh, no.
Hits him with the egg. Too easy for Planet.
2K. Indicator of Tidebound right there. It came out weird. It just
you managed to mess up both of those words. it's like when they mess up the audio and it's like playing in your ear and you're like, and you can't keep talking.
And, I can't believe you called me out for that. That's unbelievable.
Dude, it was too. You said in the favor of Tidebound. I had no choice. It was better that I called it out so people didn't think you were having a stroke live on air.
I'm not sure that I'm not. Oh, God. 11-9.
Yep.
And almost an Aghanim Scepter done now for nothing
Right order
to
to read those numbers.
Yep.
As Satanic is going to X himself back after clearing the tower there. 9 class, Planet. Dancing around the tree lines.
Do they want to go for more here? On Downtide. Yes, they will.
Look at DM. He's just like, don't see me. Don't see me. Hustling up the river. Let's get another Croaker. Is he feeling himself this time?
The Croakers are sick. And you also, like we talked about in the last series, you sort of have to be careful, because if the Croaker is sitting in the water, suddenly it's like a 15% damage amp that comes out.
It's such a strange creature, the Croaker.
Yeah. It's a weird
It's like
guy.
frogs croak, but he's like a catfish. You know?
Bach. No one comes in, denies the tower, but that is the Helm of the Overlord. And now 9 class. Oh, he wanted a target, but there's nobody there. RP only hits onto 1. They're not going to get the kill either. He gets the egg off. Oh, this is a horrendous fight right now for the side of PVISION.
It just, again, it's the ease. It just looks so much easier for Tidebound. Even with some of these nice counters, like having the Pangolier versus the Disruptor, it doesn't really matter. And he's rolling through, all happy as he can be, but his friends aren't.
No.
And now, as has been tradition today, we get a relatively early Roche thanks to a Beastmaster.
This time around, though, the Beastmaster obviously not having Aghanims. I mean, this is classic Beast. You know, Helm of the Overlord, going for pipe next, close it down. I do kind of wonder if it'd be worth it to think about something to help deal with Kunkka a little bit. Satanic does scare me if he keeps getting these items. Going to be BKB next instead of the Sanjin Yasha.
I mean, what are you worried about, though?
I mean, that he just sort of like gets a couple of big high tide hits onto you as you're trying to go high ground, kills your creep.
Oh, we're not going high ground.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah,
that was my first mistake.
Yeah, that was. I don't know what you were thinking. We're just gonna farm the entire map with a Marcy and a Tinker.
Yeah, no, they're not worried about anything then. You're right. Yeah, if you just don't go high ground, then there's no problem.
Yeah, what can he do? Why go high ground into Mag, Necrophos, Kunkka, AA? Like, I'm going when they're dead.
Yeah, that's fair. Win probability putting it at 66 every second that goes by. Tidebound feeling more and more comfy. Will X himself hit some creeps and get pulled back. 9 class spots, or is spotted by Y rather. A static storm down. And will not be able to walk away from that one, but the Ice Blast could be good. Hits Rolling Thunder. Oh, they didn't go high ground, but they were standing on the high ground and get punished for it.
6, 7, 8
Taking
to
down
lens,
that
but
Tinker.
yeah, that's good stuff there. And now the talent's out there for the Kunkka too, so those Tidebringers are starting to add up a little bit here. As no one does
X.
get shot. No, yeah, very good.
Pulls himself back in. Okay, starting to hit on PVISION.
And pushing right into this tower too. All right, very good defense. Got a little bit too aggressive there on the side of Tidebound. And they'll just run it straight back down the lane. Yeah, 9 class dies again, but what does 1, 7, and 6 matter? Lowest on the net worth if your team is able to get an objective, you know? He is going full high risk, high reward, and he's finding the risky part, not so much the reward, but it sets up his team for a fight nonetheless. And now it's Tormentor time.
Very nice for them. We'll try and take this one down, and Tidebound moving in.
Too late, though.
Can they catch them on the second go? Bach up there. Shiro finds him. Wait, he didn't get him.
No, he couldn't right-click him. He was in the trees.
And the big Croaker stun from DM. Suddenly, 9 class is nowhere left to be found. They take out the creep too.
1, 8, and 6. But who's counting? But remember, he still has the threat of the RP.
That's
true. I mean,
true.
it's kind of depressing that it was the Centaur that got, you know, the real RP there on 3.
Yeah, it's now they just need to do that for him, the hero itself.
He's just waiting. It's fine.
I mean, you only need to hit 1.
That's right.
That's the one everybody remembers.
It is. There's something very funny about a support Magnus that doesn't even empower people. Like, he has 1 level of power.
Yeah, just not casting it.
Yeah, like, it's just... Yeah, that's good stuff.
No need. Who cares?
What's his GPM right now?
It can't be good. Yeah, it's 250.
215.
It's tough, man. It's hard here for Mag. It's level 8.
It is a true feast or famine situation.
Everybody else is in double digits. Okay, he found.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Boom. Tukalas take this gold, but you know, whatever.
Happens. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, 9 class didn't even get the shard. It went to Tukalas.
That is depressing. Not that his shard is that great, to be fair.
I mean, I feel like it helps a little more when you're support, right?
Yeah,
Skewer
I guess.
range, yeah, it feels like it's kind of a big deal.
No one, just going to get Static Storm. Glimpse doesn't pull him in the right direction, and now he gets roared. Oh, no.
I think he's outnumbered.
Yeah, I think he was worried about... I'm not sure how that happened, but regardless, no one is now dead, and Tidebound Going to be very happy with that. But will they go high ground?
I was going to say, during the draft, one thing that's really nice with the Marcy this game, too, is that you don't really mind buying Nullifier this hero.
9 Class is thinking about going for this. All right, it's only creeps, though. That is a little bit annoying. Dude, if he can farm both of these, oh my god, it's so much gold.
He's got a lurk, though, you know?
Smoke up. No Pango. But a chance for a fight still. They can fight the right angles.
Oh, this would be so good if they spot this Tinker.
Tinker shows.
Hang on.
Yeah. It's just a second. That's all it
takes. Oh,
takes.
he's close.
Yeah. Oh, that's frustrating. And now, like, nobody's shown for a while, so he's going top. He knows what could be coming.
You know, clear the wave mid. Right, you know?
Take down the
pressure.
tower. And Satanic is getting stronger. This guy has hit a lot of creeps so far.
Yeah, top of the board right now in terms of net worth.
11 to 16, Sanjin Yasha done, and is starting to get that power passed over now too from 9 Class. Down bottom, Phoenix does not want to be on this plane of existence anymore. Leaves through the side, and a nullifier done for Marcy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you like getting Basher, but it's just too necessary this game. And that pretty much ends the safety of DM.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna have a hard time. Basically his death secret to try and make a play out of it.
And that does, you know, do something for him at least. Defense matrix status resistance is there.
Alright, they want to play towards this ward. It's going to spot 9 Class. Yup. It's going to spot Necrophos. How do they want to do this? Oh, he pops the smoke on Beastmaster. Still gets it.
Jumps in, roar onto 1. 9 Class actually still gets a great skewer, but it won't matter. Dude, that's so depressing.
Hey, that's wards, baby. Nice play by Y. That's just free. That's a complete double kill by ward.
Finds the Tinker, has to back away. Can they get him on the backside of this? Shiro looking, not finding. Nothing to say. Not afraid. Satanic will take the hit again. Shiro trying to keep that catapult alive.
Wow,
and
no
roll.
one's gonna go for the roll.
And Ice Blast, but the BKB comes out in time. No chain stun.
I mean, even then, they still need quite a bit to grab that, you know? With no scythe or anything, I guess perhaps 9 Class could have been close enough for a follow-up or something, I'm not sure.
Still, they're staying in it. You know, PVISION are not getting completely out-farmed or outmaneuvered around the map. Still getting a lot out of this. And as has kind of been the trend so far today, keeping things even within striking reach, and then some late-game insane fights are what determines what happens.
I don't see their damage, though.
You don't think Kunkka does it?
Okay, but outside of Kunkka.
Okay. Well, I mean, outside the Tinker. I guess
Marcy?
it's Marcy. Yeah, okay. Shut up.
You know, that really broken, busted hero that just annihilates people?
You're right.
It seems difficult.
I mean, there is some stuff that happens late game with the Necro where stuff starts to become very strange. Like, it's one of those heroes that can create weird scenarios in the game where suddenly somebody just dies out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and they
definitely
also
doable.
have AA.
Yeah, you hit Ice Blast, you hit the Scythe, sure. It can be done.
Or one big RP from 9 Class.
He is banking up a lot of goodwill towards his RPs.
Is that...
Well, by getting bad will on the other ones.
Oh, I see. Got it. This is like earlier when I talked about, like, okay, he's missed so many
Yeah,
that
exactly.
now when he hits it, it's going to be really good.
Yeah, when I wanted it to be true, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many has he hit so far this game?
I'm not sure.
Like, has he hit a Blink RP?
He's gotten a couple skewer backs, which have been good.
Right, but I'm trying to remember one. Of course, my memory's not that good at this point in this game. It's been a long day. They're smoked up. They're thinking about a play.
Planet rolls through, finds him. No one forced to just roll out of there.
Hitting the eject button.
That does stop the smoke move, and it's actually a BKB done for Necro. So
all right, well, they're going to get Roche now.
It's a good answer.
Pango just rolled away, so taking that.
I mean, they do still have RP. They're
all right,
starting to head this
Roche
direction.
roars in a second. They smoke. Dire back out. Great addition to Roche, I got to say. I like it.
Oh, yeah. All right, 9 class. He has an opportunity here. Satanic throws out the torrent, sees they're not in the pit. And now we're going to have another one of these little footsie things. Roche moves in a minute. So I actually think that this is another one of those scenarios where PVISION need to move.
Look what Y's doing. He's circling that bottom. He's saying, let's go take that area right now.
They're doing it. They're thinking. They're one step ahead.
Now what if the Radiant just take Roche?
Yeah, if Radiant just take Roche, then they look really silly.
Shiro actually checks. He throws in the centaur just in case.
Yeah. And there's no way right now for PVISION to know that they're doing this. They think they're still posturing on the far side.
There's also no scans either.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's free for them. If they wanted to, they could run in and take it right now, but they don't know that.
Yeah, they didn't do it.
Tidebound is down on the bottom side of the map already. Now they might have an idea now. Yeah, as it's already moving, they're deciding we're going to come down here and hold on to this side. 30-minute mark. It's going to be a top rune, where it is a regen.
Bach tries to deny it, but no one zips in there as they smoke up once again.
Is that their last one? I think so.
Know, it's got to be hazardous at this point.
Yeah, that is. If this doesn't connect, they're actually in a really weird spot. Also, the creeps starting to push out there. Disruptor holding on to high ground. Tidebound have the buyback potential, and a tier 1 tower is still there. Tinker on the other side of the map can rejoin quickly. 9 class thinking about just jumping up and YOLOing.
It's stressful to do this versus Tinker. You know, because you're always going to lose map space.
And he's getting towards a Hex.
Oh, that's spicy. Oh, well, he is close to a Hex. Not even just getting there. I mean, look how deep he is going right now.
Yeah,
he's
he doesn't
catching
care.
The camps while they're spawning. He's daring them to try and start this fight when he's not there.
Nothing to say is a really big problem right now.
I like how 9 class is just on the cliff alone.
Yeah, he's ready to jump.
He doesn't even have an inventory slot. Like, I mean, what's the plan here?
I mean, he knows that it's going to roar again, so he can be in position
true, I suppose.
if something happens. He might be AFK for a while, though. I'm not sure exactly what the full goal is here. He's looking.
You know, he's microing. Oh, I know he's not. Well,
That's
maybe he
DM.
is, actually. He might have DM spare.
Drops down a ward. Still hiding off to the side. Oh, and he's going to be in position here. DM, they see all of this. 9 class.
Oh my
Skewer. God. RP. BKB is out, though. And the Hex. The Hex reveal. The roar now dead. Oh, it didn't work the way they wanted it to. And Roche Tidebounds for the taking.
That was on brand for how he's played the rest of this game as Magnus, though. You know?
Yeah.
High risk for the potential reward. All right,
and
they grab back onto the Phoenix.
Finding him, Planet there. They have buybacks on both of the other heroes. BKB down, dead. Roche, half HP. Satanic needs to back out. They've got a glimpse ready. Going to use it onto no one. Now the Hex, the X-Mark catches him, pulls him back in. Do they have anything else? Boat going to land. Nothing to say. Going to get stunned. Teleporting, though, in the BKB. He will be okay. Satanic punches onto Shiro. The buyback comes out on Phoenix. 9 class looking for an opening. There's nothing there right now. It's getting blink broken by Disruptor. And is going to find Satanic, pull him around. No buyback by the other heroes. Kunkka dead. Now
side.
9 class also found 1, 11, and 6. Just execution from Tidebound.
If I know PVISION, the panel better hurry.
Yeah.
They are one to, you know, to maybe things go pretty bad. Consider getting out of there.
Jeez.
That's a pretty devastating fight. I mean, they're playing the high risk, right? It's that simple.
Yeah.
They can understand that things are not going well. They don't have a lot of outs this game, and their best chance was some glorious play by 9 class to isolate Shiro and get the kill first. But, I mean, this part, look how long it takes him to just kill a Phoenix, who doesn't even have an egg, so there's not even the threat of perhaps supernovaing here.
It's the weird part, right? Because they use a lot to get that, and they also don't have anybody else to come and join for the fight. So it's just like to sort of secure that they get the kill, and maybe, I mean, you just got the Hex on Tinker, and then it's BKB revealed too there, I think. So
yeah,
thought that maybe they can make something more happen. It doesn't work out.
The Static Storms have been so interesting this game. They've been very defensive.
Yeah.
And they've worked out really well.
Goodness gracious. Substantial lead at this point, and yeah, you can see frustration on the young face there for PVISION, trying to come up with new answers for how to deal with this team.
Shrink that Tormentor.
That's right, make it a little tiny cube. Look, it's so
Rubik's
small.
Cube. Can you do a Rubik's Cube?
No.
Yeah, me either.
It's okay. I don't think it can actually be done.
No, I think they're all just lying. Those people who do it in like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I think they're just really quick at moving the stickers.
You know what it is? It's like a magician when they do like a quick change. You know, they just like really quickly pull all the like stickers off and put them back on.
Yeah, that must be what it is. Surely.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan now?
I think they're going to get the Wisdom Shrine. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, they brought enough. Okay, Tidebound with nothing to say. Getting
That's
the other
25
shot
on Tinker, the 200 AoE laser.
Oh, man. And guess who's there already? No one dead. Finding more Roar. Static Storm. Gotta get away. Gotta stop it from happening. They're just pulling these people apart. Another glimpse. All right,
Ice
AA Blast into nothing. The boat not gonna do a thing. Well, nothing to say has been putting on a hell of a show. Kind of got thrown out of position there a little bit and got his TP broken by Shiro. But Blink Disruptor now on the docket too. Bach starts to hit, and Tidebound wanting to create a guaranteed team from China at the International.
It's looking pretty good right about now with how Tidebound and XG are playing. Certainly China doing very well here on Stream A today.
Pulls Shiro back in. The Dire Tower is, or rather the Dire takes the tower. Shiro punches, will get stunned. Is there anything? Oh my God, it's just dead. Kills off the creep. Nothing afterwards.
And they're just giving no chance. I mean, they're up 20K right now. They have a lot of gold to spend, I guess, so they're just going to do that, wait for it to come back, but there's really nothing stopping them from just going again. They have 2 minutes of Aegis left.
Right. Wait for mana to be back up 1,000 XPM on the Tinker here at 36 minutes.
Very cool.
So gross. Does he not have BKB? Oh, it was 1 second away. Oh, no. RP, though, onto Tinker. Into nothing. DM wants to chase, do something. Good damage out. Maybe an opportunity here. Shiro's starting to hurt. They get the kill on a Beastmaster. Bach is gone. But now the Tinker is going to start to be unleashed, channeled, taught, push back, nullified. DM going to die. They are so far ahead, and it was a good look for a moment as they found a clutch kill, but there it is. BKB back up again.
And he cancels.
Stuck there. Not able to get away. The Disruptor wall keeping him out. Turns, hits. 9 class says, please leave my carry alone. Stop hitting him. But there will be no salvation from this as another one bites the dust. GG is called. Tidebound come in and just dismantle PVISION.
They really did. This is kind of what it looks like when people try and pick 9 class heroes. except it was 9 class this time.
That's true.
He had a rough game for a guy who was like kind of a iconic member of PVISION, and how much his ideas and play, like the way that he used these heroes gives them their identity. This was a tough one.
It was an incredibly tough one. And on the side of Tidebound, everything's simple. Nothing to say tinker. Get Bach his Beastmaster and just beat some ass. So we head on back to the panel.
Yeah, sure, whatever Lyrical just said, I totally agree with that. No, look, Tidebound having a fantastic one. There is something a little bit satisfying, I would say, Fly, about seeing PVISION get tinkered.
Yeah, I mean...
They were doing it to other teams yesterday. You're like, it's disgusting. It's so good. How do they keep winning with it? And you're like, well, other people can win with it too. Nothing to say tinker is something to be remembered.
Yeah, this guy's been winning on tinker for years now. He played a fantastic game. I think for me, he's probably the MVP for this game as well. But yeah, great showing all around. I think again we're seeing great team coordination from the Chinese team, and I do think they're a little bit different with different mid hero pools. I think the offense is a little bit different with Bach playing this Beastmaster. I think everything gelled well for them. The team fighting was on point. They were always able to get the jump. They were able to take out the Necrophos usually, or the Magnus, like before the fight even really breaks out. So great performance.
Yeah. A lot of pickups were happening on the side of Tidebound too, and I wonder if at what point should PVISION have also been meeting the numbers of Tidebound with the same numbers? If you see 4, start running around as a 4, because it felt like they were on top. They would pick off the Necro, then they would go bottom, and they'd pick off the Pengo, and no one was actually really there to back anyone up.
Yeah, it was very interesting, because I think this is not usually how I see PVISION play, and I wonder how much this does have to go back to the draft, because a lot of their heroes aren't really intuitive on how they want to play the map. Like, sure, it does make sense that you can go on first with the Pango, but they didn't really have a clear initiator. Magnus is supposed to be that initiator, but 9 class just had such a bad game. It's really hard to initiate with a Magnus that's that poor. So I feel like they just had a very difficult time starting fights in this, where it's much more clear cut on the other side. Like, Shiro can just jump in whenever he wants. You can use a glimpse to start the fight. Bach can just blink in as well and use a roar. It just was a very difficult draft to kind of like theorycraft on how it was going to work. That's why you asked me, what do you think of this draft? I'm just kind of like, I'm not sure how this functions, and I don't think PVISION really could figure it out either in the game, because I feel like this Mag had to have a super good game, but he ends 1-14, and he just doesn't have the impact that was really needed from a Mag, because Necro can't go in. You're waiting on AA for someone to go in first. No one didn't have the best game, and then Satanic, he's just the carry. He's going to be farming most of the time.
Yeah, a lot of things to be questioned then about that, what they're going to be looking at when it does come around to that game number 2. But Tidebound, a lot of people putting up great scores. They're having a lot of impact in the team fight, early games, late games. But Shiro, their carry here, is going to be the standout. That Marcy at 13, 3, 12, just so good. Played so well there.
I'm sorry, I only saw Tinker for like the. Okay. I don't. Is this?
This wasn't your MVP.
That's not my MVP at the Mossy. Yeah, please put the Tinker up. I think the Mossy was great. Watching the laning stage, they kind of showed what the Necro should not be getting away with.
But the Tinker's here now.
Oh, thank God. And but I mean, quickly touching on the Mossy, right? Like, they won their lane. This Necro just cannot lane against a glimpse. You can't just shroud and walk away. There's a jump from Mossy. There's a glimpse from Disruptor. Blah blah blah. But and she played the early game really well with the team to get Tinker to this point. Where Tinker had BKB. And then all of this, catch that was giving him trouble in the early game, like, Pango roll and so on, it doesn't do anything anymore. Like, Kunkka can't combo him. Radiance doesn't matter, doesn't mean anything. As soon as he has his BKB and he's kind of just immune, there's nothing they can really do against this overwhelming damage. You saw Necro, like, get hexed because he went for this really nice hex after his BKB, and that just renders him immobile and dead in a fight at the very beginning. And they have no damage to kill anyone, ever. There's nothing.
Yeah, it was tough. Too much time was needed, not enough space given, and that's a great play for Tidebound there. And Fear, there's one specific play that you would love to walk us through, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. There is definitely a play.
At the 32-minute mark.
Oh, yeah, of course. I think, let's remember, oh, yes, this is a Roche fight. They ended up taking this fight with 2 heroes dead. on the side of PVISION. It felt a bit of like a desperation play on their behalf. It's sure you end up killing the Phoenix, that's great, but you're committing your role, you're committing your BKB, and you are down 2 heroes. They're still dead. Mag is dead at the moment, and I believe Necrophos as well. So they can't even take this fight in full numbers. And then it just got to the point where I haven't seen PVISION like this very frequently, where they just feel a little desperate to make things happen. And I really do think it comes down to like the draft. They tried something new. They potentially just overcooked a little bit, and they ended up running out of steam. But you do see exactly why this Tinker looks so good in this game. He's just able to freely do whatever he wants, because like you're really relying on this Magnus to skewer him back, but this Magnus has no net worth to really do anything in this game. So this Tinker is completely unanswered.
Yeah.
Didn't finish BKB, you said?
Yeah, on Mag. No.
Yeah, so tough one there. A lot of gap close as well. I mean, just watching that clip, the Marcy, the Tinker, it is a bit of a head scratcher that, you know, at no point did PVISION actually have answers for this. We're questioning that Mag in the position 4, the AA coming out when it did in the draft as well. But then a lot is to be said to Tidebound, sticking to their guns by when you draft like that, you see these heroes, you question it and you go, it doesn't really matter. We still have an identity of what we want.
Yeah, I think it was a good call to just keep the Marcy as a carry when they see that it's Necrophos, because he can just buy Nullifier, and then this hero is just out of the game until he gets a BKB. And at that point, he just kept getting completely destroyed anyways by either the Hex or something. I felt like the Necrophos was completely out of the game. I did not feel his impact at all. And I also didn't see a reason to pick it during the draft. There was nothing that screams like, oh, okay, let's pick Necrophos here because we see X, Y, Z. Especially when you get completely countered by one item. It's a very sad hero.
I do have to ask, what is it about Nullifier that counters Necro so much to the point that that is one of the main reasons people aren't picking him in Pro and people aren't picking him in pubs?
And Nullifier is just a very strong item right now. It's relatively cheap. You can sometimes buy Radiance and disassemble if it's a Radiance hero. And Necrophos just doesn't have an answer. He needs to buy a BKB, which sometimes is going to be a little too late at that point, which is kind of what happened this game. Shiro got the Nullifier, they got a couple of kills on Necrophos, the game is already in a bad state. You get your BKB, but at that point it's too late. And the items just look very clunky. He has like a Helm of a Dominator, a Lotus Orb, a BKB. Like, I don't know what his purpose is, like really.
It's like just buying items to try and live in a game where it's like, could have been playing any other hero.
Exactly.
Look, a tough one for them there. A little bit of a tough game for them. And to break it down furthermore for us is Purge. I haven't heard from you in at least 4 hours.
That first series was very long, so it kind of delays the next series from starting and thus. But anyways, there's a fight that I wanted to break down a little bit. We saw it a little bit earlier, but I thought it was an interesting vision clip where both teams had vision of the same place for once. 9 Class is going to start this off with the RP, but obviously the Marcy is going to press BKB and stop the possible Reaper Scythe follow-up. Very, very quick kills here by Tidebound. But what was interesting was that because both teams had vision, they both felt confident to fight. This really cool ward here over to the right that was placed by 9 Class, I believe, was not visible despite the sentry ward right next to it. So their opponents think that the vision is clear, but it's actually not. So this gave PVISION the potential to move over and jump on their opponents. They spotted the Phoenix. They know he's not got Egg. He didn't have a defensive item either, so they're able to jump him and get that initiation, which was very good for them. Gave him some opening, delays to Roshan, things like that. And it looks like they're going to be able to get out, but because of this nice ward here that's sitting on this spot, this then allows them to counter-initiate again. That's going to allow them to glimpse the latest X possible that basically catches him. It looks actually like it was cast here. It was not. It's like frame perfect or something. He gets sent back, but they've all got Blink. That Hawk was on a mission, dude. It just zipped across the whole screen. They get a great Ice Blast on the Tinker, which is fantastic, obviously, because you should be able to kill him, but all their BKB piercing disables are gone. They already used RP. They already used Reaper's Scythe, so that doesn't look very good. And now finally, the last piece of the puzzle, basically, cleaning up no one, and then killing Satanic. What's so strong about this Kunkka build here is basically this little ability here and then the boat buff as well. That's going to basically delay the damage that you're taking, and then between the two items that he's got, the Satanic and the Sanjin Yasha, you have crazy lifesteal. So when he gets low, you know what he's going to do. He's going to pop Satanic like he does here. He's going to get hit off. So what they do is they just run away from him. Nobody's allowed to get hit by that guy. Tinker cleans him up, and from there, easy team fight for Tidebound. So very meticulous how both teams took it, but Tidebound just played way better.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Purge. I do have one question for you.
Sure.
With the ward, the first one that you showed us on the side of PVISION, do you have to cut a tree to place it, or is it just placed from the camp?
I don't know. I didn't place the ward.
Oh, well, I thought maybe you were looking. I thought that was your job.
No, I think that's a good point. I could have gone back and checked.
No, thanks. That's all right.
5 minutes in the
Yeah, it's a half thanks, Purge.
Okay. I'll do better next time. Sorry.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I do really appreciate it. It's nice to get a little bit more of an in-depth breakdown and the lead up to why those two heroes were already dead leading into it. And then, yeah, poor Mag killed off before it, comes back, is not even able to get back into the fight to do anything before he's killed off again.
Unlucky. It's just one of those games that's just so hard to play at some point. And I think we got a good reason why some of these heroes aren't being picked right now. Necrophos being one of them. It's like, I can see why people aren't picking Necro. There's no good item build for this hero right now. Even the Helm Dom couldn't even make this hero look good. And then I think for 9 class, maybe this Alchemist ban is genius. If this is his next best hero, you're onto something, I think, on Tidebound. So I think 9 class has to pull out something even different than what he did.
That's not fair. That's not fair. He had a Necro on his team.
So it's the Necro's fault.
That's Necro's fault.
I feel like there's two flaws in what Fear is saying, right? First of all,
let's go.
One game of Alc win, and you said that's not enough data points. But apparently one game of Necro losing, and that's enough for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
And
I saw some vision, you know, with the Alchemist. I'm not seeing any vision with the Necro right now.
Yeah. Okay. And the second floor, I think, is the same one that Ray has here. Is he still had Slark in the pool? There were more 9 class heroes out there. It was down to the Necro.
I liked his mag.
Yeah.
Like, not the 14 deaths part.
the one kill part I really liked. The Blink Dagger was amazing.
Well, it's like, watch how they have to take team fights, right? There's like top, they had invaded Dire Jungle top, and Magnus is like standing there, like pump faking RP like 18 times over to try and like, come here, guys.
I think you're missing the point here. I think the point I'm trying to make
the point is he doesn't get to play.
In the draft, if you ban his Alchemist, you're forcing him to be on more uncomfortable heroes, which gives you an advantage.
I don't think it's uncomfortable. I think the problem is it's uncomfortable when you have an offlaner doing literally nothing. Like your Necro is the one that should be strong enough to be in there, like drawing in heroes, but instead Magnus has to be the burden of getting the RP off, but also making heroes go on him to be able to then use the spell. You can't do that on one guy, especially not support.
I feel like Fly is getting PTSD from being back on like a team or something.
Let's just physically fight.
Captain, please step in.
I think it was a team effort together. They made sure that Estini is not going to pick this again.
Don't play Chaos Ball. Take a side. I'm sick of this.
He's taking the side that the off lane was just bad for PVISION.
Look,
right? You're both arguing the same point.
Fair.
I'm appealing to all the support players out there, man. I understand when your core sucks. It's like, what can you do?
I mean, the thing is, I don't disagree with her. She just disagrees with me.
I do like to disagree with you. I think it's fun. How else can you get like emotions out of Fear? You gotta fight.
Yeah.
Fight me.
I've seen you laugh a lot more in this last 30 seconds arguing with Ray than the last 30 years. So.
That's true.
Wow.
No, I'm only joking. We're going to be a little bit more serious, though, and focus back on what is happening right here. It's a best of 3. The team that wins here gets to go up against Xtreme Gaming, and out of that best of 3, they're going to be the first team to qualify straight to the TI playoff. So there is quite a lot on the line here. It's not elimination. It's not the end of the road by any means, but you want to be in that great position, Fly. You don't want to be questioning and having that little bit of nervousness. You want to be like, yeah, one more series, that's it. And for Tidebound, one more game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tidebound should just keep doing what they're doing. There's not much to change. I think their bans were fine, you know, besides the Alc ban. I think they're all fine. I think they got heroes they were comfortable with. They got the NTS Tinker. They have a lot going for them going into the series. And I think for PVISION, their games are so wild and their heroes are they change so much that I think it takes a very unique team to be able to be successful like that. I think most of the teams here, the top teams, they have a style, they have heroes they're going to stick to, at least some sort of formation. And for PVISION, I'm not really feeling it. And it has me worried because I know these guys are fantastic players. There's absolutely no doubt that these are incredibly skilled players. But to jump all over the place when there's high stakes and high pressure, you're going to start crumbling.
Yeah.
And even though they won the previous series, I didn't feel like this is the same PVISION that we've been seeing before.
I would agree. Throughout the year, and you know, however you want to look at it, they won 3 tournaments, right? This doesn't feel like that same core of what won them those tournaments. It feels like past series for them, they're kind of only just winning game one because the opponent is sort of making a mistake. Yes, they're capitalizing on it, but that feels more like what has been garnering wins for them here. And I am trying to read between the lines of what Fly is saying, and I feel like we should just see Satanic back on Tinker.
I mean, that's one way of looking at it, but I think it does go back as well to the offlane. Because if you look at all the success that PVISION has had, you can kind of see a trend where, sure, maybe DM has a larger hero pool in some tournaments, but it's still pretty narrow to what he likes to do, these Enigma, Darkseer type of heroes, Beastmasters. And then, same thing, like, we have 9 class. He was playing so much Slark or Terrorblade and these type of metas where it wasn't all over the place, any given hero. Like, yeah, he had weird heroes, but he had a couple weird heroes, right? And I don't know what his hero pool is right now, other than the Alchemist. So that until I see his hero pool and him like being super creative in that way that he likes to play, I'm gonna be a little sus of this team.
Well, we're seeing the hero pool comparison of the offlaners themselves between Bach and DM. The only overlap is actually Beast right now on the road to the International, and they've all been playing their own separate heroes. And I like that because it really does mean what's going to happen in a draft. Where are they going to want to fall back on once you lose a game? Where are you going to want to look forward to once you do win a game? And for us, we get to look forward to a game number 2 draft. These are the bans for us: the Naga Siren, Shaker. We got some Marcy, Beast, Enigma, and Alk. So they're still sticking to the Alk ban there, Fly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks like Tidebound has first pick again, which I don't know exactly what it means. Maybe PVISION, I'm pretty sure they didn't even take, like, they chose side over pick when they had choice, something like that, which is kind of crazy to me. I don't know if that's just being overconfident or something. But yeah, if you have a free ban, and usually on first pick, you get more free bans because the enemy team has to ban the supposedly OP heroes unless they want to try and face you with those OP heroes. So you have more space to do random bans. I think Alk, sure. We'll table it for now. That's fine. He's not in the game.
He's been winning with it, so you might as well ban it.
I think it's fine, you know, if you have a throwaway ban, and then they ban the Enigma, which is Enigma is a great hero to enable 9 classes current hero pool, it looks like.
Yeah.
And Monkey ban makes sense. And then they go with the Nature's Prophet, which I'm pretty sure I've seen them play before, so I think they're a more comfortable team with this hero. And I'm happy about this response, the Lycan versus Nature's Prophet. I think this is a great one. I think Lycan is a very strong hero in the meta, and he's going to get a pretty decent lane against Nature's Prophet, and he's going to be able to kick him out. So I'm happy with this.
This is becoming a very common first phase counter to Nature's that I've seen in this road to TI.
What is it about the Lycan? Because you kind of just said, Fly, that it's like, oh, we should be able to kick him out of lane, but why? Is it because of the wolves?
So you're able to drag waves, you're able to get high levels, and then when you get Helmet Dominator, Nature's Prophet doesn't deal with that very well. He doesn't have a way to deal with the summons, so he needs to get either help or he has to leave. So those kinds of heroes are not good against Lycan. The heroes that are good against Lycan are the heroes that can just sit in the safe lane and prolong it for as much as possible. Like, say, Bristleback, Terrorblade, Naga Siren. Those heroes can sit there for much longer. So we'll see.
It also feels really nice as well because NP often will, just in the early game, teleport out of the lane and go pressure. And leaving a Lycan alone is very terrifying. He can just take your buildings very, very quickly in that regard. But you kind of do have to leave at some point, as Fly was saying, because you can't really deal with a Helm Dom. So they're probably going to have to find a support that can do something against this. Whether it's, I don't know, like, you can't really kill the creep anymore, right? So I'm not sure what you would look for. They can maybe go for a Phoenix again or something. But that lane sounds pretty bad. So I'm not sure.
We've already seen just one hero from each side, and you're like, yep, already a top one for Tidebound there.
No, it's just a good Lycan pick. I think you can pivot this NP to a different role, too, if you are really that worried.
How confident do we feel with it as a mid hero in general, and then mid for Tidebound on Nothing to Say?
I haven't seen him play it too much mid, but I'm fine with it, I guess, to answer that question.
I hope they don't play it mid. I just don't think it's NTS's strengths.
I've never seen him play it, so.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right. And they actually yoinked the Tinker.
Yeah, of course they did.
I told you, I was reading between the lines of what you were saying, Fly. I knew. And you knew too. You just didn't know you were saying it.
It's true. Honestly, I kind of like it. Okay, okay, what's going on now with this A versus Lycan? This is absolute madness.
Yeah, I
A
hate
versus
that.
Beast, A versus Lycan.
I genuinely hate that.
There's something about this AA hero that I'm not fully understanding. Because, like, nobody's picking it. And then in this series, it's just, like, so highly contested.
Is it something about Tinker, like the ult application on him to stop him from being able to blink?
Well, I would say that, but the AA came out before the Tinker in the last draft.
Well, that was obviously some kind of genius Kunkka AA laning maneuver, but this, I don't know.
Ramped it a bit.
So A used to be an okay, I'm just gonna say okay, answer to the healing Tinker. It wasn't even a hard counter because the defense matrix still applies, so you're still gonna absorb damage. But I'm pretty sure this is gonna be like a carry Tinker, so I don't think A is particularly good. I know it gives you follow-up damage with Primal Beast, who's gonna enjoy that magic amplification, but like, why? You're playing against a Lycan.
They could just pick Snap.
I mean, that's what I mean.
Exactly.
At this point, like, if you're only doing it just for damage, there has to be better heroes this game. So, I don't know, there's something that, maybe there's just a hero that they want to pick later on that would be a problem if they didn't have A.
Maybe.
I won't linger on it too much.
Maybe. Yeah.
I'm not smart enough.
And the Lycan just looks very juicy right now, you know what I mean? Like, he sees these heroes and he's like, this looks like a free game. Even the Howl against the Primal Beast Trample, it works, that it reduces his damage. So even in some ways, it's actually an okay hero against Primal. I will say Primal used to be a decent answer versus Tinker core, because you can kind of dive him early on. It's a bit of like a psycho thing. Like, you have to play very well and you have to have your supports join you, maybe Nature's Prophet in this case, and you can slow him down. But now we're getting responses from PVISION, Clockwork, a hero that both Ducalis and 9 class play very well. So currently I'm really liking what PVISION has. And I don't know if it's just because Tidebound's heroes are just, to me, they make no sense right now.
It's the AA, guys.
I think it's the AA.
All along, yeah.
I was gonna say, you know what they've done? They've PVISION had a wonky draft in game 1, so that nothing could ever be as bad as that game 1, and we'll always now favor them every time we see that draft.
Fair enough. I don't know. For me, I'm looking at Tidebound. I'm like, maybe it could be nice if there was a Mars pick here, because then you're kind of ensuring that your AA ult's going to hit. I mean, you can do that with Primal too, but I like maybe the idea of team fighting early and running at them with big tanky men. You could also buy that Yules as well that ensures your stun on the Storm Spirit.
I'm pretty
it's
sure
also a way to dispel the
they
Tinker.
need a mid, right?
They could put Primal mid.
It's a bit tricky because Primal against Clockwork can be annoying to put on the side lane.
Yeah.
So maybe mid is better, but Storm's gonna get a free lane.
I mean, I feel like these Embers
don't know.
and Queen of Pains have very little counter this game. Where if you put your... So basically your counter no matter what as a Primal versus Clock.
Yeah.
I think that's just the life of, you know, Clock versus Primal. And do you want to subjugate Nothing to Say to just being countered? Because the lane's not good, right, against Storm, and the game won't be good either versus Clock. Choices to be made here, but I don't think it's a good spot to be in one way or another.
Yeah,
Maybe you just pick a Shiro hero, but then maybe he's NP. And then he's also versus Lycan. I'm seeing a lot of problems here for Tidebound.
I can see the approach with... I mean, Queen of Pain, I think, is better overall to scale into the game. Ember sort of works better for their heroes.
Right.
But they'll just take Doom.
Okay.
That
could be a Doom carry,
hero.
in theory.
Yeah.
Very versatile heroes here, except for AA.
Yeah.
We don't really know where they're going to go. But after seeing this, I personally would say it probably is Primal mid, Doom off, and NP carry.
I feel like every time you try to think about the Tidebound draft, you're just left with more questions.
It's kind of... If I'm in Tidebound's position and I'm coaching, and let's just say I wasn't part of the draft and I was watching this, I'd be a little worried.
Okay.
Because they're not in a really commanding position here. It feels like PVISION has responded beautifully to pretty much everything that Tidebound has put out for them. And the concern of that is their first pick, right? Like, PVISION has the ultra last pick, and they're kind of counter picking on second pick with that last pick. So we'll see.
So we feel like then PVISION are going to be looking towards banning out supports. And is there anything like that the Tidebound draft is lacking right now that is really needed in this last pick?
I still think they need an answer to Lycan, because I'm not seeing it. I think Doom can lane pretty well into Lycan until later. So maybe that's what they're thinking. But if it is Nature's Prophet as a carry, I see too many problems. But it's a bit hard. They're in a hard position. Like Terrorblade, for example, is not very good this game. It's not good against Tinker or Storm. So what hero can cover Lycan, but is also okay in the game against Storm and Tinker? Never mind.
Well, we don't have to think too much on it because this is going to be Ogre.
So it's Ogre, Nature's Prophet. They have played this Ogre before with range carries, so this has to be Nature's Prophet carry with the Ogre, and then Ancient Apparition with probably Doom in the offlane, right?
Yeah, most likely.
This is such a free Lycan game. I'm a little concerned.
First pick Lycan.
Yeah, it's like no way
game.
for either support to deal with Lycan after he has Helm of the Overlord and these wolves.
So then what makes their draft just that little bit stronger? Something that they get to pick up here for themselves, carefree, and just enjoy whatever lane they want to put it on.
Really just depends on, do they want to pick a 9 class hero, or do they want to pick a hero for Satanic? That's kind of how I'm looking at it, because I know 9 class can play the Tinker, but he could also just pick a different hero here. That's why you see the Slark band, a little bit of a mixed bag there, and then Dusa. And they'll pick a 9 class hero. This is something that he played in the previous tournament.
That was a cool animation too. He literally jumped off the screen after.
Do you guys like Zeus Post 4? We've been seeing it in the support role for... I definitely remember at least one game so far at the road to the international playoffs.
I haven't seen enough to have a verdict on it.
Okay.
But in this game, I mean, it makes some sense. It does a lot of damage. They're playing with these long-range nukes. You have such good reach right now on PVISION. I feel bad for heroes like AA and even Ogre, because, like, yeah, Tinker, Clockwork, all pretty good ranged heroes. Add Storm and Zeus on top of that. You can snipe heroes from halfway across the map, even the invisible wolves. I'd hate to play AA this game. That's basically what I'm getting down to.
I feel like that's what you said after game 1 as well.
The Vision game on PVISION is so nice as well. Like, you're gonna be ulting on Zeus, and now your Storm Spirit sees AA exactly whoever that he wants to kill. On top of that, Tidebound's jump requires vision, for themselves, and 9 class is gonna be able to just de-ward everything. It makes Tidebound's game so hard, on top of the fact that their draft already makes it hard.
Right, so you're already not back in the draft. You're not really sure exactly how they're going to be able to have that map control. But what about you, Fly? Where do you sit with it?
I like what PVISION has. They have mixed damage with Zeus, with the physical from Lycan. So I'm for sure going with them on this one. But for Tidebound, I don't want to make it seem like it's completely unwinnable.
Yeah.
Because we have seen that with this Ogre, the way they've played around range carries, they're going to get Shiro to this position where he's just going to be able to stand and hit and kill everyone, just like, the old TI Nature's Prophet. So I think that's their win condition. They have to buff up this Nature's Prophet, go in for him, make sure he can get to hit in the fights, and they're going to have a shot to win this game. Maybe even take Tinker's Tower early, like in the early game. That's how I see it, but yeah.
I like it. A little bit of hope for both sides there. And for Tidebound, they're one game away from making it into that final best of 3 to go to TI. But let's see exactly just how this series is going to play out with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. And yes, indeed, we're getting ready for what could be the final game. Tidebound, though it seems like after the draft, the panel's not sold on
Sure
them.
doesn't sound like it. I'm going to ignore half of Tal's sentence there, and when Fly said, it's completely unwinnable.
It's
I'm just gonna ignore
completely
the other part where he said,
unwinnable.
I don't want to make it sound like that, but I feel like we're going to read through the lines there and just pick, it's completely unwinnable.
Yeah, it feels pretty rough. But again, that's dependent upon Lycan being strong, which it seems like he's set up to be. So, it's like if A, then B, if A into B, and then B into C.
Right.
But maybe A doesn't into B.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Not quite.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
A little bit.
Okay. I'm with it.
I think
More
their
there.
draft kind of looks sucky.
Okay.
Is that what we're putting down? It's
Yeah.
just, it doesn't feel like it addresses much of what their opponents have.
Yeah.
It seems like there's not a lot of synergy going on. It's just, they're just kind of there.
Well, one thing that is pretty hype here, at least in this game, that I'm really stoked about is that we are going to have a 9-class Tinker, or excuse me, not 9-class, I'm looking at 9-class, a Satanic Tinker, but 9-class sticking around trying to find somebody here to pick off at the beginning. Will they be able to get that early first blood? Dude, they're so safe on Tidebound. Maybe now they'll plan
getting
it.
a little close here.
Run it? No, they can't do it. Surely.
It's not looking like. I mean, they're realizing like, this Lycan appears to be alone up top, which is great news for the Ogre since he has learning curve. So he's like, nice.
Yeah.
I can actually do something level 1. Gets a few hits in there. What a sad hero with no Orb of Venom anymore. You know, like not relevant.
Dude, they're sticking DM alone up here. The 9-class is still staying bottom.
Surely he wouldn't wait this long. All right, there he comes. He's gonna TP up.
All right, well that functions. A nice start, 6 and 6 on the last hits though for Tinker, so they definitely ensure his early game, if nothing else. Now 9-class does manage to get that pull off to the side. Bach gonna punch some cogs. Actually dodges them. Doesn't get hit by a single one. All right, everybody, look that back and just see how to dodge him.
That's pretty nice. Seems to call us as a 2-point cogger or just a 1-point cogger.
I mean, after that, I'm not taking any more points.
No, I'm terrified at that point.
No, I think everybody just maxes cogs now. I feel like that's all I'm seeing nowadays.
I'm not sure. I looked at the last one that was picked, and it was only 1, and I was disappointed.
Okay.
I don't think max. I think most people are 2. I've seen some maxers. So some people who can really hit the cogs will max. Historically, it was a classic counterpick to Doom, though, was the mana burning ideas.
Oh, yeah. A lot of damage out. DM in some trouble. 9-class wanting to bring down Shiro will be able to, but it comes after the fact.
Yeah, that's right.
And now, 9-class continues the punch, the beat down. How much more do they have left in the tank? He has a jump if he wanted it, but won't go for it. So that's a nice little pickup for Zeusy.
We're going with Zeusy?
Yeah.
Oh, Zeusy. God of gods. King of Mount Olympus. Zeusy. Zeusy. Perfect.
It's nice.
The panel was not looking forward to the mid matchup.
Yeah.
They were just saying, free lane for Storm, which, I mean, fair enough, right?
This was, I'm trying to remember what year it was, Nothing to Say playing Primal, where he was just like making solid moves all around the map, getting off to like a hot start, rotating, sometimes even at like this level 4 at times it felt like, depending upon what was happening in the side lanes.
Oh, I love a good pre-6 rotation on a Primal Beast. One of my favorites.
It's very nice. 9-class takes another couple hits from Shiro, already bloodlusted by Y, and giving him a good start. Has to use the jump there.
That was a very aggressive maneuver.
Yeah.
It's 2 points in the old Ignite, so let's be careful.
DM also, because things have been slowed down, it means that his Helm of Iron Will has also been delayed slightly, and each one of these right clicks really hurting. Still having some regen, but not a ton.
Will he get to double-digit last hits?
And here's hoping.
Oh, no,
he
this
will
wave.
not.
That's tough. I think he got 1 creep that wave.
Meanwhile, stun in towards mid, hitting on to no one, and gonna jump. Shiro shows up, cancels it as the cogs are there, but with the rotation in from Shiro, no one is in trouble. And just like that, Tidebound decide we're gonna play quick.
Okay, yeah, it's not the Primal who's moving early, it's everyone coming to the Primal. Trying to turn the tables on this lane that we were worried about maybe not going too well for them.
So far, so good.
And what does it cost them, really? I mean, no pressure on Satanic. That is one downside. But it pulls some help away from Bach. Or like, from Satanic so that Bach gets some space, rather. And Nothing to Say is charging through, trying to get through with the creep wave. And currently Clockwork does not have those options to ruin his life.
Still causing some problems. Bach paired together with him. And also can retreat back to some stacks that have been built up. It's just a double on the Ancient, but I imagine Planet might be making more of that happen as the game goes later.
Raiding creep wave.
In the meantime, DM up top there. Brought down very low. So, 6-minute mark now. It's going to be Helm for Bach. That's the call.
Makes sense.
Satanic in some trouble here.
Oh, nice spread. Beautiful.
Manages
no chance
to catch a kill.
Shiro getting a lot done here. Immediately back up to the top lane. Doing well on the lasses, doing well on the kills. That's going to take him to the top of the board now. Getting ahead of No One and Satanic. And well on his way towards that Maelstrom.
Right now, just that 1 point in Bloodlust making a pretty big difference in why keeping the pressure on. And the other thing about that is they can kind of just make that move again as soon as teleportation's back off cooldown, although Shiro doesn't have a TP to get back home after the fact. It's
No
one
One's
downside.
also holding a haste rune right now too, so perhaps an opportunity if he sees something. Like for Planet.
Yeah.
He's coming to scout, but just gonna end up taking a camp away.
No stacks on the hard camp means he can't get a double taken away there, but still sitting pretty.
Speaking of stacks, 9 class working on building some up here.
Ducalis. Oh, you got to be ready for this one. Bach shows up. He does not have level 6 yet, but going toe-to-toe against No One, make sure that they do not get a free rune, excuse me, the Wisdom Shrine. So DM gets one, Bach gets one. Ducalis going to be the dead Clockwork.
It's a lot of units down here, but at least Shiro can take himself back up top, and he is going to be safe up here. There's no counter players up in here from No One. I thought maybe he'd immediately go top, anticipating this, but doesn't want to risk it. Rune was running out, so just going to farm his way back towards mid. And 9 class will be happy to pick up some of this XP in the mid lane, being a support Zeus and whatnot. The stacked camps there for Satanic have been prepped, so he's going to move in and start doing some marching. It's also going to help with 9 class quite a bit as we start to see some neutrals picked up.
Not quite as quick, I think, as he got it in the other series, if I'm not mistaken, on this Kaya, but still will be getting it on the earlier end. Then afterwards, Blink, Aghanims, pretty easy pathways to go for on the Tinker. So Shiro, he is making his way towards Mjolnir, actually. And at least for now, things seeming to go pretty okay for Tidebound. 5-1 on the kill soar. Not a huge disparity or gold lead coming in yet. Bach just now finishes the Helm of the Dominator.
You know, it's kind of crazy to have a great healing Lotus as a Nature's Prophet at this point. Being able to TP into a fight with half of your HP pool you can recover from a consumable.
Yeah.
Like plus your wand.
That is true.
That is so much health that he can just gain.
I mean, also the barrier just from the TP.
Yeah, like he's so tanky when he arrives into a fight, so hard to commit on him.
And there really isn't a hero that can easily kill him at this point. Like Tinker can, you know, do the laser blind stuff, which is very annoying.
True.
But otherwise, the team fight not really there yet. Clockwork only level 4. Zeus getting towards the level 6, which will help. And that's the other thing that will be nice about this as this game goes later, is like Nature's Prophet is going to have a tougher time sort of farming safely if there's Thunder Gods and, you know, a Tinker that can jump onto him.
Yeah, not if Y just stands next to him the whole time, though.
That's true.
He's just hanging out up here. Throwing him some Bloodlust. Do you need anything else? It's okay, buddy. No wonder he's found his aspiration to play Dota again. And any carry with a position 5 just standing there bloodlusting you over and over again is going to make any carry player happy.
Feels great. Now, the only downside is that it is only level 1 Bloodlust.
That is true. All right, no one zipping in.
Stun. Pulverize. Broken. Damage out, though. Shiro comes in clutch. 9 class tries to run away. Can't quite get the run down there. DM pops the ultimate.
Just nothing there, man.
Oh,
You
that
got no
feels so
storm.
bad.
Oh, it's just Storm Spirit's like a moth to a flame, you know? It doesn't even spawn up there and you just die for it. But the hero is very reliant on runes.
It's true.
We know this to be true. The worst part is that it was a shield rune anyway.
Yeah.
Not only did it not spawn up there, it's like...
Well, that means you can get a better one next time.
You know what? You're right. It's good news that it's a shield rune. That's actually fair. It's actually good news
And
for
then
him,
he died,
you
yeah.
know?
So, game very much feeling just like PvE at this stage. As Satanic spams out the neutral camps. Is there any chance here that they get this kill into DM? It looks like it. Doesn't have an easy way out of this one. Might be able to get away with his Warpine Raider staying alive, as it runs away from the giant primal beast. And some pressure onto the tower will force out the glyph. Tinker actually shows up here too. So we'll try and stop that push.
Yeah, Warpine Raider and Tinker, they can take care of it. Tidebound now growing it to a 7-1 kill lead, but a relatively small lead in terms of gold. In terms of experience, looks like it's actually favoring the Radiant just a tiny bit here. By approximately 6 XP, I believe.
Oh, again? Okay, no. That's so interesting. So nothing to say, just forces 2 TPs, or I guess just 1, gets everybody to rotate in there, and then he ends up still stealing the Invis rune.
He's having a hard go over there on the old no one. 0 galvanized charges, 2 deaths.
That doesn't feel great.
And, you know, to Callis as well, not a good feeling as a Clockwork when the game feels like this, you know? Just playing defense, you don't really have any good targets to go for. There's no one to help you accelerate with. Your offlaner is one of these helm guys who also wants the bigger helm, so he doesn't want to play the game for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So you're just like, But here we go. And now, what he does have to work with, Thunder God's Wrath, pretty cool. Don't have to use a flare necessarily to kind of waste it. And then easier jumps for the Storm, so...
Well, Dire Scan see that this movement is coming over there, so Y is just going to be a body.
Although DM's walking out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if they're really paying attention, they could tell there were more behind him, but they might think it was just him, maybe.
Y, you would love to get a better kill than this, but you will take it.
They're TPing it. They used Thunder God's Wrath just to see how many people were coming.
Ice Blast hits onto Ducalis, and it's immediately being broken. Battery Assault. The hit, the hook shot. Damage out from Ducalis. He's dead. Planet falls low, and DM doing good damage indeed. Will pulverize the creep, but no one is going to have to disengage from that. Although, blink forward, nothing to say. Forces no one away and finds him.
I did not think that he was going to be able to reach 2,000 at that point.
Wow.
What a spell.
Jeez.
I don't think no one thought either.
No.
Oh, that's so bad.
Tidebound. Right now, winning the unwinnable game.
Unwinnable.
Unwinnable game. They're winning it.
Can't be done.
14-minute mark. Shrines going their direction. As you can see, he still had some of that bigger AoE left over, I think, from the Pulverize, and yeah, it doesn't feel great. No one scratching the beard trying to figure out where it went wrong.
Does that help? I can't grow a beard, so I don't actually know. My brother got all the beard genes. Does it make a difference?
We say it does.
Oh, okay.
And it might.
I hope someday to find out.
It's not gonna
I
happen.
think I'll hit puberty pretty soon.
It's not gonna happen.
Somewhere around the age of 35.
It's not for everybody, you know?
The beard?
Yeah.
Okay.
By
Well,
everybody, I mean you.
Thanks.
It's not... A quick jump in and a kill on the clockwork. DM. Is he getting a little bit testy? Why wants to find him. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Forces out the ulti, actually. Very good.
Mjolnir.
Does he go for just the kill on the 9 class? Are they too worried about other people coming in? Thunder God's Wrath is there, realizes maybe this is not where I'm supposed to be. Ducalis also already hookshot in. Nothing to say, looking for that kill on the support. And indeed, they will be able to run down the clockwork.
You know, sometimes you're on top of the world, and some days you just can't get anything going, and I feel like 9 classes have one of those days.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. PVISION are just running into a brick wall. And, you know, we're seeing China just, like, absolutely decimate here. This is on the verge of having both teams, well, 2 of the 3 teams from China on top 2 and directly through to TI.
Yeah, 3-0 guaranteed. One of them if they hit 4, so yeah. Kind of ridiculous.
What a glow up.
But of course, you know, it's an unwinnable game here.
Okay.
So,
yes,
you know, it's coming around.
They got to get into that unwinnable state.
I tell you, once no one gets some galvanized charges, it's gonna look so much better.
It's been a tough one for him. And if there is one thing that this lineup is definitely going to be able to do, it's delay the game for PVISION. You got Tinker, you got Storm. You're going to be throwing out some wolves, trying to split push and stuff. I mean, the panel is right that there's a vision everywhere. Unfortunately, PVISION can't do anything with it.
No, I mean, they've hit the one thing that they really needed on Tidebound, which was Shiro gets massive.
Yeah.
And Shiro feels like an unstoppable force, and he feels like a tower that just erupts from the ground and kills you, as 9 class is about to learn again.
It's been a rough day for that guy. So 4,000 gold lead now. This team Tidebound on the hunt. You know, the other thing too, actually, though, is that, like, Tinker will also struggle against the NP later. If Tinker shows, you can sort of make the jump happen, I feel like, in a way. If you get BKB, maybe a Hex eventually. Yeah, Curse of the Old Growth.
Yeah. Yeah, it will get worse, Lyrical. Thanks for bringing that up. Really helping the narrative of the game.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, I think there might be almost no way back in this one.
There's a chance.
All right, look. He's died so many times.
Yeah.
In solo dumb places that they're smoking behind him.
That's so sick.
This is the long con.
I love this.
Here it is. Oh, look, they're wasting Ice Blast.
No, look. He wasted it all. Oh, no. Not again.
A worthy death. Listen, if I have to sack my Zeus for a Galvanized, I'm taking it.
Yeah, it's true.
Of course, having used an Arcane Rune to kill an AA doesn't feel quite as good, but that's fine. All small steps to the top of the mountain.
Each one just as important as the one before it.
What is that cursed item over there?
You know, there's a lot of words you can say that don't mean a lot. It's pretty great.
We've learned that quite well as commentators.
Yes.
Or just vague idioms.
Yeah. Well, it's always darkest right before the dawn, and the dawn is coming. DM. Can he get out of there? No.
No.
No, he cannot.
If this tournament's anything to show, it's always darkest once you pick the dawn.
Yes.
Apparently.
That's a
she's
good
really
point.
struggling.
It's been another tough one. So no one
Going to be going for the Lincoln Sphere. Has been grabbed one too many times and wants to stop the damage coming from, well, not even just Bach right now, but also the Primal. It's been able to catch him out every now and then.
I'd say we're going to go for a potential Roshan here at the 20-minute mark at the bottom, Shiro's saying.
Okay. Love to see that.
Or not. Maybe not.
Yeah, you can see very farmed. Everything faster than average for Shiro.
Yeah, okay. Doesn't have to show off. We get it. Tormentor first. As the flare hits, there's nobody there.
You're taking it so personally when it happens. It's like it's happening to you. What? Imagine if that little...
I am the people.
Imagine if that showed up in the corner as you're playing. It's like, wow, you got that really quick, guys. Look at the, you know, you alt-click the item, alt-click the timer.
Imagine it showed your allies the average BKB timing compared to theirs.
Yeah.
Now that's Dota Plus worthy.
I would love that. Anybody dying to this? No. Oh, and oh, jeez, the flame shield.
It's a nice one.
I always forget about this item. It's so nice. Rocket flare, feeling safe. Ducalis, little does he know, he is not safe at all. No one.
Hey, at least he knows there's no pulverize.
True.
He can walk it off, you know? Not be too... I mean, he's even going to try and hit the Croakers.
Yeah, nothing to say stops that from happening. Satanic. Just mass farming coming out from Shiro. And trying to go for that Curse of the Old Growth soon here, too. But that will be a good item. When DM is able to finish off the Nullifier, he's
You'll
getting
all
close.
see.
Yeah.
When I get my Nullifier.
I mean, then at least you can, like, sort of focus down one of these targets and guarantee you get the kill. Amp damage
All right,
denied.
nice. Well done by the Wolf.
The lead steadily growing in spite of Tinker's attempts to stop that from happening.
Like a tree planted by Shiro.
Yes.
Reaching taller and taller. With the nutrients of the blood of their enemies.
Good job by
and the
9
death
class.
of the neutrals.
Yes. Are you going to kill that creep? Just thinking
I mean,
about
if he tries, he's going to die for it. 'Cause here comes nothing to say.
Oh, 9 class. Come give him a hug.
I cannot remember him having a worse day.
It's been
Ever.
a tough one. It's just been a lot of hate thrown the way of 9 class by Tidebound here.
Meanwhile, Ducalis is just firing off these flares. He's like, they are not Roshing.
Don't worry. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Fires another flare. They are Roshing.
Any scans coming out? Anythings?
All right, no one. Let me see it. Open that inventory slot.
They got to get
Let's
something.
get a little crazy, no one.
Got to get something here.
All right, here we go. Where's the slot? Open it up, no one. Come on. Oh, there it is. He's making a little
He's
slot.
got a Lincoln's too. No one. Well, they find Ducalis again. This time it stopped though.
Oh, he's on the A?
Jumps. Attempts to the kill, and Planet is starting to fall. Finally, they roll through. DM is on top of and killing Y. Satanic there, starting to fire off a bit more. Storm needs to get out. He does not have a mana pool at this point.
Okay, they pulled the fight away from Shiro. He's not just swinging at them. That's good news.
This actually went great. Both supports dead. And, like, Ogre, very important in these engagements. A regen rune.
That is something.
This is them staying in this game. If they can finish this off, there was a creep there that spotted it. Bach, ready for a jump, nothing to say. He blinks forward, but now he's caught in trouble. Satanic finds the finish. If they can get Shiro too, this would be huge.
Hold on, I'm sitting up.
This would be everything. Instead, they're going to go back for Roche. Don't go high ground, go Roche.
And Shiro, he can't do anything. Despite having his BKB ready, they never got the fight in a place where he could actually be Shiro.
Unwinnable for Tidebound at this point. Unwinnable.
There it is. It has finally occurred.
I can't believe that happened.
I mean, it's a great play. I mean, they spread it out, right? Like, they finally have the resources to kind of drag this fight out. They actually punish the big jump in there this time.
And Tinker's free casting. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He's getting everything he wants.
Finally, the draft is coming home to roost.
All right, well, 5K gold lead. How much does this Aegis matter at this point for Tidebound? Or is their playstyle going to start changing because of it? Like, do they have to dodge?
I don't think... I mean, you just probably don't want to play too isolated. I mean, it matters a lot for PVISION is what it matters. You know what I mean? Because, like, they can actually just go a little crazy with no one. I would hope that you get some kills. I don't even care about objectives that much, but getting him some more galvanized would be really nice. So a TP block off here from Shiro.
Glimmer has a hook shot. Satanic is there, though, and now starting to whittle him down a bit. They also have connection if they want to use it. Hook shot lands! What a combo, but he drops down the cogs, and that might actually get him out. Oh.
I mean, he had BKB TP anyway, so...
I wonder if he would have broken some more mana, but, well, regardless. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Onto the tower. They're feeling it a little bit here. Got to be careful. I mean, I don't really want to start a fight if I'm Tidebound with no BKB on my Nature's Prophet, so I think they're just backing it up.
Man, what a regen rune, honestly.
Yeah, that's pretty helpful.
Changes everything, and on the bottom side, too.
You can control runes the entire game, and then that just happens.
They spot Shiro. He's under a ward here. They know he's over here at this camp, but can they kill him? Can TP on to the storm if they want. But no one not going to attempt fate. 100%.
Snap.
Gotta love it. Yeah, that's the other thing that, like, you could TP to your death on Satanic if he decides to, like, jump onto the storm and he just gets on top of somebody, or you could find that pick off. And it's going to depend on the counterplay.
I mean, the good news is they have the vision from the Zeus to kind of ensure it, you know?
Right. Also, double Lincolns on Storm and Tinker.
Oh, well, now double Pulverize here as well. There's nothing to say. We'll build just like Malrine earlier.
Oh, yeah. Four heroes together. Storm.
They have an Atos, but
he shows.
Lincolns, yep.
No follow-up. You know what actually could be interesting too? As Planet has this Blink Dagger, if he gets to Shard, he could just like blink on top of somebody, Ice Blast.
Yeah.
They're stunned, and then you break the Lincolns.
Yeah, and then into the Atos after, it's true. Man, they're thinking Lincoln's on DM as well.
Zip forward, finds one. Planet, it's a good one to get. Satanic shows up to that. Looking for more, and, well, he's there. Oh, just a little out of vision.
I'm feeling good, too. Right back to the tower.
I mean, this is not the way that we thought it was going to go, but PVISION starting to pull this draft together and put together a solid performance. BKB for Bach is what they're hoping for. So they already have them on the other two cores.
And no one is about to finish off that Parasma for some big damage upgrades here.
Again, after some really solid movements and everything else going on, kill 9 class 6 times in a row, they have not really been able to make anything else happen across the rest of the map, it feels like, on the side of Tidebound.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job managing the lanes on the side of PVISION. Now Helms, Lycans, Wolves, all those shenanigans. Good vision to make sure that they can just like totally take over the entire map. And it hit a point where they just kind of stopped getting all these kills from Shiro. Like, he was 6-1 and 6 ages ago, and then the actual pickoffs kind of fell off.
Yeah.
As an MKB to up his damage a little bit more here.
To deal with the Tinker laser. Make sure you can hit. So a smoke up with 5. Ducalis flares right where they smoked. And now is going to step forward. Smoke breaks. It's an illusion rune bottled by no one. But with nothing to say, not being in the smoke anymore, all this stuff kind of falls apart. Yeah, they know exactly where they're at. And yeah, just not able to connect on these couple of things. They've brought it back down to even off the power of that Aegis.
And they just keep sniping with these flares from Ducalis. Keep an eye on where they're moving. And giving a little bit of worry to Tidebound in terms of the actual aggressive moves they can make.
Forward, kill the creep.
It's going to be Tormentor soon as well. There it is, just popped up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mid tower finally goes down.
He's down bottom. And still sticking around that area. PVISION, if they want to, can go for it.
Yeah, no one has picked the Tormentor, so.
I think they should be here in a moment. Yeah.
Ice Blast coming in.
Goes through, manages to get it. Jetpack online for Ducalis, who is very close to dead.
Easy barrier.
Radiant's middle tower.
And they have now taken the lead.
Nothing to say.
Nobody has the
Shows.
gold lead for 31.5 minutes versus PVISION.
What's the way that they fight this? I guess you just have to find the Tinker. That's it.
It does struggle from there. Or, you know, making a play on the Storm Lincolns before BKB.
Right.
That could also be pretty problematic. But that's on Ducalis, you know. He is the counterplay, and with the help of the Zeus ulti, it gives him really good ideas of the angles. He's got his jetpack to help out with the angles as well.
DM looks like another Lincoln's being delivered. That's 3, 1 for each core, and leaving the places that Primal can go, not that many. In terms of his initiation. It was already an annoying Primal game with a clockwork in it, but now even more so.
It is funny that we're seeing this just again. Triple Lincolns versus Doom. It's a bad time.
Worth noting, Doom having eaten a Croaker, so he has that Tendrils, or Congregations of the Deep, excuse me, but also the Riverborn aura. So if they fight here, it's an extra 17% damage that's outgoing.
They start with the Lycan ulti here. Without really being able to commit to an actual fight, so it's going to turn into kind of like a pushing Lycan ult here. They want to go for this tier 2.
And no Rosh available.
And they don't even care for the tower. Okay, just backing it up. Don't want to play anything too crazy.
That's 33 minutes in. A relatively slow match here. And with Tinker Storm, we're going to keep seeing it that way. It's kind of the feel of this one, at least. If PVISION win, they do not like.
I mean, they're finally smoking up here. They've got a
tower
Yules on
hitters.
Doom. They got a Yules on Primal Beast,
and they just find DM. Okay, yeah, he congregated in the deep, and they beat him down for that.
Very, very cool use of the Doom ability there. It's very nice.
Oh yeah.
Little mini Ravage.
Do they get anything for this? Are they going to get Aegis?
I mean, they're thinking about it, but there is Hookshot, there is Storm Spirit. It is certainly not free.
Don't have Thunder Gods, which is one thing to consider. Storm ready to jump. Zips in, zips to the side, Bach low, bashed by Roche, BKB, nothing to say, not able to find him.
Good. He's gonna blink on out of there.
Realizing they do not want to do that.
Yeah, 27 seconds to the Lycans back, and they just say, nope. Back goes Tidebound. They went from high tide this game all the way down to low tide. Hoping to rise back up again. You know, not just be hunting clams on the sandbar. Do you like hunting clams on the sandbar?
You know, I didn't really hunt. It always has struck me as a weird word to hunt clams. Like, they're just in the ground and you pick them up, you know? Or you have to, like, do a little digging or something.
Yeah, you gotta dig it. You gotta run along the sandbar to see the water shoot up, and that's where you dig.
Yeah, that's not hunting.
Oh, that's hunting, baby.
That's like, it's worse than fish in a barrel. It's clams in the sand. And actually,
it does go to the radiant.
Yeah, so they still get it.
That was a little close. Some potential there for a snipe, at least on the bounty. All right, now, do you have razor clams?
No, we don't.
Oh.
I was always more of a beachcomber with like the tide pools and stuff, you know? You go in there, you find like a little anemone or something.
I don't have those.
You don't have those?
No. At least not nearby. Not like the little tide pools. Maybe
you can
the
find
deep sea.
all sorts of cool stuff.
Thanks to global warming, we have more great white sharks now.
That's pretty hype.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Makes the swim out in the ocean a lot more interesting.
It's exhilarating.
Are you a surfer?
No, but I have many surfer friends.
Okay.
It's quite popular where I live.
I've been a couple times. It's really fun. Highly recommend. It gets very cold on the Oregon coast, though.
Yeah,
I will say
it's a bodysuit sport in the old Nova Scotia.
Yeah. I feel like you would just have ice.
It's cold.
An ice ocean.
Yeah, it's quite chilly.
You know, I think
not ice though.
We could go and swim out on the lake in Hamburg. Beautiful Hamburg, by the way.
They said we can't.
Oh.
There's too many boats.
Okay, well, you can still come to Hamburg, or the International. It's going to be right around the corner. Be ready. Be there.
Is that what these fellas are doing?
That's what they're trying to do, at least.
They're trying to make their way to the International?
And they're well on their way. Tidebound, just what? How many is that? 4 more towers, a couple racks. Excuse me, 6 more towers. I can't do math, apparently. I forgot about the tier 4s.
Now, so wait. Do you have razor clams? Do you know what a razor clam is?
Well, no. It sounds scary.
It is scary. It's these clams that instead of being shaped like a clam that you're picturing, they're shaped kind of like a
razor,
like a utility knife, like a big long one, and the edges of them are mega sharp. So if you're hunting for clams and you run along the sandbar, there's a chance that one of them pokes up and it slices open your foot.
What about if you're just running along the sandbar in general?
Then yeah,
slice
you'll
your
just
foot?
get they'll slice your foot.
Think about if that happened to Rocky.
Now, when you're playing Dota, and you're hunting on the map for clams, every once in a while, you know, there's a razor clam. That's what they need to be watching out for here on PVISION, because you think you're just collecting nice, bountiful clams right now, slowly growing this lead that you fought so hard to get back into. But one little razor clam, and it's a bad time.
Who's the most clam-like of PVISION right now, or of Tidebound?
The clams on Tidebound are like AA, Ogre, and Prophet. But the Razor clams are the Doom and the Primal Beast.
The Doom and the Primal Beast.
Yeah, they got these Yules and these big disables. They're the Razor clams.
You turn around and suddenly they get you.
Yeah, they slice you right up.
That's
the
not
other
good.
one's free food, though.
I feel like AA is a secret Razor clam.
If with Shard. Razor clam Shard.
He has Shard. He has Shard now.
Yeah.
That's a Razor clam.
That's a Razor clam.
Look at the spikes on him.
He's got Galactic. That's a Razor clam. That's a Razor clam and clam armor, I'd say.
Yeah. How do you deal with a Razor clam, though?
That's a great question. They're surprisingly quick. They kind of jump back down really fast. They dig like a vertical hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I used to work at the restaurant, we had to shuck oysters, and that was my Razor clam. Because you could cut your hand
trying to cut the clam.
Yeah, not only on the knife that you're using to pop open the oyster. That's one thing you can cut your hand on, but also just the oyster itself. Thunder God's Wrath, nothing to say. Pulled back in and dead. All it takes is a moment.
Not the creep.
He's out of there. That was just a clam.
Dude, hey, what? Are you not going to see if the creep dies? Like,
no, it's
where's
gone
my
out of there.
storyline?
More important, Shiro.
Oh, we want to see if they catch the Nature's Prophet or the Tinker, I guess.
They might get him.
That makes a lot of sense.
They actually might not get him.
They're certainly not going to get him.
50 seconds left on this Aegis. Punching away. Can they do it? Can they take down this tower?
I'm thinking, yeah.
Listen, in case you can tell,
tense music plays. When the little subtitles are there.
Yeah.
Tense music plays. Dramatic drums are beating. Can they get this Rex?
Yeah.
The golem's swinging. No one throws lightning balls. The enemy team is huddled around the ancient doing nothing.
Bang.
They do it.
Dun, 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 dun,
Is that what we want?
Dun, dun, dun. That's going to get copyrighted.
You're that close?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I really am.
Flying high now. Yeah, all right. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
11,000 gold lead, and you can see Tidebound don't even care about Arax. There is no cares. You got a freaking Tinker Storm in this game that can jump on you from the other side of the map. There's no way you're defended if you're down a hero.
It's always interesting when you have a game that's a comeback, but it's more of just we fell over and we don't know what to do now.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Those are disparate numbers in terms of building damage. Those are quite. You could multiply theirs by 10 and not catch up to PVISION.
Oh my god.
That's not a good sign generally.
Ugh. 10 times damage done. And you can see the swing.
And yet, that Nature's Prophet,
yeah,
Shiro still hits pretty hard.
It's true. All he needs to do is find a target to hit. You know, that's the thing. He's like, he's been working out, getting buff. Shiro so strong. Mentality is strong. From the interview we heard, all of these other things, but he can't find a target just to latch onto.
Maybe he's just waiting. Oh, the no TP cooldown. Now he's everywhere.
Yeah, he's all over the place. Can Shiro carry this game for Tidebound and put them one best of 3 away from making it to the International, off the road and into the fray?
And they find a Razor Clam.
No, nothing to say. Looking a little bit more razorish. The congregations of the deep, they take him down, and Bach, they get the doom on the Tinker. This is everything. He was a Razor Clam all along. DM, you got to get the hell out of there. That is no longer 100% on your hook shots. Get the hell out. Ooh, but they do trade over, and they break the Lincolns, and now they have under control too. No one! You got to get out of there,
they're
buddy.
They're flying back. They're coming into
back
this.
Everybody, is this going to work? Wait, BKB was saved that entire time. No one realizes, I don't want this anymore. If they lose Satanic again, this could all be over. They jump in, buddy. They find a Buck, but he gets away. How? How does Tinker do it? Now starting to spam out the abilities. No one goes down. They're buying back again, finding him. Satanic in trouble, but there it is. The Hex, the control. Do they have the damage? Yes! Shiro did it to him, baby!
Sometimes you hunt the clams, sometimes you are the clams. Bach running back in there for the Infernal Blade was crazy. He had nothing left to tank. Just like one last stun. Ensures they actually get the kill. And so much work there from AA. I mean, props to Planet there, man. This hero that shouldn't be in this series in either game, frankly.
Makes the difference.
He gets some good plays with the Ice Blast, good disables there with the help of the Gleipnir. And yeah, here we go. Right back the other way. That is a, what is that? A like 11 game swing?
Yeah, that's insane.
They went in on those buybacks.
The graph, I don't think, is even all the way caught back up. Like it's got further to fall. It's still going down. Whew. So no one kills off the creep wave.
He's almost level 25, and this is where it all began. The battlefield.
Total health drops, and the save that came in there, and what a great counter initiation from Bach.
And he just holds that Doom, gets the Tinker, and it's just like, bless. You know, the team sees that, and they can just all rest easy for a moment.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, because again, you're seeing the health levels relatively decent, but all the damage is from Tinker, and then he's gone.
Man, this was scary. But yeah, like you pointed out, Jeff, like Shiro just having the BKB is just kind of like, huh? This guy still has BKB? Immediately heals back up. DM tries to come and hit him. A losing battle. And then right here, when Bach comes back in.
The last bit of it.
Blade.
Down to nothing.
Meanwhile,
what a sick play.
Back in the game.
And finally, Tinker is about to come back to life, but look at this.
Look at him
Tidebound.
swing.
He does so much the bloodlust, man.
The animation can't even keep up with it.
Are they going to chase?
He's operating at too many FPSs for the human eye.
Whew. All right, a smoke.
Satanic?
And then a run back.
Hello.
They're trying to get to their buddy, and they can't quite get there in time.
He's right in his face.
That could have gone south so fast.
They're on a bit of a collision course here. Nothing to say is thinking about it.
Roche is where they want to play at. We'll see what happens here as they walk on in, and this could go badly for Tidebound if they're not careful, or they find one right at the start, and now another. Ducalis found for a moment, dead. But look at him. No one finds the jump back in. Satanic looking for some lasers. Nullified, but inside his Sprouty staying alive is Shiro. Still the laser spam is a problem. There's the Hex, the follow-up. Satanic, he needs another one. They got to get one more volley to kill off Shiro. That's all they need here.
Well, these big, long hits almost
Look at the hits.
He's still holding to
And there it is. Oh, caught him. Breaks the TP. Shiro's in trouble. Shiro's got to get out. He's not going to be able to. PVISION, they hold on.
Prophet is down. Taken out here. Okay, Planet bought back, 9 class bought back. We're looking at a Roche.
They're gonna get Roche. Oh, the tiny Roche.
Big ice blast.
Do they have to get out now?
No one's a little sketched out.
Oh man.
He's just hold on.
Jeez. Stay on target.
Oh, he's getting bashed a lot. Oh, another one. Do it one more time, Roche. Oh, we thought about it.
They're not going to get it. The AA, so much value.
And he's got Ice Blast up to 12 seconds again.
They buy Refresher on Prophet now, too.
That BKB needs it.
Satanic spamming.
2 seconds till Ice Blast.
9 class trying to keep him from getting the blink in for the jump away.
He lets it rip.
Ice Blast finds one. It's on Ducalis, broken, but they get the bash. Bach finds him. Bach, he's not going to be able to get the kill. He gets the translocate out. Ethereal, 4-step high ground. Tinker's okay. And just like that, DM runs in, gets the Aegis for himself.
Look at Shiro go, though.
Shiro going to have to TP out as, is there anything to break it? No. Maybe now they can find a few more. Bach, he's in too far. They get him. DM, he can place forward with this Aegis. Ducalis thinking about chasing. No one caught Shiro. A few more hits, it's going to be enough. No one goes down. No buyback. 2 minutes. And they lose Satanic to boot. Oh.
It looked like they'd done it.
I thought it was, but Shiro came back in and said no. He was too strong.
He's all powerful now. He's going to catch the wave. Ducalis nearby has the hook shot. He's trying to figure out what he can do for his team, but Lyrical, there's nothing here.
I mean,
there's no buys.
They do have, at least for now.
Dude, it's over.
They have a glyph. Can they? All right, they're just going immediately for tier 4s. They know.
Ducalis is in.
Oh, but they dropped the banner. They dropped the banner. It's not going to happen. There is no opportunity there to stop this push from coming. Shiro is taking some damage from the towers, but it's so far away.
I'm on my way to the Radiant top tier 4 tower. Team?
They're trying to kill it. DM needs to kill off these creeps. He's got to kill these creeps. Not going to happen. GG is called. Tidebound are going to face off against XM. One of those 2 teams going to TI.
Whew, all right, this was a bit of an up and then a down and then a right back up again game here for Team Tidebound.
Oh, yeah. Unwinnable as we head on back to the panel one last time. Good call.
Well, I gotta give a massive props to Lyrical and Trent casting these first two series, because this game number 2 was the 5th one in a long-running, series, I want to say. Multiple games all going the distance, just kind of giving, and it felt like PVISION were giving everything they possibly could, but Tidebound were just on a whole nother level. All of us favoring what PVISION had drafted for themselves in game number 2, but ultimately, you're right, Flight. You were like, I've seen this before. I've seen them run the Shiro Nature's Prophet, or at least the Ogre with a ranged carry, and it works well for them. Yeah, this one was a bit closer, but it looked great, and it worked for them.
I mean, I've seen enough. Ancient Apparition is just the absolute best hero in Dota.
Okay.
It's just a 100% win.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, agreed.
There, yeah.
That's an agreement right there. No, but in all seriousness, I thought this game's going to go very different than what it did, but it just shows that, first of all, they have a different idea than I do. You know, this is why they're competing at the highest level. They have some kind of knowledge that I'm now not aware of. And I think also gameplay-wise, they're just playing fantastic. Like, the Chinese teams just look impeccable. And it really shows. Doesn't matter what heroes they play, they execute. And in the end, you can have the best draft, the worst draft. If you execute well, you're going to win. And they did it again. So, yeah.
There were these moments, though, that we thought PVISION were going to be able to bring it back for themselves. But what exactly, Fear, was it that gave Tidebound such a good start? Why are PVISION in this series struggling to kind of get anything for their heroes in what feels like any lane?
I really felt that Nothing to Say just overperformed given the position he was in this game. Like, he was able to get so many good initiations, all his spells off. I did think this game would be very difficult for him because he is playing versus the Clockwork. They had a lot of lockdown, but he was consistently being able to just start these fights. That way Shiro can teleport in on the backline there. And yeah, Planet showed that this hero can work with this Ancient Apparition. And for some reason as well, Ogre looked really good. And I think all this is not necessarily the heroes being good. It's just these Chinese teams right now are playing these team fights so well. It's impeccable. And just the way they're coordinating and what fights they should be taking and which targets to lock on has just been so good. Because, to my opinion, this was a bit of an outdraft, a question mark on the Zeus and everything, but I think they just played these team fights better than PVISION did.
Yeah, I also thought it was so nice watching the net worth from the beginning. DM just had so little net worth. Like, they did a really good job of playing around this hero early and shutting him down to the extent where, Wise is walking up to him and he's just running away from the lane when he's just trying to farm jungle camps. Like, also, just want to point out AA's item build. Who cares about a dog when you have not only just a nice little glimmer cape, keep yourself safe, but a Gleipnir. There will be no dogs chasing AA when you can just simply Gleipnir them all and keep them at bay. You also had a blink for positioning. I think it's nice when you do have that early game advantage, so you're able to have some net worth to try and deal with the heroes that typically counter you. So yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, that is a support that still kind of really likes to build Gleipnir, I think, when you're up against the Lack. And I'm wondering how many, since the Gleipnir changed, for it now to be more of the area of effect increase. It's like, it doesn't feel as nice for all the supports. But you're right, it looked really good. He was able to survive a little bit more, buffed up these spells too. The Ogre, what was the item progression for Ogre? Because it felt like his impact was, I don't think as flashy, but was still very notable.
Quite typical, like Solar Crest, Ether Lens, 4-staff. He was like, yeah, I'm just a chunky support hero.
Did he not have eggs?
Crazy.
No, he didn't. Okay.
Yeah, that's a luxury. I
was gonna say, like, I don't know how farmed he was for this game, but nowhere near enough.
Yeah, no Midas or anything, so we couldn't really get there.
What a good
I mean, when you play Ogre, he has very hard to notice impact because he's just bloodlusting people, putting Solar Crests on them, maybe canceling a TP here and there, but it adds up. It's a lot of damage. For heroes like Primal too, that extra move speed is nice, and of course Shiro ended up with a Rapier. Having that Solar Crest plus Bloodlust does add a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's really important. One of the big team fights that was very important, though, was one at 42 minutes, Fly.
Yeah.
Felt like that was, It
was a pivotal fight where we're going to see here in a moment. There was a team fight around 42 minutes where this fight is absolutely crazy. There's a big initiation, and PVISION were sort of in control in the game after this, and they took this fight here. This was around the Wisdom Moon timing, and it's absolute chaos. I'm not even sure what's happening, but A gets to get good spells off with the Gleipnir. They managed to isolate the Tinker, And then for some reason, the Tinker decides to buy back. Somebody called for a re-engagement here, like, hey, maybe their BKBs are down. We can turn this. So he buys back. And, you know, I kind of said you should wait 3 seconds. I don't know if he waited 3 seconds to buy back. Came straight in, and they end up getting wiped again after a very long sequence. And I'm pretty sure Tidebound lost maybe 1 hero throughout this entire engagement, if I'm not mistaken, just the Ogre. So an absolute massive win for Tidebound here. So yeah, very well done by them.
Yeah, this was the fight that was then able to set them up to be in a really good position for the rush that followed. And yeah, there were also some questionable buybacks from the side of Tidebound, though. I would say that that was one thing that if we compare Xtreme Gaming and Tidebound, that was the big difference between the two series. And it is somewhat important to compare them because both of these teams are now undefeated in their series. They are the last 2 remaining teams to go up against each other, where one of them will be the first team to qualify to TI playoffs. And that one's going to be happening tomorrow. So don't focus too much right now on this schedule, though. It felt like a long day, but we have only just concluded our second series. There is still that 3rd and final series to go. And it's important because it is our first elimination series. It's going to be Boom up against Nemesis. So you guys don't want to go too far. Please make sure you tune in. But while, you know, we're having a little bit of a break, let's see just exactly how Jabs and Nomad were before our road to the international playoffs.
I'm here with Jabs from Boom Esports. Jabs, congratulations, by the way. You're now in your 7th consecutive international. The only player who's beating that at the moment currently is Crit. How do you feel?
Oh, really?
You didn't know that?
I didn't know. I feel so old now.
Oh, sorry. Forget I said that.
I thought I'm still in like my, 20-ish. Yeah, but I guess I'm kind of old now.
I guess so. Sorry to break the news to you. Did you expect to be making it to the international this year?
I would say I have like very rough year coming to the international, because like a lot of tournament I didn't qualify on, and then like the previous team was like disbanded also, so didn't really expect on it.
And how do you feel about it now that you're here?
I mean, of course, like I feel very grateful that I'm being here, but we still need to try to do well in this tournament because every team is kind of strong right now.
But you guys, your team is very experienced, I would say. You don't really have much young blood in the team. Do you like being in the sort of what I would assume to be a calmer team atmosphere?
It's like 50-50, I guess. It's like we have like all the experienced player, and it's like we already know what we wanted to do. We just need to like do well in the game.
Mm-hmm. And what is the communication like in your team?
In our team, I think in Southeast Asia in general, it's just kind of like everyone's kind of shouting because you know how the Southeast Asian people communicate, like in pub. Everyone just shout.
Well, that must be a little different because you worked with Sunday as a coach for a really long time, right? Mm-hmm. Now you're working with both Mushi and Adam343. What's that change been like for you?
I would say that I kind of know how Mushi is coached because like when I was team with him in Mineski, I know like what he wanted to do because during that time he's a player but like kind of doing a coach job also. So it's not really different for me.
And what's Mushi's greatest strengths as a coach?
I think he see like a bigger picture in the game. He's not really look at like small stuff, and he just see game as like a chess, I guess.
Playing in SEA, do you find it difficult to kind of keep up with not just the EU teams and everything, but also having to play over here, to scrim and everything? What's that like as a player?
I would say yes, because like in pub in SEA it's kind of like bad, and then we don't really have like a new player, and I think meta there is kind of different also. It's like before we came here to bootcamp, we don't really have like a team to scrim because everyone is on the break, and all the Chinese team came to Euro bootcamp like earlier.
You're also the only Thai representative at this event. Do you feel a sense of pride to kind of fly that flag and represent those people?
Oh, yeah, it's kind of like I wanted to do well because like there's a lot of fans watching also.
All right. Finally, how do you think you guys are going to do? You know, I think a lot of people are looking at you. How do you think you're going to do?
You can only look like game by game and improve on yourself. Because I feel like people don't really expect like Southeast Asian team to be like strong.
And do you think that could play to your advantage?
Probably. We just need to stick in our pen and don't choke.
All right. Finally, have you thought about what it would be like to get on stage to play in front of a TI crowd?
It's always fun to play in the stage, you know, especially at TI.
All right, Jabs, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and good luck and have fun at this international.
Thank you.
And we're back.
A very good evening. We are continuing with our road to TI, but this road to TI will be cut short for one of the upcoming two teams playing. And that is going to be gut-wrenching, our upcoming best of three, because we have got ourselves Nemesis versus Boom Esports. We're going to talk all about it. I'm Shiva, I'll be your host for this one, and I'm joined by a wonderful panel to talk about both of these two teams and, of course, everything else that is happening today. Stormstormer, Misery, and Lizard. Good evening. Stormstormer, I'm going to dive right in because this is elimination on the line. This is the road to TI. There's a lot of nerves, there's a lot of pressure, and there's an inter-regional matchup as well. How do you feel about this one?
Yeah, it's exciting. I think we never had it in a format like this that already on the second day a team can be definitely eliminated. We maybe had it that like in previous group stage of previous years, you knew, okay, this team is probably out. But now it's definitely like this can be the second day for players to play and already be eliminated. So it's kind of crazy, but also I think really exciting to watch. And it's a little bit sad, I think, that we have like SCA meeting SEA because we have like, I guess one underdog being eliminated, but it also brings even more excitement, I would say.
Yeah, Misery, fully agree. I mean, elimination at TI.
Yeah.
You also have been in series like this.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's on second day, it's pretty fast. But then again, if you are going 0-4 in a group stage, you're probably the worst team, right? And that's just the way it is. So I think it's fair. I mean, in the past, maybe you've had 4 days of group stage or something like that to maybe you had if you have 2 bad days here, then it's already, it's too late already.
Yeah, you might not have had a lot of time to really adapt. And I think when we're talking especially about these two teams, we got Boom Esports. It's a team that has been to a couple of lands this year, but then you've got a couple of new guys on the side of Nemesis. Yes, there's veterans on there too, but a little bit less so. So maybe they needed that extra time to adjust. And maybe with the extra experience that Boom has also, maybe they got some extra tech under their belt, Lizard.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. There's a lot of new tech happening in Dota right now. Teams are experimenting with a lot of different items. Like when you look at Sven and Abyssal, nothing really new there. It's a standard item for Sven, but when you put in Vanquisher there as well, plus 30% damage during all the stuns that he's giving, that's kind of borderline broken late game. We saw earlier in the day XG Ame, like he sold one of his items, I believe it was MKB, just to buy an Abyssal later on. And he just bought the MKB like 2-3 minutes earlier. A Marcy Helm of Dominator, of course, and Stormstormer. What's up with this holy locket, Storm Spirit?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I already had like talks in the green room with other people and was like thinking, okay, why do you buy this item? It's quite expensive, honestly. It costs, I think, 2.3k gold or something. But yeah, today we saw, I think, BZM just buy it. And to me, it's just crazy that you see this stuff happening on TI and like, you know, people just throwing this out, because I wonder if they're like 100% confident about this, or if they're just like, you know, using the Swiss stage to like try things out as well.
Yeah, whatever works, I guess, if it's successful.
What is the idea? What do you conclude? Is it just that you keep getting charges and you always have this burst of mana?
So in comparison to the other item that you buy, that is Kaya, I guess this item, what it does, it also gives you some sort of mana regen, because you continuously get the stick charges for free. Right. But this also gives you HP, is my assumption. Like that, like if you fight on a rune or something, you like have this HP burst, and it gives you, in that regard, more sustainability compared to just Kaya, which gives you basically no defensive capabilities.
One thing that I also see is you already are buying the wand anyway, right? So you're getting the diadem after, which is one of the best items in the game right now. So it is expensive, but
Let's see if Mac or Armel, the mid laners, will go for any of this old new tech we're talking about. But let's dive into the road that these two teams have taken to get to this point, because both of these teams are 0-3 right now in this Swiss road to TI, and that's not a good place to be. And to be honest, if you only watched the first series these two teams played, you might not be expecting these two teams to be here, because they played phenomenal first series. Stormstormer.
Yes, I agree. Because in the beginning, if you look at this graphic right here, you can see that Boom had to play against Liquid and Nemesis had to play against Falcons. These were two really, really strong contenders. They won multiple lands during the season, and now obviously some of the favorites heading into this tournament together with T-Spirit and such teams. And these series honestly were insanely close. There have been matches that were longer than 1 hour, and you can see back and forth action over and over. We saw from Nemesis against Falcons, for example, or let's dive into Liquid against Boom first of all, that Liquid for the majority of the game has had the lead in net worth, but you can see there later at the 57-minute mark or something that the net worth came back to completely even. So this proves that a team like Boom Esports actually has what it takes to be a strong team or keep up with this, the strongest teams of this event. And here also in Nemesis against Falcons, in this you can actually see that for the majority of the game later on, Nemesis was leading in net worth, and Falcons only at the very end of the last 7 minutes found a way to climb their way back into the team. So not only do they show that they can dominate the game, but also that they can come back from being in dire situations.
Yeah, and there's actually a little bit in that series from Nemesis versus Falcons. There's a little bit you wanted to take a closer look at, Lizard.
Yeah, exactly what Stormstormer was talking about. You just pointed it in a different direction, but Nemesis, the game that they did win versus Falcons. Look, Falcons at this point were 5-6k ahead, 4k at this moment. A team fight starts and it absolutely changes everything. Nemesis, they were waiting and biding their time for this one moment where they have Aghanims, Luna and Leshrac just jumping in, blowing Falcons up completely. I think this was a dieback on Weaver as well, who used his ulti time-lapse to get back in, or maybe he's the one that survives, but my point still stands. They turned the game that was 5k deficit into about a 5k lead, and they closed it out afterwards. So Nemesis, in this particular game, they needed a comeback, but in a game before, they were actually in the third game, the one that came after this one, they kept full control for the majority of the game, but Falcons in the end were a bit too tough of a nut to crack.
Yeah, if I could put it into words, I think both those teams are in a 0-3 score, but I don't think it fully resembles what they showed in the stage so far in the Swiss stage. Because they could have been, if small marches would have gone differently, they could even be in a 2-1 spot, at least a 1-2 spot. So I think in some situations I also just got unlucky.
Yeah, and that begs the question, Mystery. A series like that and having those series happen at the very opening series of the Road to TI, how big of an impact do you think that had on the series that followed after that?
I think it could have been a big blow to their confidence, right? They played really well, their hearts out, as we saw here, and then they barely managed to beat Falcons and Liquid in this case. And honestly, they just needed that little more discipline that C teams are known to be a bit short of sometimes. And I feel like it was the same case here. They show really great strategy and really great skill, but they just lack that way of ending the game. But yeah, I think it could have determined the next series as well. It could have, it could have had an impact on their future series, and that's why we see them 0-3 now.
And then the question comes, these two teams against each other. For reference, by the way, a lot of people will be familiar with Boom Esports. They've been around for a while. They've had a team at TI before as well. Nemesis, not so much. They actually did not qualify to anything this entire year apart from here the Road to the International. So we don't really have a lot of data to go off of. And they only faced each other once, which was in the qualifiers for the International. And it was Nemesis that came out on top with the 2 versus 1. But I do think that was a couple of months ago. And Misery, you said it already yesterday. The teams that we see right here are different from even just a month or two ago. So surely these two teams, we have no idea what could happen here. Do we have an idea?
I think it's hard to say. I think these two teams also know each other extremely well, right? I think there's 9 Filipinos we talked about in this game. So it's going to be probably a different series than some of the other matchups they also know each other, but it's in a very different way. So that's probably some mind games, and maybe also is maybe a bit of grudge in between these two teams. Like, you don't want to lose to each other for the same reason I mentioned. So it's going to be a very interesting one.
There's a lot of history, right? Like, when you have 9 countrymen in one series, there's a lot of history when it comes to the teams that they played together, and I feel like that plays a big part. But if we're going to look at it from a positive light, right? From the positive side, at least 4 Filipinos are going to go through for tomorrow, to play tomorrow.
The math is not entirely correct. At least 3.
At least 3. Yeah, because there's a coach on the other
with
side.
the
You're right,
9,
you're right,
we
you're
do
right.
count Scam as a
Scam,
coach.
yes,
So
yes,
then, you know, the lowest amount Filipino players
least 3.
would be
That's
3.
still
At
good
least
enough.
3, yes. This is very true. There is also a lot of history. I mean, Scam's last tier that he played in was actually with 3 of the members of Boom, and I'm including the coach in there with Mushi obviously being his coach at that time. Will that help the team? Will it help the players, Stormstormer, do you think? Like as a coach, knowing your opponents in that way, for Scam in this case, do you think that will help him prepare?
I do think so. I think you use just every single Martian that you can get, right? And the more knowledge you have, the better, I would say. I think it's really hard to tell what is the best that the team needs, or what is like the most important thing that the team needs right now on this spot, because still your backs are against the wall, nerfs come into play, you're also like maybe not in your comfort zone, you traveled a long way, these guys had long flights behind them, and now they're here. So I think it's hard to tell what process teams are going through really, and like what they're talking about. But I think if they manage to somehow get back into the stage of like how they played on the first day and less on how they played today, because I think you could already feel they played with a little bit less confidence against Wildcard, and I think the other series was Bedboom.
Heroic.
Heroic.
Oh, yeah, for Nemesis. Well.
Yeah,
Boom plays against BB.
Yeah, that's exactly. I think if they can get back to like their peak, to the peak shape, then we can have an exciting match ahead of us.
I feel like a series like this often comes down to who wants it more and who refuses to lose TI on the second day, right? Who really pulls themselves together and brings out the game here in an elimination match.
Yeah.
There is pressure, but at the same time, you can use that to fuel yourself, right?
Yeah. Let's dive a little bit deeper into this matchup in terms of playstyle and players and lanes potentially. I know Stormstormer, you always look at that mid lane, so I do want to get this out the bat. We got Mac and Armel against each other head to head. How do you feel about these two going up against each other?
So I have to say, I don't know Mac too well. I met him a couple of times in pubs now since he's here in Hamburg, and I can tell this guy is energetic in pubs. It's actually a treat to play with him. I give him mid all of the time, of course, so he can like practice, and also he's higher ranked than me. I'm kind of bad. But this guy is energetic. He loves his slash track from what I could tell. He also played it 2 times here in the playoffs, and he is, I think, just excited to be here. And Armel, of course, is a name we have had in the scene for a long time already. I think he also won one time a 1v1 tournament. I don't recall which one it exactly was, unfortunately, but he is exceptionally good at the laning stage. So I think if I could put into words, we got new blood against like veteran blood, something like that.
This is his Mac's first TI.
Yeah, so I think this it can be exciting. I think it's really even, honestly.
And then I do want to go over a couple more of these matchups because we do have also a couple of support players here. Misery, which support role would you look at for these two teams? Would you go for the 4 or the 5 if you want to put a little bit extra pressure on a player to perform?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Jing actually. He was playing in the Cuckoo stack.
Yeah.
That was throughout this year in different variations, different teams. But he's kind of flying under the radar as a very solid +4, I think. Very energetic as well, very aggressive. I think not afraid to play at all. So I think he's going to be very important. On the other hand, we have Tims, right, who's, you know, it's a little bit the same story here as Stormstormer is talking about. You have the new guy, and then you have the veteran who has been playing, you know, as far back as you can remember almost from C, right? So, yeah, I think the +4 is an interesting matchup. They also have very unique heroes, as you can see here.
Especially from Tims as well, right? From Jing, you kind of get the meta. You get all these heroes that are being played right now. From Tims, we had like some Spirit Breakers, Rubiks, and whatnot recently. So he's playing the heroes that he's very comfortable on, if they're in the meta or if they're not. But I also feel that when it comes to these two teams, for me, whenever an SCA team has Scam on their lineup as a coach or as anything, like position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because he played it all, I feel like he just completely changes the way they play. He brings the identity to the team. I honestly think that he is the flag bearer creep in SCA. And like you can see even with their drafts, like, they played versus Falcons, something like Clash Razor. That goes all the way back to when he was playing position 1 Singapore Major. Like they played the same combos. It's like I really feel that this meta right now kind of fits him, but I'm surprised that they didn't actually do a bit better.
I do have to mention, because when you say that, and if you remove the name from what you said about a player, you know, being the flag bearer, you can say the same thing about Jabs on the side of Boom. And if we're talking about Jabs, then on the other side, this is actually a very much a veteran versus veteran with Jabs and Raven against each other. You know, both Raven is playing his 6th international, whereas Jabs is playing his 7th. So they have been around the block here, and especially Jabs. I feel like I gotta imagine, Misery, you know you're in a group together with Jabs.
In a group?
Yeah, there's one group, and only you and Jabs are in it.
Huh. What is that group?
Sounds like it's a good group. You and Jabs are the only 2 players to have played every single position at a Valve event. So, you know, there's a lot of history there with Jabs as well. Are you happy to be in that group? Because that's incredibly unique.
Sure. I'm surprised me and him are the only ones actually at this point after this many years. But it's a bit rare, I guess, to switch roles now that it used to be, perhaps.
Yeah.
But as for Jabs, he was playing with the same group of guys for many years, right?
Yeah, he was.
The old Talon.
And he's like, I'm going to be position 5. I'm going to be position 1. I'm going to be playing mid, all in the same team. Yeah.
Now he has a completely new group of guys in this team. And it's interesting to see him because he was kind of tied to that almost like an identity to the same players from before, right? So now he has a new team, and it's interesting to see him kind of have to adapt to something new here.
I remember also that drafting against this guy was a hell, because this guy, it resembles that he played every single position because his hero pool is also so massive. He always used to play like almost everything, and whenever, back then it was a different team, like I think it was TNC that he played. I can't honestly recall, it's not on the list, maybe I'm missing up. Fnatic might have been. He was always able to play like everything in the draft, and whenever a hero got picked, we didn't know if it's going to be his Veno, his Bad Rider, his Razor, his Pudge. It could be all the heroes out of the pool. So definitely something unique about him.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about Jabs in his previous teams, there was always the sentiment that if Jabs did well, you would win the game. And if he doesn't do well, probably not as successful. Is that still the case? Has that changed now with a different roster? Because I feel like everybody is kind of pulling their weight on the side of Boom.
Yeah, I feel like he's, so far in the games that they have played, he's been just your stable Jabs, you know, just playing the same heroes more often than not, and everything else around him is more of a moving part of the team, right? So you have a different hero pool on the mid lane, on the safe lane. I think for him to have a decent game is definitely impactful, definitely important, but perhaps it's not as crucial as it was before, even though as you can see, the score so far is
that's actually
great.
kind of sad.
So no matter what I say here, like, he needs to have a better game for sure.
But it's kind of true. When I think of Jabs, I think of a bit more unorthodox heroes, perhaps a bit more like cheesy last pick, something that he really abuses the lane, like Stormstone was talking about, very annoying to draft against. I don't really connect him with just the standard Mars type heroes as much.
Well,
so maybe that's something that they could look into. But it's also a different dynamic with a new team like this, right? So yeah, that is the adaptation that he has to undergo here.
Yeah, I think that the time when he was the offlaner that was taking up all the gold, there was a lot of Naga Siren offlane. So I don't think there's going to be a Naga Siren in the series, even though we do see it pop up a little bit more here and there today, especially compared to yesterday. Still don't think that he's going to get his hands on that one. I do also want to talk about his counterpart in Raven. I believe he also used to be carry, so he might also have a little bit of a bigger hero pool compared to the average offlaner. How do we feel he is performing, especially compared to the playstyle of Jabs?
I mean, at this event, like we see here, the stats are not speaking for his favor, you could say. But I think overall he has been toying with the offlane role and the carry role in between for several years now.
Yeah.
So I think he is kind of settled into that role, and it's also maybe a bit more stable than Jabs, for example. But yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I think it's really going to come down to also the prep that they make for this particular series, right? Because now it's all or nothing right now.
his priority is also a little bit higher. When you look at the heroes that he's given, usually these heroes, if they're not banned in the first stage, they're banned out immediately in the second. So he did get to dabble with some Dawnbreaker, with some Enigma as well. Sometimes it looked great, sometimes it truly didn't. But the two players that you guys talked about a little bit earlier that I feel still share the most similar hero pool are the mid laners, or at least in this tournament so far. They looked, specifically on the Lash, by the way, I feel like that hero has completely changed the way these two teams played when they played it. They looked much better, bottom line.
I do think so also. I got my eyes on that hero because I know that they both love it, especially Mac. And I'm pretty sure that both teams have this hero on the radar this time.
Well, we're going to find out what's coming our way. It is scary. One best of 3. Elimination on the line. Nemesis on the Radiant side, Boom Esports on the Dire side. First pick going the way to Boom Esports. So the Dire team having first pick. Maybe a little bit unusual. We'll see what Boom gets with that first pick.
Yeah, so far I would say that the bans against the first pick, so the bans from Nemesis are quite streamlined and honestly quite meta. We see Prophet being out. We just saw it Own when Shiro played it just now against PVISION. And Naga, Marcy, completely busted heroes right now that are being contested in every single draft. What else is there? Beastmaster or Monkey are banned by Boom themselves.
Sand King is still in the pool of the usual suspects, I would say.
Even though that, I would say a little bit more team-specific hero, like a team like Falcons would, for example, instantly pick it up. But I think it's a little bit more niche in comparison to the other ones, if I could say.
Are they prepping themselves with the gyro ban, same like yesterday for perhaps Enigma?
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now.
Dawnbreaker's in the pool. If Boom wants it. You talked about it with Jabs, right?
Yeah, like Dawnbreaker's still in the pool. Yeah, Raven played it as well.
Dawnbreaker has a very bad win rate right now at TI, actually.
I think Marcy too. Like Marcy as well.
Okay.
Even though the hero is extremely contested, I feel like this morning at least it was like sub 30% win rate, which is
same for Dawn.
Wow.
Well, it is a Pugna they open up with on the side of Boom Esports.
I wanted to say, I guess the Marcy win rate might also go down because like the team has been rising up over like now a longer duration, like a couple of weeks, almost a month, and teams slowly but surely start to like adapt, find solutions.
Of course.
Find some sort of adaptations.
It's also the hero that everybody has their eyes on Marcy going into this event, so everybody's giving it away very carefully and with a strategy in mind, right, to play against it. But yeah, now we don't have any of that. We just have 2 stable +5s being opened up here, and taking it kind of like a slow approach to the draft, which I think is it's not a bad choice in the first game of such an important match here.
Yeah.
Silencer so far for Nemesis has been picked up before. They had the Silencer Dawnbreaker build, I believe. It's kind of cool, right? The idea of having all this global presence or something. I mean, overall, Silencer just looks very good for me. Puck is one of the heroes of the meta as well, right? All these spirits on the mid lane. No one likes playing into Silencer.
Yes, especially when you play as second pick, because usually picking those spirits that you mentioned, or even Puck and Queen, all these mobile heroes, they're easier to pick on first pick, on the 18 pick, because you get 2 bans after that, and you don't get counter picked in any way. So
I think another thing to note about the Silencer is that both Marcy, Beast, and Lycan are banned out. So the potential Dominator, Sue heroes that Silencer does not like are not in the pool already. So
there's Invokers.
That makes it more simple to pick this hero early on. I think it's also pretty decent versus Pugna, as Pugna is somewhat of a pseudo-safe with the Decrep and Life Drain. He does not like global at all.
Yeah. There's another hero, by the way, that I have seen. I mean, it's been there for the longest time into Pugna, Shadow Demon, actually. Right? Like he's been picked up quite a lot because of the Purge.
But there it is. The Leshrac first. I mean, it's max special. I would be surprised if it does not go to the mid lane here. Against Pugna, it's also, some people might think that Pugna is good against Leshrac, but surprisingly the ward does not deal damage to you in your ultimate over the course only when you activate it. And also the Edict is actually strong enough to kill a Pugna through his healing. So it's honestly quite a Leshrac favorite matchup, especially the Blink Dagger build if you head for that. And this also tells a story. They banned Queen of Bane for it, and he's saying, okay, there's probably no mid lane hero that I care about. If you pick the Puck, if you pick something like an Ember or something, I have Silencer already in my draft. you don't really have a convenient answer here.
Is
as Armor.
Sniper ever like a hero against Lash, or you don't care?
I think that matchup definitely shifted quite a bit because you do rush the Blink Dagger on Leshrac, and the laning stage can be made work as out of Leshrac's perspective. And then as a sniper, you're constantly scared of this guy blinking on you because you just die in one edict. But as you see here, it's going to be the Void Spirit picked up.
This is full comfort zone. Like, if you look at the drafts that these two teams have had yesterday and today, it's like a lot of Leshracs, a lot of Void Spirits.
Yeah, is Void Spirit a little bit less fragile against Silencer perhaps than Ember?
I think that's the idea, yes.
Yeah.
He's a little more sustainable, as you mentioned. He also buys Manta later. But for a majority of the game, because Void Spirit is a slow farmer and usually goes either Spirit Vessel or Aghanims first, the Manta usually does not come out before like minute 25. So Silencer, in my opinion, is still one of the better heroes against Void Spirit.
Yeah. The Tiny has kind of risen at the road to the international right now, I think, as of +4, right? It looks to be maybe the best melee 4 right now. A lot of teams are playing with it, and yeah, as you can see, it has a pretty high win rate as well. So I think this is a nice pick. I think it's also pretty happy against Silencer in lane. You can easily pull the wave if you want to. You can even just play on the side, and Silencer needs to be careful he doesn't get tossed back. So I think this is a pretty good pick.
I also feel like repositioning in this patch is still so valuable. We have seen a lot of Magnus. We've seen Amar totally pop off on Falcons as well with the skewers. And Tiny, of course, is from the same category, right? You get the toss back to initiate the fight. It has always been just such a strong concept.
I feel like every single TI, we see this Stoneboy pop up once again.
Doom for Nemesis. Very good at the Silencer, honestly. I mean, that's one of the main combos. It's really stupid. You put the Doom on somebody, you put the Arcane Curse on top, and the damage over time never ends because the Arcane Curse, of course, stays on the target as long as he's silenced. So it's a super strong combo. And also, it's very, very good against both Void Spirit and Pugna. Void Spirit, generally speaking, is a hero that wants to jump in and dance around the enemies a little bit, uses Barrier, and Doom completely neglects that. He purchased the Barrier, he stops the Pugna from healing, so I really love this Doom pick against what Boom has and with the Silencer.
And they're just not letting them play Dota, right?
More silences coming out.
You have Murta with silences, you have Doom with the Doom, it's...
Could also be both +1 and +3 right now, the Doom, in the spot that it's picked, right? Leaving the last pick completely open for... you know, whatever looks better at the time.
Yeah, now Jackie Boy, I'm looking at Medusa here a little bit because Medusa is the #1 carry that teams pick against Doom because obviously the Mana Shield has really good interactions. You don't care about the non-healing. And there we go, yeah, Medusa's coming out.
Yeah, it's actually a very good Medusa pick against everything you see right now. Also good against Lesh, right?
Yeah, it can be a bit two-sided because Leshrac still has a lot of magic damage and can maybe go through it, but usually when Medusa reaches like level 18, level 20 and has too many stats, it becomes quite a one-sided match.
What are the bans here? Like, is something like an AM still a must ban?
Yeah, I think you definitely ban Anti-Mage.
AM, Pango, Darkseer. Yeah, AM is out. They say also, like you said, Misery, that Doom can be offlane. Or AM could have been offlane.
Yeah, Darkseer... You could also think about something like a Mars, where you're like, because they kind of lack some sort of way of starting the fight, right? On Nemesis, they don't have if they put Doom carry, they don't have a good way of initiating at all. You're pretty much relying on like maybe an Atos on a hero or less just blinking in.
There's a hero that's kind of being more popular in the pubs. We've seen it, I think, once or twice. What about, it is against Medusa, something like a PL with diffusal building, like is that a thing? Like is it?
I think there's a very prominent build that is to Mjolnir Aghanims on Medusa, and I think that just
destroys the illusions.
I think so.
I thought you were gonna say the axe because I remember the axe being able to dunk Medusa.
Or you buy one fluffy hat.
Yeah, or you buy one fluffy hat, but you know.
There's also Terrorblade, which is pretty good, I think, for Nemesis if they want to go another carry. Like the Doom can just go offlane and buy auras, right? Just you don't need to be this guy that dooms the Medusa. You can just focus on dooming the Void Spirit, buy a Crimson Guard for your team, buy a pipe, and then play around, play a different style of Doom.
I guess this is the type of game that you want to make sure that the ultra late game can go in your direction.
Yeah.
I feel like Medusa was always the ultimate late game carry, right? But recently, when they buffed up Skadi, I feel like that became even more so the case. The new improved Skadi is, for me, just legit. The moment you get it on Medusa, you feel
Yeah,
very hard to.
I definitely agree with what you're saying. That's the reason why most teams, when they have this 18 pick where Medusa just get picked, especially into like a Doom Silencer matchup, the hero just looked super, super strong and like almost uncontestable. And Nemesis probably thinking right now about all the solutions they can find. In my opinion, the Pangolier and the Darkseer still make the most sense and just put the Doom on the position 1. They might still, like you guys mentioned, go for a different pos 1 as well to change the carry matchup here.
Life Drain still insta-shots illusions, right? From Pugna.
Does it? I don't think so.
I don't think the Lion at least doesn't. I'm not sure about Pugna.
I think the only thing that insta kills illusions is Hex and like Dazzle's Shard, for example, or not Dazzle's Shard, Dazzle's ultimate now.
It will be Razor for that final ban.
They did play Lesh Razor, and it is like one of those carries that can come in handy into Medusa. Plus, you play the tempo, right? You don't really care too much about her.
Well, we talked a lot about what Nemesis could be going for here. What do we want for our final hero on the side of Boom? Never mind, it's going to be the Axe themselves.
They deny Pick Achiever, so you
yes, definitely. That is definitely their plan.
You don't kill us.
I mean, you can't silence anybody if you are called. Huh?
That's...
Huh?
Yeah, they picked this and just said, like, just jump silence, Rack.
Can you go Abaddon carry here?
I'm not sure about the Abaddon Medusa matchup, how good it is. It's really good against the Axe and lane, right? That's why you're recommending.
I think it's also good. It's just hard for Abaddon to die this game, I think. But I don't think they're going to do it, but I think it's definitely an option to just shut down this Axe, right? Make his game very sad. But I do think that traditionally people do put the Doom carry when they face the Medusa and pick another offlaner. So I agree. I think Darkseer is not a bad call here.
Ursa.
Okay, I mean that's a different approach to shutting down the Axe, right? Like definitely one of the better matchups.
It's a really good matchup. Ursa plus Silencer into a tiny Axe. I feel like Tim's all he has to do is creep skip here. Like contesting this lane will be very difficult, at least until he's level 3.
The Ursa is also interesting because it's a hero that can kill the Medusa later on. It's also a hero that buys Nullifier potentially against the Pugna.
With that being said, though, I feel like this, instead of picking an offlaner, that pick, the team fight didn't really get much better because you also mentioned that they don't have an easy way to initiate fights. Now, okay, you can say Ursa can start the fight, but I see some kiting abilities as well. They have a partner with the Decrepify. They might buy 4 staffs. Tiny stunts also ignore the status resistance that Ursa gets from his ultimate.
Yeah.
So to me, honestly, the pick, I have to question it a little bit because I feel like it's a little bit greedy, especially with like Doom offlane now and Lesh mid. But Akashi here is definitely feeling confident about it. And they had the right read on Boom. They actually did not ban offlaners, left all the offlaners in the pool, and yet they pick a carry on Nemesis.
I think the Raven's item build is going to be pretty important here, right? How he chooses to itemize, because he needs to be the guy who blinks in and starts the fight for his team, probably. He also needs to think about, can I really, am I going to be able to buy Shivas and Dominator, or do I need to buy Crimson Guard? I think it's not an easy game to itemize as Doom here.
Yeah, absolutely. Ursa for me should have a decent lane. Doom as well should not be super contested, but the most important part of this lineup for me is still Lesh. Like he needs to control the tempo of the game, and they need to take it to the Medusa much earlier than in some other games, because later on, once she gets the Skadi and stuff, it's going to be hard.
A lot of things that Nemesis should be doing this game, and that kind of tells me that maybe Boom Esports has a little bit more easy to execute lineup for themselves here in this game number 1. We're going to find out, though, elimination for this best of 3 on the line. Game 1, let's see what they got. We're heading over to Cap and SPG.
I know it's an elimination match, but I do want to focus on the potential positives here. Avery, in the history of TI, there is a team who faced elimination in a group stage at TI and did manage to turn the whole thing around. Do you remember what that team was?
I wasn't on it. It's not one of mine.
Certainly wasn't you.
Because when we faced it, we just got eliminated or something. So it's not my team. That eliminates one of the 700
It would be before your time. It was 2014. It was Newbie. Newbie faced elimination in a 3-way tiebreaker between themselves, LGD, and Misery's very own Mouse Sports. They, of course, famously went on to make it through that tiebreaker, make it through the bubble bracket of TI, and managed to win the entire thing. Now, I know elimination is the focus here, but I do want to, look at the silver lining. There is a potential to turn things around. One of these teams is going to be saying goodbye, but one of these teams has an opportunity at redemption.
So if I heard you correctly, what you're saying is these teams should start deathballing right now, because that is what got Newbie to that championship. They need to start picking Shadow Shaman, Furion, running down the lanes with Lone Druid, just ore it up, right? Go all in. Unfortunately,
they certainly did not draft that way.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a C team do
There's
that.
There's a Pugna.
That's true. They could start pushing with the Pugna, but
yeah,
I think this is going to be a long game. I expect it to be a long game-driven series. Because, Austin, we are back in CDPC.
Oh, we're back, baby. It's good to be home.
It's the Dota Classic. You fly a couple thousand miles to play the team that you've been playing all year and go, why did we even leave our home region? We could have done this at home, guys. But instead, you got to do it at TI with everything on the line, your season on the line. That is a much different situation with a lot higher stakes. So you might have some familiarity here, but it kind of all goes out the window when you're trying to develop a TI meta and pull yourself out from, well, the hole you dug yourself into here.
And they are in quite the hole. The thing is that it started so promising in day one. Both the C teams were having close matchups against their European opponents. Both, due to seeding, were matchups that should have been shut and closed from the beginning, but they actually made things very interesting. Unfortunately, neither one came out the winner, and as a result, they are now in this 0-3 situation. Draft-wise, though, Avery, you break this down for me? Because I was busy looking at the history of TI. I was doing a little travel down memory road.
If I look at these two teams, the way I'm going to break it down is both of them have very distinct playmakers, and I'm going to simplify it even more. I'm going to say look towards the 2 and the 4 position from both teams. Look towards this mid lane between Mac and Armel. Both these guys can be very aggressive. They can also carry a game. There's a lot of weight on their shoulders in these drafts, particularly if you look at who's initiating a lot of these games. And that's why I also point out the 4s. I'm looking towards Tim's from the side of Boom, and I am looking towards this Morta for Jing. These 4 players are going to be the guys that are dictating how the damage gets put out in the fights. And outside of Jabs, there's really no one who starts fights in this game. That's my big concern for Nemesis across the board. Like, how do they start engagements? How do they dictate when and where the fight happens? Who's jumping in? Is it all in the Doom? Are you just getting Aegis for the Ursa and he's going ham? There's a lot that can go wrong in the meantime. Whereas Boom, they have 3 of the best initiators in this game between the Void Spirit, the Axe, and the Tiny if he gets an early blink. So I am looking towards the 2 and 4s to pick up a lot of this in this series. And of course, Jabs is always a wild card. I mean, he's going to be the most veteran player in this series. He's going to be the strongest voice. This is a guy you have to look to for confidence here. Follow him to victory or follow him home, but you got to follow him either way.
It's true. And he's going to be starting things off strong with the 4 rings of protection, starting build on Axe to be able to get the maximum damage out of this Battle Hunger and make Eris's life a living hell, which is what he's currently doing. Tiny already doing the dragging shenanigans. Double melee matchup against Ursa. There's really only one way out of this. And fortunately for Boom, they are matched up against a 5 position that is not very good at stopping this. You do not have a disable to stop that 4 position from running behind your tower, grabbing the creep wave, and taking it for a ride.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, Axe it's going to have a fun time down here outside of the Ursa matchup. They're pulling the wave. Should guarantee him some extra CS here. He'll split it across to Tim's. The downside of this lane for Jabs is you have a very greedy 4 who's going to take some CS and XP out of this lane. Maybe you roam a little, but this Tiny is going to want a lot in this game. If the Tiny gets online, we saw how much Jin Q did with this hero earlier in the tournament, just brought an entire lineup together. This hero always comes back at TI for a reason. Displacement spells are broken. His kit is always good. Jerax abused it to win 2 rings, but I'm not going to go into that.
Avery met that Tiny somewhere in the lower bracket.
I mean, this hero's just a TI menace, and easy initiators, easy way to start fights. It goes a long way when people start to clam up, especially when elimination's on the line. Akashi feeling the pain right now as Tim just lays down the law with the combo into the Battle Hunger. Man, that is painful.
That Battle Hunger, he really needs to get that last hit. He doesn't get it. He's just going to get run down underneath the tower now. He's going to toss up in a second. Tim's going to be slowed down. They lost sight of Akashi. Jabs is not able to get the Battle Hunger, but where do you even go from here?
Yeah, it's just worse than death. missing so much CS. He's gonna die anyway.
Avalanche to stop him. He needs to get the last hit, but the toss is going to come through, and that is going to be your first blood. Tims picks it up.
That's a brutal sequence for the Ursa. You end up dying anyway, and you miss all the CS under the tower. Not a fast start here.
Oh, yeah. Getting the grab on the next creep wave, so the next one dies under tower. The Ursa's going to miss some of that. Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, and Eris didn't get to hold this outside that equilibrium, so you kind of just pull it up, try and meet something here, but this is going to be a strong start for this dual melee off lane. Exactly what you want. Meanwhile, your Dusa, free farming up top. No pressure going into Jackie up here. He's chilling.
Yeah, he's having a good time, as he probably will the entire of the laning phase anyway. Mid matchup, Leshrac versus Void Spirit. Void Spirit usually has an advantage when it comes to CS in these last hits, but Akashi will run it right back at Jabs, apparently. And yeah, a little bit of lag, we felt that.
Of course, it's the CEO who goes down to the lag, you know.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about we're getting lag during a C match.
That too, yeah.
It's kind of the norm.
This is just CDPC 4 years later, man. It's really take me back. I mean, we were down there.
All we need is like a one solid 15-minute pause somewhere in the middle of this series, and
well, you know, they said they wanted it to feel like a C-pub. They wanted the players to feel comfortable in an elimination match. So I think the coaches agreed to throw some lag in there. So it just felt more like a true C-pub. You know, you got to have those 20-minute pauses.
And I guess the only thing to really make it a truly, at least historic, Southeast Asian matchup would be to just be running at each other nonstop, which is what Armal said he wanted to do, how they wanted to be able to play at this TI. Do you feel like they accomplished that so far? Did they run themselves into this 0-3 in the first place?
Not really.
No.
Though I don't think this meta has really slowed down. The game lengths are really long. The Chinese teams are doing well. Generally a sign that the meta is a slower meta. It's just not a lane dominance, run people over meta. I mean, maybe Gaiman not being here affects that a little. I don't know. But either way, probably not the best meta for C, because it doesn't feel too chaotic in a weird way. It just feels like very late games, but that is also one of their strengths.
Yeah.
Is going
70-minute games. Yeah. We should have charged by the hour. Casting CT.
That's
really
very true. They are used to going the distance.
I wonder if Valve would be okay with us changing our rates for this.
I doubt it. Strong start here, though, for Boom. This is exactly what they want with this lineup. Your Initiator's having a good time early. Get those fast Blink Daggers online, and the Medusa free farming against this Ursa matchup. If the Medusa's ahead, nothing's going to touch him in this game. Like, Scotty Butterfly Medusa in this game is just an absolute beast. You're doing nothing in that situation. And if he ever gets that second, third item with an Aegis on top, almost a death sentence for this Nemesis lineup. So they need to have a fast enough game to avoid that condition happening.
And well, he just commits for it. Blood Grenade out, but it's not enough for the damage unless Jing... Okay, he did not kill himself by throwing his own Blood Grenade out there. Thought for a second he might have just condemned himself to die, but he's good.
I do like the Morta pick. Not a hero we've seen a lot.
Yeah, where did this hero go?
I think it's still pretty strong in terms of the spells it can throw out in the team fights. Jab's going to pick up a freebie here with a little toss on.
Akashi just gives him the missile necessary for Tims to claim the last hit. Akashi was thinking, I want to trade supports here because my silencer is dead. There's nothing I can do about that, but he just gets tossed away. And Tims continues his, he already had his boots, so he's in a fine place. I mean, you said the only concern is you got kind of a greedier 4 position. He has boots and almost soul ring.
They played the lane really well. He's gotten a lot out of this bottom lane. The richest support out of the laning phase. That is exactly what you want on Tiny. 6-minute power rune, Mac, praying for it, is rewarded. A nice little arcane, too, for Lesh. With the 6 minutes, I mean, you're looking for that or haste.
You know what's funny? Tims could have been there, but I think Jabs told him to stack because they wanted to do this cheeky lane pull into stacking into one of the neutrals.
I mean, if the CEO tells you to stack, you got to do it.
You got to do it, but
no choice.
Now you just gave away an arcane rune to a Leshrac.
At least it's the 6-minute one. That's the less impactful, I think.
True.
You get arcane between the 12, 14, 16. That one can be pretty nasty. The 6-minute one is like, okay, you know, he only has 500 mana anyway.
And likely not making too many rotations this early on. It's kind of clunky to do that with Leshrac. Once you get your Blink Dagger, then you're just all in, jumping on top of people with Diabolic Edict popped and 100-0ing them rather easily.
Yeah, this Blink build's nasty. I mean, I feel at this point, almost everybody's played it against it at least once in their pub.
Yep.
And just had that enemy mid-Lesh go like 10-1. It's pretty spooky if he starts snowballing and he's just killing you off cooldown, getting power runes, refilling, staying out on the map. The challenge for Mac this game might be, where does he go with this early Blink? Like, who does he want to jump on? Because going into that Dusa lane can be very scary if the Dusa has high resources. If he gets chipped down and you just want to throw the Doom into him and run him down, definitely doable. But you can get turned around on in this game with TPs coming in from Void Spirit plus Tiny. Armel can match you around the map, even if he doesn't have the power runes. This Void Spirit's a very hard hero to dive tier 1s into when he can respawn.
Yeah, which is where I like the silencer in addition to this, right? Leshrac blinking in and being covered by a global silence.
It helps for sure.
Allows you to just get that full Diabolic Edict damage before any spells can be cast, before, say, the Dusa is able to get off the Stone Gaze.
But even like that, for a top, 3 heroes top, they have Doom available, can't do anything versus Dusa.
Managed to silence the Void Spirit. He throws out a spell immediately after that curse comes through. He got the haste rune. This is going to be nasty with that toss. They're both going to be so low. The Astral Step between the two. He's got to be careful to keep his distance. He's actually going to die to the Diabolic Edict, but the final damage still comes in. A 1-for-2 trade-off. Armel lives, and he even gets a refill on that bot.
I mean, that's just Armel boss. Knows he's going to out-click you there. He's used to doing it on ping. Now he gets to do it with nothing. And he spawns the perfect room. That's the haste that the Lesh wanted on the 6, you know?
Yes. Because that Diabolic Edict, as much damage as it does, that range is rather small. There's a reason why you need that Blink Dagger. The Dusa just gets run down, and that's the power of the Ursa versus the Dusa. A matchup
Super
that
nice.
You can build up. You can always cut through this Dusa. Sometimes it takes, you know, going in, and she pops Stone Gaze, and you try and hop away, and then you have to take a little while to re-blink in, but...
That's a super nice, clean rotation from Akashi. Didn't even have to use the Doom for that kill, so now you get to hold that pressure up here. Maybe force Boom to bring supports if they want to re-TP the Dusa top, and they will do that. But their kill threat up here is not great on this Doom. Kind of the downside of the Dusa in this lane. It's a really good Ursa game. I mean, this Ursa is... They'll claim the creep, plus 100. This Ursa has very good core matchups in this game, very poor support matchups. Another reason that Boom want these 2 supports to get off to a good start. If the Pugna Tiny are strong, you can slow down Nemesis's advance in the team fights. But if your supports are weak, this Ursa Lesh are just going to chop your front line down. Looking for a little triangle invade with Armel. Working towards that vessel. Would love some urn charges. Would love another power rune. Raven coming in, though. Not the hero you want to fight right now.
A trio met by a quad of heroes from Nemesis. They will protect their own jungle, protect the top rune spawning. Is it going to be there, though? It will not. And amp damage for a Void Spirit.
Armel is cooking on the runes right now. This man is in the zone.
He's getting those fantasy points for you while he still can. Finish out this Ancient stack and you'll be rather close to the Blink Dagger. Then maybe we can start picking up the pace a little bit. I mean, you said the biggest issue for this squad is going to be initiation. How does that start?
The Lesh can start it. The issue, like I said, though, is jumping on some of these targets is not so fun. This is not the most straightforward Blink Lesh game I've seen. You jump on Void, he just dashes away. You jump on Dusa, there's turnaround potential. The Axe might be the best one, but he will have a fast Blade Mail in this game. And that's a nasty item for the Lesh to jump into as well, especially if it's just isolated one-on-one.
And if they at all see you coming, you might be blinking into a Nether Ward, right?
Absolutely. So the Blink can be really powerful, but this is a complicated game to find the windows for it. Especially when that Vessel gets online for Armel, who is caught up a little bit off that laning phase. Looking to put the amp damage to use top.
There really is only this like 5-minute window where Leshrac can start those fights. Then at some point the utility starts coming out. It's no longer a reliable initiation for you.
See how much Mac can get done with it. Blink arrives, 11 minutes, instantly smoked. He's going to run straight into Tim's though.
Yeah, this wraparound didn't really work for Tim, seeing as Raven was so defensively postured as he was farming up neutrals. Nice toss away though. We'll give him a little bit of time Slowed down, but Lightning is going to try and feed himself to neutrals. Does not get it. Mac takes the aggro. Draws the Ancients onto himself and claims the last hit.
Oh, there's kill number 1 with the blink.
Yeah, I guess we'll call that a blink kill.
Not the cleanest, but you take it. This also dodged that amp damage on the Void Spirit. Pretty valuable. That was a scary rune out on the map. Another power rune spawns. It's regen for Mac. He will finally win that battle. And that is a good rune for him.
Radiant are scanning.
You do have level 6 on the silencer off of that kill. A little bit of mid-action, so Mac wants to make another play. They can protect it. Jing, he's going to find Jackie out here. Jack Boys is farming some of these neutrals behind the tower. They'll take the tower itself. They still have their own safe lane tower up, but Armel is going to rotate over and make sure they're able to have some equality on the map.
Akashi had to bail out of his bottom lane. Too much pressure down here. You don't even have Battle Fury done on the Ursa. You're not going to stand there and fight versus all this early spell power. Nowhere really great for him to go on the map right now, but he's in a good position off that lane, so can't complain too much.
This does mean, though, Jabs is going to have a super fast phase Blade Mail Blink.
He has not had a lot of pressure going into him for how much the Tiny's been off the lane. And that'll be a scary timing for Nemesis to deal with. Blink Blade Mail Axe plus that Vessel Void Spirit. That sounds tough for the Lesh to fight into. Maybe your game plan is just farm up a little bit more. Wait for some of the second item timings between the Doom and your Leshrac here. Take a fight that can lead into some mid-game Roshans for the Ursa. I expect Boom to make an instant play with that Axe Blink, and I'm looking towards that mid-tier 1. Should have it here in the next minute or so. You will have another Wisdom Shrine pop. You'll have all the supports on the, all the levels on the supports you need. You make a quick smoke into mid. If you can ever jump Silencer or Lesh in this game, you should have the damage to finish them off. Just roll the fight after that with some Deuce of support. So Nemesis really need to be careful about who they show mid and who's getting jumped in this game.
Both teams are setting up for power runes, but Nemesis keep losing the coin flip.
Yeah, they have not won a lot.
Like, they're bringing the resources to protect one side, and they just keep on missing. Armel this time gets an invis run.
Needs the Vessel charge, though. This is really important for him.
Yeah.
Needs a kill to happen here or that smoke gank to come through so you get some skirmish going. There's your Axe Blink as well. This is Boom's time to strike right now. Very strong around the map. Won another power rune. Not really missing anything. I mean, yeah, you would use a tiny blink here, but opted to go the Solar Crest route. So no quick initiation for Tims in this game. Wants to translate it into more utility.
What do you think about Helmadam and Midas? It's a Doom. He's got Devil's Bargain. Like, obviously he can sell the Midas and pick up other items, but let me just say, the power spike difference between the two offlaners here couldn't be different.
Well, you know, they're both carry players at heart.
I guess so, yeah.
I'm sure Raven.
Oh, they're coming through the gate. Wait, they're coming to you. Oh, Raven, he didn't recognize what was happening there. Clicks on the gate, but it was already being channeled from the other side. The Global Silence will protect them here as both teams kind of panic in the situation.
What was that? That was interesting.
Oh, no. Leshrac, Mac tries to kill a Pugna, and it goes terribly wrong for him.
Ooh.
Yeah, John, well, I mean, that's a worthy tip right there. Big man Mac tries to step in paint. It does not go well for him at all.
He's going to lose his tier 1 off the back of it as well.
Yeah.
John Well putting in work around this mid lane, and that is an easy cleanup for Jackie. Well, that smoke move kind of failed, but they ended up getting the objective they wanted out of the sequence. Gifted to him. Boom just getting more out of the map right now.
Well played.
And this Dusa is starting to pull ahead. That's the scary part here. Yeah, maybe your Axe and Void Spirit aren't finding some crazy early teamfight momentum, but this Dusa is having a perfect game right now outside of that one death top. Just been untouched, and it has such good matchups here.
Out of curiosity, going into this series, which team did you think looked better? Good call. jabs just bursted down, and he couldn't even get off the culling blade. It was such fast damage. Caught him midway through his Fury swipes.
That's where you alt click his code of blood stacks and go, what were you doing, brother?
Yeah.
Too much damage for his own good.
The overpower makes short work of the Ursa, and that'll delay his blink dagger.
I mean, to answer your question, I felt like Nemesis honestly looked pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I think they looked a little better than Boom, but
and that was the report that I heard from like teams. Teams were kind of saying like, okay, Nemesis is actually kind of legit.
They took some games and had very close games towards winning some series. So you can argue maybe they're not the worst 0-3 team that could exist right now.
Yeah, and I think it's funny. It's just they're in an interregional matchup. Like,
yeah, that's unfortunate.
Everything kind of goes out the window when you're matched up against somebody from a team from your own region. I mean, you've been in a number of those North American derbies.
I mean, you can be a premier team, but you can lose to some straight trash from your own region. That's just a law of Dota. Everything goes out the window. You know, teams will just drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. That's a tough ask.
There's that Devil's Bargain into play. Raven sells his Midas for an early pipe pickup. So we'll see if they actually try and make a move with this pipe.
Solid pipe game in the early portion.
In the early portion, yeah.
I don't think it's scaling crazy here or anything, but
which for me says like you really want to fight for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, if I'm going pipe here on the Doom off the bargain, I want to get some team fight going. Otherwise, you're not gearing up for late game with pipe here. Got to have some extra packet. I was just about to say packet loss. You got to have a little packet loss in a C match. You know, just Valve just wanted them to feel like they're at home. You know,
I mean that's probably right at home. You're talking about packet loss to Australia server.
That's true. Yeah.
4,000 net worth lead for Boom, as mostly coming from
the
this
Dusa.
Success of. I would say it's the success of the offlane. It's coming from the net worth difference from the Dusa, but that's because the Ursa is so shut down because the offlane went so well for Boom.
Double melee did pretty damn good.
It went disgustingly well for them considering their matchup against an Ursa silencer.
You have 2K on this Dusa relative to the carry, and the other 2K is kind of coming from the two supports relative to Nemesis supports right now.
Yep.
They just got way more off that map. That Pugna just got to sit mid forever, and then you get the kill in the Lesh of the tower. Now he's mega farmed. Full Force Staff plus Cloak already done. This Pugna's going to be a beast. He's going to have Force Glimmer plus level 12 here very shortly. Pretty insane position for a first pick support hero that has been owning the tournament.
Yeah, this hero is kind of out of control as a support if you give it that extra net worth.
At least Nemesis have some direct answers to it. You have Doom with some anti-healing, you have some jump, you have Silencer to counteract him on the backline, and you have another silence AoE-wise with the Muerta. Like, in theory, you did draft to deal with the Pugna, so even if he's very farmed, could still pose some problems to Johnwell, but
do they
again,
have
that has to
anti-heal?
come in the team fight.
Oh, you mean Doom?
Yeah,
right,
they have
right,
Doom.
right. Yeah. I was looking for any sort of spirit vessel or something.
He's getting greedy with the blast.
Trying to sandwich. And a very successful move, at least the start. Their easy kill on Johnwell. Can they catch Armel, though? Raven, he can get off the Doom if he really wants to, and he's going to try for it.
This is not enough damage on its own. He needs a little more.
The chase is going to go way too far. The call on it, too. He just pulls up the Ursa again. Oh, he thought he was going to be able to get there to help get the kill on the Void Spirit, but simply too greedy from Nemesis. Tried way too hard to get that pickup, and Raven has just let the rest of the team off a cliff.
That was one of those Dooms, the second it went out, you knew it was not going to end well. It was just stretching way too far, especially with utility already out on the Pugna. Like, you can bail heroes out of this Doom early. You need Lesh in those kind of fights. Like, that's where the damage is going to come from in a chase scenario like that. Overreach from Nemesis. They're going to pay a massive price around the map. Another haste rune for Armel to add a little insult to injury. Pick up one more for his trouble and add to his vessel charges.
I mean, Jink doing a very admirable job of trying to delay his death, but it is inevitable. And look at that, Boom. 2030, time to finish up Tormentor with this fresh butterfly.
Jackie is so bad this game. Even got some stacks for your axe. I mean, these calls from Jabs have been on point. He has caught the overpowered Ursa twice now.
Yes.
And you just insta-burst yourself. This matchup gets better for Ursa, but the early game has been miserable for Akashi. Just can't enter these fights. And again, you point towards which of these cores do you want in these engagements with the Doom? You rather have the Lesh there than the Ursa in this early game. Or at least the Ursa coming in way later.
Oh, they're going to get here. They can't stop him from taking the Wisdom Shrine, but Jabs will make sure that Raven dies a second time in the last minute.
That is also back-to-back deaths after that pipe purchase.
Yeah,
Really
you're
hurting your
getting no
itemization
value out of this early team fight item pickup.
Feels like Nemesis are just unsure of where to strike right now, and that is where I go to the draft. Who is the clear initiator in this lineup? Who wants to go in first and start the action? Unless your Lesh Blink just snowballed out of control, which was not the case, you're stuck in a game like this, where it's just Jabs and Tims running around the map, making moves, starting easy kills, and all you can do is farm and try and get to some later scaling items here.
And that's really awkward because I feel like that style can work of counter initiation, but they do not have a clear save, right? Axe makes that jump. They can kind of respond with the global or respond with the calling or a dead shot or something, but they don't have that something that guarantees the hero that gets jumped is going to live.
There's a jump. That's a big find.
Yeah, they didn't even necessarily have to use the global sounds there. Pops it towards the end to ensure it. Oh, no, not the
Not again.
Not again. Oh! Jabs is relentless, man. He just watched the 5-man squad of Nemesis kill his Void Spirit, and he didn't give a damn. He wants that Ursa, and he wants him dead.
He has had his number. He has punched it 3 times now. That is a lot of stacks early on, getting these chops. Extra armor will go a long way in this game. It's such an early BKB, too.
Early BKB, now he's going to go back for the shard with the maxed out battle hunger he has and the extra armor stacks.
Straight scaling, man. This is a great position on this hero. You're about to put an Aegis straight onto your Adusa. And it was all such a good opening for Nemesis. They finally get that silence connection onto this Void Spirit, who's been really annoying around those power runes, only to end up instant losing your Ursa into Aegis on Medusa. Nightmare scenario.
That should have been an opening for them to take the first Roshan.
Yep. Like, you have the Ursa lineup. Those big core kills around the river should open up this objective. Instead, you end up paying a massive price. That Scotty is coming out fast here.
Yeah, he's already got one of the components.
And that is an incredible power spike for Boom if they get there with this Aegis intact. You cannot fight that if Nemesis. You have to split push. You have to find some pickoffs around the map. You have to find a way to slow this game, stall it out right now. And Boom are gearing up for the high ground. You're going to have Solar Crest plus extra utility on the Tiny. He did not go the initiation route. Sucks to try and find stuff around the map. Great if you're just balling up behind the Dusa and pushing objectives. So it'll pay off here if you can force high ground early.
I think Nemesis lineup is also not that good at split pushing at this point, right? It's like Doom, Ursa, Lesh.
They don't pressure towers very well. You can do it a little bit, but rather just be killing people. And if Boom group, you're not going to find the pickoffs here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The question is, will Boom go for that group, go for that high ground push in this Aegis timing? They're certainly taking out all the tier 2s early, but there's no more tier 2s left. Are you willing to dare a high ground push? They're already setting up for it. Jabs with the Glimmer, looking for the pickoff that would make it a lot easier for them.
I think you wait Dusa Scotty here. That's kind of your green light. He's so close.
Yeah, there's no reason not to wait for that Scotty at this point.
But I would be very tempted to force high ground. Kind of tricky with first Roche. You don't get these banners, but absolutely doable when you have a hero like this and you have Pugna for some sustain. Dusa doesn't necessarily need the sustain, but throw it on to somebody else here. And this is not an easy Aegis for Nemesis to fight. Their lineup does not deal well with heroes having 2 lives. They got baited.
Oh, baited by an illusion. And the Scotty, it's on its way with a Siege Wagon push.
Oh, yeah.
This really couldn't be more ideal for Boom.
This timing is way too fast for Nemesis to deal with.
Decrepify to help protect the wave. Siege Wagon
for the
stays
flank.
up. The tier 3 is already gone. The flank is coming in with the smoke. Jabs, they're going to try and jump onto him. Do make the jump, but he's already got off the BKB. They doom him as well.
He's
They
dead.
throw everything they have to be able to take out this axe. But is it going to be worth it for them? They jump in, but can they get out? Mac is going to be caught by Armel, and with the Manta, quickly switches him off, and Jackie is still untouched in the middle of this. So even if you could get back to your base, what is going to be left of your base when Jackie is done with it?
Did not get enough off that flank. You needed at least 2 or 3 heroes to convert it into a teamfight win. This Dusa is an absolute beast.
Straight to another one. One lane of barracks down at 26 minutes. The Jack boys want some more.
You just have to watch it happen. You don't have Doom. You can't really take fights on the back end. I mean, you can look for a quick support kill. It's tough. These are tanky supports to bring down.
Fresh item pickup is Shivas for the Doom. I don't think it'll make that much of a difference, but we'll see. Ursa jumped onto an illusion. They actually thought that the real Dusa was pushed forward like that? I don't even understand. Now the Gorgon's Grass goes out, catching Raven. Raven with his fresh Shivas just going to be chopped down. A toss forward of the Deuce into the rest of the team. Jack Boys is actually going to be losing his first life here.
Is he?
Healed up. Pugna actually keeps him alive, so...
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
I guess...
Shot missed too. I mean, he doesn't even care if he goes down here. A minute left on this Aegis. Whatever, that's just a free refill.
Yeah, force Nemesis to make another initiation.
In fact, I think you'd rather have this Aegis go down.
Outside of the base.
Yeah, then get caught in a fight with it expiring or some weird situation. You don't get the full mana refill. He's just too powerful for his own good.
Kinda is. But it makes me think that Nemesis, the only way out of this situation is to smoke out and try and hit him while the Aegis expires. But they are not in a position to do so.
Marvel at the spectacle.
I mean, is there anything coming in for Nemesis? Trying to get a Sight device on Mac? That's so far out. Raven can sell his Midas, but he really won't have that much for an important item. Basher on Akashi.
There's really not much. The Bash on the Ursa is going to be the biggest one because maybe you can just jump this Pugna and burst him down with a clutch Bash. It'll open up the fight a lot if you can find John Well in the back end.
He is slippery. Tumbler
Yeah,
Toy,
not
an Aether Lens, and a Glimmer Cape. He's not an easy
But
grab.
that is your recipe to winning a team fight. You jump the Pugna, take him down, and you doom either Void Speed or Axe. And if you can take 2 of those 3 out of the fight, you have a window to kind of kite this Dusa and kill the rest. It's got to be very quick, though. You have a solid angle here with your cores. And you can also try and all in this Dusa. That is a risky gamble.
I mean, he already popped the Diabolic Edict. I guess maybe got tagged by the Nether Ward, so he wasn't able to make the blink play. I don't know what that blink play was.
I mean, you gotta go. You gotta do something.
I mean, you certainly just can't be giving up Megas before the 30-minute mark.
Without a fight, too.
Somebody's got to make the call. Akashi, he makes the jump forward. Global Sound's going to be used. Doom. They go for the play of all-laning the Dusa. They have not done enough, and the Ursa is gone. Jabs will catch him one more time to end this game, and a Culling Blade on the way out to finish up the Leshrac, and Nemesis, they call it. Sure, there was some lag, but there's just not enough lag in the world to stop what has just happened inside of your base.
I mean, Dusa just plays through it anyway. This hero just stands there, tanks everything, kills everything. It was a very solid pick. Like, Nemesis don't have good answers to the Dusa timing. They either needed to find a way to slow this Dusa down in the laning phase with multiple kills, some sort of, you know, chaos Dota, super fast, rampant gameplay. Their heroes are just not really built for that, other than the Blink Lesh going uber ham around the map. And again, I just don't think the draft is really set up to do that. He doesn't have the best help to do it, and his targets to jump on are extremely tanky. And they all tanked up very quickly.
18-8, a rough start for Nemesis in an elimination match.
Very much domination coming out from Boom Esports in this game 1 of this best of 3. Does give Nemesis a chance to strike back in that second game, but let's first break down that game number 1, because there were a lot of things that went well for Boom Esports. I do want to focus on that first, Lizard, as it felt a fairly smooth game for them.
Yeah, it definitely did. Even the things that I thought are going to go really wrong for them, like the laning stage perhaps against the Ursa, it truly didn't feel that way. Sure, they might have lost an axe once, but overall, the Tiny did his job. He pulled, but not only did he take the creeps away, but they also managed to kill the Ursa a couple of times. On the flip side, of course, Ursa did create some space for himself with some rotations on the Medusa. However, I don't think that they pressed the tempo nearly as hard as they needed to with the Lash. Eventually, this Medusa just hit her timings, and that was it.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think they had opportunities. I think this game Nemesis to hit certain timings. We saw the Dominator and Pipe coming out from Doom pretty early, and Lash also had a decent game. So I feel like they could have forced the issue a little bit more. Perhaps going into Roshan a bit earlier with that Pipe, or trying to go S5 and force a fight somewhere. But at the end of the day, you don't really have an easy way of starting that fight. Like, it has to be around an objective, like Roshan or the Tormentor, for example, or Boom will just not take the fight against you, right? So they're going to dodge the Pipe timing. So in that way, it's also not the easiest task for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I must agree. I think with this Ursa last pick, they basically put all their eggs in one basket and made their team fighting aspect like a little bit more lackluster. The initiation is just missing. And to me, if I just look at these both drafts next to each other, to me, the Boom Esports draft just seems much more streamlined. You wait for the user to get 3 or 4 items. You have the initiation of both the Axe, the Tiny, even the Void Spirit. You have a casual partner who secures laning station, always will have his impact, and even make the Ursa like cause Ursa troubles and kite him. To me, drafting-wise, it just seemed like a huge diff, honestly.
It was just so much easier to execute, to play the game, right? And then in the end, you had the Medusa to carry you anyway. Meanwhile, on the other side, I feel like when you look at these 5 heroes, it's just the Muerta that can kinda initiate once she goes for a toss, but even that isn't, like, if you're counting on that to be your main source of initiation, the game is rough.
Just not reliable.
Yep.
No, it was not reliable, and that did mean that Boom Esports had a fairly smooth game 1 here, with our standout player being Jabs on his Axe. He did get the last pick for his team, and it worked out beautifully. I feel like, actually, it almost covered every single thing that we want an offlaner to tick, Misery, because that's something that we were drastically lacking from that Doom, which you already talked about in the draft, that was a factor that we're going to look at and we were going to lack on the side of Nemesis, potentially.
Yeah, I think it was a tough Doom game in general. Like, you have to fill so many roles for your team there, and you're already playing into a bad matchup against Doom. However, the Axe, I think it's much easier for him to play, because he just has his job is much simpler, right? He needs to get his items. He has a Tiny in his lane to pull waves for him, and yeah, you see it here. It's not necessarily that Jabs played better than Raven. It's mostly just the nature of their heroes just in this matchup. Just much easier for Jabs to execute, but yeah, I think Raven did the right thing, going for Dom, going for Pipe, but then the team didn't really. They were not on the same page. You see, he sold the Pipe, but he had it at some point in this game. But I don't think they really used it even once. So that was the main issue. Also, I think the Ursa last pick perhaps didn't really come into fruition. We saw him die 3 or 4 times to the Axe alone. So yeah, that was not the solution.
That was not the solution. I think, Stormstormer, you've got some proof of that.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to highlight the same that you just said, Misery. I think we saw 2 moments, or at least 3, where Jabs basically just got the call. This year, I think, was the biggest moment for Nemesis. They got the pipe timing on Doom they're facing, but here you can see Ash gets a double call, kills Ursa in, I didn't even see 1.5 seconds or something, and this will happen later again. And this just shows basically that the last pick did not really work out, or the way of fighting for Nemesis is getting a bit complicated. I think here this script is going to happen again, that Ursa's going to get found by the Axe eventually. Here we can see it, yeah, and he just dies from 1 call. If he doesn't press the enrage too fast, I mean, I cannot react to this call timing with enrage, and he certainly couldn't. So I think it just really shows like the ease of execution. I mean, we are repeating ourselves here, but this is basically it, right? The ease of execution for the Dire draft in comparison to the Radiant draft.
Was this? Oh, sorry, go for it.
Just want to highlight the last little play by Jabs there on the last kill on Ursa. He was there waiting for the Ursa to click on overpower, right? Because if you call the Ursa without that on, he's not gonna die. He's just gonna hit him slowly, right? So he waited. He was actually that's good play.
Yeah, Jabs played really well that game.
He really did. And it makes me wonder that this game, and we talk a lot about the ease of execution on the side of Boom, and obviously they played well as well. And on the side of Nemesis, they didn't have the tools to deal with this. Where did they go wrong? Because we've agreed Axe might not have been the best pick there at the end, but maybe it already went wrong with the Doom. Because that, as an offlaner, didn't play out well.
I feel like their team needed a different offlane or a position 4 to combo well, to combo a little bit better with everyone. It's easy to speak from hindsight. Maybe they could have played their game a bit better, a bit faster with the Doom pipe, but still, then you're just putting yourself in a situation in which you are forced to kind of snowball. You can't really get pickoffs that easily. You have to force objectives to force fights, because if you aren't forcing objectives, they won't fight you. And they don't really care because they have Medusa anyway. So it's in their interest not to take your fights, right? So you needed something different. Not a Doom, you needed something perhaps like a Mars, some AoE control that can set up a perimeter and force them to fight. In hindsight, of course, it's easy.
Oh yeah, it's easy.
I think the main oversight is that you forgot about the Medusa matchup, right? You already have the Leshrac, you already have 2 supports, you picked the Moira and the Silencer with the Doom Lesh, so you basically have nothing against Medusa, and you left it in the pool. It's not, it used to be a thing like 3 to 6 months ago. This matchup was very common back then. We haven't seen it much in the last several months, I think, so maybe they just forgot about it again. But that was the main oversight for me, at least. The last pick was hard. We discussed it during the draft that it was not a simple pick to salvage at that point.
It was definitely not, and it's definitely going to be something that Nemesis is going to have some talks about right now, or potentially they put all their talks and all their focus into that upcoming game number 2, which I hope they will do. And I'm sure one of the leading voices in these talks is going to be the main veteran on the team, and we're going to listen to him talk right now as well. It is, of course, Raven, who sat down with PVISION earlier.
Hello, I'm here with Raven from Team Nemesis. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
So, you've been to a lot of TIs before.
Yeah.
But you've got 3 lads on the team. This is their first TI. Yeah. What have you said to them to prepare them for this?
For me, I always say to them that in LAN tournaments, we need to adapt faster because some teams are really good. And because we cannot study them for long, so I just keep saying to them that we need to adapt fast.
Just be quick?
Just be quick, yes.
Okay. How did you guys prepare for this TI? Like, what was your boot camp? What was the setup?
So we boot camp, we go here early, like 2 weeks before. So we boot camp here, practice a lot of Euro teams and pub here. And I think we're pretty doing good.
Cool. How would you describe, obviously, it's a bit different. I've asked a lot of the teams, how has your season been? But this organization has only existed since March, I think.
Yeah.
So it's obviously been a bit of a difficult year in some ways, but how has it been since March with this team?
I think for me, I think we just get lucky that the players that we have is really skilled and high MMR for me. Even it's like 4 months, it's pretty easy for us to improve and be as a team.
Yeah. And how did you put the team together? Who was responsible for getting
So our manager contacted me. He said he wants to get a team with me. So I poached a lot of players, and then these players that I have just accepted me. So I'm just really grateful for them too.
So are these guys that you knew from playing C Dota and just?
Yeah, I think I just got lucky, you know, because Mac got kicked. So he's my friend. So hey, you want to play with me? I keep poaching them.
Right.
Akashi, he got kicked also. I poach him also. So I think we just get lucky.
But you're happy with the way the team is set up? Do you think, like, what are your expectations?
I think for me, I like the players. I don't really understand why they get kicked, because for me, they're very skilled.
Right.
And they're young. I mean, Akashi is young, but Maka is not. So
yeah.
I think they still have potential. So that's what I saw it in it. So I just try that I can get them. So yeah.
And what are your expectations for TI as a team? Obviously, brand new team, really. What are you hoping to achieve?
In this tournament, I think my expectation is just to go to playoffs. That's our main goal. And maybe after that, we can think about else.
Cool. What is the chemistry like on the team? Are you guys Do you have fun? Are you bonded well? Is everybody super focused? Like, how does it feel?
When it's time to be serious, we're serious, and when it's time to be fun, it's really fun with these people. Yeah.
They're a good bunch.
Yeah.
What do they do that's funny?
We're always laughing. We're always teasing each other, and but sometimes it's sometimes it's like too much. But
Okay.
we have Scam now that he can always that's too much, guys. So,
So he controls the band.
He controls us.
What do you think about the current meta in Dota? How does it suit you?
For me, I really like the meta because other heroes have certain playstyles, and certain heroes. I think other teams really have different playstyles at all, and I think for me it's very balanced patch.
So, what is your plan in terms of the top heroes at the tournament so far? Which do you think are the top heroes in the meta?
I think the top heroes gonna be a lot of animal heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like zoo.
It's zoo
Yeah.
heroes. So because the certain item, this Domi right now is very annoying. So I think it's gonna be a lot of Domi.
A lot of dummy. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you, and best of luck, Raven. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you.
Nemesis might be 0-3 here, but in 2 of their series earlier, they were able to force out that third game to a series, and we're of course all hoping that they can do the same thing here, make this one competitive against Boom Esports, who I'm sure is hoping for a 2-0. We'll see how that will play out, but I do want to focus here on the team that is with their backs against the ropes, because one loss here now for them, and it is all over for the road to the international. So what should they do? Got 3 analysts asked that very question to Stormstormer. You're in the booth with them, you're in the room with them. What are you going to tell them? How are they going to win game number 2?
So, I mean, the first place, of course, that everybody's feeling good and everybody's in a good mental state, which I think they will be. They got, like, the coach with them, and as we just heard from the interview, like, they're quite a happy bunch of people, so
Yeah.
I got no doubts about that. And then secondary, talking about, I would just really focus on the draft, what they can adjust. For me, personally, it depends also what the drafting order is going to be, if it's going to be second pick for them again, but I would like to see a little bit cleaner way how to take team fights, how to take objectives, how to force the threat on the enemies. To me, the opener with Silencer into Lashrak showed some weaknesses in the way that, like, there's no real initiation, there's no real frontliner, and later other heroes have to compensate for that. But what happened is that Boom actually drafted in a really clever way. They took the Tiny themselves, which was one of the best post 4s. There's not many more melee post 4s in the pool that can do that job that was required. And then they were kind of with their backs against the wall, and that's why I think they went for this Doom route. I forgot the second hero right now. What was it? Doom Muerta, exactly. And I think they just had too many holes in the draft, basically. I think if they can build a little bit, like, a better fundamental, like, well, I lost myself.
A framework, maybe?
Yeah, a better
Yeah.
framework to, like, with less holes and easier way to last pick, also maybe Akashi's hero. I think they're already better, like, way more set up for success.
Just have everything checked, right? Like stuns checked, team fight, AoE control checked, instead of the
Initiation.
way they initiation, very important as well.
I agree. Having ways to start a fight is so important in Dota. Like, even like as a concept, we saw it last game too. If you cannot really kill the enemy heroes, you're slowly going to be put down on the map. You're slowly going to lose map control because you're scared of them jumping you, right? But you cannot jump them. So I think there's something very important for them going into this game, is that they have ways of starting a fight, ways of killing heroes, ways of setting up plays around the map. They were lacking that badly last game.
They were, I would imagine, I don't know this for sure, but I would imagine that maybe the pick order is also probably going to be different in game 2 as the priority is shifted. So that does mean that we're going to maybe have Nemesis on first pick, and we have kind of, it's not the same for every team, and it's still a little bit different, but first pick generally is getting the upper hand in the draft, especially.
It is. This morning I was actually checking, and I think the win rate is quite significant in favor of first pick. I think it's like 53, 54%. It was this morning at least. Maybe it switched in the previous couple of series, but of course it forces the enemy's hand, the enemy teams, to perhaps ban out some of your best heroes plus Marcy.
Yeah.
Right? Like they need to think about what you're good at, plus they need to get rid of the heroes that are considered the strongest at the moment. And so far I feel like the teams have demonstrated that they do have the upper hand with first phase.
Something about the pick order that I was thinking about is that when you are second pick, you see one hero and then you can counter that hero with one pick, right? The problem is that they get to ban 2 heroes afterwards, right? So that basically you cannot pick a combo. They get to ban. Like if you pick what do they pick? Silencer. Now they get to ban 2 heroes that they feel like works really well with Silencer.
Exactly.
Right? And it's the same with, I think it was Nigma yesterday who thought about picking IO Marcy, for example, but they wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't be able to pick IO first pick or second pick because Marcy would get banned, right? So that's kind of a weakness, is that you have to reveal something that then leads into 2 bans. Right, so I think that's a big problem for second pick in general to solve.
Yeah, I love what you mentioned here, because I actually also think that the combination of picks and bans is actually what makes first pick so strong. It's not only this pick order that you just talked about, but the first stage, but I think also in the second stage, we just saw it right here, right? The 18 pick, the Medusa, later gets covered by 2 additional bans that just make the pick so strong. And at the very last pick, on the 24 pick, on second pick, usually you don't really have that many good left S tier pool heroes left in the pool that you can really use to abuse your strong position. Yeah, you do see 9 heroes picked already, but usually it doesn't really work out like that.
As a cheese hero picker, I absolutely 100% agree. It's also that you get those 2 bans to cover the hero that you just picked, right? But also this last pick just isn't as potent anymore. It feels like there are no crazy gacha picks.
No.
Like, at least at this tournament right now, we're not seeing them. Like, we aren't seeing a Huskar, a Meepo, an Arc Warden.
But I will say it depends per team, because we did see the Tinker obviously come out as a carry, and I'm sure that there's going to be some other teams that have some weird carry in the back of their heads as well, or on their radar. I will also say that when we just saw the graph, the 2 heroes that stood out to me most, that were uncontested in that previous draft, we had the Sand King and the Earthshaker. We saw that win rate when picked in first phase. Both of those heroes I kind of always have put in a similar type of role, because they are pretty easy to figure out what you want to do with them, easy to execute heroes potentially in terms of game plan anyway. Both of them could be working just fine as an overall first pick. Why aren't these teams considering them?
Could just be like the comfort is like not really fitting them. Maybe they had their own strategy. They obviously did the preparation, right? After the Pugna was picked, the Silencer was picked quickly after.
Yeah.
So they had something prepared and in mind, but it also did not work out. And also what happens to many teams in this stage when your back is against a wall, that for some teams, they try to minimize the hero pool to really only play what they're comfortable with, which honestly, most of the cases is not a good thing, because you still have to be flexible to be able to pick what is necessary.
Well, I'm going to be saying that we have a little bit of a situation. I was going to see a change. It is a change, as then we don't see it swap, but it's not a change because we have exactly the same as last game, where Nemesis is second pick and Radiant, and Boom is first pick and Dire. So one of these 2 teams is prioritizing being on the side they are on right now, which leads to this situation. Does mean that everything we theory crafted about being first pick kind of doesn't really apply to Nemesis. They must feel comfortable in getting that overall last pick and being Radiant at the same time.
Right. Seems that they do think that Pugna was the biggest issue, at least when it comes to the opener of the draft. That's the difference here that I see, right? Like Pugna is the only thing different in the first phase of bans.
I mean, Pugna was a big issue last game. He had such a good game, took down all the towers. We saw him starting to chip down the tier 2 bottom, and he was level 11, I think. He was very farmed last game. And by the way, there's the Earthshaker that you mentioned.
It is.
Beastmaster also being banned out. Another hero we didn't mention yet is the Disruptor, which is the most picked hero so far at the Road to International. And it's banned out first phase here.
He kind of flew under the radar for us, at least, right? Like in our series yesterday that we were covering, Disruptor wasn't necessarily picked too many times, but yeah, most contested hero right now.
Shaker has a 73% win rate.
It's a lot.
So for the Road to TI, that's actually pretty mad.
This hero just does it all, right?
Yeah.
And he's flexible too. I feel like on the mid lane, this hero has looked amazing so far, but today as well, we saw XXS just take it to the off lane and do so much work with the Shaker anyway.
Can I sidetrack us a tiny bit? Because Nemesis in the previous game, they banned out Gyrocopter, and I kind of, on hindsight now that I'm thinking about it, I didn't really get it. Is that a hero we should be having on our radar for this game, or why the ban on the gyro? Why was he so highly prioritized?
It's a good question. I mean, I think maybe they expected some other things to come out of Boom, perhaps. Maybe they didn't expect the Pugna first pick. Maybe they had some different plan. I think maybe they thought to pick Enigma, like we talked about.
Yeah.
And then they see the Pugna and they're like, we want to pick Enigma into Pugna. It's I'm not sure about that, but it's they definitely moved on from that idea here. There's no gyrocopter.
Teams do enjoy banning out Jackie's heroes. Like historically, it has happened, but let's see. This matchup, by the way, Shaker into Quap Stormer. It doesn't feel bad for Quap, or am I wrong?
It's definitely Quap favorite on mid. I mean, the longer it goes, the easier it gets for him, especially when you have the third point at Shadow Strike on level 5. Usually Shakers get bullied out, so this is also the idea behind this. But then again, of course, the Shaker can be flexed to other roles, right?
Can the Quap not be flexed as well?
The Queen of Pain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume so. So it's also nicer from the second pick side off, because you can flex it to the very end, right? That's the strength, actually, of second pick, that if you can flex a hero to the ultimate 24 pick, then the enemy has to reveal where they flex their heroes first to, and you can adjust strain. And we also see that the Queen of Pain is protected by a puck, so now from the mid lane, the most obvious counter is also taken up.
And they get the bat, which is also kind of not that great into Puck, I guess, on the mid lane, so you can switch these two if needed, right? Like, sure, Puck is banned out. I'm just saying that Bat mostly supports for them, but they can swap it, right? Like, it's still very flexible.
I think this is Jing's maybe most played hero, or at least one of them, most comfort heroes. So I would assume this is the 4 Bat. Of course, you could still end up putting it mid down the line, but there's the Abaddon. Very good right here. Can remove both the Napalm and all the Bat Rider stuff, basically, and then the Shadow Strike as well.
It's crazy. When Queen of Pain just started being picked, people were picking her even as a position 1 into Abaddon offlane. Like, they didn't care about your Photic Shield. They didn't care about the fact that you can deal with it. But yeah, right now, I feel like the hero did get nerfed a little bit, and it's a pretty good pick into the Quap.
Is this a Team's Mirana?
Yeah, I think so.
Because they play it as 4, right? Or has Tim's let go of it and will Januel play it?
Oh, actually, they're both.
Because both can play it.
Historically, been playing this hero quite a lot, so I think maybe it's a flexible hero right now for them.
I just in my head have like Tim's Mirana is like really fun to watch, like trigger moment just now.
It definitely is, and it's so off meta, right? And there's one hero that I'm really keeping my eyes on right now for Boom, for Amel, and that is the Ember Spirit. It's exceptional against both Queen and Bat Rider, and very good with Mirana. This might be a pick that we might look at later. But first, of course, Nemesis heroes Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, the good old chains arrow combo as well, right? But why I like Dawnbreaker here as well is, especially now with the clock pickup, is like you have so much setup for your ulti.
I mean, this Mirana hero here is very strong. Like, if you think about it, it's so hard to kill this guy in the game. Now you pick Clock as well. Like, he's very good. If you put him as a 5, he's playing as Bat Rider 4, probably, right? He's going to have a very easy time there, I think. And then against Clock, it's also one of the old school counters to Clock in a 4 role. Just pick Mirana. You're never really going to get caught by this guy in the cogs. You don't care about battery result too. So I'm a bit curious about this Clock pick. It's probably mainly because of the Earthshaker, but still.
They also pick these heroes like super quickly. They still have 1 minute 45 seconds left, and usually this is the phase where the teams use the majority of the reserve time for, because later on the bats, the picks, like in the last stage, get a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah. You do have ways of killing heroes this game, generally. Like, you have ways of starting the fight with Lasso, with the Clock hook. But I don't see the innate synergy between these heroes too much. It's a lot of skirmishes. You're gonna have to fight a lot. But there's not this like team fight, this like direct synergy between their heroes right now. They don't have a clear win condition either.
I feel like maybe they overcompensated a little bit from game number 1 into game number 2 when it comes to
like, we want to be able to initiate.
Yeah, here you go. Everything.
Everyone can. With that in mind, by the way, Stormstormer, do you still feel like there is a potential for that Queen of Pain to be flexible, or are we now pretty locked in for that in the mid lane with the Dawn on the off?
I do still think that it's... I think there's a tendency that it will go mid, because also the puck ban kind of leads into that. If Boom now would have picked a mid, like I would have, for example, still liked the Ember Spirit a lot, they could have thought about flexing it. But now especially, I think Nemesis has 2 bans left. They will just commit both for those to protect the Queen of Pain. I would assume an Ember ban +1, and then the Queen of Pain is free to go to mid lane. And this Morphling pick, Boom has picked it a couple of times. Also yesterday, they played it against Bet Boom. Looked quite good there. Against there was against Pure's Lifestealer. Here it's against basically no counters. It has always been a counter to Batrider, Dawnbreaker, and also Queen of Pain is a great morphling target. I definitely like this pick for Jackie.
And once again, same like Mirana, you don't really care about clock, right? Like another one of those heroes that truly never threatens you. So a very good pickup from Boom. They just have to secure it properly. When it comes to the last few bans, they banned out the Doom, of course, one of the worst heroes to play into.
Yeah, and Nemesis needs a win condition, I would say, like quite badly here.
Definitely.
Something that ties it all together. On the other hand, Boom, I feel like they need to figure out where this Mirana's going, where this Earthshaker's going. Maybe if they want to put Earthshaker on a 4-roll, perhaps even, or they just want to put it mid against Quap and just tank that lane. The thing about Earthshaker mid is that you can't just stack those Ancients for him, right? And then he recovers by clicking Echo Slam. So I think you don't have to make any crazy adjustments here, in my opinion. You can just put the Shaker mid and then pick another strong support here. And I think your lineup is scaling really well into Nemesis right now.
How dead is Drow for Nemesis?
I think
as a hero into Morphling.
I think very dead, but
Very
maybe against
dead.
Morphling doesn't merit it.
You could run some
the
kind of
clock,
draw with the
right?
clock. It's not it's not the worst, but I still think it's not that easy to win the game in the end. Like the game's gonna drag on, and then it's still problematic. Okay, so they pick another mid, I guess here, and
so is this
could be Abaddon 5 as well, and a Shaker 3. Could be Shaker 4 and Abaddon 3.
That's true, actually.
And there's a Terrorblade. Is that a good win condition for Nemesis?
It's definitely the archetype hero that you need. Matchup into Morphling is, I don't know how that goes nowadays. It's like
It's all right.
Decent, I guess.
Yeah, it used to be all right for Morphling back in the day with the shotgun builds and whatnot. But I feel like if you need a carry that can win you the game, Terrorblade is almost always a safe option. It's Tim's Shaker in the end, by the way. So we'll
that's
be
another
seeing.
signature.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's a dual melee offlane. I mean, I must say on first sight, I like the Nemesis stuff much more in comparison to what they had last time. You can clearly see they have initiation, they have follow-up, they have a good mix between magic damage and physical damage, also the shadow push coming out from the Terrorblade. On the other hand, I still think it's a pretty good Morphling game. I'm not 100% sure also about the Morphling TV matchup, but I just see there's not really like any instant control coming out except besides the lasso, basically. And I think Jackie Boys can be quite scary in this one.
It's hard to see how Morphling dies unless he gets, Sonic Wave from Fog or something like that. It's quite hard, I think, if he's a good lane to kill this Morphling right now. I think the game's gonna drag on by the nature of like Mirana and like all the games we've seen nowadays. So even if Nemesis has a good early game, I do think that Boom can drag on and get the items that they need on their heroes. So I would favor Boom again, but I like Nemesis more than last game at least.
Okay, that's a good start, Lizard. I know that you probably are on board with the other two, but I do want to give Nemesis some more hope. So for everybody watching, rooting for them, what's going to win them this game?
TB can swallow this game. Like the tempo can be played. They have some good combos with the bad Dawnbreaker, clock Dawnbreaker as well. The lane itself is maybe one of the reasons why TB was picked. Reflection comes pretty handy versus these two melees. So yeah, I feel like TB can do it.
Right, we want them to start the fights this time around for Nemesis. Can they push back and force out a third game to this best-of-3 series, or will Nemesis be the first eliminated team here at the Road to the International? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Oh, I can promise you, Shiver, that they will be starting initiation. They will be starting fights. They have the initiation behind it. They've got Clockwork. They've got Dawnbreaker. They've got Batrider. They've even got a Quap in the mix. You said you didn't like the fact that they didn't have any initiation in Game 1. And they said, okay, we'll get 4 heroes to do that for you.
Hey, listen to the VOD. They adjusted.
Yeah, listen to Coach SVG.
And they overdid it.
They're about to go 0-2. I'm
they
sorry.
They should have picked less. It's too much initiation.
They really did all in on this.
They really compensated from that Game 1, which I don't. They really compensated from that Game 1, which I don't mind. I think it's way worse to have no initiation than too much. You know, as long as you still have other sources of damage and sustain and stuff in your draft, it works.
Yeah.
And I think it does suit, like, the C style of Dota to generalize it. I don't like generalizing regions, but I think if you look at C Dota, they tend to play better when they just have multiple ways to start fights. They can create some chaos. They can send people into the fights early. the fight goes on long. You have someone else jump in later. Like, having multiple jumpers just does a lot for a lot of these teams. It makes the game easier to play. You can make moves when you hit your timings. That was a big problem for Nemesis in that game 1. And this might be the last game they play here at this international. So they really have to step it up. Be aggressive, be confident. That's how you're going to win this game right here. You do not want to let Boom settle into this game 2 with a very scary scaling lineup with a very strong Morphling pick. And in my opinion, the best pick of the draft is Abaddon. Looks really good for Jabs. His lane might be a little tough, but man, they got this Abaddon versus Queen and Batrider. You're kind of good versus Dawnbreaker for a lot of the game until Dawn slowly outscales you. That's like whatever, but you mitigate a lot of his burst damage off his 2 spells. There's just so much to remove with the shield here. I feel like Nemesis have a big issue skirmishing into the Abaddon for a long time this game. If Jabs is there at the start, in the front line, shielding the Void Spirit, shielding the Morphling. It's just nasty.
I guess I mean, I didn't love their double melee matchup last time, and I like it even less this time around. Abaddon Earthshaker is even worse, in my opinion. Because at least Tiny has toss, right? He could do certain things like he was doing where he's tossing the Ursa away from himself and onto the silencer. The Axe has some pretty good aggression with the Battle Hunger. It's really annoying for the 5 position to play against Axes nowadays. Akashi actually got a deny on a bounty rune. So they got 2 bounty runes to the 1 on the side of Boom. So start off with advantage for Nemesis in this game too.
It's pretty nice. The one thing the Shaker can do is affect the lane equilibrium.
Yeah, we're going to see Tim's from behind the creep wave.
I honestly would...
There he goes.
I would be confident if I'm Boom here of getting out of this lane even. I think it's going to be difficult for Nemesis to extract an advantage with Clock terribly here, unless the Clock plays the first few waves super well, because you're going to affect equilibrium, you're going to draw back, and you can't really dive a Abaddon Shaker under the tower with this duo. At least you shouldn't be able to. Terrorblade does not pressure lanes too well when the lane's super far up very early. Like, you kind of miss some of your early meta potential. You might not even use it super early here, depending on where this wave ends up. And Clock also suffers when the equilibrium gets shoved very early because he can't run you down the lane. You can't really contest this melee support, who also went boots first because he's not playing the lane at a fair point. So I think Boom are going to get out of this lane. That's another reason I like the Abaddon pick. Like, the lane looks kind of tough on paper, but I think when you play it out, it ends up being better. I would like to see Nemesis put more pressure through their mid lane. The meta does come out bottom with a nice cog, so at least you caught Jabs once.
Nothing too crazy, though. Still has plenty of regen to work through. Mid matchup, this time we're going to have the Quap versus the Void Spirit.
Nemesis need to do a better job of using that Queen of Pain mid than they used Mac in the game 1.
Level 2 on Raven.
He's dead here eventually.
Yeah.
They want to commit to Chase.
I think he's close enough to hit that Starbreaker, and he is.
A lot of mana for Raven, but you'll absolutely take it. Does lose the Courier. That kind of sucks. However, First Blood, nice start for him. And I was going to say, I think Dawnbreaker's been Raven's best hero this tournament. Like, he's looked really good on it. And this is you got to remember, this is a carry player to the offlane fairly recently. A lot of times, the early success for those transitioning from that role to this other role is heroes that can scale well. Because carry players know how to scale. They know how to impact the game in the later portions. Dawnbreaker is one of those. You can fight early, you can contribute, you can go utility, but you can also just be a late game monster.
I would say also heroes that their movement around the map is simpler, right? When I play carry, I like playing Spectre because I have an ultimate that just allows me to impact the team fights in some way, and I don't actually have to think about my positioning on the map outside of just like farming safely, right? Same thing with Dawnbreaker, right? You just farm up, and then when the team makes some sort of play your ult can impact, you drop that ult.
Yeah. You just like griefing your team because you're bad at carry. I get it.
It's
a very fair point.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do when you're in a talent party that is entirely made of supports.
Oh, I thought you were saying Raven's griefing his team by picking carry offlaners that are simple to move around the map.
No, I think for him it'll work.
Commendable.
Commendable.
Not your Spectre pick. That's not commendable. That's reportable. I will say, looking at the John Wells' role in this game, like, he had a really nice game 1 on that Pugna. This looks a lot more difficult. He's kind of playing a 5 Mirana that got sidelined a bit in terms of draft priority because he has not the greatest setup here. Like, you have support Shaker, which is generally playing for himself. He's not setting up an arrow. the Void Spirit's your best setup, but your other 2 cores are doing nothing for you. Moonlight Shadow could be an impactful spell this game versus all the initiation from Nemesis. That's something to think about. They start trying to find people with Bat Rider Queen going in, and you're all Moonlight Shadowed. Can cause you some big problems.
He's got to be pretty happy with this lane setup, though, right? He's against Bat Rider and Dawnbreaker, and he has mobility from the 5 roll.
The mobility's nice. He's going to be hard to kill.
Yeah.
So if he can
not much
farm,
Bat Rider and Dawnbreaker can do once he got level 2.
This just might be one of those Mirana games where you don't try and do too much. You just kind of farm up and build some utility, and your impact in the game is bringing a lot of net worth to the team fights, being annoying to kill. You can't get rid of the utility.
Do like the Mirana Snake King, where he's just like playing in your jungle the entire time and just being a menace, breaking your smokes and seeing your movements.
I think that would work really well for them in this game. I think Nemesis do have the tempo advantage if they really can push it. A lot of that will come down to this laning phase. So far, laning phase going Boom's way a little. You have this Queen of Pain kind of suffering mid. This lane is not going amazing for Mac right now. I mean, he's laying into Armel, but the net worth
I thought you were talking about Armel, because Armel's the one who's about to die.
Here.
Wait a minute. Oh, does not hit the Remnant.
That would have been a
Jing
kill.
with the blood grenade. He's going to die to the neutrals instead of the blood grenade. Mac gets another dagger on him. He gets the shield back for it.
That's a triple ranged right there.
This is going to hurt to lose, but he doesn't really have too many other options here. As yet another dagger comes through. Will blink forward to finish him off. Junwell, he doesn't get the deny. Instead, he goes for the kill on the Mac and will manage to get that much for it.
Well, that definitely helps Mac here. Getting that kill. He was behind in net worth. That pushes him ahead. This Queen matchup can be really difficult for the Void Spirit at that like level 3 dagger point, and you're always looking for that Sonic Wave kill. This will guarantee he hits 6 well above the Void Spirit. He's almost a level ahead now. Big pressure point for Nemesis if they can use it here. I mean, I'm going back to mid when my Queen arrives here. I want to use Sonic Wave. Wherever Mac goes, support him, especially 6-minute power rune spawning. There's no reason to concede this.
Tims would be nice little pick off, and they'll find him. Harris is able to run him down with Battery Assault. Good matchup for the Clockwork, made even better by a mid who can capitalize on it.
See, if you make the right play, you get rewarded with the rune.
I don't think that's how that works.
Gabe knows. Knows when you're sleeping. Knows when you're awake.
He's not Santa Claus. Armel, again, stuck in a situation where all he can do is turn and fight, but this time around it works out for him. He gets level 6 and uses that to step through the Bat Rider and claim another kill. What a turn there, as Nemesis thought they were really going to keep Armel down with the second death in lane, but instead, he's now top net worth.
I don't think the idea was bad of pressuring the mid with the Sonic Wave, but I think you have to chip him a little bit there. This hero's just so tanky with Wand Bracer early. It's like 1100 HP. Just not enough damage. No deny coming out. The thing is, he did not miss off the Starstruck.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was hoping that the Starstruck would give him the miss
pretty
chance.
Unlucky in a way.
60%, 3 seconds.
At least the spirits are good in this elimination series. Another solid laning phase for Boom, though.
And another Helmet Dom.
Another Helmet Dominator. Well, think about it then. If a Baden gets Helmet Dominator and he gets... Oh, what an arrow connection there. That's a huge pickup around this mid lane. Again, just shutting Mac down. He's the lowest net worth core out of this lane phase by a decent margin after the failed Sonic Wave plus that death. Not good news for Nemesis. And this hero does not play well into a Baden. Like, the skirmish power is rough because he went to dagger build. You're throwing daggers, they get dispelled. That's a lot of your damage and chase down gone.
Yeah, he heavily committed. I feel like a lot of Quaps in this matchup would have gone 2 levels dagger. Dawnbreaker ult comes through. Can they do enough to get a kill? They've got Tims out of the situation. They're still trading 1-for-1 with double ultimates being dropped to get that Earthshaker kill. It is not an equal trade.
No, that's a big committal. It does win you the power rune here.
That's true.
Gets max of gold. Not the worst outcome, but it does feel like Boom are just skirmishing better around this mid lane right now. And they have 2 side laners free farming. You look at Sabaton and Morphling at the top of the chart. They're just vacuuming up this farm while you're stuck in this 3v3, 4v3 mid if the Dawnbreaker's joining. It's another free farm game for Jackie.
The Terrorblade and the Dawnbreaker are both keeping up in net worth in that regard.
For sure.
But yeah, the biggest discrepancy, that Quap very far behind. And then the two supports of Boom, quite the lead against their opponents as well.
Anyway, what if Jabs gets a Purge creep?
Or just double purges?
That's double. That's 2 Abaddons for the price of 1.
That's the stupidest thing you've ever said.
It's definitely not the stupidest.
I like that's what you're
Oh, the arrow
about
lands.
That. It did.
Okay. Nothing. Gentleman's agreement. We all back.
Kashi. It's really not working for you.
Yeah, what is
it's not working.
Okay. There's just no call that they're going through the gate from top?
I don't know. I mean,
that was bizarre.
Twice now we've got some sort of weird gate situation.
I mean, that's massive. That's a bad Terrorblade giving up a lot of assist gold into a free tier 1 with this Helm push. Nemesis really having trouble finding pressure points in these games. They're not really identifying the right numbers they need to bring to get these kills at the right points.
And another rune for Armel.
Another great rune, too.
Well, it's at about this point in time that Raven may have to put his carry pants back on because it is not looking good for the other course. That smile.
I mean, they're enjoying all this early game right now.
There's the Siege Wagon pushing in, and the offlaner behind you. Expect this mid tower to take some decent damage.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing. You win the laning phase with support Shaker, you've got to be happy about that.
Yeah.
Because this hero is a big payoff hero. Can still do a lot from this position as long as you don't fall behind and are getting run down on the map, which there was potential to have happened. Bat Rider Clock, this support duo can make Tim's life miserable in this game, but he's getting away with a lot right now. Team is swarming top. Looking at this tier 1. Any defense?
Yeah, I mean, they're showing so many heroes. They pop meta, I guess, to try and push the offlane tower on the other side, but you're probably not sticking around for very long.
This Helm for Jabs has done some work. 3 tier 1s down by 11.5 minutes. Nemesis having trouble finding an equal exchange. TPs are going to come through from Boom. They do not want to give this up for free.
No, they certainly shouldn't. Armel, he'll be the first one in. Catches Eris, who is trying to see some of these TPs. And he'll catch the Void Spirit, or be caught by the Void Spirit, rather. 5,000 net worth lead for Boom as a result.
It's a valuable kill for this Void Spirit. Again, more XP and time for Tim's just farming down here. Everything is coming up Boom right now. 5K gold lead.
There really hasn't been anything that's gone Nemesis' way the entire series, considering that scoreline.
And this Abaddon is just so strong in this game. The fact you take all these tier 1s, he can just sit on your side of the map. You can't kick him out. Another effective solo kill here from Armel with another power rune. Somebody stop the man.
And we're coming up on 14 minutes. The way that Boom is steamrolling this laning phase, I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be taking your Wisdom Shrine too.
I have a suspicion it might just be Jab sitting there going, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Might not even take the whole team.
In which case, I mean, the supports are still looking for 6. At least Eris is.
Just getting outmaneuvered here.
Not but point to a clockwork without a hookshot. He's got it now, thanks to soaking away some of the experience from Akashi farming Ancients.
I mean, your comeback potential lies in your spell power. Got to combine these ultimates. The hookshot, the Solar Guardian, the Sonic Wave, Lasso. You got to start combining these in sets of 2 or 3, bringing big core targets down, opening the map back up, because you lost a lot of ground with these tier 1s going down.
And you probably got to do all that playing away from the Abaddon.
Yeah, that's the issue. This guy is just an untouchable force around the map, and I like where Jabs is playing. He's up in their face. He's stealing ancient camps away. He's taking farm away from you, giving a lot of information to the team. Just being incredibly annoying right now.
I think Nemesis is going to play to steal Boom's Wisdom Shrine. Yeah, they've already made the ping for it.
Might be the
but
better
now look
play.
at Tim's setup, man. He's set up on the high ground. He got a high ground ward as well. And it's going to cost him so much to be able to get this kill. If they can't get the kill at all, and Echo Slam gets thrown down, Dawnbreaker ultimate is going to come through, and they go after this Earthshaker. Tim's not dead yet, thanks to the Batten Shield. Finally, they get him, but it costs them everything they had. Nemesis has very little left. Good Sunder out from Akashi. As Mac tries to take advantage of it, didn't have the damage to finish off Armel, while Jabs continues to sit on this Wisdom Shrine, daring Raven to continue this fight, but it's not a fair fight. It's a 1 versus 3. The rest of Boom are still not here, still not up into this high ground, blocked out by the Cogs. Finally, Jack Boys will get here. The Wisdom Shrine has been taken, and Nemesis. Are they going to turn and fight? They're going to try. Sonic Wave goes out, doesn't hit much, and a big explosion of damage out from Jack Boys on Armel that takes out 3. A teleport away from Akashi, a desperate play. It will work for him. He TPs out successfully. Jing will push forward, tries to get the kill, and John Well could not finish him off despite all the sticky napalm. It is Boom, once again, walking away the victors of another fight. Another matchup against Nemesis.
Dude, those Starfalls were so impactful from John Will. He got in there, Starfall and everybody, stolen Queen of Pain Scream going into 4. Just a massive damage spike coming out from this Morphling plus the Mirana. You got 3 Starfall, 3 arrows off in that. Crazy value from this 5 Mirana. Having himself a game here. And Nemesis just get out-skirmished straight up. That was a fight where the support from Boom was incredibly late. Again, the Abaddon just takes so long to kill, but that's the kind of fight you want, where you can wear through his ult, bring him down in the end, and then still have enough fighting power to do something. It just took so long and so much. The fact you had to expend the lasso on the Shaker at the very end, too, that really hurt. Did not want to have to do that.
Yeah, if they could have killed the Earthshaker without that, the Abaddon dies, then you've got a free lasso on your hands for the second part of that team fight.
Yeah, you might catch the Morphling, you might... You know, when he blinks in on that Queen of Pain, you might be able to lasso him there. You might be able to lasso this Void Spear when he goes in. It's not the worst outcome, though. Like, you basically drew even out of it, which, given the game state at the time, is not the worst.
I guess so. But Jackie seems to be in a similar position to Game 1.
And Blink just arrived for the support Shaker at 60 minutes. Doesn't have the Aftershock points to use quite yet, but man, with the Blink already there, Mech already done for this Mirana. Similar to Game 1, the Boom supports are just getting way more out of all these situations. Set up for success.
A smoke on the enemy side of the map. Kind of crazy. They were underneath a ward situation. Jing, he's going to break the smoke, try and slip on through. Pops the dust side of the Moonlight Shadow, but will not be able to escape.
This kill trio is pretty nasty around the map. Anybody dies 100-0. Could throw the Solar Guardian in if you really want, but...
Yeah, that's the counterplay available. With Aghanim Scepter done pretty quickly for Raven, it is the only shining point of this current setup in Game 2 for Nemesis. The only thing they can really hold on to. A hookshot initiation on a jab.
Nice
no Solar Guardian and a Fissure that separates the two of them. Popped meta for that.
Moonlight Shadow's letting Armel get on the back line.
They have vision of... Oh! Managed to get out that Remnant into the arrow, though. The Bat Rider trying to get the grab. It fails, and instead, the ultimate only lands onto John Well. That is a wicked 6 streak, though. On John Well, they may not have caught the cord that they wanted to, but the support was worth a pretty penny.
That's 1,000 gold right there. He'll take that Mirana every day. Also, those Tearaway Illusions were doing some solid damage there. Still have some low armor heroes on the side of Boom. If you can get some fights going where the Tearaway can come in and be the artillery support, you have enough damage to win team fights right now. Blink on the bat would also go a long way in this type of game.
Yeah. Mac kind of has to give this to Jing because
you're not getting it anywhere else.
No.
And the downside is, again, your supports game is slow enough that Boom can just start forcing objectives. A lot of confidence when Jabs joins up and provides that support.
Spotted with the rocket flare, far too late for Nemesis to do anything about it. So first Aegis of game 2 go to Boom. It's one thing for an Aegis on Medusa, considering the net worth lead that Jackie had, doubly dangerous, but Morphling, it's a different kind of danger. Now this guy can just rack up on the agility, go full damage without fear of getting caught out somehow. If he dies, it's whatever. He's got that second life.
He's in a very similar position. He's about 1,000, 2,000 ahead of the enemy carry. He has a significant XP advantage. This Morphling has been completely set up for success. He has saves behind him. He has a lot of stuns to play with. Absolute menace in the fight, and it's another game where Nemesis don't have the best direct tools to bring him down.
Blink Dagger is done. Lasso.
Yeah, gotta find something.
Hook shot. An arrow. It's the clockwork as he was trying to get their outpost back into play.
Gotta find something here. Jabs is not the hero they want to run into.
No, certainly not. They needed something much better than this. They needed a lasso into the Solar Guardian, and instead it's going to be Eris who is found. As the Moonlight Shadow finds the opening there. And Nemesis, despite the item timing that they wanted to play around, will have to retreat and give up Tormentor to Boom. It's another objective for the Dire side.
That's brutal. I mean, you find anybody there, you're lassoing them, it's probably a kill. Except Jabs.
Except Jabs.
That's been his MO all game, though. Run interference, be on the front line, be on Nemesis' side of the map. Be interesting to see what his next item here is. He could go a lot of directions. Find Raven. They have the damage for this? He's tanky.
Might need to Solar Guardian the other side. Oh, the enchant totem. He held it for a little bit. Catches him midway through that very limited charge up time on the Aghanim Solar Guardian.
He got Hadouken by the Abaddon Helm Creep. That's what gave him the little extra damage there. Jabs contributing from across the map.
And now an Aghanim Scepter for the Void Spirit. So the matchup against this Quap, you know, lane, it's one thing, but now if you get an Aghanim Scepter before the Quap has an answer to this,
Dire are scanning.
she's just going to be dead on sight.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's not going to have any sort of dispel or defense item for a long time against this. Have to rely on Solar Guardian.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Two minutes left on Aegis if Boom want to try and force something with it. For the jump mid, I mean, Boom is very separated on the map right now if you lasso something. Still into this Aegis. Not too tempting, but you might just go for it and try and bring him down twice.
There is a ward on this
isolated.
side of things. Jack Boys, he sees what's coming a little bit, pops his Manta, turns back around, almost kills Jing. And will kill him. Nice blink scream on the other side. And now Armel comes in with the amp damage, got him once with the sound, pull back into the arrow. Beautifully done by the combo of Armel and John Well.
You run your whole team into a solo Morphling. He's got Aegis. You don't want to commit on him. And you end up feeding 2 kills away instead. You have more initiation this game and nothing to use it on. No good targets.
And it may just be deja vu. As Jackie might just push into the high ground and he may be untouchable. With the initiation that they have, though, the high ground push is going to be harder for Boom.
Yeah, it's way more difficult this game.
Far less confident about them being able to do it on the first Aegis. But they could just also control the map until second Aegis rolls around. Butterfly timing, that's going to be coming up. Wait for that as well.
Do have some solid rat action. Batrider, Terrorblade Illusions. Dawnbreaker can play on the other side of the map. You're making a smoke gank elsewhere. You have ways to play the map as Boom try and hunt you. As long as you don't get caught, you should find some decent net worth.
Has been killed.
You even pick up a little courier here.
Are scanning.
But man, this Boom lineup is scaling. This is a scary lineup to go into 6 slots against in the late game. Even if you manage to rat it out, which is getting unlikely here, especially when this support duo, they have so much chain stun potential, they can basically kill anybody on their own.
Yeah. I love that Tim's gets the extra farm off of that too with the neutrals. Jing not wanting to be outdone. The voice will spam. Mac tries to bail him out. He will not die.
Yeah, but can Raven get out of here?
But there's no way Raven gets out. He is so far away from home. I mean, the Clockwork's coming. They're going to try and bail each other out one by one. It's just not going to work.
I don't even know if that's worth it, to be honest.
I don't think it is. I think Raven's life is worth more than the Squaps.
In a way. The problem is if you don't get the Queen to start scaling in this game, the late game looks hopeless.
I guess. Yeah.
I just don't think Dawnbreaker can carry the late game fights against Morphling, Shaker, Void Spirit. There's too much mobility here. There's too much sustain. You're just gonna not be able to lock onto targets.
Oh, what? Missed a hook shot. I guess he was aiming for one of the TP illusions, and somehow his own carry juked him.
Too good.
Not gonna catch me sleeping. Ally or enemy. And Jackboy's like, okay, well, it didn't take much. I've got the butterfly. We've got to pick off. Let's go high ground.
Deja vu, man. Butterfly timing on a carry. Just go high ground. End this game early. Nemesis once more don't have a good answer in this carry matchup.
Not to be too hindsighty here, but did you like the Terrorblade? They had a lot of options available for the carry.
I mean, I think it was more of a pick for what their lineup wanted, which was a hero to push the lanes out, a hero to scale, a hero to take objectives. It wasn't a, we're picking it because it's good against what Boom have proposed. It was a hero to make their lineup function, which I think is fine, but it was your last pick. I don't think the Morphling matchup is particularly inspiring. It's not great against the Shaker. It's not great against the Void Spirit. Rana kites you out. Like, it's just hard to hit targets this game with the Terrorblade. The Abaddon's your one good matchup, and he kind of dodged you. He didn't go items that are getting reflected here. You know, it's Helm into Octarine. You reflect this Abaddon, so what?
Yeah, between that and the...
didn't even fully level the curse.
Between that and the quickening facet, he's just gonna have his spells up all the time.
Very low cooldowns on this shield. Very cool build for the game. They're just grinding it out. Trying to get to BKB on the Morphling. Shiva's on the Armel Void Spirit, and then you're going to be tanky enough to force the next Roshan into high ground game-ending push. So clock is ticking for Nemesis. Their time at TI, you have to figure something out. Figure it out right now. Scotty on Akashi is a pretty good opportunity to try and make something happen.
And they are going to go for a smoke off of it.
Yeah, you have to find something here. And I don't care who you run into, you got to start throwing out some lassos or some hook shots or something. Like, even if it's a Abaddon or the Morphling, just throw it out, start the fight. Trade ults, but you have to win a team fight here. Cannot back down.
Jing, high ground ward. Roshan roars. They're right next to the pits, but it's too late. The only person left in the pit is Jabs.
I mean, you gotta pull the trigger on something here.
Radiant are scanning.
Otherwise, Jack Boys, he's going to force you to come back to your base. He's pushing another high ground. He says, you want to sit around the Roshan pit? Okay, I'll hit a tier 3. What are you going to do about it? Apparently, Boom's going to start the fight at the same time.
I mean, well, now it's a real question of what are we doing here, boys?
Yeah, like you're 5 on the other side of the map trying to contest this Roshan, and you're the ones that got picked off while your base is under siege.
The mobility in this lineup is incredibly problematic for Boom, or for Nemesis right now.
A
they
losing
don't have the
battle
lockdown
on all fronts.
There's a
Get
lasso.
the initiation onto the Mirana. The Dawnbreaker ultimate, please tell me that, okay, they get that 1 kill. They got something out of the situation. It's
That's
a
a
kill
gem.
and a gem. They, using those ultimates, using that meta, using that Solar Guardian means they cannot contest for Roshan, but it's something.
Honestly, Boom might just go high ground right here because now you don't have meta. You don't have lasso.
Yeah, drop a banner against no meta TB. Who's going to kill the banner for you?
This could backfire against Nemesis pretty hard right now. Jackie Boy going to town.
I mean, it almost looks like Nemesis caught off guard here as they are so far away from defending their base. Jack Boys almost gets the melee barracks before anybody shows up.
I mean, you gotta feel for them a little. They finally made a successful play, and they're gonna lose a Rax for it.
Oh
Maybe
my God,
lose
he got
more.
caught by the red, then he pulled back into his death. Takashi is done. Now the Sonic Wave goes out, trying to save Raven. It does not. It cannot push Boom out of their base.
Too
They are
strong.
here for good. Nemesis. They can't handle him. They can't handle Jack
Going
Boys,
in.
and Jack Boys knows it too. He blinks into the throne to end this game here and now. And with a commanding lead, Tims will finish it off with an explosion of an Echo Slam. Boom will stay alive at TI.
Well, one of these teams had to go home. It's unfortunate they meet each other here, but man, Boom made quick work of Nemesis in that series. Even if Nemesis had some really good looks here, some nice series against some of the top teams, they went 2-1 in a lot of those. They just got caught off guard. I mean, these are these inter-regional matchups. They're very specific. They're usually one-sided. Some team has a better read of the situation or the meta. Sometimes the meta doesn't even matter. You're stuck in some weird meta between, you know, what do we know you like to play and what is your style? And I feel like Nemesis just couldn't get anything going in terms of casual initiations, casual kill threat, pressure around the map, right? Where was the pressure in the lane phase? Where was the pressure in getting Maxim Rune, snowballing him? Using the Sonic Wave was even problematic in these games.
Yes.
Boom just made nothing easy, but I mean, that man right there, Jean Well, he had himself a series. I think he played really well in the Pugna game 1. I think he played tremendous on this Mirana in game 2. Not the easiest Mirana game either, but those Starfalls were clutch.
Nemesis, we will be saying goodbye to them, and Boom, a sigh of relief, a bit of happy faces there to stay alive just one more day. In TI, we'll see how far they can go.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. It is unfortunate to be the first, but they definitely fought valiantly. Nemesis will be the first team eliminated from the road to TI. We're going to talk about that game, of course, also about the good sides is how Boom was able to pull through and make this one a 2-0 and claim victory, surviving another day here with Stormstormer, Misery, and Lizard. And Stormstormer, this game, we kind of already saw a little bit of the writing on the wall after the draft was done. We did say Nemesis had a better shot this time around compared to game 1. And where did they fell short, in your opinion?
Honestly, I feel like in many small engagements, you could just see that it, like, I don't know, it felt like Nemesis was slowly but surely crumbling. You could, I think, start seeing it on the mid lane where they did that dive from the tier 1. He was one level ahead of Armel there, and he actually had a good start, but then they just ran to the tower, fed that double kill, and this matchup avoids Void Queen especially can snowball really quickly, and I just feel from that point on, honestly, I don't think they got a single favorite engagement towards them. I think Boom just kept a cooler head for the majority of the game, and at some point Nemesis just started crumbling.
It does sometimes happen, Misery.
Yeah, I agree. I also think this was the first game was perhaps more about the draft, but this one, it felt like they almost didn't believe in it anymore after this point here that we're seeing right now. I feel like it really felt like they were struggling to find anything after this moment.
Yeah, the same thing happened in game number 2 that we didn't really touch upon in game number 1 because a lot of other things were wrong.
Yeah.
But I feel like in game number 2 it was even more apparent that the mid lane wasn't secured as much, and it was kind of Queen of Pain, Mac trying his best to make stuff happen, but there is always a +1 on the other side. And most of that time, SVG mentioned it at the end, it was the Mirana. Like, Genuel had an incredible performance. He was wicked sick with Mirana. He just, at some point, I feel like he did more than the opposing 2 supports combined.
I mean, you can just look at the kill score of Januel with a 9-3 and 14 versus Jabs, the 1-1 and 7. And I do realize that it is not as easy to get all those assisted kills on a Baden, but the involvement in fights, in skirmishes, already says a lot in this one, especially since this game, I would say Storm was relatively short, so then normally the supports are going to maybe outshine a little bit. They secure the game.
Yeah, I mean, you could say so. I think, honestly, everybody contributed their part on them. Like, I think even Armel, after having a rougher start, he in the end was able to, like, having pretty good performance. You could see he went 7-16 as well. But I agree, in a short game like this, I think especially the sports shine out here. And yeah, here, Januel once again in his Miranda 9-3, 14, definitely an incredible performance. It's hard. What can you say? I mean, I really feel bad for Nemesis. You could see it on the cameras. They also still have to, like, I think, process the moment a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team that hasn't been even around for so long. I think they were formed in, like, March, April. So, relatively new team. And on top of that, they have, this is the first event they are playing internationally with the squad. So, that is already a massive achievement to even be here to begin with. And then also, I think most people will remember Nemesis as the team that went very much toe-to-toe with Falcons just yesterday. So they definitely should hold their heads up high. We are also going to be looking at a moment in the game where actually for a little while, it looked like they were doing somewhat well. They had a moment where, because we talked about how they had all these heroes that can engage, they engaged.
Yes, it was basically the team fight here at like the 14-minute mark, and in the beginning it did look good. We can see the Dawnbreaker ulti connecting, they get the entry kill on the Earthshaker, but I think in a little bit we will see that the Morphling is gonna connect to this fight as well, and I think Boom here are gonna play the fight super beautifully. Queen of Pain is gonna get ready to counter them with the Sonic Wave, but I think both actually the Void Spirit and the Morphling in the end, we're gonna see it in a couple of seconds, are just gonna dodge the Sonic Wave combo. So here, they're getting baited a little bit on Nemesis. They could probably disengage here, but it's hard to counter out. Like here you could see both the Morphling and the Void Spirit dodging all of Queen of Pain's damage, and in the end it's, I think, turning into a full team wipe almost. Bad Rider going for John Wells.
It looked like the Sonic Wave hit all of the Radiant heroes and not the Dire ones, because all the Radiant heroes were losing the HP.
If that spell would only heal, right? Then it would have been different.
They definitely had the advantage early on. I feel like the rotations were better, the laning stage setup was nice, and definitely the pressure, I think, also got to them because there were no real connections. Like, you have this Dawnbreaker combo with the clock, with the bat, but I feel like Dawn was the one initiated on most of the time.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't clean. At the same time, though, if you look at Boom's heroes, they are hard to kill. It's Morphling, it's Mirana who can leap away, it's the Abaddon, which we saw in this clip. It takes forever to kill this hero. I think this hero is also going to rise in stock at this event in general, because like I think this hero is it's a little too hard to kill. It's a little too tricky. You need too many things to kill this guy. But yeah, it's hard to kill Boom's heroes, and they took advantage of that. And I mean, this is kind of almost like a little bit unfair situation we got going here.
It's unfair. I wanted to compare these two because it's a position 5 versus a position 4. Yeah. And the position 4 is on the right side, not on the left side. Meanwhile, your Mirana at minute 15 has a mech already completed.
Yeah.
On the other side, both the supports have only the boots, and that's pretty much it.
Hey, he got a smoke on Jing as well. You can see there was a will to fight. If there was
there's a plan.
He would have been ready. There is a plan.
I mean, you gotta have those plans, and I do think that is something that, you know, they can build on. You know, they can definitely learn from series like that, and obviously from series that we've had. We are gonna head over to Nomad, who is gonna get some final word from Nemesis.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, Raven, unfortunately, didn't go your way. What happened?
I think we just didn't improve at all at the games that we've played. I think we played first series. We we think we're very good. Then the second series, then the third series, all the mistakes as just we have so many mistakes and we cannot just improve it.
Well, there are some positives of this TI for you. You know, you had some fantastic series against Yakult, against Falcons. What was it like taking those games there? And, you know, did that give you some confidence?
Actually, versus the Falcons, I feel confident that we can do better. You know, I feel like the games we should be won, but we just made our mistakes. Then I thought we're gonna be much better in the next few games, but suddenly we get worst.
Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for you. But you know, I think you've had some great moments here at TI, and you know, you are a pretty fresh team as well. Do you have any words for Boom, the team that took you out?
I mean, for me, for Boom, I think I just wanna good luck to them. Please don't go home so fast. So yeah, that's for me.
All right, Raven, thank you so much, and sad to say goodbye, but this is the end of the road of the international for you.
I'm sure there's a lot of love between both the teams from SEA, of course, as you can hear Raven wish Boom the best of luck. We'll see tomorrow how their road continues here in the international. But for Nemesis does come to a close. I do want to close the book on them here on the panel as well. What are we thinking here, Lizard? How do we feel like this team is going to move forward? Because it is so hard to tell. The end of the year is the end of potentially, I mean, there could be roster swaps.
Yeah. On a light note, they did rescue a lot of our fantasy points, like a lot of people, because they are new, because they're a team that just got in. But in general, I feel like that they shouldn't break apart. I think this is, like, on a serious note, I think that this is a team that showcased what they can do. Yesterday, I completely agree with him. They could have, with some small tweaks, they could have taken the series off of Falcons. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they had a bad run afterwards, because maybe it gave them some false sense of confidence that they will be able to take out everyone else if they're able to win a game and almost a series off of Falcons.
Yeah, it's an interesting psychological thing that happens when you lose such a close series like that, and you play so well, and you put so much energy and effort into that series, lose it in the end, and then somehow you end up playing worse and worse and worse until you end up here today and drop out. I feel like it happens every TI to a lot of teams, and I don't know what it is. I'm not a psychologist, but it's interesting how it keeps repeating itself like that.
I think just that new teams like this, I mean, this team has been formed at the TI qualifiers, basically, right? Maybe a little bit before that. And I think teams like this, they just don't have the best experience how to deal with losses. Maybe it's a high-pressure situation, right? You're going to the road to the international, you're almost winning this match against Falcons, but some players, their confidence can maybe crumble quicker than, let's speak of the top teams like Spirit, Falcons, etc.
Of course.
So I think it's completely understandable. And at the same time, I think they, like Lizard said, I hope they're not too harsh to themselves, because they did show good results, or not results, unfortunately, but they had a good showing yesterday in the series against Falcons. And I think because we are close to the end of the season, it's hard to tell if this roster is actually going to stick together. But I hope that maybe some of the players have built up some connections, maybe made some friends, and we will see. Maybe out of this team we'll not see a pair of players at least stick together. Hopefully, maybe the entire roster. Who knows?
Yeah, big learning opportunity for all players involved there, but that was the end for Nemesis. Moving forward is Boom Esports, and the game we just saw, of course, the shining star was Januel on his Mirana, and that is a player purge we'd like to talk to you about a little bit more.
That's right, Shiver. I want to learn. I want the learning experience to be me learning how to play like him, because he played amazing, and I have a couple clips just to show you how immaculate his gameplay was and how impactful it was. He was rotating a lot towards the mid lane because there was just a lot of action there, a lot of pressure towards his mid player, and he backed him up. In this case, this rotation resulted in a neutral deny. Oops, I jumped forward a little bit there. My bad. Resulted in a neutral deny, which isn't the best possible scenario, but shortly after, the pressure kept coming. So what he kept continuously doing is kind of heading back over when things look like the right time to show up. And Armel did get dived for a long time, so maybe this is partially good communication, but being there the moment that Quap linked in just helped guarantee he gets the kill. He tried to get a double kill here by killing Armel. Unfortunately, he attacked a little bit too early there. Later on in the game, again, more pressure on Armel, a blink from Quap. She did not use her Arcane Rune before blinking there, which meant the cooldown was going to be pretty long on this. So when they actually do show up and jump into the double Starstorm, his blink cooldown was on just a little bit too long of a cooldown for him to end up escaping there. There's also going to be a fissure here. We'll just pretend that it's there briefly, and then he ends up keeping his teammates alive. Super, super impactful. Check out this kill later on, though. 7 minutes in, he body blocks the creep wave. The enemy mid is approaching here, and he asks for a TP from Armel, who ends up coming. So, but by blocking the creep wave, basically, this ends up being here as the mid wave instead of here instead. If that's the case, then Mac is standing like over here instead, much, much harder, and takes more time to get this kill. So good that he body blocked it, and they do this little setup into an arrow, into a Starstorm. That's the second that the mid gets there in that lane. Hugely impactful kill. And then afterwards, what he ends up doing is he ends up walking all the way over here because he knows that the time is 7:49. It's time for the opponents to stack. He's just here to mess with the Batrider, who's trying to compound his gold and advantage. So he gets a little pressured here, looking like he might die. There's another fissure here. He leaps out of the Solar Guardian, would have been really problematic, obviously. And then Quap comes as well, goes for the ulti, and he leap dodges that as well. Incredible performance by John Well there to pressure on the mid lane. They have a 2k gold advantage at 8 minutes. That's a huge advantage, and it's largely because of his rotations.
Thank you very much, Bert. And that leaves me with a very important question because, yes, John Well played great. His Mirana was fantastic, and the hero itself seems very well kitted to be able to make these rotations and make these lanes go the way of the team with the Mirana. But Mirana, zone we pick now, including John Well's game, 4 times total, 50% win rate, not very much happening there. Is this a good showcase of maybe we're going to see more Mirana? I know Falcons in the past used to play Mirana all the time, Misery. Are you expecting this hero to have a little bit of a rise, or was this a hero specialist specific?
No, I think we could see it rise in stock as well. I think this hero has a lot of qualities that are very unique, like especially the ultimate and the fact that you have this leap, which makes you very hard to kill as a position 4/5. So I think there's a chance that some teams will pick up on this hero as the tournament proceeds. Yeah.
And the tournament is proceeding. Right now, actually, it's proceeding already. We're going to take a look at what's happening on the other streams. Now, on the B stream, they're in their final series as well. And this is actually an incredibly hype series. And to be fair, I will say that there's a lot of incredibly hype series. But if you were just watching Tundra versus Na'Vi, you would have been treated to an absolute brawl and a bloodbath, and it was fantastic as that is going on there right now. Let's take a look at the C stream Lizard. We still have going on Yakutou versus Nigma Galaxy. A lot of 2-0s today, though, coming out. On that stream,
in particular, yeah. On previous ones, I saw a couple of 3-game series.
Yeah. That was a long one.
A trend that we are getting through the tournament, and it just showcases how close these teams usually are. Navi is playing right now, I believe, as well. And the other one, right, like that one might go all the way. Nigma and Yakutou's, I'm not really sure which way this one will go. Nigma right now is looking stronger than pretty much ever in the last couple of years, so I'm thinking that might be a 2-0 as well.
Okay, how about this one though, Stormer? We got Wildcard versus Heroic live on the D stream still here.
I mean, this is a pretty nice one, I think, because it's also like the American battle, I would say, SA versus NA, right? We just saw that Heroic was leading 1-0, and also Heroic won the series before that 2-0. So I think actually the first day, Heroic, if I'm mistaken, they were 0-4 actually. I don't think they managed to win a single map, if I'm not wrong.
Correct.
So today, it seems like they're clawing their way back, which is nice to see, honestly. So yeah, excited to see how that one is gonna turn out.
Now that we're like almost at the halfway points from the group stages, is there one team in particular that really has impressed you, Stormer, that you're like, oh, this team is doing way better or potentially way worse than what you thought they would do?
I would say Tidebound. Not necessarily that I would have expected them to play worse, but today the series that they played against PVISION really impressed me. The second game especially, where Shiro played Nature's Prophet against Satanic Tinker, I think they beat PVISION, who yesterday seemed almost unstoppable with their strategy in good fashion. And I really just love their playstyle, and generally I just like that Chinese Dota is on a little bit of a rise here. I mean, tomorrow we're going to have the deciding match between Xtreme Gaming and Tidebound to see who's going to be the first team to directly qualify to the international.
Yeah.
There's definitely some China Dota hype, right? Like not only Tidebound.
I think from Tidebound you can see that cheekiness that goes back to Wings Gaming, right? Yesterday they stole the Tinker away from PVISION, who are the only team that's played Tinker so far, I think, before this.
PVISION and Tidebound, the only team.
And they ended up taking it away, and then PVISION ended up taking it back again. I think the first 2 tinkered in the second game. So yeah, you can see how they still have this creativity that is normally not as much connected to Chinese Dota, and that's very interesting. I think that they are willing to pick these kind of funky heroes and and be creative in these moments.
I think, Misery, you're probably the team that knows Wings Gaming best compared to other players, other than Wings themselves, obviously, considering you were up against them in the finals that you, unfortunately for you, did not manage to do. Would you say that identity does shine through with 3 of Wings Gaming on Tidebound's roster?
I mean, I think they are definitely, like, if you compare Extreme Gaming and Tidebound, I think Tidebound are more prone to pick something a little bit more unorthodox, to pick something a bit more creative, whereas Extreme Gaming are a lot more focused on stability and having a lot of team fight and having a late game and scaling. Tidebound are a bit more of an X factor, I would say, and I think that does go back to their players from that original Wings Gaming.
Yeah, Wings Gaming, a TI winning organization. Speaking of TI winning organizations, there are 2 going head-to-head right now. A little bit different rosters, of course, going on. Na'Vi versus Tundra. We already said it's happening on Stream B right now. Now, we will be back after that series, but we do want to continue watching that series. And of course, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow and what the exact schedule will be like until everything is done. So we'll be back here after everything is done, but we are going to send you over to Na'Vi versus Tundra. Game 2 with Odie, Pixel, and Fog. We'll see you soon.
Play against that he traditionally likes to play against, play with versus an AM. So, and there's that Disruptor. Like we said, they love Disruptor. It's like their absolute favorite hero. Love to play with it. Very aggressive, and it feels very strong right now. Honestly, the new, well, not new, but the Thunderstorm Facet, strong, much stronger in lane than it used to be. Good at always catching. So Tundra, totally different game that we're gonna have here. Sanking gets grabbed up.
Yeah, I mean this hero has been pretty crazy. We're seeing some of these mid players look incredible on the Sand King, and yeah, no doubt the BGM will easily be one of those.
Can play around Glimpse as well, right? You can play with that Burrow Strike to time it perfectly. You have some type of disengage. A small thing, but definitely something to factor in.
Okay.
I mean, playing around the kinetic field as well too, right? And yeah, like you said, this hero is just really strong, and I'll say it properly because I guess Synderen misunderstood me yesterday, but the Sandstorm, when you hit towers, it applies the miss rate. He thought that I was saying that the Sandstorm just applies it, so that's what we've been seeing from a lot of these, and they
and how much? It's what? It's 50%.
50% miss rate. And I've seen too many of these Sand Kings now in this tournament that a catapult shows up minute 5, and they tank the entire tower for that catapult with the Sandstorm hitting the tower. So very strong hero.
On Na'Vi. Giving a bit of respect to the Pugner, actually opting to ban that one out. Again, sticking with the Silencer ban.
I would say these are the 2
happened last game.
Yeah, I would say the Pugner and the Silencer are 2 of the best, like these 5 positions that just prevent you from ever getting aggressive in your laning phase. Because we saw there, Crystal's just had an pretty much free laning phase in terms of farming, even though he was versus a kind of strong lane, because he's got the backup of the Pugner.
Tundra. See if they feel that any of the other heroes that Na'Vi got through last game are necessary to target in the ban.
I feel like it's going to be quite a bit of a different draft, of course, from Na'Vi, because they obviously can't go for those other 2 heroes, but they can go for their more bread and butter, their comfort that they've been doing throughout this tournament with like their Magnus, some of their Snapfire as well.
I mean, I guess that's the question. It is one of their specialities. It was banned out last game. You know that the Sand King's likely going to be going mid. Do you want to run your special Niku mid Undying against it? Like, is it a good matchup?
I don't know.
He loves to play it.
I don't know what this matchup is anymore. Yeah, have you ever seen an Undying versus Sand King in the mid lane, Owen?
No.
Especially
but I'm sure Niku has, right? He's probably played it in his pubs. He loves the mid Undying. He almost certainly will have at least tried out that matchup.
I mean, that would be pretty hilarious to see. Okay, Tundra. I think Shadow Demon stonks are going up, Owen. It's seeming to be like it as these games tend to go very late. Just a disruption save is massive. A potential Ags break is insane.
Yep.
And can never really write off how strong Disseminate is. It's a very weird ability that most people can't really theorize, but it's like this Fatal Bonds kind of asset.
Can steal rampages from your character.
You truly can. Look at that win rate, too. 71%. Super.
That's pretty good. Yeah. That is definitely something to take notes of.
And a save, right? Always have to say, a save versus the Disruptor.
And imagine because this will be Toby's hero, right?
Yeah, very, very.
And as we've seen with this other play style that they've liked to have him on, they like him being on these savings.
Well, I say that, but SD is usually a 4 position.
I guess they can swap the lane, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's just gonna be Saxon. We'll get something else for Toby then.
It tends to just be that 4 because you can just play so well around the stacking, and as a 5, it's. I think Miposhka's like the only 5 Shadow Demon that I have faith in.
Sure.
Personally, but maybe.
On Na'Vi. Do they want to try and secure that hot pick in the mid?
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Do they want to get an information hero that gathers, get some vision in the backlines? Do they want to get a backline jumper to get the SD? Because something I did see in that last game in particular, they had the puck in the tiny, but Zayas was actually, the supports were getting their spells off for sure. So they'll go the Magnus. This is, they're, like I said, bread and butter. Do absolutely love playing this one. And it will guarantee them a hell of a lot of team fight already.
Not a great win rate.
Not the best one, that's for sure.
Which is, as I like to play a bit of Magnus, but I do feel with this hero, you can have good games, but you will still lose. Sure. I don't know what it is about it. You get the chance, these cool RPs, you get to do all the cool plays, but then somehow it ends up being your throne falling.
Well, I will say one thing though, Owen, is for this team, it's a big flex pick. They played as 4 position too, so. Zayats will play that with.
Yeah, we're seeing his record as well on it has been. It's been positive, which has gone against the majority of the results that we've had on this hero. So 2-1 on the support.
Okay, they'll go for the Doom. Also, very comfort pick for them.
Do they play this more as the carry then?
Yeah, they are.
They were the original.
They were like the original inventors.
They got the Juice Doom,
the Radiance, the Harpoon kind of build that he. I want to say he invented it, but I'm not sure. But pretty sure though. Maybe there was one other pub guy that did it first, but I remember him like 2 years ago that had done it the first time. Again though, flexible, right? It could still be off lane too.
It could.
So.
And sure, it's like we've seen Zayats be the one that has played the Magnus, but it doesn't mean that the Magnus might not still be in another position.
Yeah, I mean, if honestly, I wouldn't even put it past Zayats playing the 4 Doom as he's done in the past.
He did as well, yeah.
He used to play a lot of 4
right.
Doom, so I think there's definitely some flexibility, but I would be surprised if it's a support Doom. Very surprised.
And they'll take the Undying for themselves, Tundra.
Huh.
And
it's an interesting one.
Is this going to be the 33 Undying on the off lane? Like, is this your lane duo, or do you think this is your support duo?
10 seconds remaining.
This does not feel like a 33 hero.
Okay.
Unless he builds a Dominator on it.
I wish you could. Yeah.
I can't believe I just said that. I mean, I would imagine this is the supports.
Yeah.
Okay, very interesting.
Okay.
I mean, that looks like the safe lane, right? Undying NP.
Yeah, I think you're going to want to have Chrysalis on this MP.
Yeah.
I don't think that you're not doing anything crazy where you move him into support.
And that does make it very hard for them to get aggressive onto this lane at all. With an Undying, you're playing versus what you would imagine, what you think is probably going to be a Magnus Doom.
Yeah.
Looks like it should be a pretty free time for the Nature's Prophet. And you have now double saves, right? So now they've got an SD Disruption and they've got the Grab Ally, whatever, Sunsven likes to call it, Entomb. Eventually later on to protect. Honestly, the Entomb is a pretty good option versus Doom, since you're always going to take damage no matter what. They now have 2 abilities that literally remove you from existence.
Yeah,
so
great
you're not
saves.
taking damage versus that Doom. So that's kind of cool.
Navi, of course, they're running pretty low into their reserve time.
Oh, they're busting out all the old school stuff that they like. They're actually just going as...
So who's playing what? So carry Doom.
Carry Doom, mid Timber.
It's going to be Zayats, Magnus, and and then you're taking Niku with the Timber to the mid.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Because then that matchup with that does feel good to play against the Sand King mid.
I feel like Sand King still is going to get a good amount anyway.
Okay.
Just playing around, just sitting inside that Sandstorm.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like it's hard. I don't know. I feel like I've seen very big difficulties of punishing these Sand Kings in the mid lane because he can just pull the waves too and pull to neutrals, as we've seen good old Malvarine do in the past.
I guess with these bans, we're banning the Lesh, so I guess we're still considering that there is a world where 33 could be playing the Sand King on the off lane?
Yeah. Definitely. Still possible. We've still seen a couple teams absolutely flex it toward that off lane. I've liked it so much more in the mid lane, though.
5 seconds remaining.
But he definitely was one of those original also inventors. The Venge ban.
Oh.
That. It's a very Na'Vi, they're targeting Na'Vi, and Na'Vi has a very specific way that they do like to draft.
Because that would have been what, the Venge off lane? You think this is Tundra looking at the off lane bans?
Yeah. Pretty sure at least. Yeah, they've done. I'm pretty sure I saw it earlier. Was it today? Honestly, this draft looks almost identical to the one I think I saw the other day.
Do we have one similar? Yeah, from Na'Vi.
Yeah, okay, I found it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
what do they have?
They had Doom, Venge, Snap, Magnus, Disruptor. So it was Snap and Venge instead of whatever else they might.
Sure, we had the Doom Disruptor and the potential Venge that Tundra's taken away from them. Yeah.
So instead of a Snap, they'll probably maybe have that Timber in the mid lane, so still a spellcasting playmaker from the mid lane. Okay, cool.
And so I guess you're looking for some sort of saving off lane. I mean, honestly, after game 1 as well, can you actually go with the Centaur again? Now, getting on top of the Nature's Prophet sounds pretty nasty, right? You put Stampede, easy setup for the Doom. Or does it?
Undying is very, like, the lane is a bit annoying, I guess, in a way. Where you're, a bit annoying, but you can maybe actually play. Yeah, maybe. They'll target Primal. I think that's a better ban. That used to be one of the best kind of through all the game versus Nature's Prophet. And that is definitely a Na'Vi hero.
So Na'Vi with their final ban. We'll see if they do consider just throwing out another ban towards that mid or towards the off lane.
Do they switch things up and go for a different carry now, too? Like, do they go for something like a Sven and then you just throw the Doom in the off lane?
I mean, I feel you don't feel bad playing the Doom as carry this game.
No, I don't think so.
It's kind of nice. You jump this Nature's Prophet, he's going to have a bad time. They'll ban out another mid.
I'm just trying to think what other offlaners that they might look to do. They have some, they have a lot of options that they can go for, but I could see them maybe even still pick another carry and then swap things around a little bit here.
Okay.
Zayats is talking a lot. See what the option is going to be here.
10 seconds.
How is the actually? There's not that much stuns. Is there a Morphling in the pool? Okay, so they are doing a bit
just
of
Core Magnus.
Here.
All right.
So Core Magnus. Zayat's playing the Shadow Shaman. Okay.
Tundra.
Both teams, I would say, were pretty limited on disables. Like looking out actually at Navi's lineup.
Yeah.
Like, how did they catch people? Is Glimpse, sure, they had ways to pull them in and skewer. They had great ways distance catching, but control limited. Tundra also a bit of limited control. It's just really sanking right now. So are they going to...
So, because I think Na'Vi with these bans, they definitely feel that at least picking the Timber is, I think in their mind, they feel that that's probably pushed the Sanking away from mid, so Tundra's going to get something else mid. But I think, as you said, there's definitely still a chance that Tundra will still play the Sanking mid.
Yeah.
And with that Bristle pick, I think they will, right? They're just going to keep the Sanking mid, despite the fact that Na'Vi definitely, as I say, felt that they probably pushed it away. They hadn't. Unless it's going to be some mid-Bristle, which we have seen actually as well from PZM in the past.
True.
So it could actually be they could actually be bringing out the mid-Bristle. They've done it previous tournaments.
I would imagine it's the offlane Bristle, but they're talking about it. They're seeing what they think is better.
I mean, what is better?
I mean, my thing is just that there's a Shaman in the game, so eventually the 15 talent's going to be hitting. So I don't know if you really want to prioritize your mid laner as a Bristle when you're going to get broken. So
yeah, it's going to be the 33 Bristle, and BZM is still going to stick with taking the Sand King to the mid.
The other thing is, too, is if you're going to be putting the Bristle as a high priority, you're playing versus Doom, Timber, and a built-in break on a Shaman, right? So I feel like this is the better option. You put the Bristle as the sacked hero, and you prioritize your Sand King and your NP to scale as much as possible.
All right. So overall, what do you make of this? It does feel like that Na'Vi...
I like their draft.
Kind of got, what Na'Vi has been doing
Na'Vi.
Well with, right?
I think
their lineup.
Na'Vi's, honestly. Like Tundra, they got a lot of Tundra in particular, of course, but Na'Vi literally got everything that they love. It's their bread and butter on the absolute scale. Zayats even was one of the first ones before Shaman became literally the meta.
Oh, he was
picking it.
Yeah, he was picking it all the time. And now, it's just Shaman kind of better than ever. Feels very good to play as the sport. And has already got some of the answers to some of these courses. You say, finishing with that Bristle. What do you think they were going for with the Bristle? Like, what does this sort of provide for them?
Just someone to soak spells. And that's probably
just
the biggest
front line.
thing. Yeah, just front line guy. Just get information, let the Prophet know, and he's going to provide a good amount of minus armor and all this type of thing too. So, I think I don't know. Navi's looks really good. If they can execute it, it looks really, really strong again.
I mean, obviously the one thing that Tundra will have this game, which is kind of what Na'Vi had last game, right, is that Tundra this time are the ones with the saves.
Yes,
they have this Undying, they have this SD. So a lot of ways to keep the Nature's Prophet alive in these sort of situations. And BZM on the Sand King, we've seen many times this tournament, Sand King popping off from this mid lane. And BZM himself as a player been popping off from the mid lane in some of the tougher games that Tundra has had. So big things could come out from that mid. But it's going to be interesting to see if Na'Vi kind of cause issues for him in the mid lane. Because I said with the draft from Na'Vi, it seemed like Na'Vi were like, there's no way he's going to want to play mid against this Timber. They felt that they pushed him out of it. BZM said, no, I don't mind. I'll still play at mid.
We'll have to see. I haven't seen the Sand King versus Timber matchup now with this new facet, with the Sand King facet, and with all these things being changed up. So let's see how that matchup ends up actually going here for Niku. As yeah, Na'Vi getting absolutely everything they want. But I will say Tundra, they did get more early game as well, I would say, this time around than last time. Just having the Undying and the Shadow Demon and Crystallis being able to join fights with Nature's Prophet early. Sure. Probably some stronger early game, but Navi's is really strong. Constant ways to fight.
Because if Niku does get a good start to this, isn't it pretty difficult for Tundra to kill a Timbersaw?
I'm thinking the same thing.
That gets ahead?
I'm thinking the exact same thing. That's why, what were the last 2 bans? I was going to mention this.
From Tundra and RV?
From Tundra. Do you remember?
What were they banning out? They were banning out...
Oh, wait, why did I say from Na'Vi? My bad.
The last 2 bans from Na'Vi, they were banning out the Miz. They banned out the Leshrac and the Quap.
And that's 2 massive spell... Thank you, that's reminding me. The 2 massive spell damage nukers that they're kind of lacking right now versus the Timbersaw potential in the later stages of the game, right? Like, early game right now, their damage can be pretty slow to ramp up. So this Timber could absolutely become pretty unkillable. Like, Lesh and Quap are the 2 highest overall damage dealers in terms of that case, so...
Oh, have a look. Unfortunate pause here. Is this a dead Undying? I think so, right?
I think so.
These 3 heroes should be able to get him.
They use the Thunder... yeah, I think
should be dead, right?
Yeah, does look like it. He's going to get a 3-man decay and live.
I mean, that is the thing. He's going to have the big decay and have a few stick charges, obviously, once they throw this down.
Let's see where he goes. No, he's not. Do they not skill the... They skill the Shackles, we got Sprouted. Okay, so...
they'll get it.
I was like, Science, he didn't cast it. He got the greedy with the right click, but didn't matter. And they'll be able to block the wave. So that wave, it's going to likely be under the tower. Crystallis, he's going to immediately run out to try to catch the wave.
We're trying to hold that one, yeah.
So it doesn't go under his tower. See if he's able to do so. Meanwhile, bottom, Sox is doing the exact same thing. This is just what people do.
And how are these side lanes looking? Is anybody going to struggle in these matchups?
Let's see. Perhaps the Magnus top, just because of the Undying factor, but let's see if Zayats is able to do the work of trading with an Undying, because it is one of the better heroes in terms of trading with Undying, because you have crazy high base damage. And it's important to point out, too, is he did go Chicken Fingers, Owen, so most people are going for the Gig Award.
Yeah,
but
indeed.
I think this one is because of the laning phase in particular, that he wants to be able to trade more effectively with an Undying.
Let's see how well of a lane he can set up for PMA.
Yeah, they have a good position right now already. Like, this is a very good position here for Na'Vi because the lane's pushing. Double range creep. PMA is going to be very happy when you have that happen versus an Undying. I'll be glancing at the mid lane a lot. I feel like BZM is going to get away. He's going to be fine in here.
It just depends if kind of the nukes from Niku add up too much for him. But yeah, we're seeing already the kind of the cross stick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is that you can harass back pretty decently inside the laning phase. And it's very unlikely that you do get hit from the double Whirling Deaths. That's usually the only way you die as a mid laner. A mid melee versus a Timbersaw is if he does get that second Whirling on you.
Bottom lane. So far on the CS, 6-1 on Bristle.
They're going aggro.
They didn't have enough damage to kill him. It's a lot of quill sprays there in return, so they have to be a bit careful.
It's
got the juice.
The damage.
He's just gets the stick charges, but he's dead.
6 stacks.
Oof. Got to be a bit more careful about how they go about trying to take down the Bristle. 33 survives.
They didn't really have to go for that either. They're farming fine. I guess someone made the call that they could try for it, maybe Riddies, and just not doing the numbers right. Zayats.
They'll get the courier, but they'll almost certainly get his life.
Yeah, I think this is what Tundra's looking to do in this game, is just have much stronger lanes in particular. Actually have kill threats as well, too, as we see up top. Lane for PMA. Still in a very good position, especially because the Tombstone is actually going to push it out even more. As we see it, I think it got onto 2 of the creeps, too. So it should push forward for him. But getting them some self-kills. Okay, it's actually, so, yeah, interesting to say, Niku is actually the one cutting the wave, or attempting to drag the wave away from the Sanking. He doesn't want to sit in the Sandstorm. And BZM going to throw him a high 5 because he actually caught the wave himself.
Yeah, I mean, probably means that this mid will just continue to see BZM be slightly ahead.
Yeah, does.
But Niku's still going to be able to grab and get the farm. Unlikely that we see anyone from Tundra make any early move over towards him.
Yep. But BZM will have an extra couple CS, absolutely. And all 3 lanes, yeah, looking really good right now.
I mean, bottom lane might start to get kind of tricky for the Doom.
Yep, teleport coming in. He's stuck.
He's very stuck between the disruptions and the Sprout.
Soxa did it himself. Sick disruption.
And they could keep doing this. This bottom lane is going to start getting pretty tough for Got the Juice to turn up to.
Hey, that's probably perhaps also why they were like, we're putting that Bristle in the off lane. It's a Bristle versus a Doom. So those Quills can absolutely start to stack up. Chrysalis, he gets his TP canceled from the Glimpse.
Yeah, we'll still be able to get through the Twin Gate.
Yep. Top.
Trying to go for Toby. He'll get one more decay off.
PMA now potentially in trouble also.
Yeah, Chrysalis is in with the backup, and with the Tombstone down, Na'Vi have got to run.
They're
Zayas,
actually both going down.
he's dead, and indeed with the zombies building up against PMA, they get the stick charges, but the decay is there. That's a rough one. Both of these side lanes getting hit pretty hard.
I mean, absolute disaster. Going for the solo kill onto the Undying, and he kills you both. Whew. Mid lane going fantastic as well. So yeah, all three lanes at the moment in favor for Tundra.
Now, seemingly set something up really good here this time.
Yeah.
With the matchups.
Oh, and look at 33. He's going for, is this the old school? What was his name again? Dota-sama, whatever it was?
Yep, Dota-sama.
Yeah, right. He's going for the Perseverance first item with the no bracer to be able to stay on the map, stay in the lane as long as possible. Yeah, the Dota-sama build in particular, it was like the Lincolns into the Glimmer every single game on the Bristlebacks. Thing has changed, of course, but maybe he does go some route like that again in this game because it does feel very valuable with what he's playing against. He's getting disrupted bottom again, got the juice.
They're going to go straight for him. Sprouts down. The stick charges to keep him alive. It does have a Lotus and a Tango at the ready as well, so this time we'll survive.
He's not getting much out of this lane, Owen.
It's not easy.
Okay, he'll be able to get himself out of this one. Missing out on another full wave, though. Catapult will hit the tower as well.
And next time,
mid lane.
They'll get in and get the kill. So Na'Vi able to put the pressure on there, whilst the side lanes do continue to suffer. I mean, top lane PMA's got to be careful.
That's probably going to be what they have to do is just play around Nico since he's got the chakram, he's got this level 6. He has good kill threat on, honestly, on all three core zone.
And because this is the thing, right? Next time round, that sort of dive happens down bottom. If Niku is in position to TP and clean up, he can turn up and punish.
Absolutely. He's probably the one to look at for this early game now that these other lanes have gone a bit disastrously. And yeah, he has great kill threat on all these cores, so if he can close the gap with that chakram, it's very threatening. I made sure our obs did not miss that kill. Did you like that, by the way? Just scream out mid lane. No missing kills for the boys. Pulls, 30 seconds, Wisdom Rune. Or Shrine of Wisdom. Here comes Niku. Coming toward that bottom lane. Riddy's setting up with the glimpse.
Gonna indeed have that glimpse.
No kinetic field, but the damage.
It's a lot of burst. Saxa, can he do anything to help out here? He's gonna step forward, and indeed it's enough to sort of scare them off from continuing to try for the kill on 33.
Yeah, not enough burst there.
Same time, it is around the 7-minute wisdoms. So Na'Vi, they are going to have to deal with the fact that Tundra, they're going to be able to secure both of them for themselves. So he's trying to fight, but Toby's got the backup of BZM.
Oh, it's devastating. Devastating for Na'Vi. Losing 2 lanes, losing both of your shrines. That's going to be so painful for these supports.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty experienced starved.
Yep. Experienced starved and just, money starved because they lost the lanes too.
Yeah.
So. Juice. Juice actually isn't as, he's poor, don't get me wrong, but Crystallis is also almost as poor as he is in a way. 3,000 net worth for the P, but both of these heroes do have fast ways to accelerate their farm, either from the Wrath of Nature or from that Devour. So it should recover in time. Crystallis has hit 6 though, so can continue to join a lot easier, either with the TP or just with the Wrath. That extra burst could definitely come into play. The Wrath of Nature, even looking to maybe pop Niku in some situations. So we'll keep tabs of how big of Wrath of Natures he does get off.
TP coming in on the mid from Toby. He'll hold back on it. Saxa already with the disruption used, didn't have any further way to set up. So Na'Vi will be fine.
Arcane Rune at the ready for BZM.
So pretty hard
goes in
for them to commit onto Niku. Killing the Timber is not an easy job for Tundra.
No. So it's actually Na'Vi who are the ones attempting to perhaps go for that play there onto BZM, but Saksa in the area. BZM, is he looking to invade triangle here, check some stacks, or is he going to actually just look for the gank? Looks like they want to walk in.
Entering into this high ground, though, is a bit tricky when Niku's around.
He's going to start working on it. He's got the Arcane Rune as well, too. So that cooldown is going to come up really quickly for him to move with the Sandstorm.
To get a few of those big ones there. BZM now off to the side. Toby drops the Tombstone. Get the decay off, and a big Nature's Wrath comes crashing through as well. Riddies is in trouble, and Toby survives. He's able to walk this off. PMA's going to try and chase him down. Will finally get him, but not before they lose 2 heroes themselves, Na'Vi, beyond the tower.
And Toby just instantly respawns anyway since he's an Undying.
And BZM can weigh out this Doom. It's not going to kill him.
Nope. Oh, big plays. I mean, Tundra, every single one of these moves is really hitting. They try to go for killing this Tombstone, but then the Wrath of Nature bounces through. How much did that do? Quite a lot.
Should be able to have a chance of getting sacks here.
They've got the skewer.
And BZM was considering if he could do anything to try and help out, but it's not going to be the case. Does help PMA get that little bit closer towards that Blink Dagger, about 1,700 gold towards it.
He's actually quite rich. He's going to have it quite a bit earlier than I anticipated. And that's actually pretty big. In terms of how he can catch like the Nature's Prophet, if he does get an early Blink Dagger, it is threatening. Crystal's, the thing is, Nature's Prophet will just show in other lanes, or in other places, so he won't really get caught from the Magnus. But
this wrap around top, I mean, Zayas is trying to get the angle onto Crystalis.
He's got the wards.
He's going to find him.
He's going to drop him.
TPs are coming in. Just trying to protect himself here with a Sprout. Riddy's coming in the side with the Thunder Strike. They have the defensive destruction buying some time for him. PMA is trying to step forward. He'll have to skew away from Crystalis. Crystalis will die. PMA gets the shockwave off. But the poisons are stacking up. 33 chases the Magnus down. PMA will fall, but ultimately Na'Vi, they'll get the double for Niku. Can they get away from 33? Looks like they should be able to split and survive. Maybe Zayas ends up getting caught here because BZM is TPing over. They're going to try and find him in the trees.
He's got Tranquils. He'll get fast in this for a second.
And they have the glimpse.
He should be fine.
Yeah, between the two of them. He can have the stick charges. He don't even need it. He can just wait out the mana for the TP.
Oh, just kidding. Crystal's is here. All right, he's not going to get it.
Yeah, no chance for TP now. The BZM's in and are ready with the Burrow Strike. So they'll get him at the end of it all. But Na'Vi definitely with that, able to still find something from that aggression, diving the tower.
No, definitely. They got quite a bit there. I mean, got the juice, got some space also to get closer to his Midas. He still is, honestly, he's still super poor. Crystallis has fully recovered himself. This Doom, not quite the case yet, but some time bought for Na'Vi with that play.
And next fight, they will have this Blink Dagger on PMA, and of course didn't use the RP in that last engagement, so they'll have the Blink ult potential. Still not quite having the 6 yet on Riddies, which is going to be quite an important thing. Once that's there, they've got a lot of follow-up, right, between the Blink RP and then the Static Storm and the Doom. It's a lot to deal with if it gets thrown down onto one of the cores of Tundra.
Man, you know what, honestly, too, Na'Vi is a very honest way of playing forward. They don't go Dominator. They don't go Dominator Magnus. They went Dominator Anti-Mage, but
they did.
They didn't go the Dominator on the Magnus that we've seen, I think, a couple games so far.
Yeah, we had it, but Amar had a very good game with the Dominator into Blink.
I honestly, in like these type of situations, when you know your Doom is suffering so much, I feel like this is the play where you're going to go try to make some space probably for him, but it all depends on team to team, so.
Clear out the stack. This is going to pretty much got the juices, Midas gold.
Yeah, he's got it done.
Now, do they want to go smoke up and look for a play? Because 6 has also been hit now in Riddies, so they have the full combo to follow up PMA's Blink Initiation.
Not really the healthiest, though. PMA is less than half HP, and Juice has nothing, so maybe they have to wait, heal up, and then potentially look for it there. Got the Juice gets spotted by this ward for a second there, and he shows 200 HP. I don't know if they're going to make a move on him, but he did show under that ward on the far left at 200 health.
There's one thing they've definitely got going right, with Niku in a good spot on the Timber. He could probably feel pretty safe walking out on the map in most places, right?
Yes, absolutely. At this point, unless they have the Sand King, he's pretty safe on Niku.
They'll find him here in the trees. Another kill here for BZM. 3-1 and 2 so far.
Double 10. Keeping himself matched up versus Niku in terms of net worth and experience with these rotations. Yeah, I think BZM just, the only way they kill the Timber Stars is BZM's there right now.
Yeah, they
he gets that epicenter. Niku.
And PMA's making his way down. Saxa could be in trouble. Riddies is going to have the glimpse to try and drag him back. They'll drop the Static Storm for this one. Niku brings in the burst damage. It's going to be Saxa dead.
Even showing PMA. I mean, displaying that they have that Blink Dagger finished just to go for that type of kill. 33. Is he about to have it done? Yeah, he is. He's about to have that Lotus actually finished up, so rather than going for that Lincolns that we used to see, the Lotus definitely feels very effective this game versus the Shaman and that Doom.
I mean, they can smoke up and go again here.
They are.
Na'Vi. They still have the RP, the Doom.
Maybe expect, probably looking for BZM or Crystal, I'd imagine.
One of
They're
those would be the big
cores.
ones, absolutely. If they can slow down.
Looks like it's attempted for BZM because they're looking to play around that power rune. Maybe they wait and try to bait it. Just kidding, Nico's just gonna grab it. They're gonna go to Forest, BZM shows.
He jumps, he's taken the bait. He tried to go in upon them. There's the RP into the skewer, that's BZM gone. Zayat's with the bait, and BZM falls for it. Toby's going to get caught here by the shackles. He'll drop the tombstone, but they'll easily be able to kill him off and just farm the tombstone on top of it.
What, Toby just walked in and gave a ton of gold. Actually, he just gave, what, 700 gold to the team? It looked like the call was already made. Like, Saxa was already completely out of there when BZM gone on.
That's a bit rough. And
surprising he finished that TP.
And those timings there now, I pretty much as soon as that happened, you know, Niku, he's got a Blink Dagger on the way out. Zayats has got one as well.
Wait, what? Zayats has a... Wait, what? He is farmed. That is dangerous for sure.
Like, this is a lot of jump. You know, they have so much jump on lockdown. The catch, it's absolutely there for Na'Vi. And as long as kind of what Niku is around, they will have the burst.
Wow, I mean, that's crazy how fast. As a 0-5 Shadow Shaman? Holy moly, yeah, 16. Yeah, he just got super rich in the last few minutes. Sure. Absolute dream for Zayats, getting so much. And they have Static Storm back available, so they could look to go for another play. And on the meanwhile, got the juice. He's gotten that space. He's recovering. Devour plus Midas kicking in.
Yeah. And I guess this is the thing, right? When you look at both of the lineups, especially at this point with these Blinks online, and Na'Vi, they've got many heroes that can kind of start a play, whereas with Tundra, they kind of need BZM, right?
Yeah,
BZM, he's the one to start off the action. The rest of them can kind of walk in, you know, to the fight. But when it comes to blink, stun, jump, it's all on BZM. So if BZM kind of gets caught in those situations where he takes the bait or he gets found first, it's so much harder for Tundra to get a surprise jump onto Na'Vi as opposed to all of the options Na'Vi's heroes have.
Absolutely, and I was literally about to mention this, and I think Saxa needs a Blink Dagger, right? Because as we're seeing in these fights, the repositioning that happens after the initiation, how is the SD or the Undying going to save?
Oh, and bottom, that's the Epi. PMA's able to get away from it.
Oh, he didn't blink, but he doesn't feel like he needs to.
He's got backup, and he's got Blink RP in a second. Tundra's got to get away from him. Jump forward, there's the Blink RP onto BZM. He's caught by the shackles. Saxon's going to try and step up, but he can't get in range for the save in time.
Chrysalis.
Tundra, can they fight back? Static Storm's going to get dropped down upon him. Niku, he's in on top of him, but Chrysalis has hit him pretty hard. Niku will fall. Chrysalis gets the kill.
He's alive.
See if he can get out of this. He should be fine. Nothing else for Na'Vi able to throw down upon him. So Chrysalis turning up just when necessary there with that Mjolnir, having enough to take Niku down.
Very well played there from Chrysalis to show up, showing how strong he is with the Mjolnir too, right? The static charge throws it onto himself.
Yeah, popping off.
Inside of that static storm, it did a ton of damage. I don't think Niku expected to go down there to this. Yeah. They did overlap a bit though, Na'Vi. The initial jump there, the RP was not necessary. They already got the jump from Zayats, they got the Hex and the control, so not saving that RP ends up actually hurting them a bit for the further scenario.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Close game though, 10-14. A lot of kills this time too. I think a lot of games that I've seen have been like 3-6 or 5-6. We have 24 kills in 17 minutes. This is quite exciting so far. Both teams being very active, looking for the fights. The old cooldowns soon to all be back up.
About halfway in onto the Aghanims. I mean, definitely, you know, in the next moments though, the next sort of fights that Tundra go for, they've got to be a bit more careful around BZM, right? Saxa has to be closer or BZM can't get caught out as he has been the last two plays. Sure, last one they were able to redeem it with Chrysalis turning up, but even then it was very close. Chrysalis got very, very low, so that they have to ensure that BZM is not getting caught out as he has been the last two times.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Honestly, if Na'Vi didn't make those little mistakes there, right, with some of their spell sequences, then they could have potentially probably lost Chrysalis as well, so. BZM will look to defend. He slowed down the push a decent amount here. Fair bit of damage though from these
Serpent Wards are still doing a fair bit.
Yeah, he got, I mean, almost the entire tower here from that. And Zayats, yeah, he's very rich. Going for the lens next. Carrying those smokes, ready to make the moves. Looks like they, on the side of Na'Vi, waiting perhaps for that next item timing. Niku is about to have a BKB.
Oh, the 33's considering starting off the Roshan.
They're scouting.
This is not an easy Rosh to go for.
No.
Like, Na'Vi have the ults up.
Niku's not really the most healthy on mana, though, and it looks like he wants to finish the BKB before looking for any fight, so they might just give this up.
I guess so. It does look like Na'Vi's not going to be getting here in time.
Yep.
Yeah, with the Goose stacks up and Chrysalis coming in with the punches, they actually do take it pretty quickly. So Tundra, they'll get that Aegis secured easily on Chrysalis.
Heads up play.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Na'Vi, that's a choice, right? They're like, they could go to try to fight around there, but they're waiting for these items. PMA, the Ags was coming out in the courier. The BKB was finishing up for the Timber. Got the juice also. I mean, I don't think he was going near anything extra in particular, but looks like they didn't want to risk their timings to go for a fight that they didn't feel confident in.
They'll be able to finish off the tier 1 bottom, but finding a team fight will be a little more complicated with that Aegis on Chrysalis. As we saw earlier, you know, he turns up. Sure, even if you're able to kill him twice, he's going to get so much damage out before you're able to take him down 2 times.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't get caught completely separate, the Sun just die twice because of the crazy catch the Na'Vi has with the glimpse. And they do place this deep vision, so they did get in and sneak into the triangle there and place a high ground ward. So that could actually potentially catch people rotating. Tundra, they're going to look to just set up for that Tormentor. Does that ward see it? Yeah, I think it saw them for a moment.
So though with this Bristle, they can take these objectives very, very quickly.
Yeah, no way to get there in time to contest.
That's quite a nice one as well. So what's the shard here for Toby?
He gets the free save.
Exactly right. That's what they're looking for. So now they have that on top of the disruption, and also very close to having the Greaves as well done by Toby. So a lot of ways to protect you know, heroes like BZM if he is getting caught at the start of the fight.
Interesting. Interesting that he goes to finish the Greaves. Not really anything in particular. He's like dispelling, right? Like at all. I guess it's just he wants the extra benefit from the Grieve when they get low. On top of anything, is it just the frequency you can use it? But interesting. Ag's done for the Sand King.
And the BKB on the other side here for Got the Juice.
Okay. I mean, Na'Vi, they hit the 3 timings that they wanted to. So they're going to look for a fight, even though they're into this Aegis.
Oh, BZM. He's going to drop the Epi just on Riddies.
Oh, right. They go for another target here.
Got the Juice has got the BKB if he feels threatened. He's holding on to Precedent now. Jump for PMA. He'll get the Horn Toss here on the 2 of them. Skewer back into the RP. Got the Juice, pots the BKB. BZM's he's gone. The damage is done. Tundra, they're going to try and fight on underneath the tier 2, but the wards are dropped down. Zayat's blocking them off. Static Storm as well, trapping Toby. Niku comes in with the damage to cut him down.
Na'Vi is defending this tower very well.
And they might not... Let's see if they can get anything more here, Na'Vi. Chris is going for the TP out. He'll make it away. But Na'Vi, knowing that they can try and go for this sort of action, even though it's Tundra having the Aegis on their carry. I mean, BZM, he really wanted that Disruptor dead. But again, it's another fight where he ends up dead on the Sand King.
Overcommitment for sure. They just get an easy catch onto him there. A buyback come out from Riddies, but either way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
PMA.
Actually, dieback from Riddies, to be honest. He dies almost instantly right afterwards. And he did glimpse the Bristle back away when he was held down, so a little slight mistake there, but... Na'Vi, they know their strength when they have these timings of items. They know that their draft is very, very powerful to fight, even into Aegis. Tundra got to be a little more careful. That also was the reveal of that Aghanims, so now they do know that that Horn Toss is up and going. Got the Juice. You saw right there the damage that he can do. On top of him being empowered and the Alpha Wolf, one attack took BZM down, I think, like half of his HP.
Yeah, they've got pretty excellent burst.
They do.
In terms of different damage types coming in between the Doom and the Timbersaw to follow up on these setups from PMA.
Riddies, I'm surprised he's walking over here without attempting for a D ward first, because he just died here. And he'll confirm that there is that ward there, and he'll play with his life again. I thought he might know that that one was there, but maybe he thought it was further south since he placed the sentry there, but... What? He's got a PMA. There you go.
We do have RP back up. Looks like, I mean, with the Disruptor dead, they probably just have to let this tier 2 go.
Yeah, it looks like they're dropping it. They were set up potentially for bottom if someone came in, but it's Christos who still has the Aegis, so won't be able to go for that kill. And Crystal actually will just farm all of the Serpent Wards there. So extra influx of gold for him.
Yeah, he's going to start getting pretty out of control, Chrysalis.
Yep.
He's going to have a lot of space on the map to freely farm, top net worth, and unless they can find some sort of solid fight or jump, it's difficult for Na'Vi to close that gap.
Yeah, he's got top net worth, and he has some really good heroes that can pull the attention to them, right? He's got the Bristle, the Sanking, the Undying that are going to force spells on him.
But do they want to make the jump on 33? They're going to try. With the skewer back into the Doom, it's a very easy kill for them to have. Toby's got to be careful, steps up, drops the Decay and a Tombstone. And I don't know if he's getting out of this one. There's a Thunderstrike upon him. He's going to get the backup of Chrysalis. Chrysalis TPing in, tries to get the Sprout to Riddies, but Riddies is able to break his way out of it. Niku with the remainder of his BKB can also Timber Chain away. So Toby will survive.
Okay,
Off the side, BZM, he's in with the epicenter jump onto Zayats. Zayats will fall.
PMA was thinking about jumping in and going for Chrysalis, but didn't have the horn toss up just yet. Didn't actually go for it. That Bristle died in an instant, and by the way, this is before Hexbreak is online.
Very much shown. They can kill 33 very easily.
Yeah.
Does still mean, though, as we saw in that situation, when they do drop the spells down onto the Bristle, Chrysalis, he's more than ready to assess the situation, knows he can turn up and have very little to interrupt him. Sure, didn't quite get the kills that he was hoping for, but was very secure in how he turned up. And once things have been thrown on the Bristle, there's not a lot left to target the Nature's Prophet with, which in future fights could get a bit scary for Na'Vi if they don't hold something back ready for when Chrysalis TP's in.
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? Like, the Doom was absolutely unnecessary there. He died in a fraction of a second. So I think in these further situations, I think Juice is going to save it either for BZM or probably for Chrysalis in most situations now. Level 13 on Zayat, so 2 levels until Hexbreak is online versus that Bristleback, of course. And how's the BKB? PMA pretty close to it. All right, maybe never mind. Maybe they will actually have to throw that Doom onto the Bristle, because now he went BKB. So now it actually might force the issue of having that, since they won't be able to just throw the spells up from the Timber onto him. So I like this itemization actually from 33 this time around. Glad to see him not building Dominator. Honestly, it's like it's been so many games that I've seen him do it now, and just seeing more of a more normal thing.
Yeah, not a single Dominator this game, right?
Nope.
Dominator free this time.
This is nice, honestly. It's quite relaxing. Niku, Mystical Whispers of the Dread. Very nice for him, and an amp damage and level 18. His damage spike has gone up massively, and he's got the Aghanims, so if he does see somebody, he could just insta-pop them here with the damage burst. Someone gonna show? No.
That was close to that.
Yeah. It does, if he actually connects with anyone there with the amp damage, it's like 2,000 plus damage, because it's 800 plus amp plus your double chakrams and whirling, so you can effectively just insta-kill somebody if you time it perfectly.
RV looking for a smoke opportunity. Can they actually find anyone though? Tundra in pretty safe spots.
Do they have the timing yet though? Because I remember they were like very close to the BKB on PMA. It looks like they're making the move before he has it done. He's selling the bracer, but it's gonna take a moment for it to come out to him.
See if they can catch anyone around the tier 2 mid. Tundra, who are they gonna show? At the moment, just safely trying to clear the wave with Saxa.
Tundra seems to know this is up. Looking at their posture on the map at the moment. Saxa starting to inch forward here.
Yeah, look at the opportunity. Boots back now onto 33. Na'Vi not quite finding the angle they hoped for.
Okay, I mean, the Shadow Demon ult is pretty important, I would say, in this game, especially versus Niku, to get rid of that reactive armor. So they don't have that up for the next 60 seconds if they do want to make a play onto him.
They are super close to the Silver Edge on Got the Juice.
Oh, dude, he's starting to get pretty scary. The damage that he's going to do versus a lot of these heroes is insane, because he's got that level advantage. The level pain really starts to add up when you've got this plus Empower plus the Alpha Wolf.
Same to be said there for Chrysalis, so he's just finished his full Daedalus.
This is going to be some crazy damage if they're able to connect onto each other.
Yeah, somebody's got to have the jump ready for Chrysalis when he turns up to the fight. If he gets to just sort of stand there and right-click away, this Nature's Prophet is going to be pretty beautiful for Tundra.
If he can turret, he can absolutely do it. And like we said before, he does have some pretty good heroes that are going to be absorbing the spells on the front line. And they do have a BKB now for BZM. so quite a bit safer. Level 18 also has been hit for him, so max Epi online.
Definitely looking for action themselves, Tundra.
Doing not level 20 yet, looking to invade Riddies.
Tundra's heading in.
Even Riddies is a big kill because he's got the gem.
Toby is ready to get the vision down. For Saxon, not quite able to get the disruption onto Got the Juice whilst he was under the sentry.
Now they might smoke themselves after that. They are.
Especially around this sort of timing, Roshan. There's going to be a point of contest for both of these teams.
Hey, they're starting it. Navi looking for the wraparound here.
Yeah, Toby trying to sort of block off any sort of smoke play from the trees, but Navi's going to be able to make their way around it. PMA tries for the blind horn toss, not going to find anyone.
They have a ward there, so they did see PMA.
Niku is going to show as well now.
Tombstone dropped already, very early on a low ground.
Toby's going to walk into this.
Hey, whoa. Like he respawns, right? He's got it up, so he is back, but doesn't have Tombstone. That was very aggressive from Toby.
Probably someone on the team was like, bro, go out there, check if they're there. And then he's like, yep, they're there.
I guess so, yeah. Been dropping the Tombstone too. Even though he's back, his Tombstone's not going to be back for 50 seconds. And that's going to break a bit of this positioning. They do get the lane shoved in.
And they're going to fall back from the Roshan.
But they're setting up for the bottom Roshan, right? It's gonna
that's true. You're right. Okay. Navi themselves ready to start TPing over one by one to get over.
Okay, so this is cool. They're going to look to still contest for this Rosh from this angle. It looks like that is going to be the case from them. Oh, Toby. Look at his positioning right now. Tombstone back up in 20 seconds for him.
All right, getting some good info. Oh, clearing out some of the trees.
Niku?
BCM's looking to go. Some of the Boris strike onto Niku. At the same time, Toby's ready to jump out here with the ult. Let's try and chase them down, but he's going to get surrounded. Static Sword down onto the two of them. Toby will try and get his way out on the heal up with the creeps. He'll live. He's caught in the Sprout. Crystallis has the damage easily to take out the carry doom, and now they're ready to turn and chase for more. BZM jumps forward in with the BKB. They're going to catch on to Zayats. Riddies, he's going to offer the TP out, but Sprout's down onto Zayats. Zayats gets caught as well by Crystallis. Niku will be able to run away. But as we're seeing, Crystallis can find his spot in the fight. He will clean up any of these cores very, very quickly.
This was a nice one there from Toby, right? This one, he's in a prime position, pops the ult, just runs in. He forced, what, 2-3 spells onto himself, and then he just sees the Doom. Crystallis gets him trapped. He's stuck, literally the worst possible place for the Doom to be in. Stuck between all the trees and then sprouted.
Roshan will be theirs. Crystallis.
Now he's got protection of Aegis as well versus these big ultimates. And almost a satanic Niku.
He's got to respect the damage here of this Nature's Prophet.
He truly does.
Oh, one toss. Quick catch on the Sax. He'll get the defensive disruption off, and Crystallis is ready. If there's TP and aggressively looks for already, MA will hold him back with the RP, but they have to run Na'Vi. They're not going to get the chance. BZM's in with the burrow strike onto Niku. PMA's able to get the skewer off. Timber chains back up. And the chase continues. Saxa dropping the ult onto Niku. BKB's there, but the Timber chain's not going to catch it. He's going to try for the TP out, but the right clicks are too much. Crystallis cleans up another.
Was he short on the chain? I guess so. He just didn't hit the tree. Ends up going down because of that when Tundra now blown the game open.
Yeah, they're getting a lot.
Lead.
And these hits are only going to get harder because the AC is pretty much done on 33, so you add that into the mix as well. You just can't stand anywhere near this Nature's Prophet. No. You have to get something thrown down on him. They'll catch him in with a horn toss.
Let's see if the tier 4 does.
Back, but Saxon's in with a disruption. Drop the Serpent wards down. Crystallis, he's ready to fight them under the tier 4. Heal it up as well. Got the juice. He's going to die through the BKB. He's dead for 80. They can't deal with the Prophet.
Now he's got the juice popping his Satanic to fight, but he couldn't hit anything.
And there's the jump. BZM in with the BKB episode. He catches both the supports. That Zayats already's gone as well.
How quick things have just accelerated. Crystallis, 8, 1, and 10. Pretty much flawless performance from him.
I'll take this mid set of racks. Maybe even the top one as well. They can't go for the bottom. Tier 2 still there. They could try and threaten the game maybe. They're hitting pretty hard and fast here with this Nature's Prophet.
It's a lot of time still for that Doom, 50 seconds.
I mean, PMA can look for a horn toss into the skewer soon, so Tundra do have to respect the fact that the play's there for the Magnus.
Let's see what they get. Satanic for Crystallis.
He's going to be able to grab one of them. Disruption's there in time. Niku's back up in a second. They'll get the Shockwave. A lot of burst here with the Chakram as well. Right on the Lotus as well onto BZM. He's fine with the Tombstone.
Great disruptions from Saxa. This blink plus lens.
Tier 4s are gone. Ancient's now exposed. PMA in with another jump, gets the shockwave and a skewer back into the Hex. They've got the burst to bring him down. Maybe not though. The Soul Repeals comes in. Doesn't matter. Explosions there for Niku to finish off 33. So what they can go for now. Toby won't be able to defend his tombstone. And almost certainly just be the sacrificial lamb here, buying space for the rest of Tundra to get out of there. And indeed, Na'Vi have to try and chase, but the rest of Tundra should be able to safely escape. Damage done. They take the mid set of racks, they get the 2 tier 4s.
Very nice disengage, only losing these 2. I thought perhaps they might get one more if the Glimpse was able to connect, but not the case. Crystallis now has hit level 25. TP is going to be all over the place. He can be everywhere. And they had to literally bring them into the fountain to be able to hold on to this game for now. Na'Vi need to have a much better attempt at execution for these team fights, because so far, Crystallis has just been able to stand his ground. Stand way too strong. He's just never getting caught inside of it now. And all it really takes, that one fight. And look at the graph. Kind of tells the tale a lot of this game. Things were slowly building up. Na'Vi maybe getting an inch of hope, and then wham!
Zayats. He's going to get the Serpent Wards down.
He has the gem. It's a big kill.
Backup's coming in from Niku. But yeah, Zayats is gone. And now Niku's got to be careful himself around Crystallis.
Niku.
The disruption set up on a Riddies. Riddies also to fall. Easy kills here for Crystallis to clean up.
And Tundra and Soxa can just go down and pick up that gem that was dropped from earlier.
And now they're ready to push in.
Another TP. Looking for more.
Oh, that burst shot. BTF. They'll get the catch on Niku. Crystallis is ready to just TP into the base. They get the Horn Toss. Skew as well. It's not quite enough to drag him into the fountain, though. Get him ever so close. Not quite in range. Got the juice, steps in. Infernal Blade dropped down onto Crystallis, but they have to respect the fact there's still that Aegis to burst through it.
Keep an eye on that skewer.
PMA, has he got any play in time here? BKB's out from Crystallis. Chance for a skewer. Niku.
Niku's in.
He's getting in very aggressive. He's pretty low here on the Timber Saw. Now pushing Tundra back for now. Still about 20 seconds or so until they'll have both supports back in the game, Na'Vi.
They have this, this ward, they now know it's there because that Wrath of Nature that bounced to, but it's seeing everything. They'll be able to get the D ward here. Oh, wait, is that right out of the range? It is.
Oh, PMA off the mark.
Oh no, they got it. Just kidding.
Get the Horn Toss.
BZM.
As they jump BZM. He's able to get the Burrow Strike combo straight away on a PMA. PMA will get the BKB and the skewer off. He'll get himself over the Ancient. Trying to get away from these epi hits. He's so low, but he's not going to survive. Crystallis gets in, finishes him off. There's no threat to Magnus dragging them into the fountain now with him dead for a minute. Look at the shackles on Crystallis, but Crystallis can just stand his ground as the lockdown comes to an end. The takeout got the juice. Niku just trying to push back against the supports, but Toby's able to heal up. They're stacking up the damage onto the Timber. Niku has to get out of his own base. He can't hold the defense for now. Crystallis onto the Ancient, ready to close this one up. As Na'Vi, they had the fortification, but just with the 3 of them, have they got any way of stopping this Nature's Prophet? I don't think they do. Zayats, he's going to try. He's in with the Hex and the Serpent Wards and the Shackles, but the defensive disruptions there from Saxa. Without their carry, without their offlane, Na'Vi, they cannot get them off the throne. This game, it's over. GG is called. Tundra will take game 2 and push this series to a game 3.
An appropriate game 3. Much, much better game from Tundra this time around. Na'Vi, couple little sloppiness, definitely adding up in this one. Some spells that perhaps they didn't need to throw onto some targets. And then just really that bottom fight, which wasn't really even too much of a fight, actually. It was Toby just getting the jump in, starting Crystallis, getting that sprout, which led them to get the Roshan and get this huge advantage to snowball in it.
Yeah, no, both times kind of seen the carries get to show off, right? We had the game 1, this anti-mage from got the juice. This game 2, Crystallis giving a pretty perfect performance on the Nature's Prophet, doing everything necessary. And I will say as well, when it comes to the picks, the draft, that Bristle ended up working out very nicely.
It was beautiful.
In terms of getting these objectives, especially in those early bits of the game where things were kind of close, it did allow them to stack up with the Goo, get that Roshan, get the Tormentor, which got that shard timing. It all worked out and fell into place very, very nicely for them. And yeah, we're getting a game 3, folks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, thankfully we are. I know we've had a lot of game 3s today, and it's been a pretty long one for only having 3 best of 3s in the day.
I mean, both days have been pretty insane. The amount of Dota and the quality of Dota has been probably what some of the best for the first 2 days of a road to TI.
No, absolutely. And this game, I would say, for Tundra, I really liked the way that they adapted and made their early game so much stronger and better. I think this might be one of the better early games I've seen from them in this tournament. Rather than them playing in some recovery mode, it was them just ready to fight at almost all times.
Yeah, and BZM, sure, kind of in the mid-game, a few times they were able to catch him out, but at the end, he really pulled it back together and definitely showed, as we saw in the draft, it seemed like Na'Vi felt that this was not going to be a mid-sanking. They were banning out these other mids, considering that BZM didn't maybe want to play it to this Timbersaw matchup. And we saw at the end it didn't matter. BZM able to get these jumps onto the Timber specifically and have enough damage to set up for these final few plays. We see it here. This was the big one, honestly. Catching PMA and bringing him as low as he was. If PMA was able to survive this, Na'Vi, they probably would have been able to hold on because they would have had that chance for these Horn Toss RP skewers into Fountains. But with him dead, with no buyback, their hopes were over.
Yeah, their hopes are really over. Honestly, like that the whole bottom thing that led to that Roche was it was so disastrous for Got the Juice. It's like he's online, he has all his items, and he just gets sprouted and he's stuck in trees and just dies and does next to nothing. So, yeah, well played from Tundra and an appropriate game 3 for sure. This might have been, it's so funny, this might have been one of the faster games on a 36-minute game. It's one of the faster games of the tournament.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. What's actually been the fastest game?
We've had like a 20-minute, right?
In the series over on the mainstream that we just have, right? Some of those games probably shut down pretty quickly.
Probably, yeah. We do believe so. We've had a couple 30-minuters for sure, but still, a 36-minute here, pretty fast one, even though there's a crazy amount of farm in this and some level 25s. Either way, this time, Na'Vi, even though they got very comfort heroes, the Doom carry definitely not looking so hot.
Yeah, didn't quite work out this time. Just had a bit too tough of a lane, right? We saw that sort of awkward beginning where they did go for that kill. They didn't get them the kill. Ended up and Got the Juice dying.
That was huge.
That was the beginning.
That was a really, really big
the downfall in that lane. Yeah, made it very hard for Got the Juice to get back in on the action. And yeah, the saves coming through. Saxa with those disruptions, slowing down some of the aggressive maneuvers that Na'Vi were trying to hit Tundra with in that mid game.
SD Stonks rising.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
And there's a lot of very good SD players here.
Oh yeah,
on the road to TI. So yeah, for certain, we'll be seeing that show its face in the Game 3 draft, whether it's in the bans or the picks.
For sure.
And yeah, got to give it to them. Crystallis has said both carries from each team getting to show us so far today. Game 1 Got the Juice on his anti-mage, and Game 2, definitely Crystallis here on the Nature's Prophet. One of those games where you really couldn't ask for anything more from him.
No, not at all. The fact that the way he showed up to fights, right? The bottom one jumps in, able to get that fight with the Mjolnir pick off, even though he just had that one item, he could do it. It was pretty beautiful.
Oh,
so. Yeah, very good play from Crystallis. I really like when I see the Nature's Prophet not scared to join the fights. That one bottom fight when he joined in originally, he had what? Tried some Mjolnir plus one small thing, and he feels confident to show up and get some big kills. So yeah, good on him. Very nice.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, with that going down, there's more Dota 2 to be had today. We're going to be back with a Game 3 here between Tundra and Na'Vi very shortly. But I believe for now, over to an interview, and then maybe over to the panel.
We're just gonna skip that interview, go straight to the panel. Thank you very much, Owen and Funk. And I do want to echo the sentiment that we are getting treated to some fantastic Dota 2 on our screens today and yesterday, of course, as well, as we are waiting for more Dota to come your way with the Game 3 coming up. I want to talk a little bit about that game number 2, because for a little while, Misery, it did look like Na'Vi was going to 2-0 Tundra.
It did. It did look like Tundra were... making some shaky moves, and they were looking like the pressure was getting to them, right? They're down 1-0, and they're going to be 1-3 if they lose this series. Yeah. It's not a good spot that they expected to be in. But again, Na'Vi sort of also crumbling a little bit at some point. I also think maybe the Doom, he recovered in terms of net worth, but he didn't go for the traditional Radiance, which is a bit surprising to me. Like that does mean that he farms a lot slower, and he's not... it's just a different hero suddenly, right? And yeah, I'm not sure, but that one fight was really game determining there towards the end.
It really was. Stormstorm, what do you think about this game 2 we just saw?
Yeah, I can only add to Misery's sentiment as well, I think. We could see the carry diff in the Game 1, where Got the Juice had an exceptional performance on the anti-mage, and here, I agree, I think in this game he didn't really have the juice. I think he didn't really manage to press any Dooms towards the later stage of the game. I think in this bottom fight, if I saw correctly, he got countered by Sprouts. He was just stuck in those trees, and that was the team fight where both team net worths were like kind of even. It was like a 1k diff towards Tundra. So I think it was a very exciting game to watch. I think Niku, also on his Timbersaw, had an exceptional performance. I think he was set up for success because he played against Nature's Prophet, he played against Bristleback, which got picked into the Timbersaw even, and he played against Sanking mid. But Niku is probably one of the best Timbersaws out there together with Malrine from Falcons, and he also really impressed me in this one.
Yeah, some impressive plays from them, from the boys on Navi, of course. But then again, Tundra played a much cleaner game than they have in most of their games of the tournament, I have to say as well. Saksa for me was very impressive on the Shadow Demon. Perhaps not because of Saksa, he can do wonders on a lot of heroes, but the Shadow Demon itself did quite a lot. And when you think about it, you were talking about the Timbersaw mid. Suddenly there's a Shadow Demon against him as well. There's a Sprout against the Doom, but there's also the Shadow Demon as well with the Purge. So it was really difficult to play these heroes properly against Saksa's SD.
Are we surprised at all? I mean, the Nature's Prophet has been banned in so many games, Lizard. Tundra got their hands on it. Surely then there should not be a single doubt that this is a hero that's going to win the game.
I feel like, yeah, there shouldn't be, but obviously Navi were doubters.
Yeah.
They didn't believe in the Prophet Prime. It did happen in the end. I guess they tried it out with the Timber as some sort of a soft counter, like you can always get on top of him, you can get rid of the trees and stuff, but in the end it felt like Chrysalis was the one that just stands there and hits everyone.
I think Prophet is in an interesting spot right now. I don't think it's as powerful as it perhaps was maybe a month ago or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It seems like teams are willingly giving it away, even to second phase. And it's still an incredibly strong hero and carry as well. The item build pretty much builds itself. You don't have to think that much. I think is important. I think he had a 16-minute Mjolnir. Like he farms super quickly, right? At some point he hits a critical mass where the hero is just too strong. Also, he still has insane level 25, but I think the hero has some weaknesses in the mid game where he can die in these fights, like we saw, right? If he gets caught in the middle, he's kind of squishy, and I think that's what teams are trying to experiment with and trying to take advantage of. But yeah, this time around it was not enough. Christus was way ahead of everybody.
He really was, and to be honest, maybe it was that Navi was one game up and they wanted to try something, or well, we'll see what they do with it in game number 3, of course. What I will say, though, Stormstormer, it wasn't really a surprise that this was going to go 3 games. Tundra, every single series they've played so far, they go the distance. And we started the whole road to TI yesterday talking a little bit about Tundra because they are playing with stand-in, and Toby is a great player. Whitemon obviously still being very much missed, but I do want to check in with that. Like, how do we feel like Tundra's form is overall? We heard from 33 in an interview right before the road to TI that they are somewhat struggling with their identity. Do you see that back? They are so many games in, and I think if you are having a team that says out loud that they are struggling with their identity, playing more games generally better.
I agree with what you just said there. I think it helps to play more games to like figure out what is flowing with you. I think especially because you understand the situation. At the same time, I think they still consider, just by the name Tundra and also some of the players that are on the team, that they consider themselves to some, at least like, maybe not favorites, but one of the top teams, right? I think they would prefer to not be in this 1-2 spot, maybe in the 2-1 spot or something like that. So I think they are really in a stressful position. I think every single game so far has taken something from them. They absolutely have the strategies that are working for them. For example, the BZM Invoker, whenever it got first picked, I think they have 100% win rate with that. Also, I see Lycan being banned against them in every single game. So I think they actually have strategies that could be described as their identity. But as soon as those are banned out, you can see them running into some difficulties.
Yeah, I believe it banned out ever since that first series they played. I believe everybody is just, why not just ban them? And that makes me think, like, shouldn't there be more heroes, Misery, that make it through to the pool for them? Or is that, do you think, the reason why, for example, they get their hands on that Nature Prophet?
But I think that there's the aspect of identity in terms of strategies and heroes and things like that. But I think there's also, the confidence. You can sometimes see that it's kind of not as it used to be, or not as it usually is with Tundra. In the mid game, for example, here they have a couple of deaths on the mid lane from BZM, for example. I think he died back to back. Toby dies as well. Feeds away a tombstone. They lose mid tower. Suddenly Navi's back in the game, and it looks like, oh, what's going on with Tundra? Right? This is not normal for them. So I think that there's something with the confidence and the the feeling of we're going to be fine, we're just playing chill, just give the mid tower, it's okay, or just being confident and composed in the game, I think sometimes slips up, and I think that's why they're also losing some of these games.
Yeah, I feel like exactly what you said. This composure and confidence comes from having the identity, from knowing exactly what you want to be doing at every part of the game. And perhaps that's the identity that he thought of. It's not necessarily the hero pools. The hero pools are still there. The patch hasn't really changed all too much in the previous 6 months. However, when your position 5 is missing, when you don't have Whitemon, it's really difficult. Like the position 5 rotations earlier in the game, in the first 10 minutes, I feel like are as impactful, or maybe even more so than the ones from position 4.
Yeah, we can take a look at the hero pools also, see how these two teams compare against each other when it comes to which heroes they like. And yes, Tundra does like the Invoker, but they don't get to play it anymore. So I think the like in there as well. I think the main thing that stands out to me here is you see the amount of times they've played their heroes, and if you consider that Tundra actually has played more games, than Na'Vi, the highest amount of games played on a hero is 3. And one of them, they don't even get their hands off anymore, and I think the Tiny actually is part of the ban pool now as well, with Saxa doing really well on that.
Yeah.
That's a very big difference compared to Na'Vi, who have a hero, Misery, that they've played 6 times.
Yeah. I mean, Na'Vi definitely has some heroes that are more common. I do think that this Tiny hero for Tundra is... I don't think they've lost with this hero yet. I might be wrong, but it seems like a very important hero for them right now, for their success. I think this is an interesting hero for Na'Vi to look at. I also looked at these heroes, and I looked at Dazzle. Dazzle was first pick, first ban in every single high MMR pop game, and it still is. Not as much, but it's still very strong. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any Dazzle whatsoever. I at least haven't seen any game from it.
I talked to a few players, and from what I can gather is in scrims it wasn't doing that well coming into the tournament. So maybe it's one of those heroes that got dissected so hard that it's no longer working. Is it a silencer, or what exact answer it is? I'm not really sure, but people are figuring it out.
It's like this classic meta shift, right?
Yeah.
That you always experience in a patch, that even though there's no new patch that is dropping, just because the patch is already a bit old, people just, as Liz just said, dissect it, they get better playing against it. Because if you remember, when this hero got more popular, people were confused about this ultimate, they were getting annoyed by the Grave coming out and all these kind of things, and now like they understand how to play against it, draft against it, etc.
Yeah, no longer do you stun Dazzle after he already has it.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have stunned Dazzle so many times, and it's so great stuff that you now understand.
I think the hero is a little bit forgotten though. I don't think it's warranted that the hero is. I don't know if it's even been picked yet. Maybe some teams have tried it, but it's very few games. I think the hero is still very strong. Just the fact that you are strong in lane, you have the heal, you have the grave, you have to deal with it. You have to find this guy in team fights, or you're not killing any heroes, right? You have to pick very specific heroes to counter it, like the Axe, like the Silencer, right, with the global. But there's not that many of those type of heroes. So I think this hero is still good, but we'll see. I think there are some wins out there. If you manage to pick this guy up in the right spot.
I mean, maybe it's a game 3 type of hero, you know? Potentially we'll see people pull it out there, but the meta is ever evolving. And speaking of evolving, I also want to talk about Na'Vi, because this is, for a lot of their players, their first international, first road to TI, first time showing up on the biggest of stages, and sometimes that just makes players maybe not play as well. Misery, I feel like we've already seen Na'Vi do fairly well. Obviously, they're going to a game 3 against Tundra. How do we feel about their form, and especially if you compare it to how they got to this place to begin with, as they were on an upward trajectory?
I think it's very. I think sometimes they show really great moments where they look like they're a real tier 1 team that could make it really far, right? But and sometimes it falls apart a bit, like we just saw in the last team fight in this game. So I think it's a bit inconsistent still, perhaps. But I like their energy a lot, and I like their. I was in the elevator with them yesterday when they lost their first game.
Yeah.
And no problem. They were happy. They were smiling. They were joking around. So I think they have good attitudes towards these type of situations that they're in now. They're not taking it too harsh. So, and I think that's very important at the international, especially.
By the way, have you guys noticed the change in switch in the general attitude of the newer players? Like when Spirit was coming up, all the nicknames were kind of depressive kids
Yes,
and whatnot.
yes.
Now we
Definitely was a
got
bit
the
of a
juice, PMA, you know, like things are switching up.
In a good trajectory.
Yeah, in a good trajectory.
It's a good influence, you know. I think everybody saw Team Spirit winning, and they were all very positive guys. A lot of the Royal Roaders there, of course, as well. With apart from Aposhka, everybody's first TI as well. So people are getting very hopeful. It's like, well, this is my first TI. I could win this one. And I think maybe Nico in particular, Navi is the youngest team here, with Nico being the youngest player here. This is, you know, a team that definitely would have so much hope. And I maybe also, and I don't know if this is a thing that is real, but in the back of your mind, this is the first TI. But definitely not the last, you know? You know that this is just the beginning of the road.
The pressure is kind of... You can look at it both ways. Maybe the pressure is on you, but at the same time, maybe just because of that pressure is not truly there.
I was about to say that as well. I think it's hard to read what's going on in their minds, because at the same time, like, he's just maybe enjoying himself. If you say you see them always smiling, I also look at the cameras. I saw Zayek on his last pick smiling and being so confident, was saying, guys, I just picked Shadow Shaman. They don't have anything against it. That was his facial expression was telling me, you know. I was looking at his face. It's hard to tell, honestly, what's going on in their minds. Maybe they're also just playing and enjoying though. That's what Nico looks like to me on his Timbersaw, for example. Like,
when you see Undying mid as well.
Exactly, like Undying, Snapfire, he's not sweating, you know?
They were also on day one. They were that's yesterday.
Yes.
They were picking Undying mid.
Yeah.
They were picking Snapfire mid. I think they were like all over the place, picking new heroes, their own identity, things like that. And that means they're not afraid to play and to be here and to give it everything they have. I think that's also very important at TI, especially.
Yeah, a very good sign for, I think, any new team, that they are able to just enjoy and still play confident despite being the youngest team here. And again, that might just be a bonus that they have going into this and going into this game 3, as we are ready to jump into that third game between Na'Vi and Tundra with ODPixel and Fogged.
And Na'Vi, draft has begun. Let's see what goes down. Of course, we had game 1 go the way of Na'Vi, game 2 go the way of Tundra. Both pretty exciting games, and as we were saying, some great chances for both of the carries to get to really flourish. Game 1, Anti-Mage got the juice. Game 2, Chrysalis on the Nature's Prophet. Game 3, what are we going to see?
Yep, let's see what type of pivots. Do they do the same bands? They do. So that worked for them. Honestly, the Earthshaker plus AM, making sure that they have this good carry to carry matchup.
Yep.
Alrighty. Let's see. I also really liked the fact that Tundra, at least for me, it looked like it was just like, okay, guys, we're going to fix things up a little bit more in the early game so that we're never playing from behind at all. We're actually playing from ahead in most situations. The lanes looked really good. It really did.
Wall up coming in again.
Okay. So switching it up. They felt like that Disruptor didn't maybe do as much as they had particularly wanted it to do. It actually kind of forced them to go aggressive in a position where perhaps they shouldn't have in the bottom lane. So maybe going for more of a defensive route than aggressive route, I guess you could say.
Sand King once again, and ultimately was able to come in with some big plays at the end of that one there, BZM. And of course did very well in that lane. Even against, you know, what Na'Vi threw against in the mid, this Timbersaw, which is, I think Na'Vi may have expected to go a little bit easier.
Yeah, no, definitely. Nature's Prophet. All right, yep. You guys won. We won with Anti-Mage. You're going to ban that. You guys won with Nature's Prophet. We'll ban that one.
All right. They've got to both do something a little bit different this time round. I guess the first question is going to be whether or not Na'Vi want to go with the Doom again. Like, is Doom going to be ignored entirely in this series? Sorry, in this Game 3 draft? Or are we going to see it banned? Like, what do you expect for the Doom?
I'm honestly not too sure anymore, Owen, because I don't know. I'm not really liking Doom right now. I know it's insanely strong, and I'm completely wrong probably, but it's fine. For some of these games, I'm just looking, and I'm like, what is the Doom? Is just.
I was going to say, are we able to get the win rate up for the Doom? How is the Doom actually looking on the numbers?
I can look for you in a second if we don't bring it up. Give me a second. I closed my tab.
We've been seeing it obviously get through quite a few drafts.
Yeah, it is 41%.
Okay,
after 17 games.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Right?
That's pretty underwhelming.
That's pretty underwhelming, I would say. But it is getting picked a lot, and it is getting sacked a lot in some of these games too. So, but I don't know. It just feels weird. Definitely just feels a little strange. But either way, let's see. Shadow Demon gets taken out. So yeah, literally just gonna have to switch things up.
Yeah, that's fair. Tundra now with the ban. Do they want to continue to target further carries?
10 seconds remaining.
And do they want to maybe target the Magnus now that they don't have a save from the Shadow Demon? Because honestly, a couple of these games I've seen, the SD kind of bails out people out of these bad scenarios, and if they don't have that one, maybe they're going to feel like they don't want to play against the Magnus.
I mean, what are the other sort of meta saves that are still available?
Depends on teams, right? Because I think for Na'Vi, the Venge gets thrown in the midst, but I would say for the more meta teams, it's just SD, Pugna, and Shadow Demon, right? Those are 3 big ones. I can maybe list off a couple more. No, I mean, it's Naga Siren is another.
What do you mean 3? You just said SD and Shadow Demon. That don't count.
Didn't I say another one?
You said SD, Pugna, Shadow Demon.
SD, Pugna. Oh.
But,
I was thinking of a different hero then. I was thinking Undying. There we
Undying,
go.
yeah.
There we go. Sorry. My bad.
Which is still in. And
still
you know,
in.
both teams like to play it.
Sorry about that.
In a variety of positions. What do we got?
No, nothing. Abaddon. Also taken out. Okay, I mean.
Oh, that's a save.
A lot of things. Yeah, but that's usually the carry.
That's true.
What others? I mean, Dazzle is another save, but that one's kind of been untouched, it feels like, this tournament, except for by maybe 1 or 2 people.
Yeah, we've had it in a couple of games, right?
Yeah.
Not a lot.
No.
There's the
And
Pug.
there's the Pug.
So that's one of the saves.
One of them, yep. Warlock gets, if he's in range of the ward too, he kills himself on this thing, dude. Your spells cost a ton of mana.
Is the temptation now not there to get a primal a little earlier in your draft if you're Na'Vi? Just pop it mid against the BZM Sand King.
I wouldn't mind it. I mentioned that one to you the other day. I hate playing Pugna versus Primal Beast.
Sure.
Because you can't save with the life drain nearly as effectively. The damage is all mixed and all that kind of stuff too. So yeah, maybe Na'Vi does really like the hero. They'll go for their Centaur. So go.
I like that. I was kind of hoping to see that one come through in game 2. Obviously didn't in the end, even though they had the option. It was played really nicely in game 1.
It has 100% win rate.
Yeah.
Right.
So I feel pretty good for Na'Vi going back for that here in this game 3.
It does both things, right? It's a disengager, but also a gap closer toward those backline pesky save supports, right? You can do multiple different things with this hero.
And it's also that hero that can rush the pipe, right?
Yes, yeah, true. Very, very true. That's actually probably one of the bigger ones, right? Versus the Sand King and the Pugna. Good call.
Let's have a look. Third pick now for Na'Vi. Probably likely to just try and get up that second support hit. Ooh.
What?
They have banned it out the last few times right, Na'Vi, and it has been left in this time. The Silencer is still available. They're going to go for the Mirana themselves, but they banned it out both games against Tundra.
Wait, what? That's an interesting one, because I was talking with Insania as well, with Aiden. He also feels similar. I always feel like this hero is quite underwhelming.
I think the thing we've got to take into account here, I think this must be something that Na'Vi's pretty good with, because game 1, we did see Tundra, I believe their final ban was the Mirana.
Okay.
So I think that one ban we've had in the tournament so far was from game 1 where Tundra banned it out. Yeah, there we go, first game. They banned it out last against them, and that was even when they had an Abaddon in their team. So if they're still banning out this Mirana even when they had an Abaddon, it just goes to show that Tundra, they respect Na'Vi's Mirana. And yeah, Na'Vi getting through. We're going to see what they get to do with it. Void is going to be the carry coming out for Tundra. Very nice, of course. You know, you can't stampede out of that.
No, I mean, it's still just very interesting to me that, you know, you see Pugna, and I think for a lot of teams, when I see the Pugna, I've been thinking about the Snapfire a lot of times because you can kill the ward very easily. You can outrange the ward as well, too, when you throw your kisses. But maybe this is another type of tool where you have this very long range in the lane. You're able to poke and harass. You can set up kill combos around the map. Moonlight Shadow is a tool that's always going to be pretty strong. I'm not sure. This is cool because I'm actually just looking at things, too. And Na'Vi hasn't played Mirana in not the last 20 games. Not Nate. I don't know, Owen.
I mean, it must be something new
from
that they've been cooking in scrims. Because, yeah, Tundra banned it.
Yeah,
so it has to be something. They're going to go with the Disruptor themselves this time, Tundra. So they'll get that for their second support here.
Okay, a lot of team fight. They've got Void, Disruptor, Sand King. They've got the Pugna also thrown into the mix.
And Glimpse, of course, what fantastic against really both the Centaur and the Mirana. Whether it's Stampedes or Leaps, you're not always going to be able to run away from this man.
No, not at all. Kinetic Field's going to be very nice for that.
Yep.
And for the lane, too, Mirana... Actually, wait a minute. Now they have Disruptor and Pugna. So Pugna will be the 4, Disruptor will be that 5 position. Disruptor can trade. The new Thunderstorm, like, Mirana doesn't trade too effectively with that slow attack speed and all that. He can actually just hit you and trade pretty effectively, too. Is that a balloon?
Yeah, he was playing around with
He's
it.
playing around with okay, cool, hype.
Just sort of strengthening the lungs.
True. Whenever I do that, it hurts my ears.
What?
You never had that when you like blow up balloons too much?
That's because you're sticking it in your ears.
Oh, come on.
What do you mean?
You know what?
Morphling is coming in. I hear we had a couple of pretty exciting morph games earlier on the other stream.
Also, yesterday, I think it was, that Navi stomped with 2 games with Morphling versus Heroic that I recall.
Of course, one of those cores that can definitely prepare for like the chrono right and get themselves into a state where the Void isn't going to be able to get easy kills against the Morph early into the game.
Also, the Morph versus Sanking is a pretty interesting kind of thing because he turns into the Sanking, goes inside the Sandstorm, and he can be really devastating on top of having another stun, too.
And I guess it's they're setting up for sort of a similar dynamic in Game 1 where you have this, carry plus Warlock in the safe lane.
Good luck punishing.
Yeah, should give kind of a pretty free start to Got the Juice.
And definitely some limited disables, gotta say it, right? There's a Sanking stun. Yes, there's a Chronosphere for the later stages, but overall Disruptor Static Storm can be a bit difficult sometimes for you to trap a Morphling before he gets that shift off.
You know what would be the big IQ move here from Tundra?
What's that?
That they probably won't do.
Okay.
You put BZM on the Pugner.
Oh, no, they won't.
And you last pick an AA.
I don't think so.
Okay. But if they do,
I'll give you
AA Void, AA Sand King, it's amazing.
I mean,
the lineup.
Honestly,
you know what I mean?
Maybe you're cooking something. Maybe an AA. Actually,
like AA,
it does look.
It looks so good.
Sure,
but they won't do. Because it kind of makes things awkward else.
Yes.
So if they're not doing that, what are they doing? What are they going to get in as their last core, Tundra?
Well, he banned Puck and Ember, so same thing about these lack of disables. They don't want the super elusive one in the mid lane. But what does that mean? BZM might want here.
Well, I think at the moment BZM's still going to play the Sand King, right? You're getting 33 last.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. So 33, what does he want? Obviously Beastmaster be banned out. I really like 33 on his Darkseer.
I was going to say Axe. Actually, I think Darkseer's the best one, but
I think him on his Darkseer.
I think he would have gone either the Axe or the Doom. I think these are the two that he probably would have gone for first. But yeah, I think Darkseer, it fits. It can add for the Wombo combo.
Exactly right.
Gives
the
him auras.
Is amazing.
I like that suggestion on.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, that does feel like it fits. That feels like it fits the best with what he has at the moment on his team, too.
Navi.
Morphling's going to get a free lane, but then in the later stage of the game, of course, that illusion's going to be really strong if he does go down for it.
All right, nothing crazy from the mid. Safe and simple. DK hit.
It's strong, very strong. And now they have a way to play around the arrow, too. So I think that's the other thing that they wanted, is having that extra stun for follow-up.
Does make that AA a little... AA in here. Oh, that'd be nasty.
Would be pretty hype.
But yeah, risky. So more than likely looking for 33 to grab his hero to close this one off.
What else could it be?
I like his Darkseer.
Yeah.
I like his Darkseer. It's a pretty nice game for it. Definitely.
What else could it be that he's... Let's see what else he's... I mean,
else-
I feel like
what
I've
else
seen
has
him
he
play
been down
Doom and Darkseer every single game, or in a Abaddon,
Yeah.
right? I feel like that's just what I've seen from him so far here.
I mean, Abaddon wouldn't be terrible. A lot of stuns coming out for the enemy team. So
Wasn't it banned? Yeah, it was banned.
Oh, it was. They banned it themselves.
A lot of them are taken out.
Just testing the viewers. Keep them on their toes.
Darkseer's the one that's standing out the most.
Yeah.
I'm continuing to look through the hero list and see if there's another. Lycan's gone. I mean, it looks like they've decided. Ooh. Oh, okay. So
how good is it? A good brood game?
Yeah. Who's gonna deal with it? Who's gonna go to the lane eventually when he hits 6? Who's gonna deal with it? And also the health restoration.
Oh, that is true as well. Yes.
Oh, so
but
the
against
Warlock. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Warlock heal.
Yeah. And
the Morphling shift.
It's really.
Are they cooking? I think they're cooking on something here. The restoration is insane. You know, in the lane, when you eat a tango, you get like nothing.
Yeah.
It's pretty devastating.
I mean, what? Yeah. What? I guess you still have to play the lane, right? You can't really dodge.
This is interesting. It's a space maker too. So for like Crystallis in particular, it's a hero that occupies a lot of the map, brings a lot of attention, and can give a hero like Void space. The synergy in terms of the 3 cores isn't the greatest, I would say.
But the potential to kind of win the lanes is that.
That's what I'm
again kind of
thinking about.
Oh, exciting to see. I said 33, going for something that we are yet to see this tournament from any of the teams.
I'm wondering what build he goes to. I've seen Manta builds, Orchids builds. I've seen
some Conda builds.
Koikfa likes the Conda build.
he
I know
does.
that. He talks about that one quite a bit, but that's not off lane usually.
No.
So, that's interesting. I'm wondering, it's definitely going to be Necrotic Webs, right? He's going to be looking to pressure and slow down the morph, but I'm curious what build he's going to go, truly. If it is going to be just that Orchid, or if it's going to be Auras, or what it's going to be. Or it's going to be Dominator.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe. Maybe it's another hero that 33 can bring out a Dominator on.
I just thought about it. I was like, wait a minute, this could actually be kind of dirty.
That's probably what I was thinking. But overall, what do you sort of make of this? Are you looking at this Brood and like, what do you think Na'Vi are thinking about the Brood? Are they like, oh, or they're like, we can deal with that?
I think they might be like, Because honestly, the Morphling matchup versus the Brood is also an interesting one. You don't want to skill Insatiable Hunger.
That is true.
Remember, I have to throw back. You gotta wait. It takes a moment.
You don't want to put a skill point on.
Exactly. So eventually the matchup can be where if you accidentally put skill points in your Insatiable, I believe the shard is still the same, right? It is, too. So you have to be careful because you can just give this crazy potential for Morph. He probably just ends up not skilling it and just plays the pressure.
Yeah, you can't skill it right.
All right, let's see.
You will regret skilling it.
Let's truly see what ends up going down here. Besides that, I don't think we see anything too far out of the ordinary.
All right.
Okay.
Game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, here Na'Vi versus Tundra. Both teams at the moment here on the road to the TI, 1 and 2 in their series performance so far.
Road to the TI? I heard you.
Road to the what?
You said road to the TI.
Yeah, that's true. It's like saying ATM machine.
ATM machine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or pin number. Oh. That's a classic.
Looking for the first blood.
Yep.
The Mirana specialty as well, too, from back in the days. Can't quite find it there. And let's see what Zayats is going to do also, right? Because we don't get to see that much of the Mirana. Actually, a decent amount here, but curious to see what he's going to do because he has his own approach to a lot of these heroes since he is a hero specialist. Stun from BZM.
And with 3 bounty runes.
Okay,
Tundra to start things off.
There's a slight chance mistakes.
And yeah, what about this so the DK in the mid as well? Something that I thought we've not been seeing too often.
No.
Nice chill mid to just put mid against that Sand King matchup.
Yeah, I guess, but also, let's see if he can even pressure, right? Because the Sand King can just trade back with him with the Sandblast when he's got that applied debuff too, so we'll have to see how that one ends up going. I feel like Niku's going to be, I think he's going to be better in this one than with the Timber for some reason. I feel like he'll be able to just have a bit of a better start, at least. And yeah, let's see how much the Necrotic Webs, how much they come into play. I'm going to be continuing to look down here because you're gonna see when he tries to shift, you know, when he tries to eat tangos, get Warlock healed up, it's a lot more pathetic. Very intensity.
And it scales up pretty, like, the numbers.
The first one is terrible.
Yeah, but it's like 10, 30, 50, 70.
Yes.
So that's a big number. Not many other spells kind of go 7x their effectiveness at the, compared to level 1 to level 4. Right?
Yeah, definitely not. And also, do have to point out though is it's a change, but it's been now here for some time. Is you have to stay inside the network.
Yeah, so you have to be on the same connection as as that of those that you want to affect with the Necrotic Web debuff.